Chapter 1. Back to your biological parents. In June, shortly after the college entrance examination ended, Guan Shushu completed her discharge procedures and returned home alone. As soon as she stepped through the villa door of the Guan family, a suitcase landed with a loud thud at her feet. A well-dressed, elegant woman stood at the entrance, looking down at her with disdain. Her gaze swept over the girl's delicate features and snow-white skin, revealing a hint of jealousy, quickly followed by unabashed disgust. "I've had someone pack your things. From today on, get out of this house and go back to your biological parents." Guan Shushu didn't even glance at the suitcase on the floor. Instead, her almond-shaped eyes coldly regarded by Shu Qin, the woman she had called mother for 17 years. The commotion at the door attracted the attention of others in the house, and soon, Guan's success younger brother and sister came out. Guan's father looked at the suitcase that had fallen at Guan Shushu's feet and then turned to his wife, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. "Shu Qin, what are you doing? Shushu is, after all, our daughter, whom we've raised for 18 years. She's just a useless burden." Bai Shuqin glared at Guan Shushu. "I clearly told her to give a spot for the city image representative to Ruer, but she treated my words like nonsense. If I hadn't found out the final list, she would still be in the dark. If she had any conscience, she wouldn't have stolen her sister's opportunity." Guan Ruer, standing by, felt a flicker of jealousy at Bai Shuqin's words, but quickly masked it, putting on a look of grievance and sadness. Yet she said, "Mom, don't be like this. The opportunity to be the city image representative is rare. It's normal for my sister not to want to give it up. Maybe I didn't do well enough. I wouldn't have been unable to get selected. Were you not as good as her? Everything she has is given by our Guan family." Bai Shuqin gently consoled her daughter. Guan Shushu quietly watched the mother-daughter duo perform. She had seen such performances countless times growing up, and at this moment, she felt nothing but a hint of amusement. For days ago, she had been thrown over 20 meters by a car while trying to save Guan Ruer. Everyone thought she wouldn't survive. When Bai Shuqin and the family arrived at the scene, their first reaction wasn't to check on her injuries, but to comfort the terrified, crying Guan Ruer. Guan Shushu lay on the ground, dazed, feeling only the coldness in her hands. But what chilled her even more was the conversation between her father and Bai Shuqin. "The front of the car is smashed. She probably won't survive. That's fine. If she dies, it means Ruer's great calamity has indeed been blocked by her. It's not in vain that we've raised her for so many years." Guan Shushu had always known that she was merely a tool for the Guan family to shield Guan Ruer from misfortune. As a child, she didn't understand why every time Guan Ruer was sick, Bai Shuqin would demand she take care of her 24 hours a day, and each time, Guan Ruer would recover quickly under her care, while she herself would fall seriously ill afterward. Later, after meeting her master and receiving guidance, she learned that her and Guan Ruer's fates were intertwined in the art of yin and yang. Yin and yang are two halves, and she was the good half. The Guan family raised her beside Guan Ruer to use her own fortune to fill in the misfortunes of Guan Ruer. With each time she blocked misfortune, Guan Ruer's fate gradually improved while hers slowly declined. If Guan Shushu hadn't been prepared, perhaps she would have exhausted her energy and died in that car accident 4 days ago. It was also because of this accident that her biological father found her. "Are you done? Can I leave now?" Having heard the couple coldly discussing her death, all remaining hope for Guan Shushu and the Guan family vanished. She felt no reluctance at leaving the Guan family. "Shushu, don't blame your mother. This really was your fault." Guan's father finally spoke up, his expression as serious as always. "Since you found your biological parents, you should go back with them." Guan Ruer also spoke up, her voice soft and timid. "Sister, don't be angry with Mom. She's only doing this for me." Saying this, she suddenly pulled out an envelope and handed it to her, saying sweetly, "This is for your travel expenses. I heard from Dad that your biological parents live in the mountains, and their family is very poor. The internet is not developed there, so it's better to take some cash." Bai Shuqin snorted coldly. "Don't say we don't care after all these years. This money will last you a year in the mountains. Our family has been good enough to you." She scoffed. "By the time you go back there, you probably won't have another chance to see us. I've heard there are many old men in those mountains who can't find wives. You can go back and get married. Given your average grades, you definitely won't get into a good university." Guan Shushu looked at Bai Shuqin, who wore a face full of malice while pretending to be generous, and merely glanced away. "Your forehead is a bit deep. It's a sign of overcalculation and accumulated karma. Instead of worrying about me, you might as well use that few thousand to buy a face mask to remedy it. She paused, as if intentionally adding, though it may not help much. Guan Shushu said this with a straight face, but Bai Shuken's expression suddenly turned sharp, and she angrily shouted, "You little wretch, how dare you talk to me like that?" Saying this, she raised her hand to slap Guan Shushu. The latter merely looked at her coldly, lightly sidestepping, causing Bai Shuken's hand to miss. Bai Shuqin couldn't believe it. "You dare to dodge." Seeing this, Guan Rurur rushed forward to grab Guan Shushu. "Sister, don't provoke Mom. If you talk nicely, she will forgive you." While it sounded nice, she was actually just holding her back from dodging Bai Shuken's slap. Guan Shushu raised her hand to push her away, but as her gaze swept past, it paused. She noticed the jade bracelet on Guan Rurur's wrist. She turned and grabbed Guan Rurur's wrist, coldly questioning, "How did you get that bracelet?" Guan Rurur had intentionally worn the bracelet to show off. Now, seeing that Guan Shushu finally noticed her wrist and was suddenly grabbed, she looked shocked and cried out in pain. "It hurts." As soon as Guan Rurur spoke, Bai Shuken's expression changed instantly. She grabbed Guan Sux's hand and pulled her away, angrily shouting, "Guan Shushu, what are you doing?" But Guan Shushu was fixated on Guan Rurur, her voice cold. "That's the bracelet Grandma left for me." "What do you mean your bracelet?" "That was left by the old lady for the daughters of the Guan family. You're not even a Guan anymore, so of course, that bracelet belongs to Rurur." Guan Shushu gritted her teeth, simply letting go of the suitcase and turning to look at Guan's father. "I won't take anything from the Guan family. I only want the bracelet left for me by Grandma." If there was anything left in the Guan family that she was attached to, it was only her grandmother. Grandma was the only one in this family who truly cared for her. Even in her final moments, she was worried that after she left, Guan Shushu would not have a good life. That bracelet was the only memento Grandma left for her. Chapter 2. That mountain belongs to our family. Finally, Guan Qixin, who had been silent all along, spoke up. His youthful features, resembling Guan's father, were filled with dissatisfaction and heartache. "Shushu, that's Rurur's thing. When did you become so greedy?" Guan Shushu clenched her hands at her sides, and he continued, "If you're obedient, be obedient and give the spot to Rue. I can persuade Mom and Dad to keep you." Guan Qixin believed he had given her the best choice, and she should be grateful. Guan's father also said, "Although you are adopted, I have always treated you like my own daughter. Our Guan family is a respectable family. We won't do something like letting our daughter return to her biological parents without even giving her luggage. Your biological parents' family conditions are not good. You should still take what you should take." As for giving her the bracelet, he didn't mention it all. At this moment, Guan Rui also spoke up, looking aggrieved. "Sister, I know you really want this bracelet, but after all, it belongs to Grandma. How about this? I'll transfer you some money, okay? Is 10,000 enough? If not, how about 20,000? The implication in her words was clearly that she wanted to exchange the bracelet for money. Guan Shushu immediately glared coldly at Guan Rui. Guan Rui shrank back, trembling slightly under her gaze. Guan Shushu looked at the three people in front of her, her expression extremely indifferent, and spoke decisively. "I don't need your money, and I definitely don't want you to speak on my behalf to keep me here." Once, she had tried her best to gain their approval, studying etiquette, personally making talismans for them, treating them as her real family, and doing her best for them, but she had never received a true heart in return. Even when she nearly died for Guan Rui, she didn't get even a glance from them. She would no longer cherish such a family. Hearing her unhesitating rejection, Guan Qixin's face turned a bit ugly, feeling that Guan Shushu was truly ungrateful. What good life could she have after leaving the Guan family? Bai Shuqin stood in front of Guan Rui and scolded sharply. "Qixin, why are you saying these things? Even if she cries and begs to stay now, our family wouldn't want her. She just wants to take something from the Guan family." Guan Rui stepped forward again, looking as if she wanted to persuade her, speaking in a tone that only the two of them could hear, with a hint of smugness. "Sister, I forgot to tell you earlier, Brother Pei confessed to me the day before yesterday. We plan to get engaged in a while. I know you have always liked Brother Pei, but I still hope you can bless us." Guan Shushu looked at her smug face, expressionless, and retorted, "Who told you I liked him?" Guan Rui was taken aback, clearly not expecting this reaction. According to her expectations, shouldn't Guan Shushu be heartbroken and crying on the ground upon hearing that the person she liked had confessed to someone else? Guan Shushu just looked at her as if she were a fool. Although you are blind, I will still bless you after all. Two disasters together can't harm others anymore. Very good. Guan Rui's pupils constricted at her words, nearly changing her expression. Guan Shushu, however, ignored her and turned to the other members of the Guan family. I will return the living expenses from when I was a child to you. From now on, I have no relationship with your family. The Guan family had calculated her destiny, and she severed this cause and effect. The disasters that Guan Rui had previously blocked for her would now double back to Guan Rui herself. Returning the living expenses also repaid the Guan family's kindness. She severed all kindness and cause and effect. In the future, even if she acted against the Guan family, she would not bear any karmic debts. She took one last look at the bracelet on Guan Rui's wrist and said, "You won't be able to keep this bracelet. It won't be long before I make you personally return it to me." Having said that, Guan Shushu felt no lingering attachment and walked out of the Guan family's villa alone. Bai Shuqin watched her turn and leave, so angry that she could hardly speak. See, she is indeed an ungrateful wolf. If it weren't for Rui, I would have kicked her out long ago. Rui timely clung to her arm and soothed her. Sister must have suddenly realized she was going back to such a poor place and couldn't accept it. So don't be angry with her, Mom. You were just too kind. Bai Shuqin looked helplessly at her youngest daughter and then glanced at the direction in which Guan Shushu had left, reprimanding softly. She wasn't even hurt after being hit like that. Who knows what kind of luck she has? We should take the opportunity to send her away otherwise. Who knows how she will harm our family? Enough. Don't say anything more. Guan's father spoke in a deep voice, decisively ending the topic. What the four members of the Guan family did not know was that at the moment Guan Shushu stepped out of the Guan family's garden, the blazing sun that had been hanging over the Guan family seemed to be covered by dark clouds, and the surrounding temperature also seemed to drop a bit. In the shadow, there seemed to be whispers laughing and discussing. She's gone. She finally left. This is ours now, hee. Guan Shushu walked toward the gate of the villa area. Although the sun was high above her head, she showed no signs of heat, not even a drop of sweat on her forehead, as if her body automatically kept the sweltering heat at bay. Taking out her phone, she remembered that Guan Baocheng, her father, had previously given her the contact information of her biological parents, but she had never reached out. Guan Shushu didn't know much about her biological parents, but living in the mountains, it was certain they weren't well off. The college entrance examination had just ended, and after that, for university, if her biological parents didn't have the money to support her studies, she could find a way to earn money herself. As for the possibility of being sold or married off after returning, Guan Shushu had never worried about it at all. In this world, there shouldn't be anyone who could sell her. While thinking, Guan Shushu found that string of phone numbers and was just about to press the dial key when she suddenly heard a huge commotion coming from the nearby helipad. Looking up, she saw more than a dozen identical black helicopters slowly descending on the helipad nearby. Though the villa area where the Guan family was located wasn't the top-tier villa area in the city, there were still plenty of luxury cars coming and going on ordinary days. However, it was her first time seeing so many private helicopters land directly. Thinking it was some tycoon in the neighborhood showing off, she was about to leave. But unexpectedly, just as she moved to the side, she saw the bodyguards coming down from the helicopters rushing like an army, quickly stopping in front of her and forming two lines right in front of her. Then, the doors of the helicopters opened, and drivers in black suits and white gloves quickly got off and stood in two rows, clearly well-trained. At this moment, the door of the central helicopter also slowly opened. Guan Shushu saw a long leg wrapped in dark gray trousers step out first. The man walked down from the cabin, tall and slender, his well-tailored suit accentuating his exceptionally handsome features, giving him an even more noble and elegant appearance. The man looked at her and slowly walked closer, then opened his mouth, his voice deep and pleasant. Guan Shushu? Guan Shushu looked at the man, noticing the familiar resemblance in his eyes, and guessed his identity. It's me. The man glanced at the phone page she was still on, clicked his tongue, reached out, and suddenly pressed the dial key for her. In the next second, a melodious ringtone rang from his pocket. Seeing him take out his phone and hold the screen displaying the number in front of her, he slightly bent down to match her height, smiling with his eyes. Nice to meet you for the first time. I am your brother, Jiang Huai. Guan Shushu. Guan Shushu silently assessed the exceptionally handsome brother in front of her, then looked past him at the fleet of helicopters and the well-trained pilots and bodyguards. After a long while, She found her voice again. I heard that our parents live in the mountains. Implied in your words, this situation doesn't seem much like my family. Jiang Huai thought she was going to say something and just said, our hometown is indeed in the mountains. After a pause, he added, but that mountain belongs to our family. Guan Shushu. So, her biological parents are not only poor, but also have an entire mountain? What kind of person can privately own an entire mountain? Does the country allow that? Chapter 3. Blinded by his golden light, my family sent me to pick you up and specifically instructed me to be serious on our first meeting. So I temporarily borrowed a helicopter fleet. There aren't too many, but it'll do. Guan Shushu looked at the bustling crowd of helicopter personnel that nearly blocked the entire entrance of the villa, speechless. You call this making do? Then, she saw Jiang Huai wave to the people behind him and suddenly signal them. Miss. The uniformed pilots behind him spoke in unison, their voices as synchronized as a military chant. Welcome home, miss. Guan Shushu felt an inexplicable sense of secondhand embarrassment. What's going on? Perhaps it's because she had been treated coldly by the Guan family since she was little. She wasn't too good at handling such enthusiastic scenes. She opened her mouth and only managed to squeeze out a sentence to Jiang Huai. Let's go. Quickly. Did you see the villa security has come over? Jiang Huai squinted at her reaction and suddenly seemed to think of something. His beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed as he looked her over and asked, but why are you here alone? At this time, appearing at the villa entrance all by herself, she couldn't possibly be out here to buy soy sauce, right? Guan Shushu pursed her lips, not wanting to say that the Guan family members had rushed out early. She was pondering how to brush it off when another voice suddenly sounded, cold and seemingly like a clear spring, calm and pleasant, yet somewhat impatient. Aren't you leaving? Following that voice, Shushu looked and realized there was another person in the original helicopter. Just one glance almost blinded her. Inside the helicopter, the man had his long legs slightly bent. From her angle, she could only see half of him hidden in the shadow of the helicopter. His wrist casually rested on the handrail, his posture elegant yet steady, and even the creases of his suit seemed to carry an inexplicable allure. But more than that, what truly blinded Guan Shushu was the golden light radiating from him. Since she was young, she had been able to see things that ordinary people couldn't, representing people's fortunes in various colors. Golden, she had only seen on those who contributed to the country. But the almost blinding golden light before her, did this man steal the country's fortune? Upon hearing the man speak, Jiang Huai couldn't be bothered to ask more and quickly responded with a smile. Let's go, let's go. As he spoke, he pushed Guan Shushu's shoulder and led her away, deliberately lowering his voice to mumble, Tsk, the big devil has no patience. Then Guan Shushu was brought in front of that big devil, and she was shoved into the seat next to him. Up close, the golden light was even more intense. With her eyes nearly blinded, Guan Shushu finally glimpsed the man's true appearance. His voice was cold, yet carried a hint of sharpness. His features were chiseled as if carved by a knife, exuding a rugged beauty. His thin lips held a cold warmth, like ice and snow descending from a frigid mountain, submerged in those deep and dark pupils. As if sensing her overly intense gaze, the man slightly turned his eyes, and just one glance seemed to gather all her probing and emotions into his own. Guan Shushu was very curious about the golden light surrounding him, but worried he might think her foolish. She thought for a moment and asked him, "Are you also my brother?" The question made Jiang Huai, who had just sat opposite, chuckle. The man beside him merely shot him a cold glance before silently returning to his deep gaze. No, there was nothing more than that one word. Fortunately, there was still Jiang Huai in the helicopter. This is Chu Beiha, not your brother. You only have me as a brother. Guan Shushu found the name somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where she had heard it. However, among the 4 prominent families in Heiress, 2 of them were the Chu and Jiang families. Was it a coincidence? Then she heard Jiang Huai explain, I came to pick you up today, and he is hitching a ride. Guan Shushu nodded, just about to acknowledge it when she saw the man, who had already returned his gaze, suddenly look at Jiang Huai with slightly parted lips and coldly say, You use my helicopter fleet. As the head of the prominent Chu family, you shouldn't need to hitch a ride from others. Jiang Huai, however, was unconcerned, even spreading his hands in a dismissive manner. What can I do? The company's car fleet has all been dispatched. Among the people I know, only you would provide your own helicopter for travel. Chu Beiha, a high-end control freak who even demands his subordinate socks to match in color and style. Not to mention, the helicopters under his name even required the foot mats inside to be identical. While the three were talking, a sleek black helicopter had already started to take off slowly, escorting the luxurious helicopter in the middle, leaving in grandeur just as it had arrived. The helicopter fleet roared as it departed, and the several security guards who had been watching from the side exchanged glances and began to discuss. Wasn't the one taken away by the helicopter just now the eldest daughter of the Guan family? Yes, I heard she is not the biological child of the Guan family. They say her biological parents are still in the mountains. Look at this scene. How could she be from the mountains? Who knows what kind of big shots her biological parents are? Haha, if that is the case, the Guan family must regret it to death. Although there were strict regulations in the security room, everyone privately gossiped quite a bit about the wealthy residents living in the villa area. Just as they were talking, one of them quickly shut his mouth and turned to bow respectfully towards the direction of the car gate. Don't talk nonsense during the day. Look, it's the Guan family's car. Bai Shuqin and Guan Ruwei sat in the back seat, not even glancing at the security guards who were bowing respectfully to them. As noble owners, they had never regarded these social underlings. Although the final list of city representatives had been decided, it had not yet been officially submitted. Bai Shuqin said to Guan Ruwei with a smile, "Your father talked about a collaboration with Zhanghai Group the day before yesterday. We can directly leverage that connection." Guan Ruwei was somewhat surprised to hear this. Zhanghai Group? That is one of the 4 prominent families. Your dad actually got a deal with them. Amazing. Bai Shuqin spoke with a proud expression, yet tried to appear nonchalant. ISNT, that Jiang family? Many people have offered money to seek collaborations, but didn't even get a response. Yet they took the initiative to approach your dad, which shows our family's status in Heiress. In the future, more people will come knocking to seek collaboration. Listening to this, Guan Ruwei's face visibly showed excitement. If they could collaborate with the Jiang family, wouldn't that mean their family would soon be among the top wealthy circles in Heiress? Then her selection of potential suitors would be on a different level. Indeed, ever since Guan Shushu left, their Guan family had started to have good luck. How wonderful, Guan Ruwei said, feigning modesty. Should we directly ask them for help? Do you think they will refuse? Bai Shuqin was full of confidence. They took the initiative to seek cooperation with us. Since we are in a cooperative relationship, helping with such a small matter is only expected. As she spoke, she held Guan Ruwei's hand and reassured her, "Don't worry. Mom will definitely help you secure the spot as the city image representative. This is crucial for our image in Heiress, and that ungrateful person wants to take what's yours? They should see if they are worthy." Guan Ruwei felt very proud deep down, thinking that the city representative spot was already in her pocket. Yet she had to maintain a demeanor of being well-behaved and not competitive on the surface. After a pause, she asked, "So we go to the Zhanghai Group headquarters now?" "No, we're not going to the headquarters." Bai Shuqin said, "I will go directly to the Jiang family." Chapter 4. The top-tier Jiang family. The Jiang family is located in the heart of Heiress City, at Silver River No. 1, the most prestigious community in the entire city. Although it is a prime location where every inch of land is precious, the greenery rate within the villas reaches 80. In addition to the artificially excavated lake, there are also lavishly designed garden landscapes. The security for the villas is staffed by retired Special Forces soldiers, and viewing or purchasing property requires verification of financial qualifications. As this is the gathering place for the top families in Heiress, Guan Shushu knows this place well. Guan Baocheng had long dreamed of buying a house here. Living here would mean being neighbors with the elite, implying that one is also part of the elite. A fleet of helicopters uniformly landed on the spacious helipad in the villa area, and next to it was already a black Maybach waiting. The 3 of them switched cars, and the vehicle drove through the expansive lawn before finally stopping in front of a 4-story manor villa. Jiang Huai got out with Guan Shushu, but Chu Beiha remained seated. It is customary not to disturb others during family reunions, no matter how close the relationship. Jiang Huai waved his hand, and the Maybach started again. Heading deeper into the villa area, the Chu family lives just ahead. "I'll take you to formally visit later," Jiang Huai explained, leading Guan Shushu inside. The European-style manor villa exudes luxury and grandeur. Walking through the garden and entering the main door of the villa, Guan Shushu immediately saw a large group of Jiang family members sitting in the living room. Jiang Huai had already briefly introduced them to her on the way. As Guan Shushu had guessed, the Jiang family is indeed one of the 4 major families in Heiress, consisting of 4 branches, 3 sons and 1 daughter, each with their own families. The elder had stepped down 2 years ago due to health reasons, and Jiang Haicheng, the eldest son, took over Jiang Hai Group. The second, Uncle Jiang Yumin, was a top singer in his youth and later started an entertainment company, now being a major player in the industry. The third, Uncle Jiang Tong, serves as the vice president of Jiang Hai Group, responsible for several key industries. The aunt Jiang Yusin is also a powerful woman, having established a top international brand with significant influence in the fashion world. As for the younger generation, perhaps due to the Jiang family's strong vitality, all 4 branches have only grandsons, except for the youngest daughter, and there is also a girl named Lu Xueshi, who is the daughter of the Jiang matriarch's family, fostered by the Jiang family. Looking around, it was clear that most of the Jiang family had gathered. When they saw Guan Shushu and Jiang Huai enter, everyone turned to look at her. Their gazes varied, some scrutinizing, some curious, some dismissive, and some subtly dissatisfied. "Grandpa," Jiang Huai casually called out, stepping forward and introduced. "This is Shushu." He then gestured to Guan Shushu. "Shushu, call him Grandpa." Guan Shushu looked at the elderly man sitting in the center, who was smiling at her. She was not particularly skilled in fortune-telling, but despite the smile in his eyes, the man had a prominent bridge of a nose, high forehead, and deep-set eyes, indicating he was a person with strong opinions. In other words, he was someone accustomed to giving orders. "Grandpa," Guan Shushu addressed him honestly. The elderly man nodded and said, "Good, it's great to have you back. From now on, you're the young lady of the Jiang family, and no one can bully you." Jiang Huai then turned to Jiang Haicheng, who was sitting next to the elderly man, and introduced, "This is Dad." Guan Shushu followed his gaze. Compared to the kindly expression of the elderly man, Jiang Haicheng gave off a relatively composed vibe, especially with his sharp profile that revealed a hard edge. His features were distinct, and one could faintly see that he had been handsome in his youth. The fine lines etched by time on his face did not show any signs of aging, but instead exuded a mature man's charm. He was a different type from Guan Baocheng. Guan Shushu opened her mouth and softly called out, "Dad." Jiang Haicheng's thin lips tightened slightly at the mention of Dad. When he looked at Guan Shushu, his face revealed little emotion, and after a while, he responded in a deep voice, Jiang Huai then introduced her to the other elders of the Jiang family one by one. Guan Shushu silently observed the Jiang family members, aside from her grandmother, who was still in the nursing home, and another cousin. Almost everyone was present. However, among these people, there was no sign of her mother. According to Jiang Huai, when she was taken away, her mother chased after the kidnapper alone, but accidentally fell into the sea midway, and to this day, not even a trace of her had been found. Perhaps noticing her silence, the woman who had just been called the second aunt stepped forward, affectionately wrapping her arm around Guan Shushu's, her eyes filled with pain and tenderness. "Shushu, you must be tired from coming back. I've already had someone prepare your room. Take a look and let me know if you like it, and if you want anything, just tell me." The elderly man of the Jiang family held traditional views on family matters, emphasizing that parents should not separate their families. Except for the 4th daughter who had already married out, the other 3 branches all lived together in this manor villa. The woman's name was Yao Lin, around 40 years old, but she was well-maintained in both figure and skin, looking very much like a noble lady. However, her current expression of concern felt quite discordant to Guan Shushu, given her vain and obsessive demeanor. Guan Shushu quietly withdrew her arm, about to politely thank her, when suddenly a boy, about 13 or 14 years old, jumped out and said, "Second aunt, prepare another room for her. That one was Shueshi's baby room. If you give it to her, Shueshi's baby will have nowhere to stay." The boy was the youngest son of the 3rd branch, named Jiangsu, and he was the most reckless among all the Jiang family members. As soon as he spoke, several people in the hall showed expressions that suggested they found it hard to respond. The 3rd uncle, Jiang Yutong, directly frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? What does it have to do with you? Why are you being so fierce? I didn't say anything wrong. Jiangsu retorted defiantly. There are so many rooms in the house. Why does she have to occupy Xuexi's baby room? Why should she? Among the younger generation. A girl who had been sitting among them stood up at some point, her beautiful and delicate face showing a hint of guilt. Su, don't say that. This was Lu Xuexi, the girl the boy had mentioned. Lu Xuexi was the niece of the Jiang matriarch. Fostered by the Jiang family since she was 3 years old to soothe the elder son's heart after Guan Shushu's disappearance and to alleviate the Jiang family's imbalance of power. She then turned to Guan Shushu and gently said, Sister Shushu, don't blame him. Su didn't mean any harm. He just can't stand to see me being wronged. That room is yours if it's given to you. I can manage it however I want. Her attitude was generous and appropriate. Yet she didn't forget to emphasize her own grievances in every word. Familiar patterns reminded Guan Shushu of Guan Rerue. Guan Shushu silently reflected. Was it her unique constitution that made her always attract such tea essence? She saw the girl turn her head, pretending to scold. Su quickly apologized. Shushu is your sister. The boy scoffed, looking disdainful. What sister is she to me? Suddenly, a cup was slammed hard on the marble table, and the hall fell silent. Chapter 5. My sister, who doesn't suffer injustice in the single sofa on one side of the hall, Jiang Haiqing sat expressionlessly, with watermarks from the teacups spreading on the table. After a long while, he slightly turned his gaze towards Jiangsu and calmly asked, Shushu is my daughter. Does my daughter not deserve to be your sister? The previously reckless boy visibly shrank back. Uncle, I mean... The smiling Jiang Huai shot a glance at his father, suppressing the little one with just his eyes. He turned to look at Lu Xuexi and asked, Xuexi, do you feel wronged living in the Jiang family? Lu Xuexi was suddenly called out, her face turning pale, and she quickly denied it. No, brother Jiang Huai, you misunderstood me. Since that's the case, then don't say things that might lead to misunderstandings in the future. Jiang Huai maintained his smiling demeanor, his voice warm and pleasant, yet carrying an undeniable pressure that made one hesitate to act rashly. Lu Xuexi opened her mouth, but after a moment, she lowered her head and dare not say more, merely biting her lip in silence. At this moment, Yao Lin took the opportunity to smooth things over. It's my fault for not arranging things properly. It's just one room. It shouldn't matter. Second aunt indeed didn't arrange things well. As the eldest grandson of the Jiang family, Jiang Huai had never been polite even when facing elders. Su is my sister, the young lady of the Jiang family. Living in a room that someone else used is something that would make us a laughingstock if it got out. Saying this, he suddenly pulled Gu Su's shoulder protectively. My sister came home, and she shouldn't have to endure this kind of grievance. This statement, whether intentionally or unintentionally, made Lu Xuexi's cheeks flush. She had just hinted that she felt wronged, and Jiang Huai turned around to say that letting Gu Su live in her used room was the real grievance. Wasn't this slapping her in the face? On the other hand, Gu Su, suddenly embraced by Jiang Huai, stiffened. It was unclear whether it was because of Jiang Huai's action or his words. In fact, she felt less wronged than before. Compared to what she endured in the Guan family, these few words were nothing. But it was the first time someone cared about whether she felt wronged. A warm feeling spread through her heart, as if she was experiencing what it meant to have family for the first time. Yao Lin's face showed obvious embarrassment, but inwardly, she cursed Jiang Huai for not giving her any face, glancing instinctively at Jiang Yuqing and the old Master Jiang, only to see both of them silent. She could only swallow her frustration and maintain her elegance on the surface. What Jiang Huai said is right. It was second aunt's oversight. I'll have someone arrange it again. Jiang Huai immediately smiled and nodded to her. Thank you, second aunt, for handling it promptly. He then turned to everyone. I'll take Su to the garden for a walk. After saying this, regardless of the opinions of those present, he took Gu Su and walked towards the garden. Once they left, the atmosphere in the hall sank. Yao Lin felt extremely wronged and opened her mouth to explain, but at that moment, the butler walked in and said to old Master Jiang, Sir, the gatekeeper just called and said a Mrs. Guan has come to visit. The name Guan made everyone instinctively think of Gu Su. They thought to themselves, didn't this person just get picked up from the Guan family? Why did she come back? Is she here to find Su? It seems she can't bear to part with the child. Third Aunt Jiang smiled and spoke, trying to ease the atmosphere. She had noticed earlier that Gu Su Su hadn't brought any luggage when she entered. Although she didn't know the reason, the Guan family should have come specifically to deliver her belongings. After all, knowing that Su Su was the daughter of the Jiang family, the Guan family wouldn't be foolish enough to not bring her luggage. The butler hesitated for a moment and said, "That misses." Guan said she is here to visit third Madame Jiang. Jiang San's smile froze for a moment, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Looking for me? Why would the wife of the Guan family come looking for me? On the other side, the Jiang family's garden was in a typical European style, with vintage railings covered in roses and well-maintained lawns spreading greenery, looking even more radiant in the hot summer sun. Gu Su Su followed Jiang Huai, listening to him casually introduce some small things in the garden, but her thoughts quietly returned to the scene in the living room where Jiang Huai stood up for her. It was a strange and subtle feeling. After a while, she couldn't help but softly say, "Thank you." Jiang Huai paused, looked at her, and suddenly smiled as he ruffled her hair. "No need to thank me. Just call me brother." Gu Su Su looked at him, her hair in disarray from his ruffling, creating an inexplicably cute appearance that made Jiang Huai's smile deepen. Just as he was about to say something else, his phone rang. Jiang Huai glanced at the caller ID, gestured for Gu Su Su to wander around on her own, and walked to the side to answer the call. Gu Su Su walked forward for about 10 steps, when suddenly her gaze landed on an older maid in the corner of the garden who was wiping a table and chairs. The maid appeared to be in her 50s, looking unremarkable, but from Gu Su Su's perspective, she could easily see the strands of sinister energy surrounding her, the kind that only those who had committed evil could possess. Gu Su Su generally didn't like to meddle in others' affairs, as getting involved could easily bring about consequences. However, if this person was left alone, the malevolent energy on her might affect others in the household. She approached the maid, who was mechanically wiping with a cloth, her expression dazed and confused, occasionally glancing in one direction. It wasn't until Gu Su Su stood before her that the maid suddenly snapped back to reality and hurriedly greeted her, "Miss you need me?" Gu Su Su was somewhat surprised. She had only been in this house for a little over half an hour, and the Jiang family members hadn't even recognized her yet. The butler had shown a photo to all the servants in advance, so they wouldn't accidentally offend the young lady. The maid smiled at her ingratiatingly. Gu Su Su didn't expect the Jiang family to have made such arrangements in advance. It was silent yet considerate, truly the style of a big family. "Is there something you need, miss?" the maid asked when she saw Gu Su Su silent. Just as Gu Su Su was about to speak, she suddenly saw two familiar figures walking through the garden gate. It was Bai Shuqin and Guan Ruirui. When they entered, led by the butler in a suit, they immediately spotted Gu Su Su in the pavilion. The moment they saw her, both of them were taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 6. The sister will tell on you. Bai Shuqin never expected that the person who had just been kicked out of the house would be seen again in the Jiang family's garden in less than an hour. Her face clearly showed shock, and just for a second, her gaze fell on the middle-aged woman next to her who was obviously dressed as a maid. And she instantly understood. This woman must be Gu Su Su's biological mother. A maid. Well, coming from the mountains, what kind of respectable job could she find? To work as a maid in such a place is already quite respectable. Guan Ruirui seemed to have the same guess. She felt disdainful and amused, but her expression showed sympathy and concern. "Sister, so your family is working here. But this is the Jiang family, so you mustn't touch anything carelessly or you'll trouble others." The butler, who was leading the way, had a slightly cracked expression upon hearing this. Just as he was about to explain, Gu Su Su spoke indifferently. "No need to trouble yourselves." After a pause, she turned her bright almond-shaped eyes from Guan Ruirui to the faint gray shadow that was almost glued to her back, and she slightly raised her brows. "If I were you, I would stay at home and not wander around aimlessly. There are protective charms I made at home. Ordinary evil spirits wouldn't dare to approach easily, but once you're away from there, it's hard to say." Bai Shuqin saw her still acting this way after leaving home and only recognizing a maid as her mother, and her face nearly twisted with anger. However, considering that the Jiang family's butler was nearby, she ultimately held back her anger and instead turned to advise Guan Ruirui, "You have a good temperament, but you need to know who to be nice to. A thankless wolf won't know good from bad. What's the point of advising her? Turning to the butler, Bai Shuqin explained with a hint of laughter, "This is the child we originally adopted. Who would have thought that after going through the hardship of raising her, she would turn her back on us once she found her biological parents? Sigh, this child was never good at studying and was always clumsy. We could tolerate her at our home, but now that she's with others, I can't imagine what trouble she might cause." Bai Shuqin looked very worried, but her words implied that keeping someone like this in the Jiang family could lead to trouble. The butler, listening, felt a chill in his heart. Did Mrs. Guan really not know that the person in front of her was the young lady that they had worked so hard to find? To speak ill of the young lady in front of him, the butler couldn't help but wonder what kind of life the young lady had led in the Guan family. Originally, the butler had treated the young lady as a guest due to the Guan family's care, but his attitude suddenly cooled. However, Bai Shuqin thought the butler was cold because he had taken her words to heart and had developed dissatisfaction with Guan Shushu. She sneered inwardly, eager to see this ungrateful child being driven away, and whether she would dare to show such an attitude towards her in the future. As for giving up the representative quota, Bai Shuqin believed that with her relationship with the Jiang family, she didn't need to waste her breath on her. It was just a quota. If Ruirui wanted it, she could just take it directly. The maid, standing by silently as Bai Shuqin and Guan Ruirui approached, knew that the Jiang family had many rules, and servants generally wouldn't casually speak to the guests of their masters. However, the guests' words began to sound increasingly off to her. It seemed like they were talking about the young lady who had just returned to the Jiang family. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "What's going on?" It was Jiang Huai, who had come after finishing a phone call. Seeing Guan Shushu surrounded by these people, he instinctively quickened his pace and stepped forward. Upon seeing Jiang Huai, Guan Ruirui's eyes lit up. Bai Shuqin also scrutinized the young man in front of her, her gaze sweeping over his diamond cufflinks and the multi-million-dollar watch on his wrist, secretly guessing which member of the Jiang family he was. The butler noticed Jiang Huai's presence, and his expression slightly stiffened. Just as he was about to respond, he realized that the young master was asking about the young lady. So he pursed his lips and remained silent. Guan Shushu, unsure whether Jiang Huai was defending her or for some other reason, instinctively reported, "Oh, they were just trying to trip me up." Her concise statement suddenly plunged the air into an eerie silence. Bai Shuqin, realizing what was happening, immediately screamed, "What nonsense are you talking about, you girl?" As she spoke, she raised her hand to strike Guan Shushu. Jiang Huai, initially amused by his sister's complaint, felt his smile fade when he saw Bai Shuqin's sudden movement. However, before he could react, the supposed pitiful sister had swiftly raised her hand and accurately grasped Bai Shuqin's wrist. This sudden action caught both him and Bai Shuqin off guard. As Bai Shuqin instinctively tried to withdraw her hand upon realizing that Guan Shushu dared to resist. But Guan Shushu's grip, though it seemed gentle, was firm and resolute, and Bai Shuqin couldn't shake her off. Guan Shushu, holding on to her, coldly glared at Bai Shuqin. "Don't forget, I am no longer your daughter and will no longer allow you to hit or scold me." As she said this, she deliberately released her grip, and Bai Shuqin, who had been struggling, suddenly stumbled backward. "Mom!" Guan Rui exclaimed, quickly reaching out to support Bai Shuqin, then turning to Guan Shushu with disbelief written all over her face. "Sister, no matter what, Mom is the one who raised you. How can you just hit her because of a disagreement? You're going too far." Even at this moment, Guan Rui tirelessly tried to put Guan Shushu down. After all, someone who would hit the person who raised her wouldn't be trusted for her character. Guan Shushu was truly fed up with Guan Ruirui's hypocritical performance. With a sharp glance, she retorted, "Which of your eyes saw me hit her? If your eyes are blind, don't assume everyone else is like you." Jiang Huai listened from the side, a look of curiosity in his eyes. He had thought his sister was obedient and easy to bully, but he hadn't expected her to be so sharp-tongued. Indeed, she was worthy of being a child of the Jiang family. While he found it interesting to listen, Bai Shuqin was furious that Guan Shushu dared to retort. She had raised her, and if she wanted to hit her, she should just stand there and let her do it. Yet, not only did she dare to resist, but she also dared to scold Ruirui. At that moment, forgetting that this was Zhang's territory, she pushed Guan Ruirui aside and advanced towards Guan Shushu. "You little brat." Guan Shushu remained expressionless, stepping back as if to make a move, but unexpectedly, a figure moved faster than her, blocking her path. The man's broad and tall figure exuded a strong sense of security. His smile had completely faded, replaced by a cold and imposing aura. This was Jiang's territory, and no one was allowed to act recklessly here. Chapter 7. Withdrawing from cooperation with the Guan family, Jiang Huai's voice successfully pulled by Shu Qin's precarious sanity back to reality. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, instantly halting all her movements. Meanwhile, the commotion caught the attention of others in the villa, and Jiang Yuqing walked over. What's going on? As the current head of the Jiang Hai Group, Jiang Yuqing was a figure often seen in various media and financial reports, and Bai Shuqin recognized him at a glance. She quickly forgot her entanglement with Guan Shushu and turned to greet him with a smile. Mr. Jiang, I'm Bai Shuqin, the wife of Guan Baocheng, the president of Guan's building materials. I didn't expect you to be home. It's truly wonderful. Jiang Yuqing's gaze shifted between Bai Shuqin, Guan Shushu, and Jiang Huai, his expression unchanged as he asked, Mrs. Guan, do you have something to discuss? Given Jiang Yuqing's status, he didn't need to be so polite. He was not someone who liked small talk, but knowing that he was speaking to the family of the person who had raised Shushu, he showed a bit more patience. Assuming they were there to discuss Shushu's living habits, Bai Shuqin, unsure of the situation, heard him humbly ask if she had something to discuss, and her vanity instantly inflated. This was the head of Jiang Hai Group, who actually wanted her to instruct him on what to do. This showed how important her company was in Jiang Yuqing's eyes. The anger she had felt earlier from Jiang Huai dissipated, and she instinctively straightened her back, thinking that she indeed had something to discuss. Bai Shuqin proudly glanced at Guan Shushu beside her and quickly pulled Guan Ruwei over. This is my daughter, Guan Ruwei. Guan Ruwei obediently greeted, hello, Uncle Jiang. As you know, the landmark project in Heiress is about to kick off, and the government plans to select 8 students from the 4 major universities as city image representatives for a promotional video. The final list will be submitted to Jiang Hai Group, Bai Shuqin explained. Due to some reasons, the quota that should belong to my daughter has been replaced by someone else. I came here hoping Jiang Hai Group could help switch this quota back. It's just a small favor. Jiang Yuqing frowned slightly. He was aware of this matter, but it was the 3rd young master who was in charge of it, and he had not inquired about it. According to his temperament, he does not like such self-serving matters, but the person in front of him has raised Gu Shushu. So Jiang Yuqing's heart has a bit more consideration. Forget it. Let us treat this as a way to repay them for raising Shushu. Jiang Yuqing thought this, and then relaxed. I will look into this matter. Who is the person that swapped your daughter's spot? I will have my secretary check. Gu Shushu. Bai Shuqin almost couldn't wait to speak. Jiang Yuqing paused his actions of taking out his phone, raised his head to look at Bai Shuqin, and was obviously taken aback. Who did you say? Gu Shushu. Bai Shuqin repeated, thinking he didn't understand, and simply pointed at Gu Shushu beside her. It's her. This child was actually adopted by our family before, but she is an ingrate. Not only does she have a bad temper, but she also likes to lie. I didn't expect her biological parents to be workers for the Jiang family. It's not that I want to speak ill of a child, but a person's character is fixed from birth. No matter how hard I try to educate her, if she doesn't learn well, she just won't. Bai Shuqin tirelessly tried to make things difficult for Gu Shushu, while Jiang Huai's face turned gloomy. He finally understood what Shushu meant by making things difficult just now. The housekeeper and Asa were also stunned. How dare they speak like this about the young lady in front of President Jiang? This person must be out of her mind. Gu Shushu had long been accustomed to Bai Shuqin slander. Even when she was just ranting to the housekeeper, she didn't care at all. But at this moment, in front of Jiang Huai and her biological father, Bai Shuqin's words inexplicably made her feel angry. These were her family members who had just accepted her. She had just begun to feel a glimmer of hope toward her family. But why? Why does this person seem unable to bear seeing her do well? Does Bai Shuqin not know how her words would affect her in the ears of others? She knew, but she didn't care. She simply wanted everyone in the world to hate her. When she was young, as long as a teacher showed any affection or praise for her, Bai Shuqin would use various means to slander herself to make the teacher think she was a bad child. The teachers probably never thought that any mother would slander her own child. They all believed Bai Shuqin's words and thought she was a bad child. Because the less she was liked, the more Gu Ruwei could suppress her. Eventually, by Shu Qin's dislike and slander towards her became a habit. Just like the hand hanging by her side that was secretly clenched tight, listening to her incessant slander, Gu Shushu finally couldn't hold back anymore. Shut up. Shut up. Two voices rang out simultaneously. Shut up. Gu Shushu instinctively turned her head to look at the other voice's owner. It was Jiang Yuqing, his face full of frost. He already looked cold and hard, and now, with a stern expression, he appeared even more imposing. Bai Shuqin was instantly frightened into silence. Jiang Yuqing's cold face stared at Bai Shuqin with full pressure. My Jiang family's daughter is not something you, an outsider, can criticize. Housekeeper, show them out. Bai Shuqin was momentarily confused by his sudden change in attitude. She couldn't hear clearly what he meant by Jiang family's daughter, and was about to ask again when the housekeeper had already swiftly moved to escort them out. Jiang Yuqing coldly watched the two mothers and daughters being neatly shown out, then turned to Gu Shushu and asked her, "Did the Gu family treat you like this in the past?" As soon as he spoke, he pressed his lips together, realizing he had asked a useless question. If they dared to slander someone in front of him, they must have bullied their own daughter in the Gu family. Originally, he thought that his daughter being raised by the Gu family meant she would at least be well-fed and clothed. But he didn't expect the Gu family to be such people. The more Jiang Yuqing thought about it, the angrier he became, turning to Jiang Huai and ordering, "Call your third uncle and tell him to withdraw from the cooperation project with the Gu family." That cooperation project was meant to repay the Gu family for their care of Shushu. He had deliberately instructed them to give various preferential conditions, not only allowing the Gu family to make over 100 million in profits, but also with the idea of helping the Gu family rise to a new level. But now that he knew the Gu family treated Shushu this way behind the scenes, he would not continue to support them. They were not worthy. Jiang Huai only then resumed his previous smiling demeanor, quickly pulling out his phone. Got it. Gu Shushu was stunned as she watched Jiang Yuqing explode in anger. When she slightly lowered her gaze, the corners of her mouth lifted into a subtle arc that even she didn't notice. Her new brother and new father seemed different from the Gu family. How nice. At the main door, Bai Shuqin and Gu Rui were unceremoniously shown out of the Jiang family's door. Both of them were confused, wondering why President Jiang suddenly got angry. What did his earlier words mean? Jiang family's daughter? Who? The housekeeper saw that these two hadn't reacted yet, and thought to himself, how could the Gu family be so foolish? Originally, they had raised the young lady, and based on that favor, the Jiang family would definitely not hold back on future benefits for them. But the Gu family clearly still didn't realize whose child its so-called ingrate was. As a housekeeper, he valued his professional demeanor and rarely resorted to shouting or sarcasm. He decided to politely remind them, our President Jiang lost a daughter 18 years ago. Today is the day our young lady returns home. So President Jiang naturally cannot tolerate any slander against her. Please leave. After saying that, he turned and ordered someone to close the villa's door, leaving only Bai Shuqin and Gu Rui standing outside the door, both stunned. Bai Shuqin held her daughter's arm and asked in a daze, Gu Rui, what did he just say about the young lady? Who? Gu Rui also couldn't believe what she had heard, or rather, she didn't want to believe it. It couldn't be. It must have been a misunderstanding. The Jiang family's daughter couldn't possibly be Gu Shushu. It couldn't be her. Bai Shuqin slowly turned her head to look at her daughter, and after a long while, her legs suddenly went weak, and she nearly sat down on the ground. It's over. We're finished. Chapter 8. Even 30,000 yuan in pocket money is not available. Bai Shuqin and Gu Rui were shown out before they even entered the Jiang family's entrance. And this did not disturb the few people in the villa. Meanwhile, Jiang Su had lost face because of the earlier incident, so he quickly pulled Lu Xueshi out of the villa. As they walked along the garden path, he didn't forget to comfort her. Sister Xueshi, don't be sad. Brother Huai is just biased. He's already given up your spot and still said such things. It's nothing to be proud of. Lu Xueshi sighed softly and said gently, Xiao Su, I know you mean well, but don't say such things in the future. I am not a Jiang family daughter. Everything I have should belong to Shushu. Brother Huai saying that is also wrong. What's so great about it? In my heart, Sister Xueshi is my only sister. That Gu Shushu, I don't acknowledge her. As the two were talking and walking forward, suddenly they heard Gu Shushu's voice This A-saw is contaminated with some negative energy. Leaving it unchecked may affect the family's feng shui. If my father pays me, I can help resolve it. Just 30,000 yuan. They turned their heads to see Gu Shushu seriously extending 3 fingers towards A-saw as she spoke. Gu Shushu had originally stopped A-saw because of her negative energy, and now that she had sent away the unnecessary people, she naturally had to get down to business. Although she had returned to the Jiang family, Gu Shushu had never had the habit of asking for money from others. This was just right. She could resolve the negative energy and also earn her college tuition at the same time. Even between biological father and daughter, clear accounts must be made. Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Huai, who were standing nearby, clearly didn't expect her sudden change in tone. After all, feng shui and metaphysics didn't seem to match with Guan Shushu. They thought the child was just short on money and was using feng shui as an excuse to ask for pocket money. For a moment, they felt a bit heartbroken. When has a child from the Jiang family ever lacked 30,000 in pocket money? Jiang Huai simply took out his phone to transfer her money. Is 30,000 enough? I'll send you 100,000, and if that's not enough, just ask me for more. Jiang Yuqing, being outdone by his son, darkened his expression and took out his phone as well, ready to transfer 300,000, insisting it had to be more than his son's amount. However, he suddenly remembered that he didn't have his daughter's contact information. Hearing this, Guan Shushu realized the two had misunderstood something. I'm serious, she said. Jiang Huai smiled at her, his tone full of tolerance. Wu A-saw, who had also regained her composure after the initial shock, chimed in, the young lady is saying that I have some karmic connections, so it would be troublesome if the young lady could help me resolve it. Guan Shushu replied, can this adult please respect my profession? However, this wasn't the first time Guan Shushu encountered such a situation. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard a scoff from the side. You dare to speak with such a lowly scam for just 30,000? It's simply beneath contempt. Jiang Su couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Even though he had just been reprimanded, he couldn't stand people like Guan Shushu. At that moment, Lu Xueshi quickly followed Jiang Su, grabbing his arm with an apologetic look. Sister Shushu, Xiao Su didn't mean to say that. Please don't blame him. Guan Shushu's gaze briefly shifted from the two of them back to Wu A-saw. Your marriage line in your life palace is broken. You must have lost your husband at an early age, but you have a son. From your facial features, it can be inferred that your son is currently going through a tribulation related to wealth. Guan Shushu wasn't very skilled in face reading, so she could only say something basic. But even the most basic observation made Wu A-saw visibly stunned. Especially when she heard the latter part about the tribulation related to wealth, a moment of panic flashed in her eyes. Guan Shushu continued, normally, your personal karma shouldn't affect the main family, but I see a faint connection between your energy and the Jiang family. You have stolen the Jiang family's fortune. Guan Shushu said the last sentence with great certainty. Wu A-saw's body suddenly trembled violently. That can't be. She must be talking nonsense. How could she possibly know what I've done? Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Huai had initially just listened to the child as if it were a joke, but seeing her serious tone, they couldn't help but take on a more serious demeanor. Lu Xueshi looked at Wu A-saw's reaction, seemingly surprised. Are you saying that Sister A-saw stole the family's wealth? She seemed incredulous, quickly adding, there must be some misunderstanding. Sister Wu has worked in the Jiang family for nearly 10 years. How could she do such a thing? Wu A-saw, who had initially felt a bit flustered, upon hearing Lu Xueshi's words, immediately took on a wronged expression and said sadly, Miss, you can't say such things lightly. How could I steal the Jiang family's money? Everyone in this house knows me. I'm not that kind of person. As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Su, young master, please believe me. I could never do such a thing. She covered her face, looking as if she was about to cry. Jiang Su, being a young boy and having been taken care of by Wu A-saw since childhood, couldn't bear to see her in such a wrong state. He immediately glared at Guan Shushu, raising his voice, what's wrong with you? How could A-saw steal money from the family? Today is your first day back in the Jiang family. What do you know? You don't know anything and are just randomly accusing others to scam uncle out of a few thousand in pocket money. Is it worth it? In Jiang Su's eyes, Guan Shushu was merely a stranger he had just met today, but Wu A-saw had been with the Jiang family for 10 years, so he naturally trusted her more. His dislike for this so-called cousin, Guan Xiushu, grew even stronger. Lu Xiueshi joined in. There must be some misunderstanding. Did Sister Wu do something wrong to upset you? Her words subtly hinted that Guan Xiushu was using her power to settle personal grudges. Hearing this, Wu Asaw seemed to have received a hint and began to cry, "Miss, I know you're upset because Madame Guan mistook me for your biological mother earlier. I have a low status. How could I be compared to someone like you? It's only natural for you to be angry, but you can't slander me like this. At my age, are you trying to take my life?" Wu Asaw hadn't realized it at first, but later understood what Madame Guan and Miss Guan meant. And now it conveniently provided a plausible reason for Guan Xiushu to slander her. Sure enough, when she said this, Jiang Su looked over, realizing there was indeed some background to this situation, and his gaze towards Guan Xiushu turned to one of disgust. "You are too petty. Sister Wu hasn't done anything to you, right? It's only your first day back, and you're already causing trouble. You're simply a troublemaker." Before he could finish, a cold voice came from the side, carrying a hint of pressure, gently pushing towards him, Jiang Su. Just those two words successfully made him shut his mouth. Looking at his older cousin, he noticed the smile on his face had cooled down a bit, and he immediately shrank back, not daring to speak again. However, his dissatisfaction towards Guan Xiushu remained unchanged. With Jiang Su backing her up, Wu Asaw felt more confident and straightened her back, her face full of indignation. "If the young lady doesn't believe me, then let someone search my room. I have nothing to hide, although I am a maid. I can't just let someone wrongfully accuse me." The commotion had grown quite loud, and the servants and housekeepers in the villa naturally gathered around. Though they didn't come too close, they listened from a distance, and in their hearts, they began to harbor some resentment towards this young lady who had just returned. They had heard that the young lady came from a wealthy family and was now acting high and mighty, looking down on them, the maids and servants. No one likes to be looked down upon, so their impression of this young lady who had just returned home wasn't good. Jiang Yuqing naturally noticed the servants' gazes toward Xiushu. With a stern face, he was about to step in to stop this commotion, but he heard Guan Xiushu finally speak again, her voice calm and unhurried. "When did I say she stole money?" Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Jiang Su was the first to speak, unable to hold back. "You just said that Sister Wu stole money. Are you now denying it?" Guan Xiushu shot him a glance. "I said she has stolen the Jiang family's fortune." The accusation of stealing money was made by this lady, Lu Xiueshi. It was unclear whether she was trying to mislead others or simply summing up her thoughts carelessly. But evidently, everyone had been led astray by her words. Stealing fortune and directly stealing money were two different matters. At least, you couldn't directly search for something intangible. It was also because she had some backing that the other party had been so brazen as to suggest a search earlier. Jiang Su listened, feeling confused, thinking she was just quibbling. "How can fortune be stolen? Don't spout such mystical nonsense. It sounds like you're just trying to scare people." Jiang Huai glanced at him, a warning look in his eyes. Even if Xiushu was just bluffing, given her identity, what was wrong with her scaring people? Moreover, for some reason, Jiang Huai had a vague feeling that what Xiushu said might actually be true. The wealthy families have a certain reverence for metaphysics and fate, and even the Zhanghai group has a few feng shui masters they are familiar with. But how can his younger sister, who is only 18, understand these things? Jiang Huai harbored doubts in his heart, yet he did not think that Guan Xiushu was talking nonsense like others did. Guan Xiushu, however, was too lazy to bother with the young man beside her, who should be her cousin, and turned her gaze back to Aunt Wu. Suddenly, she raised her hand and pointed to a certain spot, asking, "What did you bury over there?" The direction she pointed to was a flower bed in the corner of the garden, the same place where Aunt Wu's gaze had unconsciously darted to while she was distracted at work earlier. Aunt Wu was already feeling uneasy, and when she saw the precise position Guan Xiushu was pointing to, her heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat nearly dripped from her forehead. "It can't be. It can't be. How could she possibly know?" Jiang Yuqing saw Aunt Wu's reaction and had already confirmed something in his heart. He turned to the butler beside him and gestured, "You go." The butler, curious, immediately walked briskly towards the direction Guan Xiushu pointed to. The onlookers also moved with the butler, coming to the edge of the flower bed. The others were curious, while Jiang Su was completely skeptical. following along with a look that seemed to say, "Let's see what you can come up with." Guan Xiushu was pointing at the soil of a certain flower, and without a second thought, the butler squatted down and began to dig with a small shovel. As the butler dug, Aunt Wu's face turned pale and her legs felt weak. But at this moment, everyone's attention was on the butler, and no one noticed her expression. The flower bed soil was regularly refreshed, so the butler found it easy to dig. After just a few strokes, he had dug a small hole, and then, as the shovel hit something, his eyes lit up. "Got it!" the butler exclaimed as he uncovered a black plastic bag. The bag was tightly wrapped, and he reached out to unwrap the plastic layer. The moment it was unwrapped, a foul odor emanated from a paper package inside the plastic. The butler couldn't help but change his expression, fighting the urge to gag as he raised his hand to grab the paper package, but was suddenly called to stop by Guan Xiushu. "Don't touch it." The others turned to look, and they saw Guan Xiushu step forward, pulling out a yellow talisman from somewhere and sticking it onto the paper package. Whether it was an illusion or not, everyone felt that the moment the talisman was applied, the paper on the package quickly darkened and aged. The butler glanced at Guan Xiushu, and upon seeing her nod, he reached out and gently opened the paper package while wearing gloves. Inside, the paper was red, resembling the common red paper used in temples for writing birth dates and calculations. As the red paper unfolded, it indeed had several birth dates written on it, but the characters seemed to be written in blood, now dried and blackened, clearly exuding a strong foul odor. Besides that, the paper package seemed to contain a few strands of hair and a drawing of strange symbols. Such a sinister thing was clearly buried here intentionally, and combined with Guan Xiushu's earlier words, everyone had no trouble guessing its purpose. However, they were skeptical about whether such a thing could really steal good fortune. Jiangsu, seeing that something had indeed been dug up, also wore a look of disbelief and turned to Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu's lips trembled, looking wronged. "No, I didn't bury it. I've really never seen these things. Young master, young lady, you have to believe me." Jiangsu opened his mouth to say something, but Guan Xiushu spoke. "Whether it's you who buried, it can be found out by checking the surveillance cameras outside the villa." She had already checked, and the surveillance cameras around the Jiang family's villa covered nearly every corner, so it wouldn't be difficult to find out. The talisman must be written with the blood of the person who changes their fortune, and the hair is from a member of the Jiang family, using the Jiang family's bloodline to steal the Jiang family's fortune. I'm not mistaken, am I? Upon hearing this, Aunt Wu trembled all over and fell to the ground, her face turning pale. With her appearance, everyone present could see that she had definitely buried the paper package. As for the hair, Aunt Wu had worked as a maid in the Jiang family for many years, so acquiring a few strands of hair from a Jiang family member was a piece of cake. They just didn't know whose unfortunate hair it was. Even if she did bury it, that couldn't mean she stole any fortune. Perhaps Jiangsu would still stubbornly deny it, while Jiang Huai shot him a chilly glance. "Shut up, don't make me say it again." Chapter 10. Losing a few million is considered a financial loss. As the eldest brother among the younger generation, Jiang Huai always wore a smile on his face, but his words were rarely ignored. Sometimes, he was even more effective than the parents of each family. Just like now, after receiving the warning in Jiang Huai's eyes, Jiangsu decisively shut his mouth and stopped speaking. Shueshi glanced at Jiang Huai, lowering her eyes, making it hard to read her expression. Aunt Wu was quickly taken away by the villa's security for supervision, but this matter was not easy to handle. On the surface, Aunt Wu had not stolen any property from the Jiang family, so calling the police was definitely out of the question. At most, it could be considered her superstitious beliefs. After all, the act of stealing fortune had no basis in reality. However, since something had happened, Aunt Wu definitely could not stay in the Jiang family anymore. "Miss, how should we handle these things?" The butler asked Guan Xiushu. Regardless of how she knew that something was buried here, it was evident that this young lady, who had just returned home, had some ability. "Just burn it," Guan Xiushu replied, then took out her phone and started operating something on it. Jiang Huai caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and noticed that she transferred 50,000 from the 100,000 she had just received to another account. Jiang Huai raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask further. What she received was hers, and how she wanted to spend it was up to her. In the villa's grand study, the butler reported the commotion in the garden downstairs to old Master Jiang. They had indeed dug something up in the flower bed, which should be what the young lady referred to as the item that stole the Jiang family's fortune. Old Master Jiang was somewhat surprised. That child actually understood these things? The butler pondered and replied, "It may also be a coincidence." He continued, "The surveillance shows that the item was buried about a month ago." According to the young lady, the Jiang family should have already lost some fortune, but I asked Big Jiang later, and neither the company nor the family has suffered any financial loss recently. This meant that the item Aunt Wu buried had no effect, so the credibility of Guan Shushu's words was questionable. Old Master Jiang listened thoughtfully and then smiled. "It seems to be just a child's interest. As long as it doesn't harm anyone, let her be. As for Aunt Wu, even if she hadn't succeeded, since she had ill intentions, she certainly couldn't remain in the Jiang family." On this side, hearing that the Jiang family hadn't suffered any financial loss, Guan Shushu's first reaction was disbelief. Impossible. Although it was just a tiny bit, Aunt Wu had indeed stolen a part of the Jiang family's fortune. That small amount of fortune was enough for Aunt Wu's family to receive a windfall. Guan Shushu was very certain of this. Jiangsu originally thought she was indeed right about Aunt Wu, and he was pondering whether he was being too hasty. But at this moment, he suddenly let out a laugh. "I said someone is just bluffing, stealing fortune. I've never even heard of it." Guan Shushu shot him a glance, her eyes clearly saying, "You little brat, don't provoke me." Then she turned to Jiang Huai, asking him to check the account activity of Aunt Wu and her son over the past month. And that would reveal everything. Jiang Huai himself was curious about his sister's abilities and didn't mind the trouble. With a phone call, the investigation results were soon sent back from the other end of the line. At the moment Jiang Huai saw the survey results, his expression was surprisingly subtle. Jiangsu and Lu Xueshi were both curious and couldn't help but lean in to find out the answer. Jiang Huai silently put away his phone and looked at Su Su beside him. The Wu family had indeed recently come into some money, winning a 5 million lottery. Su Su immediately wore a "I told you so" expression. She knew she wasn't wrong. Wealth is something that rises and falls. If one side gains 5 million, the Jiang family should correspondingly lose a few million. Su Su spoke seriously, but Jiang Huai was somewhat at a loss for words. Last week, there was a problem with a company project, resulting in a loss of several tens of thousands. However, he didn't care much about that amount, let alone Jiang Yuqing. "The president, you said it was a financial loss, and I thought it would be at least several hundred million. Turns out it's only a few million." Jiang Huai appeared to say it wasn't that he hadn't thought of it, but that her wording was misleading. Su Su replied, "So it's not that the wealth was sucked away, but the little bit of luck taken by the other side is just a mere wisp of cow hair for the Jiang family. Losing it wouldn't even be noticed. TSK, those wicked rich people." Even though she was now a member of the Jiang family, she still couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Aunt Wu's son had lost all the family savings due to gambling a few months ago, and last month he was arrested for drunk driving that resulted in a death. The family of the victim demanded 2 million in compensation before they would write a letter of understanding. Aunt Wu must have come up with a way to steal the Jiang family's fortune because of this. Once Aunt Wu's actions were exposed, with her voluntarily confessing, Jiang Huai found out the reason behind it in less than an hour. Upon hearing that it was a drunk driving incident that caused the death, Su Su instinctively connected it to the dark aura surrounding Aunt Wu. But in an instant, she realized something was off. If it was Aunt Wu's son who caused the death, Aunt Wu could be considered indirectly affected by the dark aura. But the dark aura surrounding her seemed more like it had directly landed on her. She thought about it and asked Jiang Huai, "Can I see a photo of Aunt Wu's son?" Jiang Huai was very satisfied that Su Su had quickly adapted to her identity as a sister and understood the need for her brother's help. He directly sent a message and soon got a photo of Aunt Wu's son. Zooming in on the phone, Su Su frowned after just one glance at the photo. No, this person shouldn't have this appearance. As she spoke, she asked for the person's birth date and time, taking out 3 ancient coins from a mini bag at her waist to do a divination. Jiang Su, who was beside her, sneered disdainfully, saying under his breath, "TSK. Acting all mysterious, is it never-ending?" Su Su ignored him and quickly finished her divination, her delicate face now showing a hint of seriousness. Jiang Su began to seek attention again, sarcastically asking, "So, what is the verdict? Is it some kind of disaster?" He had seen those fortune tellers under the overpasses like this. He still didn't believe that Su had any real abilities. Su disregarded him and directly told Jiang Huai from this person's birth date. He should have been born with a foolish fate. Buddhism has 8 wisdoms. If a person has committed serious sins in their past life and wants to be reborn as an adult in this life, their intelligence will be stripped away, making them born foolish. But this person now has all 8 wisdoms, which should be due to Aunt Wei using other means to make him a normal person. However, unbeknownst to her, a person who was wicked in their past life being foolish in this life is one thing. But if they regain their intelligence, it's equivalent to defying fate, which not only reduces their lifespan, but also makes it easy for them to grow into a wicked person. Aunt Wu's son, who is addicted to gambling and killed someone while drunk driving, is clearly the result of regaining intelligence. At this moment, Su was in the living room, speaking without deliberately hiding from anyone. An aunt beside her had been eavesdropping and, upon hearing this, clearly had something to say but hesitated due to her own identity. Chapter 11. This brain could be replaced. Jiang Huai keenly noticed her troubled expression and asked, "Aunt Zhang, what's wrong?" The aunt named Zhang immediately stepped forward and said, when Aunt Wu first came to the Jiang family, she did mention that her son had an intellectual disability and had previously been fostered in a school for the mentally challenged. They had both started working at the Jiang family around the same time and privately got along well, so she knew about Aunt Wu's family situation quite clearly. Su then asked her, "Do you know when her son stopped being foolish?" The aunt thought seriously for a moment and replied, "It should have been 8 years ago. I remember one day she was particularly happy, saying her son was better. It must have been summer." Su understood and turned to Jiang Huai, asking, 8 years ago, were there any children around Aunt Wu or nearby the Jiang family who were normal but suddenly became foolish one day? Everyone present, including Jiang Yuqing, who had been silent, was taken aback by her question. What she meant was that to turn a foolish child back into a normal person, one could only exchange the intelligence of someone else for their own. But the person who lost their intelligence would inevitably become a foolish child in return. She asked about the people around Aunt Wu and the Jiang family, because Aunt Wu had been working for the Jiang family for 10 years, and her daily activities were limited to that environment, making her selection of suitable candidates quite limited. As Su said this, anyone could understand. Jiang Su had initially been angry that Su ignored him, but upon hearing her words, he suddenly thought of someone and blurted out, "The silly girl from Uncle Song's family." Everyone in the hall turned to look at Jiang Su simultaneously, and Jiang Yuqing, with a stern expression, reprimanded Jiang Su. "You're not allowed to refer to Miss Song in that way." He then turned to Su. At that moment, even though he still didn't believe Su had any exceptional abilities, his expression inevitably became more serious. After all, if what she said was true and it concerned Miss Song, then this matter was not just about Aunt Wu alone. The Song family and the Jiang family had a long-standing friendship, and indeed, Miss Song had become foolish 8 years ago. However, Miss Song's condition was due to a fall while learning to ride a horse, which caused her to hit her head. Otherwise, given the Song family's background, if a child suddenly became foolish, they would definitely consult a master. Because her condition was caused by external force, the Song family had never considered anything beyond medical explanations. Su remained non-committal and simply asked, "Did Miss Song come to the Jiang family as a guest 8 years ago?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Huai slightly straightened his face and firmly replied, "Yes, she did." As the eldest grandson of the Jiang family, he was responsible for hosting guests, so he remembered it clearly. Plus, Miss Song was round and cute, more well-behaved than other second-generation children, so he naturally had an impression of her. It seemed that the fall also happened after she visited the Jiang family, and after that, the Song family never came to visit again. "Do you have her photo?" Su asked. Jiang Huai naturally didn't have a photo of Miss Song, but it was easy to find one, and he quickly had someone retrieve a photo of her from social media for Su. Su took one look and confirmed, "It's her." Su was certain, but the people in the living room did not show any signs of relaxation. This matter concerned the families, and it was not something to joke about. The Song family had a deep foundation and was a prestigious family passed down through generations. If this matter were true, then Miss Song could be considered indirectly harmed by the Jiang family. even if the Jiang family was unaware of the whole situation. What Aunt Wu did would appear no different from what the Jiang family did to outsiders. Moreover, given the Song family's continued care and protection of Miss Song after her condition, one careless move could jeopardize the relationship between the Jiang and Song families. The talk of intelligence and wisdom sounded like nonsense. If it were really that easy to change, then wouldn't I be able to change too? Jiangsu was at a loss as to whether he genuinely didn't believe it or just wanted to sing a different tune with his new cousin Guan Shushu. Seeing him jump around tirelessly, Guan Shushu finally rewarded him with a serious response. You really can change one. Guan Shushu had delicate features, her cheeks still bearing a hint of baby softness, giving her a well-behaved impression at first glance. So when she answered seriously now, Jiangsu felt that she was earnestly giving him advice. However, in the next moment, as he thought about what kind of advice she was giving, Jiangsu suddenly realized. This person was clearly calling him foolish. How dare you insult me? Jiangsu's face turned red as he pointed at Guan Shushu, looking like he was ready to fight her. When the people from the second and third branches of the Jiang family came downstairs, they saw this scene. Jiang Yutong quickly stepped forward and slapped Jiangsu on the butt. What are you doing? Are you fighting with your sister? Jiang Yutong's slap was quite forceful, and with a loud smack, Jiangsu jumped in place. My dad, what are you hitting me for? She clearly insulted me first. What nonsense! How could Shushu insult you for no reason? Jiang Yutong's face was stern, looking skeptical. Jiangsu was about to explode with anger, pointing at Guan Shushu. She just insulted me. She just insulted me. Jiang Yutong and the others turned to look at Guan Shushu, while Lu Xueshi hurriedly explained what had just happened, including how Guan Shushu had previously said that the Song family's young lady had become foolish because she was swapped out by Aunt Wu. The third madam, Jiangsu's mother, after hearing this, could only touch her son's head with pity. Shushu is not wrong. This brain can indeed be changed. Jiangsu looked at his own mother in disbelief. Is this really my mother? But compared to Guan Shushu's insults, the Jiang family was more concerned about Aunt Wu burying talisman paper in the garden. Although they didn't believe in such things, having this kind of stuff in their own garden was still somewhat unsettling. As for Guan Shushu, everyone thought she had stumbled upon this by accident, and they completely disbelieved that the sudden foolishness was due to someone swapping out her intelligence. It was normal for a girl to have an interest in astrology and divination, but she shouldn't talk about it in her own house. Jiang Yuman, the second son who was in the entertainment industry, didn't believe in such things at all, even thinking that the eldest brother's daughter was not proper, only knowing how to do these messy things to attract adults' attention. Jiang Yuman believed he understood the thoughts of these young girls very well. It was just that she had just been recognized by her family and wanted to show her presence, right? Not only did Jiang Yuman think this way, but others also guessed more or less the same. Jiang Yuqing noticed everyone's attitudes and his eyes darkened. He still spoke to Guan Shushu. I will send someone to remind the Song family about this matter. You don't need to worry about it. Guan Shushu listened to Jiang Yuqing's words and just looked at him quietly for a moment before nodding in agreement. Since the Jiang family didn't want her to get involved, then she would secretly get involved herself. Regardless, she needed to earn that money. Chapter 12. The Seed of a Lowly Life on the Other Side. Bai Shuqin and Guan Rui had just returned to the Guan family when they saw Guan Baocheng coming downstairs while talking on the phone, looking very anxious. Tanli, didn't we agree on everything? The conditions on both sides were almost settled. Why did Jiang Hai Group suddenly say they wouldn't cooperate? Bai Shuqin and Guan Rui felt their hearts skip a beat upon hearing this, exchanging glances and seeing each other's unease. Guan Rui wanted to step forward to talk to Guan Baocheng, but was motioned to be quiet with a stern face. Turning back, he controlled his emotions while speaking somewhat flatteringly on the phone. Is it that the conditions proposed by the Guan family are too high? We can negotiate. We can let go of some of the profits we previously discussed. I am very sincere about cooperating with Jiang Hai Group. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to say something, and Guan Baocheng's facial muscles twitched slightly before he suddenly seemed to collapse, sitting down on a bench at the entrance. Bai Shuqin and Guan Rui hurriedly approached. Baocheng, what happened? Guan Baocheng held his head, looking frustrated. What happened? How would I know? Jiang Hai Group suddenly called to say the cooperation was cancelled. Everything was fine before. He suddenly looked at Bai Shuqin. Aren't you supposed to take Rue to visit the third madam of the Jiang family? Did something happen with you at the Jiang family? Bai Shuqin felt her heart drop at his question. Clearly, Jiang Hai Group hadn't mentioned anything about the Jiang family. She opened her mouth to explain, but was pulled back by Guan Rue. It's nothing, Dad. We didn't even meet the third madam of the Jiang family. Bai Shuqin instinctively looked at Guan Rue, who gently pinched her arm, clearly not wanting her to say anything. Hearing this, Guan Baochang didn't suspect much and just irritably scratched his not-so-thick hair, muttering to himself. Then what is the reason? Jiang Hai Group, such a good partner. If the cooperation could go smoothly, our family could rise to the next level. No, I can't just let this go. Saying this, he stood up and quickly walked out, ignoring Bai Shuqin and Guan Rue behind him. Bai Shuqin saw him leave the door before turning to Guan Rue. Rue, why did you pull me back just now? The Jiang family canceled the cooperation, maybe because of that little lowly girl. Mom, Guan Rue stopped Bai Shuqin, unwillingly saying, I thought about it carefully on the way back. That General Jiang didn't explicitly say Guan Shushu was his daughter. Maybe we heard it wrong? Guan Rue couldn't accept that Guan Shushu, who had left the Guan family, had instead become the daughter of the top Jiang family. How could she accept that Guan Shushu had a higher status than herself? How could we have heard it wrong? If Guan Shushu isn't General Jiang's daughter, then why did he suddenly cancel our cooperation? And why did the housekeeper say that? Bai Shuqin felt that Guan Shushu was most likely the daughter that the Jiang family had just found. If it were really the case, she needed to clarify this matter with her husband as soon as possible. The Jiang family had such a huge business. Raising their son for them was worth a golden mountain or silver mountain as gratitude. How could they cancel the cooperation? That would be ungrateful. In any case, I don't believe it. Mom, if Guan Shushu is the daughter that the Jiang family lost for many years, how could the Jiang family not even send someone to pick her up? The person who contacted Dad before also said they lived in a remote mountain area with poor signal. A family like the Jiang family wouldn't lie to us. Guan Rue desperately tried to persuade Bai Shuqin while also trying to persuade herself. Today, General Jiang suddenly got angry. Maybe it was just because we quarreled at the Jiang family. As for the cancellation of cooperation, it should just be a coincidence. Business matters aren't taken so lightly. It definitely has nothing to do with what happened at the Jiang family today. After her speech, Bai Shuqin began to doubt. Is that so? It must be. Guan Rue said confidently and took out her phone. Just now, the group chat was also discussing this young lady of the Jiang family, saying that the Jiang family will hold a banquet the day after tomorrow to officially introduce the young lady. If we can find a way to get an invitation, we will know for sure when we see her in person. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuqin's face showed some hesitation. After all, Jiang Hai Group had just canceled the cooperation between the two families, so getting an invitation would not be easy. Seeing this, Guan Rue hurriedly said, If Guan Shushu is not the daughter of the Jiang family that they just found, it's best for us to take the opportunity to explain today's misunderstanding to President Jiang. Dad might also be able to take back the cooperation project. In such a situation, President Jiang would definitely find it hard to refuse. She paused, biting her teeth secretly, and mentioned another possibility. What if Guan Shushu really is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family? We have raised her for a while. She can't just acknowledge her biological parents and deny us, right? Guan Rue's words instantly enlightened Bai Shuqin. She brightened her eyes. Yes, how does she not realize that? Regardless of whether Guan Shushu is the daughter of the Jiang family or not, this situation is beneficial for them. Rue is right. If that little brat Guan Shushu really is the daughter of the Jiang family, then in front of so many people, the Jiang family can't just kick us out. At that time, whether it's the cooperation project or something else, the Jiang family will have to show us some gratitude. After all, we raised their child. The more Bai Shuqin thought about it, the more she felt this way, and she clapped her hands, saying, I'll figure out the invitation thing, and I'll take your dad with me. You should also go buy 2 beautiful dresses. You must dress up beautifully the day after tomorrow. The event hosted by the Jiang family will definitely have young masters and young ladies of high social standing from Haishur attending. This will be Rue's first appearance in such a circle, and she will surely stun everyone. Hearing this, Guan Rue shyly leaned closer to Bai Shuqin, but in her heart, she shared the same thoughts as Bai Shuqin. Guan Shushu was unaware of the Guan family's intentions. After dinner, she was finally led by her second aunt, Yao Lin, to see her new room. It was a suite on the third floor, spacious and divided into two parts. The entire room was filled with a dreamy children's style, with various toys and gifts piled in the corner, including a stroller. This was originally prepared as a nursery for you. My elder brother has kept it for all these years, but I think the decoration is too childish, so I plan to arrange another room for you first. And once it's repainted and redecorated, I would give it to you. I didn't expect it would upset you. You mustn't blame me. While Yao Lin spoke, she affectionately wrapped her arm around Guan Shushu. Guan Shushu quietly pulled her arm away from her grip, saying, "No problem." Yao Lin looked at her cold attitude, her smile stiffening. After a few more words, she turned to leave. The moment she closed the door, her previously friendly smile vanished. And when she turned to look at the door, her eyes carried a hint of gloom. As night fell, the Zhang family's villa was silent, with only a few bedrooms still lit. Guan Shushu lay on the pink princess bed, gazing at the starry sky painted on the ceiling, twinkling like fireflies in the dark. It was dreamy but also filled with warmth, worried that the child might wake up in the middle of the night and be scared by the surrounding darkness. Just from the decoration of this room, one could tell how much expectation Jiang dad and Jiang mom had for her birth. That was a warmth Guan Shushu had never felt before. In the Guan family, no one had ever looked forward to her arrival. If one had to say, it was probably just the expectation of her death. After all, her death could bring good fortune to Guan Rui for a lifetime. Guan Shushu closed her eyes, no longer thinking about the Guan family's people and matters, and instead began to ponder another question. Since she entered the Jiang family, why had they never mentioned who her biological mother was? Was she no longer around? Or is there something else? Just as she was thinking, a familiar calling sound seemed to pierce through her consciousness, startling her awake. Guan Shushu's expression changed as she suddenly got up, grabbed her jacket, and hurried to the window. That was the direction from which the sound came. She opened the window, took a quick glance at the dark night sky, and in the next second, a yellow talisman appeared in her hand. Without hesitation, she tossed it into the air while quickly chanting, "Heaven and earth are clear. The universe is in harmony. I serve the decree. A gentle breeze comes." With that, she pushed off with one hand and jumped out of the window without hesitation. In the next moment, a gentle breeze wrapped around the yellow talisman and flew back to her, and Guan Shushu's falling body seemed to be caught by the breeze, which gently carried her down to the ground. At the second-floor window, Jiang Su was intensely battling with his brothers on his phone, and for the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something falling from upstairs. He instinctively turned his head, but with that distraction, the game notified him that he had been killed. "My dad!" Jiang Su exclaimed as he jumped up from his chair, remembering who lived upstairs, and stormed to the window, wanting to see what that uncouth cousin had thrown downstairs. He prepared to pick it up and throw it back in her face. However, when he leaned out to look down, he saw a figure quickly darting through the garden. Just as he was about to take a closer look, that figure had already disappeared. Jiang Su widened his eyes, staring at the spot where the figure had vanished. What the heck? Although he was immersed in the game, Jiang Su had exceptional eyesight. That back figure looked so much like Guan Shushu, the fortune teller. When did she go downstairs? At the main door, Guan Shushu quickly ran in one direction. From a distance, she could see a 3-story villa, which was brightly lit inside. As she got closer, she could vaguely hear some chaotic sounds coming from inside. A familiar calling sound echoed again. Guan Shushu took a couple of steps and ran to the villa's entrance. Through the iron gate of the garden, she indeed saw several bodyguards chasing a small creature that was running around. Just as one of the bodyguards took out a retractable baton to strike at the little creature, Guan Shushu's expression changed, and she shouted from behind the gate, "Don't hurt it. That's my pet." While speaking, Guan Shushu instinctively reached for her talisman. But before she could act, it seemed that a vague voice came through the bodyguard's walkie-talkie. One of the men made a gesture, and the bodyguard who was about to act immediately retracted his baton. In the next second, the iron gate in front of Guan Shushu opened automatically, and she quickly walked inside. The little creature, which had been surrounded by the bodyguards, also rushed towards her. The little creature, hidden in the shadows, revealed its true form. It was a pure white little fox, with a round body dragging a plump tail and it was even wearing a pet backpack that clearly contained something. As it ran, the backpack bounced on its back. The little fox quickly leaped in front of Guan Xiushu, clinging to her leg and climbing up while letting out a whimper, completely different from its fierce demeanor when facing the bodyguards. Guan Xiushu helplessly reached out to support the fox's bottom and held it in her arms, puzzled in her heart as to how the little fox could have possibly gotten lost. Just as she was thinking, she caught a glimpse of a flash of golden light in her peripheral vision. Guan Xiushu instinctively looked up and saw a large familiar golden glow at the entrance of the villa. Upon closer inspection, it was a person, a familiar person, the great leader Chu Jingguang, the North Crane Demon King. This was actually the home of great leader Chu. The golden light surrounding Chu Beihe appeared even more dazzling in the night. Guan Xiushu took a while to adapt to the brightness before walking forward while holding the little fox. She felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Chu Xiao, I'm sorry. This is my pet fox. It came to find me, but it seems to have gone to the wrong place." Chu Beihe looked at the girl in her thin pajamas, clearly having rushed out and only managing to throw on a coat. At this moment, she was holding a small fox in her arms. Her clothes slightly wrinkled with a few faint claw marks. Her brows furrowed slightly, but her face showed little expression. It didn't look like she had come to the wrong place. Chu Beihe's voice was deep and hoarse, carrying a coolness in the night, and his light-colored eyes swept over the small fox in Su Su's arms as if they were barely present. Su Su followed his gaze and looked down, only to see that the small fox, which had been whining in her arms, was now stretching its neck, trying to get closer to Chu Beihe. Its sharp fox eyes were fixed intently on him, glimmering black and bright. Su Su had no doubt that if she weren't holding it, the little fox would have already approached the Golden Light Master. In an instant, she seemed to understand why the little fox had gone to the wrong place. It was clearly attracted by the golden light. Hu Piao Piao. With a hint of warning and threat in her tone, Su Su tightened her hold on the little fox. "I haven't even gotten to bask in this golden light. And you want to? Don't even think about it." The warned little fox finally restrained its desire to approach Chu Beihe, although it stopped struggling to get closer. Its beautiful fox eyes still eagerly stared at the person in front of it. Su Su looked at the pitiful sight and instinctively took a step forward. It actually just liked pretty people. However, just as she stepped forward, Chu Beihe, who had been standing at the entrance, subtly took half a step back. Su Su's forward motion instantly froze, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She was being rejected, looking down at the little fox in her arms, which had gotten a bit dirty from running around that night. Su Su firmly thought that the one being rejected by the master was definitely this little fox. No doubt about it. Chapter 14. Don't worry, there's an older brother here. I'm sorry for troubling you, Mr. Chu. It's too late now, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll come back early tomorrow to apologize. Su Su decided to go back and clean up the little fox. The heavens must want the master to see a clean Hu Piao Piao. Chu Beihe looked at her serious little face, still showing little expression, only giving a faint nod before instructing the butler beside him, "Take Miss Jiang home." The butler nodded and politely led Su Su out. Although they were in the same community, he kindly arranged for a patrol car to take her and her little fox all the way to Jiang's doorstep. The butler, who had received the news, was momentarily stunned upon seeing Su Su. He had no idea when the young lady had gone out. Furthermore, it seemed she was holding a fox. "Miss, this is..." The butler looked at Su Su and the little creature in her arms, unsure of which question to ask first. Seeing Su Su dressed so lightly, he quickly ushered her inside. As soon as they entered, they saw Jiang Huai standing at the staircase, clearly waiting for her. At the corner of the second floor, Jiang Su peeked out, looking like he was there to watch the fun. As soon as Su Su stepped inside, Jiang Su noticed the thing in her arms and couldn't help but lower his voice to question her. "What is that in your arms?" "Our family doesn't allow pets with fur inside." Su Su glanced at the boy who was always making his presence known, then replied seriously, "If you don't allow it inside, how did you manage to get in?" Jiang Su paused, his expression filled with naive confusion, while Jiang Huai let out a laugh. Jiang Su quickly realized what was happening. His face flushed with anger. "You calm down. Grandpa and the others should be asleep by now," Su Su said lightly, making Jiang Su's previously brewing anger instantly extinguish. Although he was impulsive, He always knew when it was appropriate to act out. After dark, noise was against the Jiang family's rules. Not to mention, their grandfather was old and went to bed early. Waking him suddenly wouldn't be good for his health. Even though Jiang Su was about to explode with anger, he could only swallow it down, turning around and walking up the stairs quietly. Su watched Jiang Su leave before turning to Jiang Huai. Losing the earlier confrontational attitude she had with Jiang Su, holding the little fox in her arms, she pressed her lips together and said, "This is my pet fox. It knows I moved, so it came to find me." After a pause, she added, "I rented a place for it outside, and it will stay at home for one night. I'll send it away early tomorrow." The implication being, she wouldn't cause any trouble for the family. Hearing her words, Jiang Huai felt a slight pain in his heart. The little fox was clearly one she had raised before, but had been kept outside, likely because the Guan family didn't allow her to keep it. Now that she had finally returned home, she hadn't even considered bringing it back to stay with her. Seeing her cautious demeanor made Jiang Huai feel distressed, and along with that came a strong resentment towards the Guan family. The Jiang family's young lady, Jiang Huai's own sister, should have been pampered from a young age, able to have whatever she wanted, but now she had been ground down by the Guan family to the point where she didn't even dare to mention wanting to keep a pet at home. "This is your home. You can keep whatever you want." Jiang Huai suppressed his various emotions towards the Guan family and stepped forward. His handsome face filled with a gentle smile, his voice warm and assured. Su was clearly taken aback. But Jiang Su said that pets with fur aren't allowed inside. "You just said that he managed to come in, so why can't your fox come in?" Jiang Huai raised an eyebrow with a smile, responding to her with her own words from earlier while gently tapping the little fox's head with a graceful and intimate gesture. Seeing Su still staring at him in a daze, Jiang Huai smiled gently at her, his peach blossom eyes filled with warmth and certainty. "Don't worry, your brother is here." His words made Su's heart feel as if it had been brushed by a warm current, a familiar subtle feeling sweeping over her again. Su opened her mouth instinctively to say thank you, but suddenly remembered his words. "No need to say thank you to your brother." So, she swallowed the thank you back down and instead nodded obediently at him. "Okay." Carrying the little fox upstairs, Su closed the door to her room and suddenly realized that a faint smile had appeared at the corners of her mouth without her noticing. Looking down, she saw the little fox staring at her with curious eyes. Su immediately wiped the smile off her face, adopting a serious expression as she asked, "Did we agree that you would stay over there and not run around? You almost turned into a burnt fox tonight, you know?" The little fox seemed to understand her words, jumping down to the ground and innocently spinning around, then indicating its backpack behind it. The little gesture seemed to say, "You moved, so I came to find you. What's wrong with that?" Su snorted softly, squatting down to help it take off its little backpack. When she saw what was inside, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Inside the backpack were not only the little fox's own food cans, but also her vermilion talisman paper and some small tools specifically for her use. After the car accident, she had stayed in the hospital for 3 days, and although she had someone come and take care of it, the little fox was clearly worried that she didn't have any supplies. Su affectionately patted the little fox's furry head as she put the items away. Ever since she started learning magic with her master, she had rented a small place outside. She didn't want the Guan family to know she was studying these things, and it was also to store her own belongings. So when Bai Shuqin had kicked her out earlier, she hadn't taken a single piece of luggage because those important items were not at the Guan family. Originally, she planned to settle down here and find time to go back and see the little fox, but unexpectedly, it came running after her. Well, although it chased her to the wrong place, even though it was already a bit late, Guan Shu still took the little fox in the bathroom attached to her room and cleaned it up from head to toe before holding it back to bed and going to sleep again. Perhaps because she was up too late that night, Guan Shu woke up a bit late the next morning. When she opened her eyes and looked at the dreamy, princess-style bedroom in front of her, she was still a bit dazed and took a while to slowly realize that this was her new room. Just as she was trying to adapt to the pink and tender bedroom, suddenly, she heard a scream from downstairs. "Ah, there's a fox. Butler, come quickly." Then another voice screamed, "Where did this wild fox come from? Hurry, catch it." Guan Shu instantly woke up, sat up abruptly, and looked around. The room was empty, and she could still hear the screams coming from downstairs, causing her expression to change slightly. Chapter 15. Rubbing against the big boss's golden light, Guan Shushu hurried downstairs. And just as she reached the bottom, she saw a snow-white figure quickly darting to her feet, nimbly climbing up her leg and into her arms. The butler and bodyguards who had chased the little fox stopped in their tracks upon seeing this. At the same time, other members of the Jiang family also noticed the little fox curled up in Guan Shushu's arms. "Shushu, you didn't bring this fox with you, did you?" Yao Lin was the first to react, her face filled with astonishment. "This is a fox, and there are children in the house. What if it bites someone?" "Of course it's her. I said last night that pets aren't allowed in the house, but she insisted." Jiangsu, who had just come downstairs after hearing the commotion, immediately added fuel to the fire. "This is my pet fox, but it won't hurt anyone," Guan Shushu said firmly, holding the little fox in her arms. "Foxes are wild animals. Do you think it won't hurt anyone just because you say so?" A boy similar in age to Guan Shushu, Jiang Han, spoke up from the side. He was from a second branch of the family, and clearly not very welcoming of Guan Shushu's return. Jiangsu immediately echoed, Exactly. Perhaps sensing Jiangsu's repeated targeting. The little fox raised its head from Guan Shushu's arms and bared its teeth threateningly at Jiangsu. Jiangsu took a step back and pointed at the fox, shouting, Look at it! Look at it!" Then another childish voice filled with fear rang out, "Mom, I'm scared. Hurry and chase it away." That was Jiang Ying, the youngest daughter of the second branch, just 6.5 years old, who was now fearfully hiding behind Yao Lin's leg. When Jiang Huai entered, he saw this scene. Guan Shushu was holding the fox at the foot of the stairs, surrounded by a group of people as if they were holding a criticism meeting. The habitual smile at the corner of his mouth turned a bit cold. Jiang Huai stepped forward and said, "The fox is my promise to Shushu. If you have any objections, you can bring them to me." Hearing that it was actually Jiang Huai who allowed her to keep the fox, several cousins from the Jiang family were incredulous. Luo Xueshi stepped forward and spoke gently, "Cousin, we're not trying to target Shushu. It's just that this fox appeared so suddenly, and Grandma." She hesitated, but everyone knew what she meant. Grandma Jiang didn't like pets with fur. The family had always prohibited keeping such things. The elderly lady was not in good health, and generally, the family members didn't dare to go against her wishes. She was currently recuperating at a mountain resort, and if she came back to find a fox in the house, wouldn't she be furious? Luo Xueshi was subtly reminding Jiang Huai that not everything could be decided by him for his sister. Jiang Huai glanced over at Luo Xueshi with his peach blossom eyes, then smiled slightly. "I will talk to Grandma about it." Although he was smiling, his tone was not to be questioned. He then turned and instructed those following him. Set up the pet house in the east garden and build a shed. Only then did everyone notice that 2 workers were behind Jiang Huai, holding wooden boxes, evidently preparing a place for the fox to stay. Although Guan Shushu had received Jiang Huai's assurance last night, she hadn't expected that he would prepare a home for the little fox so early in the morning. Holding the little fox tightly, Guan Shushu gave up on her original plan to send it back to the rental house. With someone protecting her, she couldn't possibly drag her feet. It was not out of consideration, with Jiang Huai's bloodline suppressing Jiangsu and the others. They also didn't dare to voice any objections about Guan Shushu keeping the fox. They were just waiting for Grandma Jiang to come back. Then they would see how Jiang Huai would protect Shushu. Unaware of their thoughts, Guan Shushu took the little fox upstairs, changed her clothes, had breakfast, and seriously groomed the little fox's fur, ensuring that each hair was smooth and shiny. Only then was she satisfied and ready to take the little one out. Since she had woken up late, it was already 10:30 in the morning when she stepped out. Thinking that at this time, Chu Beiha had probably already gone to the company, and after the commotion last night, Guan Shushu decided to visit him first to apologize. To her surprise, Chu Beiha was actually at home. Dressed in a suit and leather shoes, looking polished from head to toe, it was clear he was dressed for work. Yet he was casually sitting there, exuding a golden glow that made him seem as if he were enveloped in light, still dazzling and striking. Guan Shushu blinked and took a moment to adapt before walking over with the fox. "Mr. Chu, you're at home." Chu Beiha looked at her as she blinked at him, his dark eyes deep and unreadable, his expression still cold and emotionless. He slightly parted his thin lips and said, You said you would come by early. Guan Shushu was taken aback by this. Was he at home waiting for her because she said she would come to apologize? No way. Doesn't T the big boss as time cost millions every minute? Is he really that free? Guan Shushu was focused on the visit, unaware that Chu Beihe was focused on her saying early. One of the big boss's compulsions was to keep his promises. She said she would come by early, and he took that to heart and waited. However, he didn't expect that her early meant 10:30 in the morning. I'm really sorry about last night. My fox caused you trouble. This is a peace talisman I carved myself as an apology. Guan Shushu handed over a pouch containing a jade talisman. She had carved the talisman herself, and the back was inscribed with auspicious symbols. Considering that Chu Beihe was surrounded by golden light, and she didn't dare to approach too closely, she chose this. Especially since the jade used was of high quality and contained spiritual power, making it more effective. This was also to establish a good relationship with the golden light boss in advance. Who knows, she might even have the opportunity to benefit from his golden light. Chu Beihe took the pouch, but did not open it immediately. He gestured for the butler to take it and accepted Guan Shushu's apology in that way. Seeing this, Guan Shushu couldn't help but remind him, the peace talisman needs to be carried with you to be effective. Chu Beihe paused slightly in his movement to hand the pouch to the butler, then waved his hand, stuffing the pouch into his suit pocket. Only then did Guan Shushu smile in satisfaction. Seeing that the apology process was complete, Chu Beihe didn't linger and got up to leave. Guan Shushu followed the little fox to catch up. As they walked side by side, she rubbed her hands and made a scooping motion in the golden light surrounding him. In the next second, she found 2 golden light spots in her palm. Guan Shushu's almond eyes widened slightly. She actually managed to take some. What are you doing? Chu Beihe spoke coldly, clearly having noticed a small movement just now. Guan Shushu was caught off guard but appeared calm on the surface, casually finding an excuse. Could you give me a ride since you're going out? I happen to be heading out too. Chu Beihe's gaze shifted suspiciously from her face and suddenly recalled the talisman she had sent out. A talisman, serving both as an apology and a favor. It was quite convenient for her. Thinking this in his mind, he showed no sign on his face and merely nodded. Guan Shushu got into the car, holding a small fox. Seeing Chu Beihe's gaze fall again on the fox in her arms, which had a deep and dark gaze as if scrutinizing her, she hurried to explain, I gave it a bath after bringing it home last night. It's clean. Chu Beihe pursed his lips and only asked her, where to? Guan Shushu's almond eyes turned, and she replied, to my home. She needed to earn some extra money. Chapter 16. She has a tribulation. Chu Beihe looked at her, his eyes slightly deepening, though he was somewhat suspicious of how she knew the Song family. He ultimately did not ask further. He raised his hand to signal the driver to drive. And soon the car arrived at a high-end villa area in the southern part of Heiress, with Chu Beihe's car paving the way. They reached the gate of the Song villa without any obstacles. If it were Guan Shushu alone, she might not even be able to enter the villa gate. Chu Beihe dropped her off at the entrance, but had no intention of accompanying her inside. He simply left. The Song family, hearing that it was the young Master Chu's car visiting, curiously came down to greet her, but unexpectedly, they saw an unfamiliar young woman holding a small fox. Who is this young lady? Guan Shushu thought of the Jiang family's attitude earlier, and without involving them, she only said her surname was Guan, not directly stating that she had come to retrieve a piece of wisdom from Miss Song, as they would not believe her. She took out a talisman from her small bag. I met Grandma Song a while ago and saw her drop this, so I wanted to return it to her. The young Master Song had mentioned on his social media that he accompanied Grandma Song to the Qingfeng Temple to seek a talisman last month, which was a perfect excuse for Guan Shushu. Madame Song was a slightly plump beauty, her eyes filled with kindness. Seeing Guan Shushu, a soft and obedient young girl holding a pet fox, she did not think much of it. So that's how it is. The old lady had traditional beliefs. Ever since little Lier bumped her head and could not be cured, she believed it was due to bad feng shui in the house. Earlier, she arranged the household items according to feng shui, and in the past year, she had started believing in Taoism, even dragging her grandson to the temple to seek a talisman. The family allowed her to do so. Little did they expect that a talisman would fall, and someone would come to return it. Thank you for your trouble, but how do you know my family, old lady? Although Madame Song was kind, she still had her guard up. Guan Shushu's expression did not change. She opened her mouth to explain, but subtly pinched Hu Piaoyang's belly. This was prearranged with Hu Piaoyang. And as soon as she moved, the little fox jumped out of her arms and sprinted up to the second floor. Madame Song was startled, and Guan Shushu appeared taken aback, quickly getting up to chase after it. Hu Piaoyang, come back. Well done, Hu Piaoyang, go find Miss Song. In less than 2 minutes, a girl's youthful scream echoed from upstairs, and Madame Song and the servants changed their expressions, rushing upstairs. Guan Shushu kept pace with Madame Song, and when they reached the second floor, they saw at the end of the corridor a girl in a beautiful princess dress squatting on the ground, looking happily at the chubby little fox sitting obediently in front of her, even trying to reach out to pet it. Little Heiress, Madame Song called out anxiously, quickly walking to her daughter and pulling her behind her. Although the fox looked obedient, one could never tell if it would bite. It was at this moment that Madame Song regretted allowing the little girl with a pet to come inside. Mom, little dog. Song Yuli, looking about 15 or 16, still had some baby fat on her face, but did not hide her beautiful and lively features. Her bright, pure eyes were filled with innocence, and when she spoke, her tone was naive and silly, clearly revealing her immaturity. Guan Shushu looked over and noticed a cluster of dark energy at the girl's brow, slightly furrowing her brow. Madame Song noticed the subtle change in Guan Shushu's expression, thinking it was because she saw something wrong with her daughter, her heart filled with dissatisfaction. Her voice turned cold as she said, "It's nothing. Guan Shushu, just take your pet and leave. I won't see you out." Wait a moment. Guan Shushu called to Madame Song, raising her hand to call Hu Piaoyang back. She then looked at Song Yuli with a serious and earnest gaze. Taking out another talisman from her arms, my little fox scared Miss Song earlier, and as an apology, this talisman is for Miss Song. It can protect her once. Guan Shushu continued. Miss Song has a good brow bone and should have a long-lasting fortune. But she has a deficiency in her fate due to losing a piece of wisdom in her childhood, which has caused her luck to dim. I observe that she may face a tribulation in the next couple of days. You should keep her at home and not let her go out. Guan Shushu initially wanted to directly mention the exchange matter, but the dark energy in Song Yuli's heart was clearly more urgent than the wisdom exchange. Madame Song was already sensitive about her daughter's matters, and upon hearing Guan Shushu suddenly babble nonsense, her expression darkened immediately, losing the earlier warmth and gentleness. She scolded. Where did this girl come from? How dare you curse my daughter? I said, how do you know my family, old lady? It turns out you had this in mind, right? Given that you're just a young girl, I won't hold it against you. Now, immediately take your fox and leave my house, or I will call the police. This attitude clearly indicated that communication would be impossible. Guan Shushu had encountered such situations before. Her expression remained calm as she picked up the little fox and placed the talisman on a nearby cabinet in the corridor, then turned to leave. Seeing the little fox being taken away, Song Yuli felt a bit reluctant and looked to chase after it. Little fox, mommy, the little fox is gone. Madame Song heard her childish voice and felt a pang of sadness, only able to comfort her. That's not a little dog. It's a fox. It can bite. Mom, I like little dogs. Can you buy me one? Okay. Mommy is so nice. I want a little dog. Song Yuli immediately forgot about the little fox and became so happy that she seemed ready to spin in circles. Madame Song looked at her beautiful daughter, her eyes glistening with tears. Then, when she turned to see the talisman Guan Shushu had placed on the cabinet, her expression darkened again, and she quietly instructed a nearby servant, take that thing and throw it away. She would never let her little Yuli come into contact with something unknown. As for Guan Shushu's earlier talk about a red mole and missing fate, she did not believe it at all. However, when looking at little Yuli, her gaze involuntarily shifted to the girl's chest, which was obscured by the lace lantern sleeve top. It seemed that little Yuli did indeed have a not-so-obvious red mole on her chest. Nevertheless, Madame Song still did not believe in such supernatural claims and instead suspected that the servant responsible for caring for her daughter had leaked this information. What do they want to do? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Madame Song had the servants take the young lady back to her room, then hurriedly turned to call her husband and son. Someone was keeping an eye on her little Yuli, and she couldn't feel at ease until she got to the bottom of it. What the Song family didn't know was that as soon as she left, Xiao Lier peeked her head out from her room, then stealthily slipped out like a little thief in her own home, carefully sneaking out of the room and heading straight downstairs. Chapter 17. The Xianmen master Guan Shushu left the Song family's villa area, not returning to the Jiang family, but took a taxi to the house she had rented earlier. It was an 80-square-meter two-bedroom apartment that Guan Shushu had rented 2 years ago. The guest area was separated by a screen, which was Hu Piaoliang's activity area, with a little tent draped over it, filled with various toys. The other room was the master bedroom and a study, where 2 long tables were set up, one side for various carving materials and tools, and the other for yellow paper, vermilion, and various ancient calligraphy tools, with a clear distinction in style between the 2 sides. Shushu went over and tidied up a few things. She didn't bring any luggage when she went to the Jiang family, and all her protective talismans were used up. Since she needed to prepare to change Song Yuli's intelligence back, she had to get ready in advance. Just as she was tidying up, her phone on the side rang. Out of the corner of her eye, Guan Shushu saw the caller ID was Qing Feng, Temple Master. After thinking for a moment, she still answered the call. On the other end of the line was an old man's voice. Guan Xiao, have you thought about the matter I asked you about? The guest lecturer position at the Beijing Taoist Academy. Don't you want to apply to Beijing University? Beijing University has a collaboration with the Taoist Academy. And even if your scores aren't enough, they can directly recommend you. But if you ask me, going to university is a waste of time. 2 years as a guest lecturer at the Taoist Academy is equivalent to a master's degree. The old man spoke earnestly, and Guan Shushu didn't mind his rambling, switching ears to listen until he finished. Then she said, I should have enough scores. Guan Shushu continued, but I haven't decided whether to go to Beijing or stay in Heiress. I initially wanted to go to Beijing to get away from the Guan family. But now that I've left the Guan family, I don't really want to leave Heiress anymore. Upon hearing that she wanted to stay in Heiress, the old man forgot to persuade her to go to the Beijing Taoist Academy and instead said cheerfully, Heiress is great. It's a place of outstanding people and natural beauty. I can also pull some strings at Haida. I'll turn down the Taoist Academy position for you. By the way, Guan Xiaoyu, have you thought about coming directly to my Qing Feng temple with your qualifications? Seeing the old man was about to continue, Guan Shushu quickly refused. No, I want to go to university. The old man on the other end sighed with regret, but quickly continued. The protective talismans in the temple are all used up. When can you send some more over? Same old rules, 3,000 for each. Hearing about the business made Guan Shushu perk up, and she looked at the stock in her drawer, nodding. Okay, I'll send over 20 talismans first. 20 talismans would be 60,000. Donating half. She could keep 30,000 to pay off the debt for her upbringing by the Guan family. Selling talismans alone was obviously not enough. Guan Shushu was a talisman master. The Xianmen has 5 arts: mountain, medicine, fate, appearance, and divination. Talisman making is one of the techniques under mountain and is also the most mysterious and difficult to master among the Xianmen arts. Although Guan Shushu dabbled in all 5 arts, her greatest strength and focus remained in talismans. Apart from special talismans, ordinary talismans are written on yellow talisman paper. Drawing talismans is considered the most basic in talisman arts. In addition, there are engraved talismans, like those she made for Chu Beihe, and void drawing talismans, which require a different level of effort. Unfolding the yellow talisman paper and vermilion on the table, Guan Shushu took a deep breath and then began to write. Her brush moved like a dragon and snake, and as she finished, the brush tip faintly glimmered with a hint of spiritual light, thus completing a peace talisman. Guan Shushu quickly drew 20 talismans in just 15 minutes. After finishing the peace talismans for Qing Feng Temple, she thought of her brother and father as protection for her, and then took out a piece of high-quality raw stone to begin carving a protective talisman. She stayed in the rental for the entire afternoon, and only when it was getting late did Guan Shushu tidy up everything and take a taxi back to the Jiang family with Hu Piaoliang. As she entered and went upstairs, just as Guan Shushu opened the door to put her things down, a small figure rushed towards her. Turning around, she saw her 6-year-old cousin Jiang Ying unexpectedly rushing ahead of her into the room, pushing her with an angry face, shouting, "This is my room. You're not allowed to enter my room." Guan Shushu was taken aback and glanced behind Jiang Ying. It was indeed her room. At that moment, Yao Lin hurried over and, seeing Jiang Ying's actions, quickly chastised her in a low voice. Ying, don't be so rude. Hurry up and apologize to your cousin. However, Jiang Ying ignored her and pointed at the room behind her, shouting at Yao Lin, Mom, you clearly said this room is reserved for me. Why did you let her move in? You're not keeping your word. I don't care. This is my room. Jiang Ying's commotion was quite loud, and Jiang Su and his brothers, who were in the room, all came out just in time to hear her words. Upon hearing her words, Guan Shushu immediately understood. It turned out that Aunt Tu had initially prepared another room for her, intending to reserve this dreamlike princess room for her own daughter. Yao Lin looked embarrassed at this moment, not expecting her daughter to blurt it out directly, and could only awkwardly explain, it's not because Ying likes that room. I didn't know Shushu would come back, so I just told her that no matter whether Shushu comes back or not, that room is still hers. Jiang Huai's voice suddenly came from the other end of the corridor, clearly having heard the commotion and come over. His expression remained warm and gentle, but as his peach blossom eyes swept over, a hint of coldness flashed through. Looking at Yao Lin, he coldly countered, Aunt, don't you understand? Not to mention that Shushu has been recognized back into the family. Even if Shushu weren't here, that room wouldn't be allowed for anyone else to occupy. Yao Lin's face stiffened, her red lips quivering as she looked somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Han, from the second house, was dissatisfied with how his elder brother treated his mother and stepped forward, saying, Brother Huai, my mom didn't do it on purpose. It's just a room. That room was originally prepared for a child. Can't Ying have it? As he spoke, his gaze casually swept over Guan Shushu, showing his dissatisfaction. After all, she is an adult now. Should she let the room go to a child? The way he spoke made it seem as if she were the one taking the room. Guan Shushu raised her eyebrow slightly. She didn't like to argue with people, but there was some she wouldn't pretend not to hear. Are you saying that because of her age, I should give up what I like? If I don't give it up, does that mean I'm taking it from her? Isn't that so? Jiang Han replied with a face full of righteousness. Guan Shushu understood clearly then in that case, I like the 8,000 li of rivers and mountains painting in the National Museum. If you can convince the museum to give it to me, then I'll give the room to her. How about that? As she said this, she spread her hands and emphasized with a flat expression, After all, I'm still young. I just want a national treasure. Chapter 18. I will move out suddenly. Jiang Huai chuckled softly, clearly amused by Guan Shushu's retort. However, Jiang Han's face darkened. You're just being unreasonable. How could that be? Guan Shushu only looked at him lightly. Isn't that your logic? I'm just using your logic to propose a condition. What's wrong with that? Is something in a national museum the same as a room? Jiang Han was almost laughing in anger. Jiang Su, on the side, couldn't help but interject Guan Shushu. Why are you so petty? It's just a room. It's not like you can't live anywhere else. Is it worth it? Guan Shushu only smiled. Yes, there are so many rooms, yet I have to occupy this one. Sanfang's Chung also stood up, and Jiang Han wasn't wrong. That kind of dreamy princess style was originally meant for children. You don't particularly like it, so why fight with a child over it? If it really comes to it, I'll give you my room, and you can give your room to Ying. That's that. Let's not argue anymore. For a room, making a fuss from yesterday to today is simply a joke. Jiang Su also muttered that it was still someone else's fault. The family never had so many issues before. Implicitly, it was a complaint that Guan Shushu caused trouble as soon as she returned. Clearly, the room was arranged by Yao Lin from start to finish. But everyone seemed to think it was Guan Shushu's question. Jiang Huai listened to the back-and-forth banter of a few people, and the smile on his face slowly faded. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Han impatiently interjected. In the end, you just don't want to let her have it. Yes, I just don't want to let her have it. Guan Shushu's clear voice fell into everyone's ears, and Jiang Han and the others didn't expect her to refuse so confidently. But Guan Shushu said it anyway, looking at the few of them with her apricot eyes, clear and calm to the point of indifference. After all, she had heard similar accusations many times throughout her life. Rurue is the younger sister. You, as the older sister, should give in to her. How can this fox be kept at home? What if it scares Rurue? Hurry up and throw it out. You live at home for free and now want to raise a beast. Guan Shushu, are you deliberately trying to upset the family? She had long been used to such accusations. but being used to it didn't mean she would accept it. First and foremost, why should she give in just because she was younger? Moreover, that room was arranged by her parents with anticipation for her birth. Someone had once waited eagerly for her arrival, and she only found out about it yesterday. Jiang Ying thought that with several brothers stepping in, the room would definitely be hers today. But unexpectedly, in the end, Guan Xiushu, that bad woman, actually refused to let it go. As expected, Sister Xueshi was right. Once she returned, she was no longer the only girl in the family, and everyone would no longer spoil her as they did before. Even her brother Jiang Huai didn't stand on her side anymore. The more Jiang Ying thought about it, the angrier she became, and she started crying again. Wu, I hate you. Get out of my house. Get out. As soon as these words were spoken, the corridor fell into a moment of silence. Guan Xiushu's eyelashes trembled lightly as she stood there, seemingly showing no emotion. Jiang Su and the others were also a bit stunned. Despite the ruckus, even Jiang Su, the most reckless in the family, knew that some words shouldn't be said lightly. Sure enough, the next second, a cold warning echoed sharply. Jiang Ying. Jiang Huai looked at Jiang Ying with an unprecedented coldness, scaring Jiang Ying, who was about to throw a tantrum, into shivering all over. She instantly forgot her crying. At that moment, two figures walked up from downstairs. It was Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Yutong, clearly just back from the company. Jiang Yuqing's face wore his usual cold and stern demeanor. What's all this noise about? In her heart, Lin felt a jolt. Without waiting for the others to speak, she hurriedly pulled Jiang Ying over and forced a smile to explain, the kids are just making a fuss. It's my fault. I didn't consider things thoroughly when preparing the room for Xiushu. Ying Ying is making a fuss because she wants to swap with her sister, but Xiushu. In just a few sentences, she brushed aside the earlier matter of the brothers pressuring Guan Xiushu to give up the room, instead highlighting Guan Xiushu's refusal. Jiang Huai frowned upon hearing this and was about to explain when he saw Jiang Yutong looking puzzled. Isn't it just a room? Didn't we rearrange everything yesterday? Jiang Yuqing frowned slightly, his gaze shifting to Guan Xiushu, but he said, let's put the room issue aside for now. Xiushu, I want to ask you something. Upon hearing Jiang Yuqing's inquiry, Guan Xiushu instinctively looked at him, and he asked her, did you go to the Song family today? Guan Xiushu's eyes flickered slightly, but quickly returned to normal as she nodded. Yes. Jiang Yuqing's brow furrowed slightly, his face growing increasingly serious. Didn't I tell you yesterday to take care of the Song family's matters? I'll handle things over there. Jiang Huai felt that his father's attitude was not right, so he stepped forward and stood in front of Guan Xiushu, asking him, did something happen? Jiang Yutong explained from the side, the Song family called Big Brother, saying that Xiushu mentioned some strange things to Mrs. Song this afternoon and asked Big Brother what was going on. Hearing this, everyone's gaze almost instantly turned to Guan Xiushu. The looks were either shocked or accusatory, clearly blaming her for being meddlesome, because the words she said about switching intelligence were already sensitive regarding the Song family's young lady. The Jiang family had to be cautious, and yet she went to the Song family to say such nonsense. Was she afraid that the relationship between the Song and Jiang families was too good? What are you trying to do? It's one thing to say those mysterious things at home, but you actually went to the Song family. Didn't you take Uncle's words to heart yesterday? Xiushu, you really don't understand the situation. The Song family has a cooperative project with us. Yao Lin spoke in a tone full of disappointment. Jiang Su also chimed in. Look how long you've been back, and you've caused so much trouble. Guan Xiushu stood there, ignoring the mockery from the others, and focused on Jiang Yuqing, not saying that she was a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Yutong said, if the Song family wants to investigate someone, how could they not find out? I heard you even took the Chu family's car over. Guan Xiushu pursed her lips. She indeed hadn't thought it through. Jiang Yuqing asked her what she said at the Song family, as Mr. Song's tone during the phone call seemed to be suppressing something and appeared somewhat angry. Guan Xiushu briefly recounted her visit to the Song family, including her observation that Song Yuli might be in trouble. Everyone looked even more shocked at Guan Xiushu. To go over and say that someone might be in trouble was practically cursing them. This Guan Xiushu was really too thoughtless. Jiang Yuqing looked at Guan Xiushu, his expression slightly tense, and after a moment said, you were reckless in this matter. Even if you really understood, you shouldn't have gone over to say such things. I'll handle things with the Song family. Don't get involved with Miss Song's situation again. Jiang Yuqing truly didn't want to involve his daughter, whom he had finally found, in any trouble. Guan Shushu opened her mouth, about to say something, but then heard Jiang Yuqing say, "As for the room, if Yingying likes it, just let her have it. I'll have the housekeeper pick another room for you, and you can redecorate it however you like." Jiang Yuqing felt that a room wasn't a big deal. That previous room was merely a token of his longing for his daughter. But since his daughter had returned, one room was no longer important. More than that, he didn't want Shushu to have a falling out with the family right after she came home. This way, she wouldn't be able to get along well with the family's children in the future. However, Jiang Yuqing didn't realize that his casual words made Guan Shushu freeze for a moment. For a brief moment, the light in her apricot eyes seemed to dim bit by bit, like a fleeting fire in the depths of a dark forest. It flickered for an instant before slowly fading into the darkness. Jiang Huai, hearing this, hurriedly spoke. Dad. He was about to explain that the issue wasn't as simple as he thought, but he heard Guan Shushu already speak, her voice shallow and calm. No need. Her tone was light, but compared to yesterday, it inexplicably carried a hint of distance. She looked at Jiang Yuqing and softly said, "I will move out." When Guan Shushu said this, Jiang Yuqing, usually as steady as a mountain, had a moment of bewilderment on his face. It was as if he didn't understand what she meant by that. Wasn't she talking about switching rooms? Why was she saying she would move out? Jiang Su also wore an expression of disbelief, feeling that Guan Shushu was making a mountain out of a molehill. What's the big deal? Jiang Han had a look of indifference on his face. He wasn't a child anymore, and the tactic of running away from home didn't work in the Jiang family. He felt that Guan Shushu was just saying this. After all, the Jiang family and the Guan family were very different, being one of the top wealthy families in Heiress. He didn't believe that Guan Shushu could bear to leave. On the side, Yao Lin also pretended to advise, "Shushu, you made a mistake, and your elder brother just said a word to you. Why do you have to make such a fuss about running away from home? You are too childish." It was only at this moment that Jiang Yuqing vaguely sensed something was off. He had seen Jiang Su's attitude towards Shushu yesterday, but he thought it was just Jiang Su's youthful nature not adapting to suddenly having an older sister. However, right now, whether it was Jiang Han, Jiang Cheng, or even Yao Lin, their attitudes towards Shushu were not friendly. If they spoke like this in front of him, how would they act when he wasn't around? Shushu. Jiang Yuqing furrowed his brows, wanting to clarify, but Guan Shushu had no intention of listening anymore. She turned around and suddenly called out to the room, and soon, a round little white fox jumped into her arms. Guan Shushu hugged it, and then picked up the bag she had just brought back from the rental house, turning around and heading downstairs without any hesitation. It was only then that Jiang Yuqing realized he must have made a mistake earlier, and he hurriedly reached out to stop her. "Shushu, if you have grievances, you can say them out. Don't act impulsively." But Shushu looked at him with calmness in her eyes. "I have no grievances." She simply chose to abandon it. Guan Shushu had always known that her kinship was thin. In the past 18 years, she had never possessed anything in the Guan family that she could dare to hope for in the Jiang family. Perhaps Jiang Huai truly accepted her, but the Jiang family was not just Jiang Huai's Jiang family. Since they couldn't get along, then there was no need to force it. After finally breaking free from the shackles of the Guan family, she wanted to live freely according to her own wishes. Holding the little fox, she bypassed Jiang Yuqing, not looking back, and left decisively. To cause trouble and then leave, that's too irresponsible. Jiang Su saw that she really intended to leave and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. However, as soon as he spoke, Jiang Yuqing slapped him on the head. "What does it have to do with you? You keep talking endlessly. Can't you just shut up?" Jiang Su was subdued by his father and finally obediently fell silent. Jiang Huai, who had been silent until now, finally raised his leg to chase after her. Guan Shushu thought he was coming to keep her, but unexpectedly, Jiang Huai turned around and directly instructed the butler to arrange a car to send her away. He looked at her, his handsome face carrying a gentleness that belonged solely to him. "You did nothing wrong." Guan Shushu replied, "You just returned home. If you keep giving in, others will only think you're easy to bully. If you start by setting your attitude now, others will have some reservations." Jiang Huai spoke with a hint of satisfaction. Guan Shushu thought, so Jiang Huai took her words about moving out as a show of attitude, but she truly intended to move out. She opened her mouth, About to explain, I'm not, but was interrupted by Jiang Huai's gentle voice. I have an apartment in Qingjiang Bay. You can stay there for a couple of days. During this time, I will have a nanny go over every day to clean and cook, so you can stay comfortably there. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. I will definitely give you an explanation for today's matter. Looking into Jiang Huai's serious eyes, Guan Shushu momentarily didn't know what to say. If she were to have a model of an older brother, it would probably be Jiang Huai. This older brother she liked. She slightly lowered her head but felt a pair of large hands gently resting on her head, bringing a sense of reassurance. You're my sister. Since they can't recognize this, then let us fix their heads and clean out the mess inside. They will eventually understand. When Jiang Huai said this, his mouth carried the usual gentle smile, but there was a trace of dangerous chill in his peach blossom eyes. Guan Shushu imagined Jiang Huai smiling while using a twisting motion with his hands on her cousins' heads, one by one. Swallowing hard, Guan Shushu softly agreed. Okay. She actually wanted to see that. After thinking for a moment, Guan Shushu placed the little fox into the car and then pulled out 2 lucky bags from her backpack, handing them to him. These are amulets I carved by hand, originally meant for you and him. He, of course, referred to Jiang Cheng, but given the earlier situation, she was too lazy to deliver them personally, so she asked Jiang Huai to pass them on. Upon hearing they were made by her own hands, Jiang Huai's beautiful peach blossom eyes flashed slightly. Then he smiled and accepted them. I will keep them close. Guan Shushu nodded and didn't say anything else. Turning and getting into the car, Jiang Huai stood there watching the car drive away, and after a while, he slowly turned around. The gentle smile that had been on his lips disappeared in an instant, replaced by a frosty coldness. In the villa's living room, Jiang Yuqing and several others waited in the hall. Seeing Jiang Huai return alone, they knew he hadn't kept her. Jiang Yuqing's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Shushu refused to stay? Jiang Huai did not answer his question, walking directly in front of him and speaking calmly. Father, I think I need to explain the specifics of today's events to you. For some reason, hearing Jiang Huai's calm tone made Jiang Su and the others feel a tingling on their scalps. Inside, Guan Shushu no longer cared about the Jiang family behind her and instead pulled out a yellow talisman from her bag. She truly hadn't expected that her identity as a Jiang family member would be discovered so quickly, but it was simply because she had spoken recklessly, and the Song family wouldn't ignore the ties between the two families to find Jiang Yuqing. The Song family's reaction was so intense. Song Yuli must have encountered something. Chapter 20. Apologizing to Master Jiang as the lamps brightened. The atmosphere in the Jiang family villa was tense during dinner time. Old Master Jiang sat in the central position of the living room, with the second and third branches on either side, and the younger generation on both sides remained silent. Jiang Yuqing sat across from the old man, his face cold and grim, exuding an oppressive aura. It was only when Jiang Huai told him the whole story of what happened today that he realized how Jiang Su, Jiang Han, and the others had been criticizing Shushu one after another. Even Jiang Ying had directly said that Shushu should get out of her house. And he, without knowing the ins and outs, had questioned her for taking the initiative to approach the Song family, and then asked her to give her room to her sister just like everyone else. No wonder Shushu was so disappointed that she directly said she wanted to move out. As a father, he had failed. Big brother. Today was just a childish misunderstanding from Ying. It's all my fault. I will explain things to Shushu and ask her to forgive me. Yao Lin saw that the atmosphere was off and took the initiative to take responsibility. However, Jiang Yuman frowned at Yao Lin, pulling her hand, showing disapproval. This isn't your fault. Ying is young and just said what she wanted. This wasn't a big deal. I think Shushu is making too much of a fuss. She just came back for 2 days, and she's causing a scene over such a trivial matter. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yuqing had already coldly raised his eyes and interrupted him in a deep voice. Second brother, my daughter just returned home and is being forced to leave. Is this a small matter? Jiang Yuman's muscles twitched on his face as he met his older brother's sharp gaze and ultimately didn't speak again. Jiang Yuqing then scanned the others, his gaze oppressive. Jiang Ying was young and wanted Shushu's beautiful room, which was not a big deal. The Jiang family was not a small household. If she liked it, they could easily renovate it according to a princess's specifications. Why did Shushu have to give up a room? The second family's members did not speak, and Jiang Yuqing's voice became a bit heavier. You don't actually want her to leave the room. You just think that since she's new here, she should please you and behave well to earn your acceptance. Brother, that's too harsh. They're just kids. How can you say those things? Don't you think she has feelings? If she wasn't treated as an outsider from the start, why would you say something like get out of my house? Even if it's just a child's temper, they should know what to say and what not to say. Jiang Yuqing's tone was somewhat stern, causing Jiang Ying beside him to shiver and immediately shrink into Yao Lin's arms, pouting her lips but not crying out loud like before. Yao Lin, seeing this, felt heartbroken and said, Ying said something wrong. I'll go apologize to Su Su, ask her to forgive us, and come back. As her elder, I will personally plead with her. She surely won't really not come back. Brother, please don't blame Ying. Jiang Han, seeing his mother so humble before his uncle, felt a flicker of annoyance in his eyes and could not help but speak up. Uncle, she left on her own. No one forced her, and it's not my mom's fault. Why should we beg her to come back? Maybe she knows she did something wrong and angered the Song family, and she is just using this as an excuse to run away. Jiang Yuqing turned to look at him and said in a deep voice, If Su Su did something wrong, I will teach her, and I don't need to explain myself to anyone. But Jiang Han, if you continue to have this attitude towards Su Su, then you don't need to call me uncle anymore. His voice was not loud, but made Jiang Han and the others' hearts skip a beat, instinctively widening their eyes. Jiang Yuqing then slowly scanned the hall, including Jiang Su and Jiang Cheng among the younger generation. You all too, if you are unwilling to accept Su Su, then you don't need to call me uncle in the future. Jiang Yuqing's voice was not heavy, but it was unprecedentedly severe, causing several younger ones to straighten their backs instinctively, all expressing that they dared not. Jiang Yutong, who usually respected his elder brother, also gave his son a stern slap on the back and then laughed to ease the situation. Brother, the kids are just a bit sharp-tongued, but they don't have bad intentions. Besides, Su Su is one of our family's children. It shouldn't be like this. Jiang Yuqing's eyes darkened slightly, and his voice carried a barely perceptible oppression. Su Su has been lost for 18 years. The Guan family has never lacked for her food and drink. She has been wronged as a foster daughter in the Guan family. Now that she has finally come back, I don't want her to suffer even half a bit of grievance again. I won't ask each of you to accommodate her, but at least treat her as an ordinary family member. He paused, his voice growing even heavier. If you can't do that, then I choose to live separately with Su Su and Jiang Huai. As soon as Jiang Yuqing said this, it was like a giant stone falling into water, instantly changing the expressions of everyone in the third and second families. They never expected that their elder brother would go this far. Just for one Guan Su Su, he intended to split the family. Just then, the old Master Jiang, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. His tone was devoid of any authority, but was unarguable. Eldest, I don't want to hear this a second time. The Jiang family as a whole. As long as I'm here, no one is allowed to speak of moving out. The people in the hall fell silent, no one daring to refute the old master's words. Even Jiang Su only dared to secretly mumble in his heart about Guan Su Su saying she wanted to move out. The old master then turned his gaze towards the couple from the second family. The children of the Jiang family can have whatever they want, but while spoiling them, they must also understand that in this world, they can't get everything they want. Children need to be taught. If you can't teach her well, I can personally teach her. Upon hearing that Grandpa intended to teach her himself, Jiang Ying trembled even more and nearly couldn't hold back her tears. This was too terrifying. She didn't want that. Jiang Yumin and Yao Lin tightened their hold on their child, both expressing that they would teach her well. Seeing that several younger ones had deeply recognized the seriousness of the problem, the old master, Jiang, no longer spoke further and turned to Jiang Huai, who had been sitting lazily and silent beside him. Find a time to bring your sister back. We have a party at home. Preparing to formally announce her identity as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. She must return. Jiang Huai still wore his signature smile and nodded, I understand. Before the old master Jiang could say anything else, the butler walked in from outside and said to Jiang Yuqing, Mr. Jiang, Mr. and Mrs. Song have arrived. Jiang Yuqing frowned slightly. At this time, the Song family came personally. Was it again about Su Su? Although Su Su should not have said those things when she visited. It seemed a bit excessive for them to come to question her at home. Jiang-su and the others, having just been scolded, did not dare to speak casually. But they exchanged glances filled with subtle glee, thinking that Guan-su had caused trouble and was now being pursued for it. They just knew she had intentionally left to evade responsibility. It wasn't their fault at all. Just as they were thinking this, Mr. and Mrs. Song quickly walked in, looking somewhat anxious. Jiang Yuqing thought it was because Su had come to cause misunderstanding, so he had to soften his expression and stand to greet them. Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, Su was mischievous today and caused you trouble. I've already disciplined her. He thought that by showing his attitude first, Mr. Song and his wife would certainly not dwell on it any longer. But unexpectedly, the moment they heard his words, both of their expressions changed, and they looked panicked and ashamed. Mr. Jiang, please don't say that. It's us who misunderstood Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang is a good reminder. It's our fault for not appreciating her. We know we were wrong, and we asked for the chance to apologize to Master Jiang in person. As soon as the Song couple finished speaking, the living room fell into an awkward silence. Jiang-su and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, seemingly questioning if their ears were malfunctioning. Why had the Song couple come to find Guan-su's trouble? And what on earth was Master Jiang? Chapter 21. Is this industry also biased against women? Not noticing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Song Yongming and his wife were almost desperate. Mr. Jiang, we really want to apologize to Master Jiang in person. Can you let us meet Master Jiang? Jiang Yuqing opened his mouth, seeming to take a while to regain his composure, and said somewhat dumbfounded, Su, she is not here. Upon hearing this, the Song couple seemed to panic, repeatedly asking, is the master not back yet? When will she return? Perhaps we can wait for her here. In the living room, all the Jiang family members exchanged awkward glances. How could they say that Guan-su had moved out and definitely wouldn't be coming back today? The Song couple, anxious, saw that the Jiang family was silent and became even more anxious. Mr. Jiang, just as Jiang Yuqing was about to speak, Jiang Huai had already stood up. Su probably won't come back today. Uncle and Aunt Song, if you are anxious, I can contact Su for you. If she is convenient, I can take you directly to see her. That would be great, Song Yongming said, showing no intention of being polite. We'll trouble you. Jiang Huai nodded with a smile, then turned to the side to make a phone call, quickly returning. Su said she already knows your intentions. She is setting off now to meet you at the Song family. Hearing that Guan-su was willing to head directly to the Song family, Song Yongming and Mrs. Song were overjoyed, and they didn't bother to chat with the Jiang family anymore, urging to leave immediately. Seeing this, Jiang Huai directly followed them out, saying, I'll send the two of you back. Song Yongming understood that Jiang Huai was worried about his sister being at a disadvantage in the Song family, especially with the urgent situation regarding Yuli. He didn't care about that anymore. It wasn't until they drove into the night that the Jiang family realized what was happening. The Song family was so anxious to find Su. Could it be that something had happened to the young lady of the Song family? Aunt San from the third branch spoke uncertainly, her tone clearly filled with worry. Jiang Yuqing furrowed his brows, his expression solemn. Something must have happened. Moreover, it was highly likely related to the matter Su had mentioned. The villa area where the Song family lived was not close to E1. It took over half an hour to drive back to the Song family villa. When the three of them arrived, Guan-su had just arrived at the door. Seeing the girl dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, even though Song Yongming had learned from his wife that this was the eldest granddaughter the Jiang family had just found, he still felt a bit uncertain about her overly youthful and obedient appearance. Instead, Song Foreign, having shed her earlier aloofness, looked at Guan-su with eager eyes. Master Jiang, I was too rash today. Thank you for still being willing to come. Since Guan-su was there, it meant she was going to help solve the problem, and she showed no sign of putting on airs, saying, let's go inside. The Song couple immediately led Guan-su inside without delay, explaining the situation as they walked. Little Lear would go to the children's entertainment area in the community every afternoon after a nap. The master had clearly reminded them in the morning, but it was my fault for not taking it seriously then, and I still let Little Lear go out in the afternoon. As a result, somehow, Little Lear disappeared halfway. At first, I thought it was a kidnapping, but after about 10 minutes, the security found her by the fountain. I thought it was just a false alarm. But not long after little Lear got home, she suddenly fainted and wouldn't wake up no matter how we called her. The family doctor checked her, but couldn't find any reason. Song Foreign paused here, her tone unable to hide her anxiety and sadness, looking at Guan Su again. Later, the doctor had no choice but to prepare to send little Lear to the hospital for a more detailed examination. Just when they were carrying her, they found something fall from her body. It was that thing that led Song Foreign to find Guan Su again. That was the talisman Guan Su had left behind when she left. Originally, Song Foreign intended to have someone throw it away, but unexpectedly, little Lear found it amusing and secretly picked it up to hide. As a result, that thing fell from her body, and at first, Song Foreign and the maid didn't know what it was because it had turned into black ash. Strangely, even though it had burned into black ash, it still retained its original shape. Later, it was the housekeeper who recognized it and mentioned it. That seems to be the talisman left by Guan Su before she left. Because Guan Su's talismans had a special folding method, it was not difficult to recognize. Song Foreign later had someone check little Lear, finding that she had no signs of scalds or burns. Only that the talisman that should have been made of yellow paper had turned into black ash. Song Foreign was a highly educated person, believing in materialism, and had never believed in ghosts or gods, so she did not understand this kind of thing at all. It was only recently that Grandma Song had been believing in religion and understood some sayings, speculating that the yellow paper turning to ash was because it blocked evil spirits. But little Lear, still being in a coma, indicated that the evil spirit was still present, so Grandma Song suggested inviting a master. It was at this moment that Song Foreign thought of Guan Su again, worried that she might hold a grudge for being sent away today and would be unwilling to help. So she specifically came to apologize. For the safety of their daughter, the Song couple no longer care about face. Guan Su could see that the concern of the Song family for Song Yuli was genuine, and she rarely spoke up to reassure them. Don't worry, as I said, Miss Song has a long-lasting fortune. Even if there are losses now, it will ensure her life is safe. As Guan Su spoke, the group had already ascended to the second floor of the villa. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a flame rushing directly at them. The Song couple was suddenly startled, and Song Yongming instinctively pulled his wife back, while Jiang Huai, walking behind, also instinctively tried to pull Guan Su behind him. However, before he could act, Guan Su raised her hand and waved. The incoming flame immediately dissipated. Before the Song couple could marvel at Guan Su's earlier action, they saw the situation inside the room. In Song Yuli's room, there was unexpectedly a ritual altar set up, and in front of the altar stood a middle-aged man in a yellow Taoist robe, holding a peachwood sword and chanting something, occasionally waving the sword in the air to slash. The flame they had encountered upon entering was the result of his ritual. Even though he had guessed that his daughter had encountered something unclean, seeing this obviously bizarre scene still made Song Yongming's temples throb with anger. He turned to the other elderly lady in the room, somewhat helplessly asking, "Mom, what is going on?" The one in the room was Grandma Song, who was said to believe in the religion. She appeared to be a somewhat plump noblewoman and hurried forward to explain. Wasn't it said that Lear encountered something dirty? I entrusted someone to invite a familiar master. Don't worry. The master said it's nothing serious. Once he's done with the ritual, she will wake up, and maybe she'll even become smarter. Song Foreign felt a bit embarrassed. "Mom, didn't we say that Yongming and I would invite a master?" One matter shouldn't trouble two masters. Even though the Song family didn't understand the rules of practitioners, they knew that inviting two families at once was not good. However, Grandma Song didn't think much of it, saying, "What's wrong with inviting a few more to take a look? I'm not worried about that precious girl of yours. I'm not concerned." As she spoke, her gaze turned to Guan Su and Jiang Huai beside Song Foreign, filled with suspicion. Jiang Huai was recognized as the eldest grandson of the Jiang family. So the so-called master was definitely not him. It must be this little girl beside him. Frowning slightly, she said, "Is this the master you found? How can she be just a girl?" Her tone was full of disdain for the girl. Guan Su raised her eyebrows slightly. Is this line of work also biased against women now? Chapter 22. She can also scare people. The more the elderly lady looked at Guan Su, the more suspicious she became. She's so young. What can she do? Hua, you weren't fooled again, were you? She looked at Song Foreign with a full expression of doubt. Song Foreign's face turned a bit ugly, Mom. Master Jiang may be young, but she is truly capable. Don't say such things. Don't offend her. Grandma Song waved her hand dismissively, not believing that such a young girl could have any real skills. What if her daughter-in-law is highly educated? How does that matter? She's no better than her. Fortunately, she had invited other masters in advance. Otherwise, relying on this little girl, they would have been in trouble. Indeed, this family still had to rely on her. Grandma Song wanted to curb the little girl's sharpness and looked at Guan Su. If you say you have skills, then you need to show them. No need for much. Just dance like a master, okay? Mom. Song Foreign was genuinely a bit angry, fearing that Grandma Song's attitude would annoy Guan Su. She quickly turned to Guan Su and said, Master Jiang, I'm really sorry. Please don't mind. Guan Su didn't mind, nodding to Song Foreign and walked past Grandma Song and the master performing the ritual towards the bedside. From the moment she entered, she could see Song Yuli lying on the bed. Even though the room was in chaos, she still showed no signs of waking up. The master had been using the corner of his eye to monitor the movements in this direction since a few people entered, but because he was still performing his ritual, he couldn't abruptly stop. Instead, he maintained an appearance of being undisturbed by the outside world and continued with his work. It wasn't until he saw Guan Shu walk to the bedside that he suddenly shouted, Don't come any closer. You're interrupting my spell. Hearing this, Guan Shu slightly turned her gaze, glanced over, then turned back to closely examine Song Yuli's fingers. The master, seeing that Guan Shu disregarded his warning, immediately showed anger, abruptly stopping his ritual and turning to old Madame Song. What is going on here? Didn't I say not to let anyone disturb me during the ritual? Old Madame Song also showed dissatisfaction and hurriedly said to the master, Master Ru, I'm truly sorry. I'll have them leave right away. As she spoke, she turned her head to glare at Guan Shu, just about to urge her to leave, only to see Guan Shu had already put down Song Yuli's hand. Turning to look at Master Ru, her clear gaze devoid of any emotion, simply asking, since Master Ru is conducting a ritual, it must be to confirm what issue Miss Song has, right? Master Ru, seeing her ask, merely snorted coldly. Miss Song attracted a little ghost. I was just driving it away, but you didn't listen to my warnings and interrupted my spell, causing that little ghost to escape in the chaos. Implicitly, he was saying that the failure of the ritual and Miss Song's inability to wake up were all due to her interference and had nothing to do with him. Guan Shu let out a light laugh, looking at Master Ru as if he were a fraud. If you had even a hint of sensitivity, you would know there are no evil spirits in this room. Miss Song's fainting is not due to being entangled by a little ghost, but rather someone using dark arts to attempt to take her life. Upon hearing Guan Shu's words, Song Yongming and Madame Song's expressions changed, and they hurriedly stepped forward. Master Jiang, what do you mean by dark arts? Is someone after my Yuli's life? Guan Shu then looked at the two and said, It's not that someone wants her life. In the terms of the Xianmen, it is called borrowing a life. I mentioned before, Miss Song has a fortunate destiny. Her fate is destined to be free of disasters and difficulties throughout her life. Because of this, someone has set their sights on her fate, wanted to borrow her lifespan to extend their own. As she spoke, she reached over to Song Yuli's hand, indicating for the two to look at a faint red mark on her thumb. This vermilion mark on her finger is evidence that someone deceived her into leaving a thumbprint, thereby tacitly agreeing to the act of taking her life. As for when the mark was made, it likely occurred during the 10 minutes when Madame Song reported her missing. Upon closer inspection, Song Yongming and his wife indeed saw the faint red mark on Song Yuli's finger, which was clearly wiped away by someone. If one didn't look closely, they would not have noticed it at all. After Yuli's incident, the couple was too anxious to find someone to save their daughter to pay attention to such details. Madame Song, upon hearing this, was skeptical and leaned in to take a look. At this moment, Song Yongming could no longer care about his elderly mother and the other master. His expression grim as he looked at Guan Shu. So my daughter's life has already been borrowed? Can it be reclaimed? Guan Shu looked at him and nodded yes. Master Ru, seeing how easily she gained the trust of the clients with just a few words, felt displeased and was about to belittle her when suddenly someone approached him. A handsome young man who had entered with the Song couple earlier. He had somehow moved to his side and gently spoke, "Shut your mouth. If you say another word to my sister, I'll make sure you leave the Song family horizontally." His voice was not loud, even gentle and pleasant to hear, but the words sent chills down Master Ru's spine. He felt his heart drop and was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Guan Shushu had decisively pulled out a thumb-sized brush dipped in vermilion and a jade talisman from her backpack. She drew a line with the red brush on the jade talisman and then gently placed it on Song Yuli's forehead. Standing at the bedside, Song Yongming and his wife felt as if it was their illusion, but as the jade talisman was placed on Yuli's forehead, they seemed to see a wisp of black gas sweep across the talisman, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They then watched as Guan Shushu took out several sheets of yellow talisman paper. Noticing a slight movement from Jiang Huai's side, Guan Shushu's gaze shifted slightly, and she caught sight of Master Ru's unwilling and resentful expression. Remembering his earlier dancing movements, Guan Shushu didn't think it was impressive, but everyone seemed to feel that a bit of fuss would lend more credibility. Just now, old Madame Song seemed to have said to show her true skills. After thinking for a moment, although Guan Shushu couldn't dance, she figured she could put on a show. With that thought, she suddenly took a step back, her exquisitely beautiful face instantly losing all emotion, her whole demeanor changing sharply to become sharp and focused. She raised her hands, positioning them opposite each other, and as she pulled her palms apart, the 5 sheets of yellow talisman paper that had been nestled in her palms seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, standing straight up in her palms, perfectly aligned. Just this action made the eyes of everyone in the room, including Master Ru, widen in shock. Then they heard her soft lips part, her voice clear as a spring, yet carrying a sharp authority. Heavenly Tao is clear, earthly Tao is peaceful, blending the universe. All gods return to their command. I command, break. As she uttered the final command, her palms pushed outward, and the yellow talismans, which were originally neatly standing in the air, immediately flew towards Song Yuli on the bed. Chapter 23. Who has such a grudge against her family? It was as if invisible threads were guiding the 5 yellow talismans to swiftly stick to the 5 positions around Song Yuli's body. At the moment the talismans touched her, everyone saw the talismans seem to burn, emitting wisps of black smoke from their centers. With a cracking sound, the jade talisman that had been placed on Song Yuli's forehead broke into 2 halves. At the same time, not far from the Song family villa, in a small restaurant, a young man was looking at the large sum of money arriving on his phone with delight, but the next moment, without warning, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell over on the ground. Screams erupted, and the restaurant descended into chaos. Back at the Song family villa, everyone was silent as a chicken, including Jiang Huai, their eyes filled with disbelief. Old Madame Song was nearly breathless from shock, and as she came to her senses, she cautiously reached out her hand to feel above the jade talisman and talisman paper, as if trying to confirm whether there was some invisible mechanism there. Otherwise, how could the talisman paper stick so swiftly to the girl's body? And how could the jade talisman break into 2 when the talisman paper began to smoke? But it's jade, Mom. Seeing the old lady's actions, Song Yongming felt a bit dissatisfied, while Master Ru seemed to have realized something and suddenly shouted, "This is an illusion. Old Madame Song, don't be fooled. Those who come out to swindle are all somewhat skilled in their own ways. Even the fire tongue I just used was practiced in secret. I don't believe a girl who just came of age has any real skills. If she really is a master, I'll eat dung standing on my head." Master Ru thought this when he saw the Song family members standing by the bed suddenly change their expressions. Even old Madame Song, who had just reached out a test, widened her eyes in shock. Master Ru's heart sank inexplicably, and when he focused, he saw the little girl from the Song family, who had been unconscious all along, suddenly open her eyes. "She's awake. Xia. Madame Song was the first to call out, her voice losing its usual elegance and composure, revealing a distinct tone of crying. Song Yongming also leaned in with a tense expression. "Shaoli, are you okay?" Song Yuli opened her eyes, still looking dazed from just waking up, and softly murmured, "Mom? Dad? Oh, Grandma's also here." She clearly didn't understand why her parents and grandmother were all gathered around her bed when she had just taken a nap. Looking around the room, Xiao Li's eyes widened. There were so many people in her room. Her beautiful big eyes suddenly landed on Guan Shushu, and she blinked with some joy. It's sister dog. The others in the room were momentarily stunned, all wearing confused expressions, except for Madame Song, who looked embarrassed. Xiao Li, don't call out randomly. This is your sister Shushu. Xiao Li smiled foolishly, and seeing that his little girl was still the same as before, Song Yongming's previously tense expression relaxed instantly. Master Jiang, Xiao Li's all right, right? But Guan Shushu shook her head, causing the Song couple's hearts to drop. Not all right, Guan Shushu explained. I just forcibly broke the opponent's life-borrowing spell. The opposing sorcerer has been backfired and temporarily cannot attack Miss Song again. But they tricked Miss Song into signing a life-borrowing contract. And we still need to find a way to locate it. The life-borrowing contract must be burned. Otherwise, once the opponent finds another sorcerer, they can still use the contract to cast a life-borrowing spell at any time. Hearing that the opponent would still target Xiao Li, the Song couple's hearts instinctively tightened, and Madame Song immediately hugged Xiao Li, trying to protect her. At this moment, Song Yongming had no doubts about Guan Shushu's abilities. His expression turned serious as he said, I have already had people investigate the surveillance during the time Xiao Li went missing, but found nothing. I can continue to send people to investigate, but I worry that it won't be resolved quickly, and by then, the opponent might have already found a sorcerer to borrow Xiao Li's lifespan again. I really don't want to see her experience another episode of unconsciousness. He earnestly pleaded, Master Jiang, is there any other way to find this harmful mastermind? You can rest assured, as long as it can save my daughter, you can name your reward. Guan Shushu thought for a moment and said it was possible. Then, she suddenly fished out a large white rabbit candy from her pocket. Guan Shushu stepped forward and handed the candy to Song Yuli, noticing her eyes brightening immediately. She smiled slightly and gently coaxed her. Xiao Li, let's play a game, okay? Sister will give you candy. Song Yuli looked at the white rabbit candy, clearly wanting it, but tilted her head, looking at her mother with a questioning gaze. Madame Song immediately nodded. Sister will play a game with you. Can Xiao Li play with sister for a bit? Seeing that her mom didn't object, Song Yuli's brows instantly arched up in joy as she took the candy and nodded enthusiastically at Guan Shushu. Guan Shushu smiled lightly and took out a thin red string from her bag, tying one end to Xiao Li's thumb, which was used for the contract. Then, she took out a small vermilion brush and quickly drew a tiny rune on Xiao Li's thumb. Everyone watched as, at the moment Guan Shushu finished the drawing, a golden light flashed across the rune on Song Yuli's thumb, which then passed over the red string. The next second, the short red string stood upright, as if being pulled by something in a specific direction. The people in the room were once again wide-eyed in surprise. Xiao Li's eyes widened even more as she exclaimed, Wow, I have magic now. Guan Shushu smiled at her and indicated that Xiao Li should get up and follow the direction the red string pointed to, saying that the magic would lead her to a surprise. Xiao Li's eyes brightened again, and without caring about anything else, she excitedly prepared to set off. The Song couple, realizing what was happening, quickly followed, instructing all the bodyguards on standby in the villa to accompany them. He was determined to find the person who dared to harm his daughter's life and make them pay. The group headed downstairs, and since they didn't know where they would end up, Song Yongming instructed the drivers to prepare the cars, but then he heard Guan Shushu suddenly say, No need for cars, a small car will do. Madame Song was puzzled, and Guan Shushu explained, generally, life-borrowing spells involve sealing one's hair in a red envelope and scattering it on the road. As long as someone picks it up and uses it, their lifespan will be unknowingly borrowed. This method is rather broad, and typically, not much lifespan can be borrowed, and the borrower might not even notice. However, Miss Song was evidently specifically chosen, and the method of using a contract shows that the person must know Xiao Li. As soon as Guan Shushu finished speaking, Madame Song gasped sharply, and her eyes instantly turned red. Her Xiao Li had already lived a difficult life after being injured and becoming foolish in childhood, and now someone was specifically targeting her lifespan. Who would be so cruel as to harbor such hatred against her innocent daughter? Meanwhile, Song Yongming's usually gentle expression turned cold and sinister, and in an instant, he mentally reviewed all the enemies his family had offended. Chapter 24. The noblewoman's scandal. Seeing Song Yoming's expression, Guan Shushu reminded him, Miss Song was missing for 10 minutes, which basically confirms that the person acted within the villa area, and they should also live in this vicinity. Now, the scope had been narrowed down significantly. However, Song Yongming found himself in a dilemma. They had lived in this villa area for 5 or 6 years, and because of the high-end housing types, there weren't many residents. So he had seen most of them, but it seemed like none of them had a grudge against the Song family. Just then, a patrol car stopped in front of the Song family's villa, and a man stepped out from the leading car, walking directly towards them. I've already checked for suspicious household in the neighborhood before Xiao Li's incident, and they should not have a grudge against the Song family. The man's voice was warm, yet carried a hint of coldness, and under the light, it was evident that he shared similar handsome features with Song Yongming, tall and straight. Quietly looking at Guan Shushu. Clearly, this was another son of the Song family, Song Yuli's brother, Song Yuli. Song Yuli wasn't originally named Song Yuli. It was because she was too attached to Song Yuli in her childhood, wanting everything to be the same as her brother, even her name. The family had no choice but to change her name to something similar. After Song Yuli's incident, Song Yuli had been busy outside, and although he didn't hold much hope, he had been in contact with the family, thus knowing all that had happened. However, upon seeing Guan Shushu, he was still slightly surprised. He realized that she was Jiang Huai's younger sister, but hadn't he expected her to look so young. Jiang, who had been following Guan Shushu, also saw Song Yuli at this moment. Although the two families had a friendly relationship, he wasn't familiar with Song Yuli, so they only nodded at each other as a greeting. Seeing her brother return, Xiao Li was clearly very happy and wanted to rush over to hug him. But worried about breaking the magic in her hands, she cautiously approached him with small steps, looking at him eagerly. Seeing that Xiao Li was okay, Song Yuli's expression visibly softened, but he also knew that the matter was not over, so he called for everyone to get into the car. A fleet of 7 patrol cars, almost all borrowed from the property management's patrol vehicles, set off grandly through the villa area. Soon, guided by the red string, everyone finally stopped at a 4-story villa. The moment Madame Song saw the place, she could hardly believe it. How could it be here? When Guan Shushu noticed that Madame Song recognized the place, she only tilted her head to look at her. Madame Song immediately gritted her teeth and said, "This is the Pei family. Originally, our two families had no intersection, but the children of the Pei family are among the few nearby who are willing to play with Xiao Li. Although Xiao Li has the appearance of an adult, the children dislike her foolishness and do not want to play with her. However, the little boy from the Pei family never minded and has come over several times to invite Xiao Li to play. Because of this, the two families have become somewhat close, and the Song family even introduced several business opportunities to the Pei family as a gesture of gratitude. Madame Song never expected that such a family would want her daughter Xiao Li's life. Has someone in the Pei family been ill recently? An elderly person or someone else? Guan Shushu suddenly asked, adding like someone who is about to die. The old lady of the Pei family has always been in good health, Madame Song murmured, then suddenly said, but the child who plays with Xiao Li said recently that he was hospitalized due to some illness. Upon hearing this, Guan Shushu understood that the Pei family was likely seeking a life in exchange for that child. The Song family clearly also understood what was happening, and without hesitation, they went straight to knock on the Pei family's door. By this time, it was already late, and seeing such a large group of people from the Song family come over, Madame Pei couldn't help but ask, "Yuehua, what's going on? Why did you bring so many people?" At this moment, Madame Song was convinced that the Pei family was trying to harm her Xiao Li, and she had no mood to chat with her. She sneered and said, "You really don't know what's going on? Your family is looking to harm my Xiao Li, trying to use her life to extend the life of your Hao Hao. Do you really think no one would notice?" Upon hearing this, Madame Pei's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but she quickly concealed it, feigning confusion and anger. "What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean by borrowing a life. How could we possibly harm your Xiao Li? How can you believe such baseless speculation and come to my house? This is simply outrageous." Madame Song could see through her change in expression and was too lazy to waste words with her. The most important thing now was to destroy the so-called life-borrowing document that her daughter Xiao Li had signed. "Xiao Li, let's go in and find it." Xiao Li was not unfamiliar with the Pei family, and upon hearing her mother say to go in, she immediately raised her hand excitedly to walk inside. Madame Pei also noticed the strange red thread that Xiao Lier was holding, and her expression changed immediately. She shouted sharply, "What are you doing? Are you planning to trespass into a private residence? Today we are indeed trespassing," Madame Song said, raising her hand. The prepared bodyguard from the Song family immediately moved forward and blocked the others inside the house. Seeing this, Madame Song and Xiao Lier quickly followed the red string and walked inside, heading directly to a room on the second floor. When they opened the drawer, they indeed found a life-borrowing document written on red paper hidden in the room. They took it and left. Madame Pei, who was blocked downstairs, anxiously made a phone call. When she saw Madame Song and the others coming downstairs with something in hand, her face changed dramatically. She never expected they could actually find it, and she immediately shouted and rushed over to grab it. "Get it back to me." How could Song Yuli let her get close? He immediately stepped forward like an arrow, reached out to pull and push, and knocked Madame Pei to the ground. Madame Song was also afraid of being robbed, so she simply turned and went to the kitchen, turned on the gas stove, and burned the life-borrowing document. Seeing her actions, Madame Pei's eyes were about to pop out, and forgetting her image, she cried out and tried to rush over to stop her again. However, the document had already caught fire. Madame Song tossed the half-burned, life-borrowing document into the sink. But when she turned around, the moment Madame Pei charged forward, she slapped her hard across the face. With a crisp sound, Madame Pei hadn't even reacted before she was hit, but Madame Song didn't stop there. She grabbed Madame Pei's hair and raised her hand to slap her twice more. At this moment, Madame Song's demeanor was far from the elegance and poise of a noblewoman. Remembering how the Pei family had plotted against her daughter, she felt like she could swallow them whole. "You dare to plot against my daughter. You dare to use dark arts to harm others. What has my Xiao Lier done to deserve this? She's just a child, woo woo woo." All the grievances Xiao Lier had suffered because of her foolishness over the years, along with a whole day of anxiety, erupted at this moment. Madame Song cried, while pulling Madame Pei, completely disregarding her upbringing and the dignity of high society. Resembling a shrew. To a mother, her child is her greatest weakness. "If you dare to touch my child, I will show you what a noble shrew is." Chapter 25. A fool. Useless even when alive, not to mention Madame Pei had never seen such a side of Madame Song. Even Song Yongming and Song Yuli had never seen their wife, mother, like this before. In the past, Madame Song always presented herself as a knowledgeable and elegant noblewoman. Even if someone upset her, she would maintain her composure and not argue with others. But now, her hair was disheveled, her clothes and necklace were askew, and she looked like an angry lioness, making it impossible for anyone to approach easily. Xiao Yuli seemed to be scared by her mother as well, and she forgot all about the magic game, crying out, "Mom, Mom." This cry seemed to awaken Madame Song's rationality in an instant. She finally released her grip on Madame Pei and staggered back to Xiao Yuli, opening her arms to hold her tightly, trembling as she comforted her. "Xiao, don't cry. My little ear, please don't cry. Woo, Mommy doesn't want to fight. Please don't cry. Mommy is sorry. Mommy didn't protect you well." As she spoke, tears flowed uncontrollably again, holding the crying Xiao Lier and sobbing. Song Yongming and Song Yuli couldn't help but feel a lump in their throats, as if something was blocking their chests. And when they looked at Madame Pei, their eyes were filled with disgust. Madame Pei, dizzy for being hit, had one side of her face swollen and red. After finally regaining her composure, she became even angrier seeing the two mother and daughter embracing and crying together. "You have no right to cry." Just then, the old lady of the Pei family and Mr. Pei finally rushed back. Upon entering and seeing such a scene, they were furious. "What does your Song family want to do? Call the police." "I want to call the police." Song Yongming had just restrained himself from hitting a woman, but now seeing Mr. Pei, he sneered and stepped forward. "Go ahead and call the police. I can at most pay you a little money. But your Pei family used dark arts to harm my daughter. The Song family will make the Pei family pay the price in the future, no matter what connections we have." Upon hearing Song Yongming's firm statement about the dark arts, Pei Guodong's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively looked at his wife, only to see her crying with a pig's head face. They burned the life-borrowing document. "Woo woo my how." Hearing that the Song family not only found the document, but even burned it, Pei Guodong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The old lady of the Pei family widened her eyes in shock, first scolding Madame Pei. "You useless one. You couldn't even protect something." Then she began to wail. "How could you burn my Hao's life document? That is my Hao's life." The hearts of the Song family are simply too malicious. Song Yongming and the others never expected that someone could be confronted face to face and still act as if they were the victims. Their faces trembled in anger. And just as they were about to say something, Grandma Song unexpectedly appeared from somewhere and spat at the other old lady. "Bah, it's clearly your family that plotted against me. How dare you turn around and accuse us of being malicious? You old hag, your heart is the truly black one." Madame Pei held her neck high, showing no guilt at all. "Anyway, your granddaughter is a fool. What use is a fool living? It's better to give her lifespan to my clever grandson. How come my smart grandson suddenly can't live long?" Madame Pei rushed over, pleading with Song Li, "Little Li. Annie has no choice. Your brother Hao is sick. He has to survive. Considering he used to play with you, can you help him? Okay? And he only wants 50 more years." Hearing such shameless words from this mother-in-law pair made Madame Song furious. What does it mean that her daughter is useless just because she is simple-minded? And 50 years is just fine? A normal person only lives a maximum of 80 years. And because of a bit of friendship, they want her daughter to sacrifice 50 years of her life? How could they even have the nerve to ask? Madame Song felt like she could slap her 50 times right then and there. But at that moment, she couldn't spare her hands because as soon as Madame Pei spoke, she had already covered her daughter's ears. Yet while she couldn't move, Song Yuli could. Ignoring the principle of not hitting a woman, he stepped forward and pulled Madame Pei away from his sister's sight. He was afraid his sister would have nightmares if she saw that face. Fortunately, the life debt contract had already been burned, and the Song family no longer wanted to see the disgusting faces of the Pei family. The bodyguards immediately escorted them away. Just before leaving, Guan Shushu intentionally walked at the back, turned around, and smiled slightly at the resentful Pei family, saying, "Evil arts harm others, and the caster cannot escape retribution. You masterminds will not escape either. For the next 3 years, the Pei family will have no luck and will be plagued by misfortune." She added, regardless of the Pei family's ugly expressions, "This is a gift, no extra charge." Jiang Huai stood aside, watching his sister seriously add that last sentence, and couldn't he help but laugh. This sister has not only seemed to really have true skills, but also seemed to enjoy making money. Jiang Huai felt relieved. Money was the one thing the Jiang family wasn't lacking. The group returned to the Song family in full force. Upon entering, Little Li seemed to have lost all her energy and leaned softly against Madame Song, mumbling, "Mom, Little Li is hungry." Seeing Little Li look unwell, the Song family immediately became anxious, asking, "Master Jiang, is there still something wrong with Little Li?" Guan Shushu replied, "Don't worry, it's just a little after effect from the soul stealing. Nothing serious. Just give her some energy and let her bask in the sun more during the day." Upon hearing this, the Song family breathed a sigh of relief. They now trusted Guan Shushu's words completely. If she said it was fine, then it must be fine. Just as they were about to show some relaxed smiles, they heard Guan Shushu say again, "She needs to recover her spirit for the next 2 days. After that, I will come back to help her regain the wisdom she lost." Her casual tone made the Song family collectively gasp, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. "Master Jiang, what do you mean by regain? Are you saying that my Little Li?" Song Yongming, a businessman in the industry, suddenly became nervous and stuttered. Guan Shushu glanced at Madame Song, who was equally stunned, and just blinked. I remember I mentioned this to Madame Song before. Chapter 26. 3 million labor fees. Ms. Song originally had a long-lasting fate, but she lost her wisdom in childhood, which changed her current situation and caused her fate to alter. Guan Shushu patiently explained this to the Song father and son again, adding that she had come to help Miss Song regain her wisdom. However, Madame Song could no longer hear her later explanations. She hurriedly nodded, trembling, "Yes, yes. Master Jiang said that. I forgot at that time." Saying this, she suddenly grabbed Guan Shushu's hand, her eyes red and her face filled with excitement. "Master Jiang, Does that mean that as long as we regain that wisdom, my little Lee will be able to grow up like a normal person? Exactly. As soon as those words fell, Madame Song's tears streamed down her face again, and even Song Yongming and Song Yuli beside her showed excited expressions. In their excitement, they also felt a bit guilty. Master Jiang was such a good person, coming specially to help, yet he had been driven out of their home. Not only that, but when little Lee suddenly fainted, he even called Master Jiang to question him. Despite this, the master didn't hold it against them and rushed over as soon as he heard something had happened to little Lee. The Song family felt utterly ashamed, as if they had to set an alarm every night to wake up and slap themselves in regret. Thank you. Thank you so much, Master Jiang. Madame Song was already so emotional that she could barely speak. For so many years, she had already given up hope. She had resolved that even if little Lee remained like this for a lifetime, she would take care of her forever. But what the Pei family said today indeed pierced her heart. Just because her child was simple-minded, those people thought it was acceptable to cast their ambitions on her. Madame Song was truly on the verge of breaking down. But now, Master Jiang said her little Lee could get better. She could grow up like a normal person again. Guan Shushu had seen Madame Song throw a fit for her child without regard for her image, and now seeing her so emotionally moved and in tears, she felt a subtle touch in her heart. She had never experienced a mother's love for her child, and perhaps she never would. But looking at Madame Song, she vaguely understood what that feeling was. With a slight smile, Guan Shushu quietly waited for Madame Song to calm down before proposing to leave. After tonight's commotion, it was indeed getting late. Once Song Yongming calmed down, he finally regained his composed demeanor and inquired about today's labor fees. He felt it was only right to express sincerity since Master Jiang had saved his child today. This would also leave a good impression, making it easier to have him help his little Lee regain her wisdom in a few days. When it came to the fee, Guan Shushu straightened up a bit. Finally, it was time to collect money. Normally, she would charge 30,000 for service. But considering the effort expended on the life debt technique and the fact that she had blocked the broken talisman, Guan Shushu thought for a moment and extended 3 fingers towards Song Yongming. 300,000. 3 million, no problem. Song Yongming nodded without hesitation, pulling out his phone to transfer the money directly. Guan Shushu was momentarily stunned, and by the time she reacted, 3 million had already arrived in her account. Looking at the string of zeros displayed on her phone, Guan Shushu's eyes widened slightly, and she quietly swallowed. When she looked up, her expression was already calm. I'll come back in 3 days to help Miss Song regain her wisdom. Guan Shushu's face remained composed, but inside, she was already over the moon. 3 million. She was rich now. It was indeed right to take the initiative. She truly hoped for more cases like this. That way, the support fees for the Guan family could be quickly gathered, and she could sever ties with the Guan family from all aspects. Guan Shushu's steps felt much lighter as she left. Jiang Huai had long noticed the obvious gleam in her eyes when she looked at her phone and saw the money had arrived, a deep smile on his lips. And he didn't expose this little money lover. Looking at her now, it was clear she had already forgotten the unpleasantness at the Jiang family today. With this thought, his peach blossom eyes dimmed slightly, and he spoke, Su, I'm sorry. Guan Su tilted her head to look at Jiang Huai, and then heard him say, although I had seen your ability to expose Aunt Wu before, I didn't fully believe you could handle the Song family's matters. So when Dad didn't let you get involved with the Song family, I didn't speak up, and for that I apologize. As he said this, he looked at Guan Su, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with gentle smiles. But now I'm sure, my sister is truly impressive. Hearing Jiang Huai apologize and praise her, Guan Su's brows curved slightly, clearly a bit happy. Seeing her happy made Jiang Huai's heart soften as well. However, thinking about Su's abilities, it seemed he needed to seriously revise his plans for her future. He originally thought she lacked money. Now seeing her earn 3 million with just one move, he realized he had been narrow-minded. Nevertheless, since the child could earn money, she should keep her earnings, and, as her brother, he couldn't skimp on her allowance. Thinking about the 300,000 he had given her yesterday, he suddenly felt it was too little. So after sending her back to the apartment, Jiang Huai transferred another 3 million to her. Guan Su had just sent out 150,000 and was about to put down her phone when it buzzed again, notifying her that 3 million had arrived. Guan Su was stunned. How could the money she just sent out come back doubled? Had her master secretly sent her wealth? Upon closer inspection, she realized, oh, it was from her brother. Her brother was so generous. It seemed she had earned too little. At the Song family. After sending off Guan Su and Jiang Huai, and coaxing Song Yuli to sleep, Song Yongming and his wife finally relaxed. It was only now that they calmed down and recalled what had happened at the Jiang family today. The family's attitude seemed a bit suspicious. I noticed that Master Jiang doesn't seem to live at the Jiang family. Didn't they just acknowledge him? The Jiang family situation was complicated, and Master Jiang likely didn't find it as easy there as outsiders assumed. After all, he was a biological child of the Jiang family. It was hard to believe they would let him suffer. Mrs. Song spoke with some dissatisfaction. She was now absolutely in awe of Guan Su, especially after hearing that she could help their little heir recover. Song Yongming shook his head. The Jiang family's affairs are not something we outsiders can manage. After a pause, he squinted his eyes slightly. But if the Jiang family knew Master Jiang's true abilities, they would probably regret it. Not just the Jiang family, but also the Guan family who raised Master Jiang. Although he hadn't inquired deeply, he had heard that the Jiang family had withdrawn their project with the Guan family. Logically, raising the Jiang family's child should lead to some connection. Yet the two families had no dealings, which was indeed intriguing. No matter what the Jiang family does, we must not be disrespectful to Master Jiang in the future. Master Jiang is a benefactor to our family. Anyone who dares to go against Master Jiang is going against our Song family. Mrs. Song fully agreed. I heard the Jiang family is preparing a welcome dinner for Master Jiang. I will bring a generous gift. Chapter 27. Couldn't it be worse at the Jiang family villa? After sending off the Song couple, Aunt Jiang also mentioned the dinner originally planned for tomorrow. It was specifically prepared to formally introduce Su to people in the circle. Now that she had run away, it was uncertain whether the dinner could still be held. Everyone silently turned their gaze to old Master Jiang, wanting him to make a decision. Old Master Jiang slightly squinted his eyes and then spoke. The dinner will go on as planned. He looked at Jiang Su and the other younger ones. You all go to bring your sister back tomorrow. If you can't bring Su back, you don't need to come back. Jiang Su and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to believe their grandfather would say such a thing. Was Su, a granddaughter they had only seen a few times, more important than the three of them? Moreover, Jiang Han and Guan Su were the same age, and Jiang Chang was older than Guan Su. Did they have to apologize to her? Did they have no pride? Even now, they didn't feel they had done anything wrong. A family quarrel doesn't mean she should leave home. Isn't she making a fuss over nothing? They thought this, but didn't dare show it on their faces. Just as they were about to speak, Jiang Yucheng said, tomorrow, I will go with him to find Su. Jiang Yucheng always remembered the look in Su's eyes when she mentioned moving out, especially since Jiang Huai had specifically reminded him that it was a room prepared for Su by him and his wife. Yet he wanted her to give up the room that had just welcomed its owner. At that moment, Su must have been disappointed in him. He had been focused on work for years, and Jiang Huai had always been outstanding, so he had never had to worry about him. Thus, when Su came home, he hadn't paid special attention or made any arrangements. It was only when Jiang Huai woke up that he realized he didn't actually know how to raise a child. This time, he had to make up for it properly. Fortunately, Jiang Yucheng, while appearing stern and cold, didn't have any outdated male chauvinism. He wouldn't feel that as an elder, he shouldn't apologize to a junior. In his view, since he had made a mistake, he should admit it and do his best to make amends. Moreover, that was his daughter whom he had owed for 18 years. So the next day, when Guan Su had just woken up, she saw 4 tall figures standing outside her door, blocking it like a mountain. It was at this moment that she suddenly understood why Jiang Huai had sent her back to the rental house yesterday. He had known they would come. Su, you live here? Jiang Yucheng was somewhat incredulous when he got the address from Jiang Huai. He had originally thought that even if Jiang Huai let Su leave, he would arrange for her to stay somewhere better. But Su was actually living in such a place? Guan Su glanced at Jiang Yucheng and the 3 others behind him, bit her lip, and silently opened the door. Come in. Guan Susu's living room was small. With 4 tall men entering, it almost felt like they would fill the entire space. Jiangsu and the others' expressions grew even more complicated. The community Guan Susu rented was a mid-range one, mostly occupied by freshly graduated students and some newcomers. The environment wasn't too bad, but it couldn't be considered very good either. To ordinary people, it was acceptable, but to Jiangsu and the others, who had been pampered since childhood, this was as bad as it could get. Moreover, this living room was even smaller than their bedrooms at home. How could Guan Susu live in such a place? Even if you're looking for a temporary place, you don't have to choose such a shabby place, right? It's not like your family doesn't have money, Jiang Han frowned, concluding that this was all Guan Susu's trick to make them feel guilty. No way. Guan Susu merely glanced at him, ignoring him. Seeing her attitude, Jiang Han was about to say something when suddenly a plump white fox jumped out from the corner pet house and dashed to Guan Susu's feet. Only then did they notice the pet house and toys in the corner of the living room. Judging by the wear and tear, it was clear that this place had been lived in for some time. They quickly understood that this was indeed Guan Susu's home. Jiangsu, being straightforward, couldn't he help but ask, "Weren't you living with the Guan family before? Why are you renting a place here alone? Did they kick you out?" Jiangsu's voice was clearly filled with anger. Even though he indeed rejected this so-called cousin coming home, this was still the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and it was not up to outsiders to demean her. Jiang Han and Jiang Cheng also looked a bit displeased, feeling that the Guan family was slapping the Jiang family in the face. Guan Shushu found the sudden change in attitude from the 3 brothers to be utterly baffling. Just yesterday, they had treated her with disdain, and now they were expressing their grievances on her behalf. The Guan family did not allow pets, so I rented this place to raise a fox instead. Guan Shushu said the last 3 words slowly, her eyes fixed on Jiangsu and the others. Suddenly, Jiangsu and the others remembered how they pointed at her yesterday morning, forbidding her from keeping a fox at home, and their expressions became somewhat difficult to read. Jiang Yuqing, upon hearing from Jiang Huai that Shushu wanted to keep a fox at home, immediately stated that Jiang Huai had already prepared a pet house for the fox, and she could keep it at home directly. He guaranteed no one would have any objections about it anymore. "No need, it's quite good living here," Guan Shushu replied, pausing briefly before adding softly, "It has also gotten used to it." It referred to the little fox, but it also seemed to refer to herself. Jiang Yuqing felt a sudden pain in his heart, having witnessed by Shu Qin's true nature. He should have guessed that Shushu was not living as well in the Guan family as they imagined. They thought the Guan family was relatively well off and assumed Shushu had been raised as a pampered child, forgetting that she was not a child of the Guan family. How could the Guan family genuinely love someone who was not their own child? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuqing regretted the words he had said yesterday even more. "Shushu, about yesterday, it was my fault as your dad. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me?" Guan Shushu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She had already guessed that Jiang Huai had them come to the rental place to make her appear pitiful, and she was not the type to simply endure and seek to please others, yet she had not even begun to sell her story. So why was he apologizing? Seeing Jiang Yuqing, who was so powerful outside, now humbling himself before her without hesitation, Guan Shushu did not feel good inside. Everyone thought what she said yesterday was just a facade, but she knew it was her true intention. Letting out what seemed like a silent sigh, Guan Shushu simply said, "I wasn't angry with you, so there's nothing to forgive. You don't need to apologize to me." After a pause, she added, "I'm already an adult and can live independently. You don't need to worry about me. Moving out is simply because I want to live out." The implication was clear. She was not going back. Jiang Yuqing furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this, and was about to speak when Jiang Han quietly chimed in. "I'm also an adult. If I don't move out, is it because I don't want to? It's because the family won't allow it." Chapter 28. The unique young miss of the Jiang family. The children of the Jiang family all have millions in their red envelopes. Wanting to buy a house and move out is just a matter of swiping a card. But the Jiang family's 3rd branch still lives together, all because Grandpa won't allow them to move out, saying this made them somewhat envious of how Guan Shushu managed to do it. Jiang Yuqing was unaware of the stirrings in his nephew's hearts, and seeing that Guan Shushu wasn't budging, he had already anticipated this and had planned ahead. If you really don't want to return home, it's fine. Dad had someone buy a villa in Donyuan last night. If you're willing, we can all move over there to live. We referred to him Guanxushu and Jianghuai. Moving out would mean the other children in the family would have no way to give her a hard time, and he and Shushu could salvage some father-daughter relationship. Jiang Yuqing spoke earnestly, but it left the three brothers, who had been secretly planning to get a place outside to live, stunned. Jiang Yuqing had mentioned last night that he would take the eldest branch out to live, but they thought Uncle was just trying to scare them. How could he be serious about this? And he had already bought the house. Guan Shushu clearly did not expect Jiang Yuqing to say such things. After all, Jiang Huai had said when he brought her back that the rule for Jiang family members was that parents should not be away from home. Although Guan Shushu had been recognized back into the Jiang family, she had never considered this rule when planning to move out. However, she had not thought about what the Jiang family would do about it. But Jiang Yuqing's current plan was clearly for her sake. Guan Shushu found herself momentarily at a loss for words to strongly refuse. You don't have to do this, she said. You don't owe me anything. Likewise, she did not owe him anything. Jiang Yuqing felt a sudden pang in his heart upon hearing her calm tone. No, he actually owed her. He owed her 18 years. I know it sounds meaningless to talk about compensation now, but Shushu, starting today, Dad and your brother will give you a home again, okay? A home that belongs only to you. Jiang Yuqing's tone was unusually gentle, his voice even carrying a hint of pleading. Guan Shushu felt a slight tremor in her heart, her hand at her side tightening little by little. Seeing she wasn't yielding, Jiang Yuqing collected himself and spoke again. If you really don't want to, Dad can also move over. Upon hearing this, not only Guan Shushu, but also the three Jiang brothers looked at him in disbelief. Was Uncle going crazy? However, Jiang Yuqing ignored their looks and scrutinized the current house. This place is small. I'll have your brother buy the two neighboring units next door, and then we can connect them. They were actually seriously planning this. The three Jiang brothers were about to open their mouths to stop Uncle when they heard Guan Shushu finally speak up. I'll move back. Her voice was calm, but carried a hint of helplessness. She had never intended to force Jiang Yuqing to do anything, but now that he had gone to such lengths, she realized she did not feel as indifferent as she thought. She would still be touched by this man called Dad. More importantly, she had seen Jiang Yuqing's attitude towards her. He was willing to sacrifice certain things for her, which was enough for her. Additionally, she did not want to be the sinner that divided the Jiang family. After all, going back would only mean living there for another 2 months, and in 2 months, she would be going to college. Guan Shushu obediently yielded, not even asking Jiang Su and the others to apologize, which was something they had not anticipated. Before arriving, they had all thought about how Guan Shushu would use this to pressure them into admitting fault, and they were quite unhappy about it. But now that she did not make demands, they seemed somewhat displeased, as if their importance to her was negligible. It was quite annoying. Guan Shushu returned to the Jiang family, and this time Jiang Su and the others did not dare to give her angry looks. Mainly, they did not want her to return to that shabby rental house and embarrass the Jiang family. Even Jiang Ying, the youngest, had clearly been severely reprimanded, and when she saw Guan Shushu coming back, she greeted her obediently, just as Jiang Huai had said earlier when faced with injustice. One must decisively show one's attitude so that others know your temper, thus preventing them from easily provoking you in the future. When Guan Shushu arrived home, Jiang Huai was standing at the door, smiling and looking at her just like the first time he met her. Shushu, welcome home. Lu Shueshi had also been waiting in the hall early on, and upon seeing her, she immediately approached with a friendly attitude. Shushu, it's good that you're back. For tonight's dinner, Grandpa has already sent out invitations to all the families in advance. If you hadn't returned, everyone would have been at a loss. Lu Shueshi's voice was clear and pleasant, yet her words subtly hinted that everyone was not genuinely welcoming you back, but rather doing so to avoid embarrassment at tonight's banquet. If someone with a sensitive heart were to hear this, they might start to overthink. Guan Shushu's gaze swept coldly over Lu Shueshi, and after a moment, she suddenly smirked. It was just a banquet. If it couldn't be held today, it could be held tomorrow. Others wouldn't stop recognizing me as the Jiang family's young lady just because this banquet didn't take place. Saying this, she turned to Jiang Huai. Brother, isn't that right? The smile in Jiang Huai's eyes was nearly overflowing. He readily agreed. Of course, you are our Jiang family's young lady, one of a kind, irreplaceable. The latter part of his statement was clearly pointed. Lu Xuexi's beautiful face instantly turned slightly pale, but she quickly regained her composure, smiling as usual. Brother Jiang Huai is right. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying pouted a bit aggrievedly, wanting to react but afraid of angering the elder, and could only look up at her mother beside her, raising her hand to point at herself. That expression seemed to ask, if Guan Xiushu is the unique Jiang family young lady, then what about me? Yao Lin, the stylist, is already waiting upstairs. Xiushu, hurry up and go try on the dress. Tonight is your first appearance as the Jiang family's young lady. It needs to be grand. Aunt San called out with a smile, and Jiang Yuqing also rarely showed a bit of gentleness, as if he couldn't wait to see the family child in new clothes. Urging her, go ahead. The dress and jewelry prepared for Guan Xiushu had all been arranged early by Jiang Yusin. Jiang Yusin had many connections in the fashion industry, so she directly brought 3 sets of haute couture dresses for her to choose from, along with matching high heels and high-end jewelry. Guan Xiushu had attended some banquets while at the Guan family, so she was not unfamiliar with these processes. Soon, she chose a black and white off-shoulder long mermaid dress. The moment she stepped out, even those who had never looked favorably upon her, like Jiang Su, couldn't help but steal a glance. The black off-shoulder dress was elegant on top, with a long skirt that was short in the front and long in the back. The short front was adorned with black tulle filled with handmade white camellias, adding a vibrant touch to the originally serious and dignified dress. Guan Xiushu was tall and slender, her skin as white as snow, and against the backdrop of the black dress, she appeared even more radiant. The off-shoulder design perfectly showcased her beautifully shaped collarbones and smooth shoulders. A long, elegant neck was tied with a satin ribbon adorned with white camellias, matching the dress. And her head was decorated with pearls, understated yet luxurious. In an instant, all the Jiang family members were left speechless. They forgot their words and simply gazed silently, as if their breathing had become lighter. In their eyes, Guan Xiushu resembled the most beautiful white camellia blooming in the mountains, pure and flawless. She had quietly grown unnoticed by everyone until today, finally revealing her most beautiful self in the Jiang family. Chapter 29. The prelude upon learning that Guan Xiushu had chosen a large black dress, Lu Xuexi immediately picked a white ostrich feather gown, which highlighted her already beautiful and gentle appearance even more. The Jiang brothers were clearly stunned by Guan Xiushu's look earlier, but they couldn't compliment her for fear of making her arrogant. Now, seeing Lu Xuexi, they had no reservations and enthusiastically surrounded her, showering her with compliments. Lu Xuexi resembled the true princess of the Jiang family, her eyes glancing subtly at Guan Xiushu with a hint of pride and flaunting. However, Guan Xiushu didn't even look in their direction, directly discussing with the stylist about keeping her hairstyle simple. Lu Xuexi lowered her gaze slightly, although she wore a faint smile. It was evident that she had lost the happiness from earlier. Jiang Su quickly asked, Sister Xuexi, what's wrong? Nothing. Lu Xuexi shook her head, her voice a bit low. You all should continue to surround me with compliments. Today, Xiushu is the main character. She might feel unhappy seeing this. Jiang Han frowned at her words. What does her happiness have to do with us? You're the sister who grew up with us. Jiang Su nodded along, right? She's just relying on the fact that she just returned. Even the elder and grandfather dote on her. Though they said this, they didn't dare to openly mock her, but could only whisper under their breath. Lu Xuexi's eyes flickered, and she quietly asked them about the process of finding Guan Xiushu. After all, in her opinion, Guan Xiushu's temperament didn't seem like someone who could be easily coaxed back. She thought that if Guan Xiushu insisted on not returning home today, the Jiang family would lose face, and she would surely blame it on Guan Xiushu. Unfortunately, she returned just like that. Jiang Su listened to her curiosity and didn't hide anything, sharing what Jiang Yuqing had said. Lu Xuexi was stunned. She never expected that the elder would go to such lengths for Guan Xiushu. Indeed, a biological daughter was different. She sneered inwardly, but advised outwardly. Remember not to let grandfather know about this. Otherwise, if he finds out that the elder is willing to give up on us for Xiushu, he will be heartbroken. Saying this, she sighed deliberately, as if implying that the family used to be fine, and she didn't know how it suddenly became like this. Under Liu Xuexi's insinuation, the Jiang brothers also felt that the chaos in the family began after Guan Xushu returned. The initial admiration they had for Guan Xushu quickly faded. Seeing this, Liu Xuexi decided to stoke the fire, quietly lamenting, "I hope Xushu can be more sensible this time." Jiang Su's previously dissatisfied expression seemed to become somewhat complicated, and after a long pause, he murmured softly, "If she doesn't behave too badly in the Jiang family, we can just endure it." Jiang Su thought about Guan Xushu living in that little rundown rental house and felt a bit uneasy. Liu Xuexi. The banquet starts at 7:30 p.m. The entire Jiang family's garden had been decorated with lights in advance. As dusk fell, the lights of the entire Jiang villa lit up, and the garden was surrounded by various light strips. From a distance, the whole villa looked like a magnificent and brilliant castle. Before 7 p.m., various luxury cars began to arrive at the Jiang villa's entrance, followed by a group of elegantly dressed young men and women in suits and gowns. Most of the guests invited by Old Master Jiang were families that had a good relationship with the Jiang family, and each of them were notable figures in Heiress and even throughout the country. Most of these young people came with their parents, while only a few were tasked to deliver gifts alone. At the banquet, just looking at the scale of it made many people sigh in awe. Guan Rui got out of the car with her parents, and when she saw these people, her eyes widened. Many of them were figures her father couldn't even dream of meeting, and as for those top-tier young men and women, they were existence she had only admired on social media. Look at our Rui, she actually got an invitation to the Jiang family. Truly our little lucky star. Guan Baocheng looked at his daughter with pride. Because the Jiang family suddenly canceled their cooperation, Guan Baocheng's outlook for the company had been dashed, and he was unwilling to let go of this opportunity to climb up to the Jiang family. Hearing that his son and daughter received invitations to the Jiang family's banquet, he rubbed his hands together, eagerly waiting to regain the Jiang family's cooperation tonight. Bai Shuqin looked at her husband, who appeared ready to make a big move, and felt a bit uneasy. She pulled her daughter closer and whispered, "Rirue, should we discuss this with your father first? What if we find out later that the young lady at home is really someone your father hasn't prepared for?" Previously, the Jiang family had canceled their cooperation with the Guan family, and Guan Rui and Bai Shuqin were worried that Guan Baocheng would blame them. So they hadn't told him that Su might be the lost young lady of the Jiang family. Guan Baocheng came over tonight entirely to reconnect with the Jiang family. The three members of the Guan family stood at the door for a moment before someone walked out from inside. Dressed in a custom-made high-class suit and looking handsome was Pei Yuancheng, who had just confirmed his relationship with Guan Rui not long ago. The Pei family is a well-known, prestigious family in the capital with considerable influence, but Pei Yuancheng is merely a young master from a branch of the Pei family. A few years ago, he was sent by the main family to High City to develop the market, and it was only in the past 2 years that he gradually established a foothold. Originally, the Pei family's branch in the city didn't hold much weight, but everyone still respected the Pei family due to their ties to the capital, allowing the Pei family to barely secure a position in the top social circles. Therefore, the Pei family always intended to find a local wealthy family for Pei Yuancheng to establish a family alliance. Initially, Pei Yuancheng had chosen Guan Xushu, as she liked him, and he had some feelings for her as well. However, a few days ago, it suddenly came to light that Guan Xushu was actually an adopted daughter of the Guan family, and her biological parents lived in poverty in the mountains. Pei Yuancheng immediately lost all interest in Guan Xushu, and instead got together with Guan Rui. When Guan Rui asked him to handle the invitation for tonight, Pei Yuancheng initially found it quite difficult. However, coincidentally, yesterday, his uncle's family encountered an incident and couldn't come, leaving the invitation vacant, which was then given to the Guan family. Yes, Pei Yuancheng's uncle's family was the one that the Song family had a confrontation with last night. If Pei Yuancheng had known the reason behind his uncle's family's troubles, he probably wouldn't have so casually brought the Guan family to the Jiang family for the banquet. As more lights spread from above everyone's heads, everyone unconsciously followed the light curtain inside. The formal welcome banquet for the return of the young lady of the Jiang family finally began. Chapter 30. The main character of tonight has finally arrived. The Jiang family's decor exudes a low-key luxury. When the glass doors connecting the front hall and the garden platform were pulled open, the entire banquet presented a semi-open style with decorations and various delicacies arranged by a specialized planning company. Although the Guan family often attended various parties, they couldn't help but feel envious looking at the Jiang family's grandeur. Upon seeing the distinguished young men from various families coming and going, Guan Rui straightened her back as she entered, eager to present her best side to everyone at the banquet. For tonight's event, she had insisted that her father spend a lot of money to buy a new high-end spring dress, a princess-style, strapless tulle gown, paired with a small crown on her head, making her look like a princess. Coupled with Guan Rui's deliberately sweet smile, she indeed attracted quite a few glances as she entered. However, before Guan Rui could strike a more beautiful pose, the gazes that had looked over began to withdraw. From the corner of her eye, she even caught a hint of disdain. Guan Rui felt a bit confused, not understanding what was wrong with her outfit. Little did she know that after she and the Guan couple left, a girl in a black evening gown in the corner chuckled to her companion. Which family's young lady was that just now? Doesn't she know who the main character is today, wearing a crown? Thinking she is the princess of today? One person beside her remarked, looking somewhat familiar, but unable to recall who she was. Isn't that the president of the Guan family? How did the Guan family get on the guest list today? Some people at the banquet noticed the Guan family, and when Jiang Yutong saw the Guan family approaching him, he looked visibly perplexed. Are these people from the Guan family? Who let them in? His elder brother had strictly ordered that the Guan family had mistreated their daughter and forbade any future cooperation with them, withdrawing previous collaborations. How could they be here? Vice President Jiang, it's great to see you. I've been wanting to find a chance to meet you again, but it was hard to arrange. What a coincidence. Guan Baocheng immediately expressed his enthusiasm upon spotting Jiang Yutong. After all, it was this vice president who had first approached him for cooperation. Naturally, Guan Baocheng's first move upon entering the Jiang family was to find him. Jiang Yutong's wife, Xuanning Yu, who was originally holding her husband's hand and mingling in the banquet hall, was slightly taken aback upon seeing the Guan family trio. But she quickly maintained her smile and asked, Yutong, who are these? Xuanning Yu had never met the Guan family members, although Bai Shuqin had come to visit. She was turned away before she even reached the door, so she didn't recognize them. Jiang Yutong explained, let me introduce, this is President Guan and his wife. And this should be President Guan's daughter. Upon hearing the surname Guan, Xuanning Yu's expression subtly changed. Although the Jianghai group was inherited by her elder brother, Yutong had always followed his elder brother's lead, and the third branch was accustomed to listening to his orders. Xuanning Yu knew that her elder brother held a very low opinion of the Guan family. In fact, not only her elder brother, but she herself also looked down on them. She later learned that while Guan Shushu was publicly recognized as the young lady of the Guan family, she had actually been raised as a subordinate to Guan Rui since childhood, often carrying her school bag and buying snacks. Whenever Rui was hospitalized for checkups, Guan Shushu had to stay by her side to take care of her. It was called an older sister caring for her younger sister. But the Guan family could afford caregivers. Why would they need one child to take care of another? After Guan Shushu was hit by a car while trying to save Guan Rui and ended up in the hospital, the Guan family not only did not express gratitude, but even drove her out empty-handed. These matters. If it weren't for Bai Shuqin's accidental exposure of her attitude towards Su Su during her visit yesterday, Jiang Yuqing would not have hurried to investigate. The results of the investigation only made people angrier, even if Bai Shuqin didn't provide evidence of outright abuse. Su Su indeed suffered a lot of grievances in the Guan family. Xuanning Yu's feelings towards this family were not good, and her expression became more indifferent as she realized. So these two are President Guan and his wife. Finally, I have met them. Recognizing their faces, she thought to herself that she couldn't let the security guard allow them in again next time. Guan Baocheng was preoccupied with the cooperation matter and didn't think deeply about the third madam's attitude. Instead, he laughed heartily, yes. My wife and daughter came to visit the day before yesterday, but unfortunately, we didn't get to meet. They said they regretted it. Thankfully, we finally met today. Oh, Xuanning Yu raised an eyebrow, a smirk on her face. Did Madame Guan not tell you why you didn't get to meet? If Xuanningyu's previous attitude made Guan Ruirui and her mother a bit anxious, hearing this made them jump in shock. Guan Baocheng was initially taken aback, but he was shrewd and quickly sensed something was off. He subconsciously glanced at his wife and daughter, noticing their visibly guilty expressions. His heart sank, and he hurriedly said, "My wife and daughter are spoiled by me. If they offended Madame Jiang in any way, please don't hold it against them." Xuanningsu observed Guan Baocheng's attitude and instinctively exchanged glances with Jiang Yutong, both of them suddenly understanding something. The incident that day at the Jiang family. The Guan mother and daughter hadn't mentioned a word about it when they returned. This situation was going to be interesting. That day, Mrs. Guan and Miss Guan did not even meet my wife, so there is no question of offending anyone. Jiang Yutong laughed, and naturally, he couldn't directly say that the cooperation between the two families was canceled because the Guan family offended his elder brother. That would not reflect well on the Jiang family's reputation. Guan Baocheng, being a seasoned businessman, was already certain that the deal with the Jiang family was definitely ruined by Xu Qin and Guan Ruirui's visit that day. These two actually kept it from him. Guan Baocheng's cold gaze swept over the two, but considering the occasion, he did not show it too obviously, only wearing an expression that suggested he would settle accounts with them later. He then turned to Jiang Yutong with a sincere face, saying, "Vice President Jiang, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. We absolutely do not want a misunderstanding to ruin the cooperation between our two families. We genuinely hope to cooperate with Jianghai Group, and if you have any thoughts on the cooperation conditions, the Guan family can definitely accommodate." Jiang Yutong looked at him and simply shook his head, saying, "Actually, this cancellation of cooperation was my elder brother's intention. I really can't help with that." Jiang Yutong feigned distress, putting on a look that suggested it was not his original intention, but he had to listen to his elder brother. Upon hearing that it was indeed the elder Zhang's decision, Guan Baocheng's heart sank. He didn't understand how it became the elder Zhang's matter. He instinctively looked at his wife and daughter, only to see their faces even paler than before. How many people had they offended during their visit to the Jiang family that day? Before Guan Baocheng could figure out how to interrogate the two women when he returned, he suddenly heard Mrs. Jiang speak up, but her words were completely unrelated. "Oh, the main character has finally appeared tonight. Mr. Guan has taken such good care of our family's child before, and since she is here tonight, we must have a good drink." Guan Baocheng felt inexplicably confused and instinctively followed everyone's gaze to the corner of the staircase in the front hall. However, when he clearly saw the beautiful figure slowly descending the stairs, holding a pure white camellia, he was instantly stunned. Chapter 31. Not Mom, but Foster Mother. Not only was Guan Baocheng stunned, but Guan Ruirui and Bai Shuqin beside him were equally dumbfounded. The kind of unexpected yet expected feeling of defeat washed over them. The moment they recognized Guan Xiushu, the little bit of hope in their hearts completely vanished. Guan Xiushu was indeed the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. After the initial shock, intense jealousy followed. Guan Ruirui's eyes turned red from jealousy. She always knew Guan Xiushu was beautiful. Whenever their family attended a banquet, to avoid being overshadowed, she would deliberately pick some difficult-to-manage dresses for her. Since they were chosen by her, even if Guan Xiushu didn't want to wear them, Bai Shuqin would insist she put them on. Either wear it or wear nothing at all. Yet Guan Xiushu had such fair skin, a translucent kind of white, that even a dark purple dress, which would normally make one look overly mature, she could easily carry off. Despite her efforts over the years, she only barely managed to give Guan Xiushu a somewhat decent, yet poor taste reputation in their circle. But now, having left the Guan family, Guan Xiushu wore a beautifully crafted two-tone camellia dress, elegant and restrained yet full of vitality. Although it was a black dress, it exuded a pure beauty. Just her appearance instantly captured everyone's attention. Is this the eldest daughter of the Jiang family? The dress she is wearing seems to be a recent haute couture release from Master AI Rue, a woman nearby whispered. As long as it was a woman, there was no disinterest in discussing clothes and bags. Upon hearing this, someone immediately responded, "No wonder it's the Jiang family. They can get their hands on haute couture that hasn't been officially released yet. Did you forget about that fourth Anne in the family? With her status in the fashion industry, getting two pieces of haute couture like this is just a matter of saying a word." The more Guan Ruirui listened, the more jealous she became, unable to help but lean closer to the group, pretending to be somewhat worried as she quietly interjected, "Could it be fake?" As soon as she said this, the women discussing in front of her instantly fell silent, then turned to look at her with expressions as if they were looking at a fool. After a moment, someone sneered first, filled with sarcasm and disdain. And then, without saying another word, they all moved to the other side, clearly trying to distance themselves from her. Guan Rurui's face twisted in anger. Instinctively wanting to seek comfort from Pei Yuancheng, she turned around only to find him staring dumbfounded in the direction of Guan Shushu, clearly mesmerized. Ruirei gritted her teeth, tightening her grip on her handbag. At that moment, Guan Shushu's keen gaze turned towards her. Guan Shushu did not see the Guan family members at first. She instinctively noticed the dark aura surrounding the crowd. She was still wondering if there was another opportunity presenting itself, but upon taking a closer look, she found that the faint gray shadow behind Ruruei, which had been somewhat faint, had now turned black. The gray shadow, which had originally been close behind her, had now transformed into a half-embrace state. Guan Shushu couldn't help but wonder what kind of trouble Guan Ruruei had gotten herself into to attract such a thing. Guan Shushu's previously playful expression turned slightly cold. Jiang Yu and Jiang Huai stood beside her, noticing the subtle change in her expression, and instinctively followed her gaze. Spotting the Guan family of three, they frowned slightly. Meanwhile, old Master Jiang had already started introducing Guan Shushu to the guests with a smile. "Thank you all for coming today. The Jiang family has relied on your support for many years, so I also want to share my family joy with you all. I solemnly introduce my eldest granddaughter, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Guan Shushu." In conjunction with the old Masteress introduction, Guan Shushu, no, it should be Jiang Shushu, retracted her gaze from Guan Ruruei, appropriately displaying a graceful smile as she greeted everyone present. Regarding the name of Jiang Shushu, old Master Jiang had mentioned it to her before. Aside from the surname, since her generation was the Shui generation, old Master Jiang originally wanted to rename her Jiang Su. It was both in line with her generation and phonetically similar to her original name, implying clarity and vitality. However, Guan Shushu did not agree. Because Shushu was a name given by her master, she had grown accustomed to it and only said that she lacked wood in her fate, convincing old Master Jiang to let it go. In the crowd, Guan Baocheng, who initially couldn't believe it, was now certain upon hearing the name Shushu. The child he had raised for 18 years turned out to be the child the Jiang family had lost for many years. At this moment, he felt as if his eyes were about to burst, thinking back to the cooperation opportunity that seemed to fall from the sky, only to be suddenly canceled later, along with by Shuqin and Rurui's guilty expressions. How could he not understand? Everything was because Shushu was the biological daughter of the Jiang family. The sudden favor from the Jiang family for cooperation was because of Shushu, and the subsequent cancellation was also because of Shushu. And all of this, his wife and daughter clearly knew about, yet they said nothing. Thinking of this, Guan Baocheng glared fiercely at his wife. Bai Shuqin was startled by his gaze, instinctively shrinking away. Her expression was somewhat innocent. She didn't mean for this to happen. If she had known Shushu was the child of the Jiang family, she wouldn't have said such things in front of Jiang Yuqing that day. Reflecting on how she had boldly demanded his daughter's spot for her own daughter that day, it was no wonder the other party had been so angry at the time. Baocheng and Bai Shuqin were now filled with regret. They regretted it deeply. If I had known earlier that Su Su was a child of the Jiang family, given that the Jiang family had raised Su Su for 18 years, the Guan family would have become a distinguished guest of the Jiang family from then on, leveraging the Jiang family's influence. It wouldn't have been impossible for the Guan family to rise to greater heights. But now, if it weren't for their efforts to obtain an invitation, the Jiang family wouldn't even consider sending them an invitation, which clearly shows their attitude. Guan Baocheng felt a momentary pain in his chest, regret and anger almost suffocating him. But thinking about the occasion today, he managed to hold it in. His chest heaved violently, and in the next moment he suddenly seemed to think of something, a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Yes, in such an occasion today, he couldn't show anger, and the Jiang family certainly couldn't. With this thought, Guan Baocheng's expression of regret suddenly transformed, and a warm smile appeared on his face as he took by Shu Qin's hand and quickly moved through the crowd to the front. He opened his mouth, his voice filled with warmth and joy. Su, you look so beautiful tonight. Seeing you well makes me relieved. Ever since you left, your mother and I have been thinking about you. He paused amidst the puzzled gazes in the room, then suddenly slapped his forehead, looking somewhat regretful as he smiled at the old Jiang beside him. Oh, look at me, I've gotten used to it. I should say foster mother instead of mother. Chapter 32. Ruining her reputation. Guan Baoqing's words directly indicated his relationship with Su. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for the surrounding guests to hear, and their gazes towards him instantly became more polite and eager. The foster parents of the Jiang family's eldest daughter. That means they are indeed part of the Jiang family. They must be treated well as benefactors of the Jiang family. Even without looking around, Guan Baoqiang could feel the suddenly friendly gazes around him, knowing that he had achieved his goal. However, he did not notice the instant change in Jiang Yuqing's expression upon hearing his words. When he first noticed the Guan family's presence, he had already thought about having the security quietly escort them out, but before he could arrange that, they had approached directly. Having been in the business world, he quickly understood the other party's intentions upon their first meeting. The old man remained expressionless, still smiling, giving the impression of being very amiable. So, you are Su's foster parents. Over the years, we really appreciate your care for Su. You're too polite, old Jiang. If we had known earlier that Su was a child of the Jiang family, we would have returned long ago. Oh, old Jiang raised his eyes with a good-natured expression, suddenly turning to Jiang Yuqing. The Guan family raised Su, so they are our esteemed guests. Eldest, you should take them upstairs and host them properly. Don't lose courtesy. Jiang Yuqing had long wanted to get the Guan family out, and upon hearing this, he immediately stepped forward. Guan Baoqiang understood that old Jiang's words implied he wanted to keep the Guan family and the Jiang family tied together. The surrounding guests were watching. Even if Jiang Hai Group eventually no longer cooperated with the Guan family, there would still be groups wanting to befriend the Jiang family, extending an olive branch to the Guan family. Jiang Yuqing was not one to indulge such bad habits. He replied coldly, Mr. Guan, you're joking. The cooperation between Jiang Hai Group and the Guan family has long been canceled. As for why, I believe Mrs. Guan and your daughter know the details. Guan Baoqing didn't expect Jiang Yuqing to be so rude. Hearing him mentioned by Shu Qin and Guan Rui, he scolded his wife and daughter in his heart, but maintained a facade of fear and surprise, earnestly saying, Mr. Jiang, there must be some misunderstanding. I truly wish to cooperate with Jiang Hai Group. He then looked at Jiang Su, who had been silent all along. Su, you should say something for your dad. Seeing him still trying to involve Su, Jiang Yuqing's expression darkened as he stepped in front of Su, Mr. Guan. Su is my daughter. Bai Shu Qin couldn't help but speak up. Su, it hasn't been easy for us to raise you. You should say something. These words completely put Jiang Su on the spot. After all, the Guan family had raised her. It is often said that the kindness of raising someone surpasses that of giving birth. If Jiang Su dared to show even a hint of indifference to the Guan family in such an occasion, her reputation in the circle would surely be ruined. After all, who would like someone who, upon recognizing her biological father, cast aside her foster parents? Guan Rui had been waiting for this moment, but she didn't expect her father's reaction to be quicker than hers. She immediately stepped forward, looking pleadingly, Sister, Mom and Dad have always treated you like their own daughter. You can't just forget about us, because you have your biological father now. As the guests' gazes turned towards them, Bai Shu Qin's voice trembled. I know you've recognized your biological family, but your dad, Baoqiang, and Rui are also your family. I believe I haven't let you suffer any grievances growing up. Why do you become like this now? The three members of the Guan family spoke one after another, and the guests who had been listening began to murmur quietly. The onlookers remained silent, but some of the more principled younger attendees had already lost their initial good impression of Jiang Su, even unable to restrain themselves from speaking out in condemnation. Even if you've been recognized by the Jiang family, the Guan family raised you. Don't you think it's inappropriate for Miss Jiang to treat her foster parents this way? I see the Guan family is also a respectable family, but Jiang Su shouldn't avoid them like this. Jiang Yuqing's expression turned ugly, and just as he was about to retort, his arm was suddenly pulled back. It was Jiang Su pulling him back, stepping out on her own. Her exquisitely beautiful face showed little emotional change, merely glancing coldly at those who had just condemned her, before her almond eyes turned towards the Guan family. Suddenly, she began to remove the sleeve from her right arm without a word. Everyone was confused, and as Jiang Su took off the sleeve, she raised her delicate, pale arm, revealing a distinct scar on her fair, slender arm. Looking at Bai Shuqin, Jiang Su said coldly, "When I was 7, Guan Rui accidentally fell into the water. When Mrs. Guan arrived and saw that I was safe on the shore, she pushed me into the water because your daughter had suffered, so I should suffer too. This scar was from when you pushed me into the water and I was cut by a stone on the shore. You should remember this." Upon hearing this, the Jiang family members instantly shot their gazes at Bai Shuqin, and the guests in the hall looked on in disbelief, not understanding the logic behind this. Bai Shuqin's eyes flickered slightly, but she forced herself to remain calm. That was just you accidentally falling in. How can you say that I pushed you? Jiang Shushu was not flustered and continued. 10 years ago, when Guan Rui was injured and needed a blood transfusion, even though the hospital clearly had enough blood supply, you insisted that the nurse take my blood for Guan Rui. You said it was because we are sisters and that she would recover faster with my blood. The guests were left confused. What kind of bizarre logic is this? Even elementary school students know that as long as the blood type is the same, it's fine. Everyone felt that Mrs. Guan might have some cognitive impairment. However, Jiang Yuqing was already extremely angry, as these matters would not be known even if investigated. Jiang Shushu's next statement left everyone stunned. When I was young, I didn't understand why every time Guan Rui had bad luck, you would make me go through the same misfortunes or insist on taking care of her closely. Later, I realized it was because Rui was born weak and brought disaster upon herself. You raised me merely because you value my fate, wanting to use it to shield Guan Rui from misfortune. Chapter 33. Taking half as a thank you isn't too much, right? When Bai Shuqin and Guan Baochang heard Jiang Shushu mention the words shielding misfortune, their expressions suddenly changed. Bai Shuqin's pupils trembled, and she instinctively wanted to ask how she knew. However, as her lips moved to speak, she suddenly realized the occasion and noticed the probing gazes of those around, quickly changing her expression to one of confusion and disbelief as she looked at Jiang Shushu. Shushu, where did you hear such words? How could you believe in such superstitions? She continued with a sad face. I know you are now the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and your status is higher. I understand if you don't want to acknowledge us, but you don't have to say such ridiculous things. It really makes me sad. Jiang Shushu looked at Bai Shuqin's expression, but knew that if there was no resolution today, the Guan family would continue to entangle her. Having finally distanced herself from the Guan family, she was truly unwilling to deal with them any further. Just as she was about to take action, a loud voice came from outside. I believe Miss Jiang. Everyone turned to see that it was Song Yongming and his wife, who came holding a gift box. Walking straight to Jiang Shushu's side, Mrs. Song glared directly at Bai Shuqin. Miss Jiang is absolutely not the kind of person you described who forgets her roots after climbing high. Since she said that your Guan family adopted her to exchange fates, then you must have done so. Since you did, don't pretend here as if everyone present is a fool. The guests were stunned. Today, most of the guests invited by the Jiang family were those they had close relationships with, and everyone was familiar with the Song family. Mrs. Song was well known for her kindness and grace, and no one expected her to be so sharp on this occasion, especially for this newly recognized eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Did the two know each other before? Not to mention the guests. Even the Jiang family members were equally perplexed, but they instinctively felt that Song Yongming's attitude was related to the hurried visit they made the night before. They had no idea what Jiang Shushu had done. Jiang Shushu was also somewhat surprised by Mrs. Song's straightforward defense. Regardless of the reason, she appreciated the gesture. On the other side, Bai Shuqin was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Song Yongming and his wife, feeling dissatisfied and wanting to continue the argument. Jiang Shushu had already been watching her movements and, without waiting for her to speak, quickly drew a spell in the air with her fingers and then swept her hand, sending the spell quietly towards Bai Shuqin. Bai Shuqin was completely unaware, and when she opened her mouth, she said, What is it to you? My Ruerue's fate is bad. The master said that I need to find someone with a good fate to shield Ruerue from misfortune to change her fate. She has a good fate. So what is wrong with me using her fate to press down on Ruerue's? As soon as she said this, the guests present, including Guan Baocheng, suddenly changed their expressions. Guan Ruerue couldn't help but scream at her mom. Bai Shuqin also realized what she had just said and quickly covered her mouth. But the words seemed to spill out uncontrollably. Don't think that just because you became the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, you're something great. In my house, you are just a tool to change Ruerue's fate. The master said that as long as Ruerue keeps absorbing your good fortune, by the time she turns 18, your fates can be completely swapped. Otherwise, do you think I would let you go easily to find your biological parents? What did you say? Jiang Huai's face instantly turned cold as ice upon hearing this, and even Jiang Su and the other brothers' faces darkened. Although they were not fond of Jiang Shushu, she was still a member of the Jiang family, no matter how much trouble they caused among themselves. Outsiders daring to bully a Jiang family member was tantamount to not taking the Jiang family seriously. The Guan family was simply going too far. The surrounding guests found it unbelievable. They initially thought the eldest daughter of the Jiang family's earlier comments were absurd, but they never expected that what she said was true. Suddenly, Jiang Shushu's outrageous and illogical statements had an explanation. They didn't truly believe in the existence of fate swapping. They just thought that the Guan family was superstitious to an odd degree. At this moment, Guan Baocheng also sensed that something was off and hurriedly stepped forward to pull Bai Shuqin away, his expression darkening frighteningly, while saying, "Shuqin, have you gone mad again? Spouting this nonsense?" He then apologized to everyone. "My wife has a mild case of hysteria. When her emotions fluctuate too much, she tends to have episodes. I'll take her home now." In just a few sentences, Guan Baocheng turned Bai Shuqin's unusual outburst into hysteria. He was about to lead her away when unexpectedly, Jiang Su and several younger members of the Jiang family stepped forward to block their path. Jiang Huai sneered, his tone cold. "Why is Mr. Guan in such a hurry to leave? It makes you seem too guilty." He already knew of Shushu's abilities and guessed that Bai Shuqin's odd behavior was likely a result of Shushu's private influence. So he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Today, the Jiang family would cooperate with Shushu to completely tear off the Guan family's hypocritical mask. Jiang Shushu clearly understood the power of the spell she had drawn. Seeing Jiang Su and the others blocking their way, she directly asked Bai Shuqin, "Mrs. Guan, do you really have hysteria?" "I don't." Bai Shuqin instinctively responded without thinking, already on the verge of tears, but her words were still surprisingly honest. "My husband just doesn't let me speak the truth. He is like that, always hesitant when doing things. It's better if we women just say it outright." Guan Baocheng's face darkened immediately. Was she going to expose Jiang Shushu's secrets and his as well? Moreover, did this woman actually think of herself like this? Jiang Yuqing could no longer contain his anger upon hearing that the Guan family had treated Shushu as a tool for their daughter to shield against misfortune. He stepped forward and coldly questioned, "What else have you done to my daughter? What can I do to her? It's her who always fails to recognize her identity. When she was a child, she brought back an injured bird and said she wanted to raise it. She is just a foster daughter, living off her charity. What right does she have to raise a pet? I directly threw it on the ground in front of her." He continued, "She was always a troublesome child. When she dared to fight Ruerue for toys, I locked her in the attic and starved her for 2 days. When she came out, she obediently listened." The Jiang family members turned pale with anger, while the guests around looked on with sympathy. They had thought that although the eldest daughter of the Jiang family had grown up away from home, she should at least have been adopted by a wealthy family, leading a decent life. They never expected that she had encountered such a dark-hearted family. Jiang Shushu remained unfazed by the gazes around her, her eyes calm as she continued to look at Bai Shuqin and asked, "What do you want to do today?" Without a moment's thought, Bai Shuqin replied, "Of course. We are here to ask for what we deserve. We raised you all these years, and now that you've become a young lady of the Jiang family, shouldn't you repay us? With the Jiang family's vast fortune, isn't it fair to give us half as a token of gratitude?" The moment she finished speaking, the guests present collectively gasped. The Guan family certainly had an audacious appetite. To openly demand half of the Jiang family's assets was utterly shameless. Chapter 34. From now on, I owe the Guan family nothing. At this point, everyone knew what kind of family the Guan family truly was. Their initial sympathy and enthusiasm instantly transformed into disdain and contempt. Guan Baoqing and Guan Rui, standing nearby, were on the verge of spitting blood, completely bewildered by their wife, mother, as sudden outburst. Guan Rui shed tears, desperately trying to explain, "It's not like that. My mother is just talking nonsense. We never treated my sister that way." However, before she could finish, a laughter erupted from the crowd, coming from the girl in the black dress who had first mocked her for thinking too highly of herself. "All right, your Guan family scheme is loud enough for the whole city to hear, yet you're still pretending here." A few more bursts of laughter followed, filled with mockery and disdain. Having never faced such humiliation, Guan Rui couldn't care less about Bai Shuqin and Guan Baoqing anymore. She covered her face and pushed through the crowd, rushing outside. Unexpectedly, just a few steps out, she collided with someone. The force of the impact caused Guan Rui to stumble and fall to the ground. Instinctively, she looked up and saw a tall, upright figure backlit by the light, exuding an aura of coldness. When she clearly saw the person's face, her heart nearly skipped several beats. His chiseled, handsome features were far more striking and imposing than Jiang Huai's, and his deep black eyes looked at her coldly, as if he could swallow her whole. Guan Rui sat there, mesmerized, while hearing whispers around her. "Isn't that young Master Chu? It must be him. His presence is so intimidating. Wasn't it said that young Master Chu hates attending such gatherings? Why is he here? Oh no, is this dress I'm wearing okay? Young Master Chu hates flashy outfits. I hope he doesn't see me." It was then that Guan Rui realized she was in front of Chu Beihe, the young master of one of the 4 prominent families in Heiress. Rumor had it that he was mysterious and disliked being photographed, with very few pictures of him circulating on social media. Seeing him in person for the first time, Guan Rui felt that Pei Yuanchang couldn't even compare to him. The scene felt like something out of a romantic drama, with her as a helpless little rabbit and him as a towering figure standing before her, as if he might bend down and carry her away. Imagining such a scenario made her forget her earlier embarrassment and anger, and instead, she looked at him shyly and helplessly. When she saw him extend his hand, her heart raced, and she immediately reached out to him. Chu Beihe looked at her hand and frowned deeply. If it weren't for the occasion, he might have directly taken off the suit jacket that had brushed against her. Suppressing his discomfort, he raised his hand to pull out a handkerchief to wipe off the scent from his suit, only to see her reaching out to him. Was she trying to get him to help her up after falling? His deep black eyes coldly swept over her diamond-studded nails. Chu Beihe's frown deepened as he turned to the waiting waiter beside him, showing no gentlemanly awareness, and said, "Why aren't you helping her up?" The waiter was momentarily taken aback, but quickly rushed over, lifting the still-sitting Guan Rui off the ground. "Guan Rui, this isn't how the plot goes." Lu Xueshi, who had been watching from the sidelines, raised her eyebrows, clearly surprised that Chu Beihe would come over personally. However, recalling his relationship with Jiang Huai, she quickly calmed down, realizing that Chu Beihe was likely here for Jiang Huai's sake. Chu Beihe walked past the now-lifted Guan Rui and approached Jiang Shushu, succinctly stating, "Congratulations, Miss Jiang. Sorry for being late." Though it was just a few words, by addressing her as Miss Jiang, he publicly acknowledged Jiang Shushu as the young lady of the Jiang family, representing the Chu family. His statement meant that after tonight, no matter what others thought of Jiang Shushu, the upper social circle Heiress would have to recognize her identity. Jiang Shushu looked at the shining big shot and smiled slightly. "You arrived just in time, young Master Chu." She then turned back to Guan Baoqiang, her smile slightly restrained, and said lightly, "The Guan family raised me for 18 years, which amounts to no more than 5 million. I have already transferred 5 million in child support to your account." Guan Baoqing's eyes turned cold, while the guests around them were in disbelief. $1 million to raise a child might be acceptable for an ordinary family, but for people like them, 5 million was far too little. It showed how poorly the Guan family had treated her over the years, and they cast scornful glances at Guan Baoqiang. Then Jiang Shushu continued, fixing her almond-shaped eyes on Guan Baoqiang and slowly saying, "Furthermore, I've already repaid the debt for the time I almost died for Guan Rui. From now on, I owe your Guan family nothing. Guan Baoqing's pupils constricted sharply, his facial muscles twitching as he could no longer maintain his pretentious facade. Jiang Yuqing felt a pang in his heart, realizing that his daughter had truly suffered greatly in the Guan family. At that moment, he echoed Jiang Shushu's words. From today on, my Jiang family's children have no ties with the Guan family. Considering you raised Shushu, the Jiang family won't take any action against you. But if the Guan family dares to use the Jiang family's name to show off in the future, don't blame the Jiang family for being ruthless. After saying this, he coldly instructed Butler, see them out. Guan Baoqing and Bai Shuqin were almost embarrassingly escorted out. As they passed in front of Jiang Shushu, she leaned in and whispered, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, your attempt to change your fate has failed." Bai Shuqin suddenly turned her head, her face twisted in disbelief, her eyes filled with skepticism. Jiang Shushu, however, didn't care whether she believed it or not. She would soon come to believe it. The calamity that had befallen Guan Rue would soon come back to her, and if they wanted to save her, they would have to let Guan Rue come to me with the bracelet from her grandmother. Guan Baoqing looked at Jiang Shushu with cold eyes, while Bai Shuqin's gaze was filled with malice. However, before they could react, the butler had already firmly escorted them out. The banquet continued. Jiang Shushu was personally led by Old Master Jiang to greet several elders and was surprised to see that Chu Beihe had not yet left. In fact, his presence tonight had already surprised everyone. Jiang Shushu could tell that this young Master Chu was not someone who enjoyed mingling at such banquets. So she was curious and directly asked, "Why are you here?" Chu Beihe seemed to have anticipated her question, his phoenix eyes coldly sweeping over Jiang Huai on the other side, his voice calm and measured as he replied, "I should be responsible for you." Jiang Shushu had just picked up a glass of champagne from the side and nearly spilled it all over him upon hearing this. Turning her head, with her apricot eyes slightly widened in disbelief, she looked at him as if asking, "What responsibility? What do I have to ask you to take responsibility for?" Chapter 35. You have bad luck with peaches. Chu Beihe looked at Jiang Shushu's shocked expression, his face unchanged, and simply said, "It was my fault that the Song family revealed your identity, which led the Song family to question the Jiang family, indirectly causing you to run away from home. Therefore, I need to take responsibility." Jiang Shushu. Just now, she was almost going to think that he had discovered she had caught him with 2 golden lights. It turns out, it was just this Chu big shot. Is he really that easy to fool? He actually believes such nonsense? Of course. Chu Beihe knew that this was just an excuse Jiang Huai used to get him to save face. But even if it was an excuse, as long as it could convince him, it wouldn't count as fooling him. Although she didn't explicitly state that she needed him to keep her identity a secret yesterday. He did tell the other party about her identity as a daughter of the Jiang family, without her consent. Just this point, Chu Beihe wouldn't evade his responsibility. Chu Beihe's obsessive-compulsive disorder also included being serious about things. Jiang Shushu originally wanted to say that he didn't need to take responsibility, but her gaze unintentionally fell on his left arm. She had seen clearly just now that when Guan Rue accidentally bumped into the big shot's arm, the aura that had originally surrounded her was weakened a bit by the golden light on Chu Beihe. That golden light was like a flame, capable of dissipating all the evil that came close in an instant. Jiang Shushu was somewhat tempted. Thinking of this, she stopped saying polite words about not needing to take responsibility. "Then, if I have problems in the future, can I still trouble you?" "No, Jiang Shushu. Wasn't it agreed that you would take responsibility?" Seemingly sensing her confusion, Chu Beihe explained for once, "You have already moved back to the Jiang family, so my responsibility has already been fulfilled." Jiang Shushu. So the big shot's responsibility is one time only. What a miscalculation. Chu Beihe, just as the outside world described, disliked such occasions. After finishing his conversation with Jiang Shushu, he quickly found an excuse to leave. Jiang Shushu thought that to get close to this big shot, she would indeed need to put in a bit more effort. But fortunately, she wasn't in a hurry. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a light, teasing female voice came from behind. Chu Xiao is notoriously hard to approach in this circle. If you put your mind on him, you will regret it. Jiang Shushu turned her head and saw that the speaker was the same girl who had mocked Guan Rue earlier. The girl was about the same age as her, with striking and elegant features, her shiny black hair tied up, revealing a beautifully graceful swan neck. She looked at Jiang Shushu with a half-smile, but her words held no malice. Jiang Shushu asked her, "Do you like Chubeha?" Generally, those who actively warn other women to stay away from a man are admirers of that man. However, upon hearing Jiang Shushu's question, the girl looked as if she had heard a terrifying ghost story, her expression clearly horrified. "I dislike him because I feel like I've lived too long to like that big devil." Jiang Shushu raised her eyebrows. This was the second time she heard someone call him that. It seemed that this nickname wasn't unique to Jiang Huai. It was commonly recognized. "Thank you for your advice. I will be cautious." Implicitly, she was saying, "Thank you for the reminder, but I choose not to listen." Li Qingzi looked at Jiang Shushu with some peculiarity, then waved her hand. "Forget it. Do as you wish. I only spoke up because I thought you were quite clear-headed when you decisively distanced yourself from your adoptive parents." Saying this, she extended her hand with a smile. "Li Qingzi, Li's real estate is my family business." Jiang Shushu had never been one to intentionally distance herself from those who meant no harm. Moreover, the girl in front of her had a confident and cheerful demeanor, which she quite liked. She reached out to shake the girl's hand, her gaze falling on the cluster of dark pink on the girl's forehead, and smiled slightly. "You have bad luck with peaches lately. Be careful of those who make you feel indebted." For those she had a good impression of, Jiang Shushu never hesitated to give them a reminder. "Li Qingzi?" Li Qingzi didn't expect her topic to shift so abruptly. "Do you really believe in these things?" She thought Jiang Shushu was just trying to expose the malicious intent of the Guan family. Jiang Shushu replied, "I not only believe, but I am also one of them. If you need to guard against schemers, you can come find me." "Li Qingzi, this Miss Jiang from the Jiang family seems quite strange." On the other side, the Guan family. The three members of the Guan family returned home almost in silence. Along the way, even though there were no other people around, Bai Shuqin still tightly covered her mouth, fearing she would uncontrollably speak her mind again. Guan Qishan, who had a dinner engagement that night, did not follow them to the Jiang family. He thought his family members wouldn't return so quickly, but unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the house. Guan Baocheng and the others followed closely behind. As soon as they entered, he saw a fierce-looking Guan Baocheng, his sister with red eyes, clearly having cried, and his mother inexplicably covering her mouth as she entered. "Dad, what is going on?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Guan Baocheng, who had just stepped through the door, suddenly turn around and slap Bai Shuqin hard across the face. Bai Shuqin was caught off guard and fell directly to the ground. Guan Rui, who was initially feeling wronged, was also stunned, while Guan Qishan's expression changed drastically as he rushed forward. "Dad, what are you doing?" Guan Baocheng ignored his son's obstruction and was about to lash out at Bai Shuqin again, his face showing a fierceness never seen before. "You useless person. You've ruined my reputation built over many years. You've turned the entire Guan family into a laughing stock in the circle. I could just strangle you right now." Guan Qishan's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. He had no idea why his usually gentle father had suddenly become like this. Weren't they supposed to attend the Jiang family's dinner tonight to find an opportunity to salvage their cooperation with the Jiang family? How did they become a laughing stock in the circle? Meanwhile, Guan Rui was also startled to see her usually loving father display such a demeanor. Feeling somewhat wronged, she whimpered, "Dad, please don't be like this. You're scaring me." Her voice made Guan Baocheng's anger immediately shift to her. "I haven't even settled the score with you yet. You and your mother clearly knew that Jiang Shushu was the young lady of the Jiang family all along, yet you kept it from me. I thought you were genuinely trying to negotiate with the Jiang family, but it turns out you too are the real culprits." Guan Baocheng yelled, making Guan Rirui shiver all over. Seeing this, Bai Shuqin struggled to get up, embracing Guan Rirui and no longer covering her mouth. She started to curse Guan Baocheng. "How can you yell at Rirui like this? She is your own daughter. You're useless and still blaming us. Why didn't you do anything just now? Acting like a coward outside, only daring to come home to vent your anger on us. Coward." This scene shocked Guan Qishan. Is this something his mother would say? Chapter 36. "You might as well hit me. What did you say?" Guan Baocheng was almost enraged to the point of losing his breath upon hearing Bai Shuqin's words. His voice had changed pitch due to his anger, and his eyes were filled with terrifying rage. Bai Shuqin immediately shrank her neck, instinctively covering her mouth again, her face full of pain. "Husband, no, that's not what I meant." She wanted to explain, but the words that came out were, "I said you're useless." Only useless men would yell at their family. If you were really that capable, why didn't you confront that little vixen Guan Shushu earlier? It's not like she looks down on you. She would just love to kick you out. Damn it. Guan Shishin was about to go crazy. When did his mother ever talk to his father like that? It was always his father who said what went. Had she gone mad after this outing? Shuqin also felt like she was losing her mind. Since arriving at the Jiang family, she uncontrollably wanted to blurt out the truth. Not just the truth, but the deep-seated feelings buried in her heart. Looking at Guan Baoqing's face, which was almost as angry as a pig's liver, Bai Shuqin felt that she might be finished. What the few people didn't know was that, just moments ago, the dark energy that had been entwined around Guan Rui was slowly seeping into Guan Baoqing's body, silently transforming his expression into one of horror. He glared fiercely at Bai Shuqin, pointing at her with trembling fingers. You. He was so furious he couldn't speak, but a surge of anger welled up inside him, making him want to vent. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a golf club placed by the entrance. He stepped forward and pulled one out without a word. Guan Shishin's expression instantly changed, and Bai Shuqin and Guan Rui turned pale. Before Guan Shishin could rush over to stop him, Guan Baoqing had already swung the club violently. Clang! Clang! The decorative items placed at the entrance were instantly smashed to pieces, and Shuqin couldn't help but scream. Help! Guan Rui also started to cry out. Dad, we know we were wrong. Husband, I know I was wrong too. Please calm down. The scene was chaotic, but Guan Baoqing continued to wildly swing the golf club, thankfully not actually chasing after Bai Shuqin. Instead, he smashed all the vases and decorations in the living room. Bai Shuqin felt her heart bleed. Several of those smashed were antiques. Together, they were worth nearly 10 million. Bai Shuqin was truly heartbroken, crying out, "You might as well hit me." Guan Shishin thought, "This family's gone mad." 2 days after the Jiang family banquet, Jiang Shushu finally confirmed the time for her visit with Mrs. Song. After packing her things and going downstairs, in the garden, Jiang Su, Jiang Han, and Jiang Cheng were forced to do push-ups. In front of them, Jiang Huai sat elegantly in a wrought-tan chair, with snacks and flower tea beside him, looking relaxed as if enjoying afternoon tea. Seeing this scene, Jiang Shushu raised an eyebrow. "What's this?" "Nothing much. Grandpa said they haven't exercised lately, so during the summer vacation, they should get some good exercise," Jiang Huai said with a smile. "And I know you're heading out. The car is already prepared for you." Jiang Shushu nodded. In just a few days, she was almost getting used to the Jiang family's meticulous care. Ignoring the 3 brothers who were still struggling, she greeted Jiang Huai and headed out. Jiang Huai smiled as he watched her leave, then turned back to the 3, his smile growing gentler. "Hang in there. At least do 100 today. If you can't hold on in the middle and collapse, all 3 of you start over from 0. As soon as this was said, the 3 instantly turned glum, crying out, "Cousin, we really know we were wrong. I haven't troubled Jiang Shushu these past 2 days. We've been good." "Jiang Huai, you can't just forget your brothers now that you have a sister. We are your family too." However, Jiang Huai remained unmoved by their words. Still wearing that noble and elegant smile, "You're only family after doing 100. If you can't finish, your games and figurines will still be managed by me." The 3 immediately wailed again. Ever since the last banquet, the family treated Jiang Shushu like she was a deity. The reason was that Song Yongming and his wife had specifically expressed gratitude to old Master Jiang at the banquet for Jiang Shushu saving their daughter's life, while also remarking that Shushu was truly capable. "We are really grateful to her. At such a young age, not only is she so impressive, but she can also earn money to pay for her family's expenses. Truly remarkable." Hearing this, the Jiang family felt their temples throb. It was then they realized that Jiang Shushu was not well regarded in the Guan family, and they certainly wouldn't give her that much pocket money. So, where did that 5 million come from? It was only when Song Yongming pointed it out that they finally understood. She earned it herself. The first reaction of the Jiang family was not to admire Shushu's capability, but to feel ashamed. Even Jiang Su had a complex expression. He had previously thought that Jiang Shushu's strange interests were embarrassing, but she was clearly doing it to earn money. At the same time, he couldn't understand why. Now that Jiang Shushu had returned to the Jiang family, she still had to go through all that trouble. It was just 5 million in living expenses. She could have just asked her uncle for it, yet she went out of her way to earn it herself. That night, Jiang Yuqing directly transferred 10 million to Jiang Shushu. 1 million was to pay back the Guan family, and the other 5 million was her pocket money. Jiang Shushu didn't know what to say. Last time she had just transferred 1,500,000 out, and Jiang Huai had doubled her pocket money. This time, she had just returned 5 million, and the money came back to her doubled again. Jiang Shushu once again experienced the feeling of never lacking money. But the money that went into her pocket, she wouldn't be pretentious about returning it. With this money, she could finally photograph the item she had been thinking about. Just as she was scrolling through her phone looking for information about an auction, the car had already stopped at the Song family's door. Song Yongming and Mrs. Song were waiting at home early. As soon as she got out of the car, the two directly welcomed her. "Master Jiang, you're here." Although Mrs. Song had called her Shushu when they were at the Jiang family to show closeness, she still insisted on calling her Master Jiang privately. The former was to support her, while the latter was purely respectful. Thinking that today she could finally help their little pair return to normal, Mrs. Song was so excited that she hadn't slept all night. Not just her, but Song Yongming and Song Yuli also hadn't slept a wink. For today, they had specifically pushed back all the work in the company to witness the moment when little pair would recover. Jiang Shushu met the eager gazes of the Song family and simply smiled to comfort them without any small talk, taking out a paper bag from her backpack. The Song family saw that the bag contained several strands of hair wrapped in yellow talismans. Those were the hairs of the person who had switched their little pair's intelligence away. The Song family members seemed to ignite with anger. Jiang Shushu looked at them and thought for a moment before saying, "Before we begin, there is something I need to confess to you." Chapter 37. Who told you I like you? The Song family was rarely able to see Jiang Shushu in such a serious manner, and their hearts couldn't help but tighten, thinking there might be some other risks involved in this matter. However, Jiang Shushu said, years ago, the person who switched little pair's intelligence was a maid who had been working in the Jiang family for a long time. She had once helped an evil master by chance, and as a reward, the evil master offered to help her foolish son regain his intelligence. That is when she set her sights on little pair, who was visiting the Jiang family. These matters were naturally explained later by Aunt Wu. Jiang Shushu didn't want to hide this from the Song family. Hearing such a truth, the faces of the Song family turned a bit complicated. It would be a lie to say they had no grudges against the Jiang family. After all, it was their family's hired nanny. Who could have imagined that a nanny at home could have such malicious thoughts? Their little pair was just visiting, and yet she was targeted, living a life akin to that of a child for 8 years. And they, over the years, were completely unaware, only believing that little pair was like this due to the horse riding accident that had damaged her brain. They had blamed the Jiang family for their inability to recognize people, but it just so happened that it was Jiang Shushu, a member of the Jiang family, who discovered the problem and voluntarily offered to help them. Song Yongming took a deep breath and sighed after a while, saying that as long as little pair could return to normal, that would be enough. After all, the two families had some friendship. If things really turned sour, it would be difficult for Master Jiang to be caught in the middle. Right now, they just wanted little pair to get better. The Song family's openness made Jiang Shushu feel a rare fondness for them, and she smiled slightly, saying, "Don't worry, she will get better." Jiang Shushu then went upstairs, took little pair's hair, and set up a small reincarnation array under the midday sunlight. Compared to last time, when she used flying talismans to impress everyone, this time the array appeared very simple and unpretentious. The few people just watched her softly chant a few Taoist incantations, and then burn the hair wrapped in the yellow talisman, before standing up and telling them, "All right." The Song family had not yet reacted, especially Song Yuli, who had previously heard how Mrs. Song vividly described Master Zhang's spellcasting and was looking forward to witnessing it in person. But this was it. He had no idea that last time was entirely to make the Song family, especially the old lady, convinced Jiang Shushu had performed a bit for show. Now that the Song family already believed in her abilities, Jiang Shushu naturally was too lazy to continue performing. The most advanced techniques often require the simplest methods. Fortunately, the Song family was thinking about little Pear's well-being and no longer felt curious about the process, subconsciously looking at their little Pear with a somewhat nervous expression. They saw that little Pear's gaze seemed a bit clearer than before. Her beautiful big eyes scanned the group and then landed on Jiang Shushu. After a moment, she curiously asked, "Sister Puppy, aren't we going to play the treasure hunt game today?" The hearts of the Song family seemed to sink. This was not the same as before. Mrs. Song anxiously looked at Jiang Shushu, asking if Master Jiang's spell had failed. Why did Pear still not look better? Facing the doubts of the Song family, Jiang Shushu remained calm. She is already well. Song Yongming furrowed his brows as he looked at his still innocent little daughter, completely unable to see that she was already well. Knowing the Song family's confusion, Jiang Shushu explained, she was switched at the age of 8. So now she is also 8. The intelligence regained will not allow her to have the mind of a 16-year-old overnight, but from today on, she will grow up like a normal child. It's just that she might mature 8 years later than her peers. Looking at her now may seem abrupt, but as time goes on, this gap will gradually narrow until she truly grows into an adult. Hearing this, the Song family finally understood. Yes, little Pear had been in a childlike state for the past 8 years. Even if she recovered, it was impossible for her to suddenly become a 16-year-old. If she could grow up overnight, they would instead suspect that someone had swapped her out with a new core. Once Mrs. Song understood this point, she instantly felt relieved. Looking at little Pear's still pure brows and eyes, her eyes glistening with tears. That's great. She just had a longer childhood than others. Our little princess of the Song family isn't in a hurry to grow up. Seeing that the Song family had accepted it, Jiang Shushu took out a jade pendant from her bag and personally hung it around little Pear's neck. This is a protective jade pendant I made with my own hands. It can block all evil means and protect her health in the future. After all, little Pear was targeted repeatedly because of her excellent fate. Song Yongming saw that the jade pendant Jiang Shushu gave to little Pear was of excellent quality, much better than the broken piece from before, and immediately transferred 5 million to Jiang Shushu. It could be considered a reward for this time. However, Jiang Shushu directly returned it. This time, the payment has already been made by someone else. Song Yongming was taken aback and saw Jiang Shushu show him a payment page that displayed an amount of 10 million. He marveled at who was so generous, only to see the remitter's note, Jiang Yuqing. Regarding the matter of switching intelligence, Jiang has a certain responsibility. This trip today is my way of representing the Jiang family to make up for this mistake. Jiang Shushu was not only Master Jiang today, but also represented the Jiang family. Hearing this, Song Yongming's lingering grudges against the Jiang family completely dissipated. As Jiang Shushu was about to leave the Song family, she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling from behind. Shushu? Jiang Shushu turned her head to see Pei Yuancheng standing not far away, looking at her with restrained surprise and a feigned deep affection. I came to visit my second uncle. I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. Pei Yuancheng explained gently, noticing she was silent, and continued. I saw you at the banquet that night. I originally wanted to come over to greet you, but I was worried you wouldn't be happy to see me due to the misunderstanding between us. Jiang Shushu raised an eyebrow. Misunderstanding? Pei Yuancheng, seeing she finally spoke, immediately said, Yes, Rue must have told you that we are dating now, right? But that's not the case. After your car accident, I accidentally found my relatives. Rue lied to me, saying your family was a poor family in the mountains. I was worried you would be sent away after the future was uncertain. So I begged her to have Uncle Guan keep you in the Guan family. As a condition, I agreed to be your boyfriend. Jiang Shushu raised her eyebrows even higher. So you did it for me? Pei Yuanqing looked at her with a bitter expression. This must be fate's play. Shushu, do you know? The person I've always liked is you. I know you've always liked me too. Jiang Shushu originally wanted to see what kind of story this person was trying to weave by waiting here, but upon hearing this, she couldn't help but interrupt Pei Yuancheng. Who told you I liked you? Chapter 38. This is not how you should treat the treasures of the Shuangguan sect. Jiang Shushu remembered that when she left home. Guan Rue had also boasted that she liked Pei Yuanqing, and now, Pei Yuanqing himself was saying that she liked him. So, who was spreading these rumors about her? Pei Yuancheng was stunned for a moment by Jiang Shushu's words, but the next second, he seemed to see his little girlfriend pouting in defiance, smiling slightly. Everyone knows about this. There's no need for anyone to tell me. I figured it out. Pei Yuancheng looked at her with a confident smile during that time. You were always by my side. Wherever I went, you followed. You bought me breakfast and came to watch my matches. Although you never said it directly, I knew. Hearing this, Jiang Shushu's mouth twitched fiercely. The only reason I didn't say it is that I don't like you. As for why I followed you, trust me, you wouldn't want to know. Jiang Shushu's denial was excessively straightforward, and Pei Yuancheng was clearly taken aback, but he still insisted that his judgment was correct. Why do you deny your feelings for me? Is it because of Rui? Or is it that your current family doesn't allow you to be with me? At this moment, Jiang Shushu was truly speechless. Some people are so narcissistic that they cannot hear others' voices. Today, she finally witnessed it. Not wanting to continue arguing about such matters, Jiang Shushu got into the car. Pei Yuancheng gritted his teeth secretly, pondering how to keep her when he suddenly saw the back seat window of the car roll down. Pei Yuancheng's expression shifted as he revealed a confident and gentle smile towards the car. However, he saw Jiang Shushu's gaze sweep coolly across his face, and she asked, "You've been thinking about that excuse for 2 days, haven't you?" She had been forced to agree to be with Guan Rui. Did he think he was writing an old-fashioned romance script? A hint of embarrassment flashed in Pei Yuancheng's eyes. Just as he was about to explain, he saw Jiang Shushu slowly raising the car window, instructing the driver to drive away. Pei Yuancheng watched the car leave, a flicker of shame and anger in his eyes. To him, that was not an excuse at all. Clearly, it was a step he had offered her. He thought he had kindly extended a hand, and with her infatuation with him, she should have immediately accepted it. With her current status, even if he had to break up with Guan Rui, he would agree to her. Yet, she was so ungrateful. Sure enough, once she climbed up the Jiang family, she was different. Inside the car, as Jiang Shushu closed the window, she had already forgotten about Pei Yuancheng. The familiar sound of a phone notification reached her ears. She opened it and her eyes moved slightly. "Uncle Hai, don't go back to the Jiang family yet. Take me to a place." The driver in the front seat responded, pressing the address Jiang Shushu provided, and the car headed straight to a development zone in the suburbs. Although it was a development area, it looked somewhat deserted due to unsuccessful investment attraction. Uncle Hai looked at the surroundings with some concern and asked, "Sister, what are you doing in a place like this? Should I accompany you inside?" As the driver specially arranged by Jiang, Uncle Hai also had the task of protecting the young lady's safety. "It's fine, just wait outside." Jiang Shushu replied, "I shouldn't be coming out soon. You can find a place to rest or go back." Uncle Hai said seriously, "I'll wait outside for you." Seeing him like this, Jiang Shushu didn't insist and walked into the development zone. Passing by 2 desolate buildings, she directly entered an inconspicuous red brick building in the center of the park. Upon entering the building and going downstairs, she walked through a long corridor. And when she opened the door, it was a different world. Inside the basement, a spacious area was transformed into a luxuriously decorated underground auction house. With no more than 300 people inside, a waiter approached respectfully and asked, "Miss, please show your invitation." Just as Jiang Shushu was about to speak, a pleasant male voice came from another exit. "She is my guest." The waiter's attitude became even more respectful upon seeing the newcomer. The man, referred to as the bank manager, had a feminine appearance, giving a sense of ambiguous beauty at first glance. His beautiful fox-like eyes seemed to radiate playfulness at any moment. He wore an exquisite deep purple tang suit, and his slightly long hair was casually tied behind his head, exuding an air of Eastern mystery as he looked at Jiang Shushu and slightly beckoned her with his hand, an ambiguous gesture. Jiang Shushu was already accustomed to his personality and followed him to a room behind the auction house. The room was decorated with an antique style, matching his temperament. Inside, a screen divided the room into 2 halves. One half was a reception area, while the other half appeared to be a display area for various auction items. Unlike ordinary auction houses that sold antiques and artworks, Ijan's place sold all sorts of bizarre items. Anything you wanted, if he had it, could be traded. If you wanted something he didn't have, he could also find a way to trade for it. "What about the item you mentioned?" Upon entering the room, Jiang Shushu eagerly asked, "Ijan, seeing her urgency, merely raised an eyebrow and began searching through the display area while muttering, "This isn't it. This one isn't either. It turns out this piece is here. Oh, I found it." Ijan walked out holding a long box, looking at her with a cunning gleam in his fox-like eyes. "I'm not sure if this is what you're looking for. You should take a look first." As he spoke, he opened the box. Inside lay a withered branch, entirely blackened, known as a thunderstruck peach branch, which was considered a talisman against evil in the metaphysical community. Good quality thunderstruck peach wood was hard to find, let alone the millennium-old thunder wood Jiang Shushu was looking for. Such a powerful artifact, possessing the strength of 1,000 years of thunder, would be treated as a treasured possession in any metaphysical family, making it surprising that Ijan could actually find it. Just looking at the sparks of thunder fire emanating from the peach would made it clear this was extraordinary. "Unfortunately, this isn't what I'm looking for." Ijan's confident expression cracked slightly as he stared at her. "Do you know how hard it is to find 1,000-year-old thunderwood? Having one is already good enough." He pushed the item closer to her again. "Why don't you take a closer look? After all, branches look pretty similar." Jiang Shushu pushed the item back to him without even looking, her expression serious. "I'm certain my branch is different. Moreover, I already said at the beginning that I'm not looking for this item for the artifact. Instead, I'm looking for the person who possesses the artifact. Her master. They had promised to be together until she turned 18, yet she suddenly disappeared. No matter how much she divined or calculated, she could never catch even a hint of her presence. It was as if she had never existed in this world. Now, besides looking for clues from the artifacts her master used to carry, Shushu had no other way to find her master. Ijan saw her determined attitude and clicked his tongue, tossing the precious thunder wood behind him. TSK, what a waste. Jiang Shushu felt a pang of heartache when she heard the box hit the table with a thud. Although it wasn't the branch she was looking for, it was still a genuine Millennium Thunderwood. This isn't how you should treat a metaphysical treasure. Quickly apologize to it. Chapter 39. Guan Rurui's Nightmare, the Guan Family. Since Guan Baocheng went crazy that night and smashed nearly 10 million in antiques, he came to his senses and felt completely unwell. Coupled with Jiang Yuqing's public declaration at the meeting that he had no further relations with the Guan family, several companies that had partnerships with the Guan family withdrew their cooperation. Guancheng fell ill directly. Bai Shuqin fell ill even earlier. She collapsed the night she returned. With two members of the Guan family suddenly down, Guan Qixin had no choice but to temporarily take over the company's affairs. Becoming so busy he barely had time to breathe. Just yesterday, shortly after leaving the company, he was unexpectedly involved in a car accident, resulting in a fractured arm. Compared to the three of them, Guan Rurui's situation was even worse. She had been experiencing the same nightmare for 2 consecutive days. In a dark sky, on the rooftop of an abandoned teaching building, a girl was nearly soaked in blood, looking at her with despair and pleading in her eyes. In the end, it was that rooftop door she had hurriedly closed. She could still hear the girl's mournful cries in her ears. "Save me. Please, save me." That voice seemed to echo beside her. Suddenly, Guan Rui opened her eyes, only to find the blood-soaked girl standing by her bed, her eyes filled with tears of blood, staring at her with intensity. Guan Rurui's scream nearly echoed throughout the Guan family's villa in the dead of night. Soon, the door was opened, and Shuqin, dragging her ailing body, hurried over. "Rui, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Guan Rui immediately threw herself into Bai Shuqin's arms, crying. Bai Shuqin comforted her, her voice filled with tenderness. "Rui, don't be afraid. Tell mommy, did you have a nightmare?" Guan Rui still held on to Bai Shuqin, only able to nod while sobbing. Bai Shuqin gently pulled her slightly away from her embrace, her voice still gentle. "Then did you dream of me?" The moment Guan Rui looked up, Bai Shuqin's appearance suddenly transformed into that of a girl with blood tears and a pale face. The scream echoed through the entire villa once again. Soon after, Guan Baocheng walked in, and Guan Rui began to cry again. Then, Guan Baocheng also transformed into a girl. Guan Rui nearly went insane. For 2 consecutive days, she had been trapped in this dream within a dream, and she was so overwhelmed that she couldn't distinguish between dream and reality. When she finally woke up and saw Bai Shuqin, she instinctively picked up something and threw it at her, not daring to stay at home any longer. Guan Rui quickly changed her clothes and rushed out the door. However, behind her, the villa seemed to be shrouded in a black cloud, despite the sunny summer day. Not a single ray of light penetrated the Guan family's home. As Guan Rui left, the dark shadow that had been following her released wisps of black mist, tainting everything she touched. Meanwhile, Pei Yuancheng had just returned home after getting a cold shoulder from Jiang Shushu, and his face was dark with frustration. Just as he got out of the car, a figure suddenly lunged at him. With red eyes, drooping eyelids, and a pale yellow complexion, the person looked like a ghost. At that moment, Pei Yuancheng truly thought he was seeing a ghost in broad daylight, and instinctively pushed the person away, until he heard a familiar and aggrieved cry. "Brother Pei." Did he realize that the person was actually Guan Rui, looking at her, who hadn't slept for 2 days and nights? He could hardly recognize the former princess of the Guan family. His lips twitched. "What happened to you?" Guan Rui, mentally exhausted from the past 2 days, immediately began to cry again upon hearing this. While crying, she threw herself into Pei Yuancheng's arms. "Brother Pei, I've been having nightmares for the past 2 days. I can't take it anymore." Pei Yuancheng looked at the girl in his arms with some impatience. Before encountering Jiang Shushu again, he thought he had made the right choice. But after seeing Jiang Shushu again, he realized that Guan Rui truly couldn't compare to her in any way. Not as beautiful, not as strong-willed, and now even her family background was lacking. Pei Yuancheng began to consider whether he should completely give up on Guan Rui and burn the boats behind him. He had originally thought that given his position in Jiang Shushu's heart, if he just gave her a chance, she would happily become his girlfriend. But today, Jiang Shushu's attitude made him realize that he had been overthinking it. Just talking might not be enough to make Shushu believe in him. He needed to take concrete action. The first step was to draw a clear line with Rui. Guan Rui, unaware of Pei Yuancheng's intentions, clung to him and started to recount her nightmares. She kept saying she was scared, her logic was a mess, and Pei Yuancheng couldn't make sense of a single word. He only felt that Guan Rui was indeed too delicate. It was just a nightmare, yet she came to him for comfort. Thinking of this, Pei Yuancheng became even more convinced that such a fragile little princess was not suitable for him. With a decision in mind, he simply pulled her away. Rui, stop crying. Get in the car first. Let's talk somewhere else." The front of the villa was not exactly a private place, and since he had decided to break up, Pei Yuancheng naturally wouldn't bring her back to his home, nor did he want their entangled situation to spread any rumors. Completely absorbed in her nightmares, Guan Rui didn't notice Pei Yuancheng's intention to distance himself and obediently got into the car with him. Once in the car, she still tightly clung to his arm, appearing dependent. Pei Yuancheng felt a bit helpless, and, at the same time, he felt a twinge of guilt. How sad would she be if he broke up with her, given that she was so focused on him? However, this was unavoidable. Thinking of this, Pei Yuancheng quickly suppressed all impatience and resolved to make the breakup as dignified as possible. "Rui, actually, I wanted to find you too." Guan Rui, with dark circles under her eyes, looked up. "Brother Pei, I knew you were thinking of me." Pei Yuancheng looked at the dark circles under her eyes and felt that the current Guan Rui was truly hard to look at. Clearing his throat, he tried to pull his arm away from her grip. "I have something to tell you." As they were talking, the black mist surrounding Guan Rui had already entwined itself around Pei Yuancheng's arm as she held onto him, and even if he tried to pull away, it still felt like threads were tangled together. Finally, Guan Rui sensed something was off about Pei Yuancheng's attitude. She opened her mouth to ask, "Brother Pei, what do you want to say to me?" Pei Yuancheng sighed and said, "Rui, I feel that we are not suitable." Before Guan Rui could react, the driver in front suddenly let out a shout. The two instinctively turned their heads, only to see a car coming straight at them. Bang! The two cars crashed violently into each other. The tremendous noise instantly echoed throughout the street. Chapter 40. Those who like Jiang Shushu are not good people when Bai Shuqin and Guan Baocheng received the call and rushed to the hospital. Guan Rui and Pei Yuancheng had just been sent out of the operating room. Guan Rui had varying degrees of fractures in her legs and a mild concussion. Pei Yuancheng was in better condition, having only broken one arm, the one that Guan Rui had held onto earlier. Surprisingly, the driver of the other car, who should have borne most of the impact, only suffered minor injuries and didn't even need to stay in the hospital after a quick bandaging. However, Bai Shuqin didn't have time to care about the driver. Looking at Guan Rui, who lay on the hospital bed pale and weak, she felt tears welling up. Just as she was about to cry, her frail body suddenly swayed, but fortunately, a nearby nurse caught her in time. Rui, my poor Rui, why did you have to go out when you were fine at home? If something happened to you, how would your mother live? Bai Shuqin cried, while Guan Baocheng, who had been already suffering from a headache, was now even more irritated and scolded her. Enough, she's fine, isn't she? Bai Shuqin immediately retorted, her voice sharp. She has a broken leg, and you call that fine? That driver from the Pei family must have done it on purpose. Otherwise, why is Rui the one hurt the most among the three of them in the car? Shut your mouth. You're giving me a headache. Guan Baocheng sat down on the nearby sofa, unable to tolerate Bai Shuqin's yelling. Ever since that night's outburst, Guan Baocheng seemed to have flipped a switch and was no longer as considerate and gentle towards Bai Shuqin as before. Feeling wronged, Bai Shuqin could only sit next to him. After a while, she couldn't help but speak up. Honey, I feel like something is really wrong with our family. First, we both got sick, then there was a car accident, and now Rui is in trouble. What are the odds of that happening? Seeing Guan Baocheng's serious face without a response, but clearly listening, Bai Shuqin continued, adding an explanatory tone. Especially that night, it was like I was possessed. Those words just came out uncontrollably. It was as if someone was controlling me to say those things. Guan Baocheng scoffed coldly, not believing Bai Shuqin's words. If she hadn't thought that way in her heart, how could she have said those things? However, after 2 days of calm, Guan Baocheng had lost his initial anger and noticed something was off. He was always a restrained person, even if Bai Shuqin did those foolish things. He would never lose his reason and act in a crazy manner. He never laid a hand on Bai Shuqin, not because he loved her so much, but because he believed that only useless men would vent their anger on their wives. A respectable man like him, no matter how infuriating the situation, would maintain his reason and dignity on the surface. So, he indeed felt that something was not right that night. Honey, do you think this matter might be related to that little vixen Jiang Shushu? Bai Shuqin means that Jiang Shushu used some means against the Guan family. But Guan Baocheng suddenly thought of what Jiang Shushu had said to them before. The method you used to change fate did not succeed at all. Guan Rui's previous calamity will soon find her again. If you want her, let Guan Rui come to me with her grandmother's bracelet. Guan Baocheng narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression becoming dark and somber again. Perhaps it really is related to her. Hearing Guan Baocheng's words, Bai Shuqin was instantly delighted and was about to echo him when Guan Rui on the bed suddenly let out a whimper and woke up. Bai Shuqin and Guan Baocheng immediately rushed to the bedside. Guan Rui was startled to see the two and, after a while, seemed to realize she wasn't dreaming. And she immediately started to cry, saying, Dad, Mom, Pei Gid wants to break up with me, woo woo woo. Bai Shuqin replied, Your leg is broken. Why don't you cry about your leg first instead of this? Even Bai Shuqin, as a mother, couldn't help but feel a bit speechless at this moment. Little did she know that due to the anesthetic from the surgery still lingering, Guan Rui didn't feel pain at that moment. So the first thing she thought of was what Pei Yuancheng had said to her in the car. Although he only made a start, she understood Pei Yuancheng's meaning. He clearly thought that Jiang Shushu, that vixen, had become a member of the Jiang family and wanted to abandon her, all because of Jiang Shushu. Even if she left the Guan family, she would still have to compete with her. Pei Yuancheng wasn't a good person either. Scumbag. Indeed, anyone who could like someone like Jiang Shushu is not a good man. Guan Rui was indignant, but little did she know that Guan Baocheng, hearing her words, became even more convinced that these matters were related to what Shushu had said before. Rui's calamity had not been successfully turned away, and her tribulations had not yet passed. So first came the continuous nightmares, then the breakup, and then a car accident. So many things happening together were just like what Rui had experienced when she was young, right? And that night, by Shuqin's odd behavior. If it was Shushu who did something that made Shuqin unable to control her words, then Shushu must understand these matters. Otherwise, how would she know about blocking calamities and changing fate, and could also prevent the success of the fate change? Thinking of this, Guan Baoqing's breathing became a bit rapid, and he unconsciously looked at Guan Rui's wrist, seeing it empty, and hurriedly asked, "Ruiwa, where's the bracelet your grandmother left you? At home. Why are you suddenly asking about it?" That bracelet was too old-fashioned. If it weren't to anger Jiang Shushu, she wouldn't have worn it. So later she just tossed it into the jewelry box. Guan Baocheng thought of what Jiang Shushu had said at that time and shared his speculation with his wife and daughter. Hearing that Jiang Shushu might be able to save her life, but the premise was that she had to bring the bracelet to seek her out. Guan Rui's face showed a grimace, but she quickly concealed it, looking pitifully at Bai Shuqin. Bai Shuqin, as expected, did not disappoint her and immediately screamed, "You want my Rui to personally seek that little vixen with the bracelet? Impossible. Husband, how could you have such an idea? Isn't this sending our Rui to be humiliated by that little vixen? No way. I absolutely do not agree." Guan Baocheng had long expected her reaction and coldly looked at Bai Shuqin. "If it doesn't go to find her, do you have any other way? If Rui's great calamity is still there, then today's car accident is definitely not the end. It's just the beginning." Hearing this, Guan Rui's face turned pale, and she looked weak and helpless. Bai Shuqin felt heartbroken and was about to cry, holding Rui's head and saying, "There are many capable people in this world. It's not about seeking that vixen for a way. Besides, what can that vixen understand? If she really had that ability, she wouldn't have blocked Rui's calamity for 18 years in our family. I think she's just deliberately talking nonsense to humiliate our Rui and conveniently trick our grandmother's bracelet away." Guan Baocheng frowned at Bai Shuqin, but did not immediately refute her. Clearly, he had the same concerns in his heart. Just then, the door of the hospital room was pushed open from the outside. It was Guan Qishan, who had hurried over and had heard everything outside. If she wants grandmother's bracelet, then just give it to her. Nothing is more important than Rui. As for the bracelet, I will personally deliver it to her," Guan Qishan said in a calm and confident tone, not taking this matter seriously. After all, he had been Shushu's brother for 18 years and believed that as long as he spoke, Shushu would definitely not refuse. Chapter 41. He and Guan Baocheng are indeed father and son. I refuse. In the Jiang family side hall, Jiang Shushu looked at Guan Qishan, refusing without hesitation. Guan Qishan was obviously taken aback, even thinking he had misheard. "What did you say?" "I said I refuse." Seeing his confused expression, Jiang Shushu kindly repeated it word for word. Guan Qishan's expression immediately turned unpleasant. Adding to the last time, this was already the second time Shushu had not listened to him. "Shushu, don't throw a tantrum. I know you're still angry about that day when Mom made you leave the Guan family, but we are all family. Moreover, if it weren't for Mom and Dad, you wouldn't have been able to return to the Jiang family." Shushu gave him a glance. "So according to you, I should be grateful to you?" Just as Guan Qishan was about to speak, Jiang Shushu decisively interrupted him. "Besides, we are no longer family. I am now a Jiang. Even if you acknowledge your biological parents, we are still family." Guan Qishan frowned and said again, "Do you really, as they say, not want to acknowledge us now that you have become the young lady of the house?" Jiang Shushu looked at him, her tone calm, as she asked, "What if I say yes?" Jiangsu was going downstairs to get fresh juice when he saw Jiang Han leaning against the side railing at the staircase on the second floor, watching something with a look of amusement. As he approached, he just happened to hear Jiang Shushu's words. The Jiang family villa has a living room in the front and back. The front one is generally used for family gatherings or receiving guests, which is more formal, while the backside hall is relatively smaller and directly faces the railing on the second floor, meaning that it can be clearly seen from above. Jiangsu almost instantly forgot about the juice, twisting his body to move closer. The two heads leaned together to eavesdrop on the gossip below. Jiang Shushu still maintained her somewhat cold demeanor, saying, "I said that the day I left the Guan family, I had nothing to do with you anymore. Even if I am not the young lady of the Jiang family, I do not want to acknowledge you." Guan Qishan's expression turned very ugly for a moment upon hearing Jiang Shushu's words, but he quickly restrained himself and said in a deep voice, "Shushu, I've heard about what happened at the banquet. No matter what Mom and Dad were thinking, they raised you after all. Do you know how much it hurts them for you to be so eager to distance yourself from the Guan family in front of so many people? Mom and Dad have never quarreled, and that day they fought because of you. They fell ill that same day. Guan Qixin initially reprimanded her with a stern face, then softened his tone. Even so, they didn't blame you and are willing to bring your grandmother's bracelet to find you. Xiu, Mom and Dad have really treated you well. You should always be so ungrateful. A vein in Jiang Xiuxiu's temple twitched slightly. She had always thought that Guan Qixin was the only normal person in the Guan family. After all, throughout her childhood, Guan Qixin never intentionally suppressed her like Guan Rui or deliberately made her suffer blame. Instead, he would take the initiative to care about her studies, give her birthday gifts, and even comfort her when, by Shu Qin, punished her. Because of this, she once tried to treat Guan Qixin like an older brother, doing various things for him in an attempt to gain a bit of warmth from him. But later she realized that Guan Qixin was not as she had thought. He only cared about her studies because he didn't want her to lose face for the family. The birthday gift he gave her was something his admirer had given him, which he didn't want, and he comforted her just to avoid her making a fuss. Guan Qixin was simply more adept at disguising his hypocrisy and selfishness than the Guan family. In this regard, he and Guan Baocheng were indeed two of kind. That bracelet was originally left to me by my grandmother. If you want me to help, I only ask her to personally return what she took from me. I've already been very accommodating to you. Why are you so ungrateful? Jiang Xiuxiu directly retorted Guan Qixin's words back at him. Upstairs, Jiang Su almost couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, but he quickly covered his mouth to suppress it. The two downstairs seemed to remain oblivious. Guan Qixin frowned directly. Rui is hurt. Seriously hurt. What does that have to do with me? Guan Qixin looked at her in disbelief. Xiu, how'd you turn into this? Rui is your sister. She has called you sister for over a decade. Jiang Xiuxiu just looked at him, a hint of a cold smile at the corner of her mouth, her tone laced with sarcasm. Pushing myself out to block a car for my sister? I can't afford that. The car accident that day, she didn't tell anyone about it, because she knew that even if she spoke up, no one would believe her. The accident that by Shu Qin referred to as Guan Rui's 18-year calamity was aimed directly at Guan Rui. It was just that when Guan Rui saw the car coming, her first reaction was to push her out of the way. However, neither Shu Qin nor Guan Rui expected that she would survive that accident. And as Jiang Xiuxiu had anticipated, Guan Qixin's first reaction to hearing this was disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? Rui could never do such a thing. Xiuxiu, I understand you're feeling unbalanced after the accident, but you can't randomly blame others. You say Rui pushed you to block the car. Why didn't you say that at the time? To take a step back, even if Rui really did that, it was just an unconscious reaction out of fear. As her sister, what's wrong with you taking the blame for her? Why do you always have to be so calculating? Guan Qixin lectured, his tone full of condemnation and disappointment towards Jiang Xiuxiu, leaving Jiang Su upstairs completely dumbfounded. When he heard the other party actually accusing Jiang Xiuxiu of being calculating, the young man lost his composure completely. What the hell? Look at my temper. While cursing, he rolled up his sleeves and turned to run downstairs, so fast that even Jiang Han couldn't catch him in time. It was at this moment that Guan Qixin downstairs seemed to suddenly realize the presence of the person upstairs, his expression slightly changing. In contrast, Jiang Xiuxiu's reaction was much calmer, clearly having known about it long before. Meanwhile, Jiang Su had already rushed downstairs, dragging his slippers and directly charging into the side hall, pointing at Guan Qixin and starting to curse, "Damn you! What's wrong with your family, the Guans? The women are venomous, and the men are hypocrites. Your sister pushes her out to block a car, and mentioning it as being calculative? Why don't you go get hit by a car instead? Oh, look at your arm in a sling. I guess you've already been hit, right? When you were in the hospital, why were you only concerned about your hand and didn't let the doctor check your head? Your head must be messed up already." Chapter 42. Jiang Xiuxiu, a cold and ruthless person, had always been synonymous with recklessness in the Jiang family. Anyone who displeased him could receive a tongue lashing, let alone someone from outside their family. Guan Qixin was unexpectedly being cursed at by a 14 or 15-year-old boy, and his expression was far from pleasant. But he still tried to maintain the dignity of being a member of the Guan family, frowning as he questioned, "Who are you?" "I'm talking to my sister. Don't you know you can't eavesdrop when others are talking?" That tone of a senior lecturing a junior made Jiang Su's mouth twitch. Jiang Su couldn't stand being lectured by anyone, apart from old Master Jiang and his uncle, Anyone who dared to point fingers at him would make him explode with anger. She is not your sister. She is now a Jiang. She is one of us Jiang people. Her brother is upstairs, and her younger brother is downstairs. What do you think you are? Don't try to claim kinship here. Jiang Han, the brother upstairs. Why are you dragging me into this? Jiang Su didn't care what Jiang Han said and directly opened fire on Guan Qixin. I just heard you blabbing upstairs, saying we're not angry and that we've been good to you. Who do you think you are? With your little abilities, you still want to scheme? Jiang Shushu is slow-witted, but the rest of us Jiang family members aren't fools. Jiang Shushu, I suspect you're trying to slander me. I have evidence. Although Jiang Su had heard everything from beginning to end, he had already gotten the gist from those conversations. The Guan family was just looking for Jiang Shushu's help. They were asking for help while having such an attitude. If Jiang Shushu could endure it, he certainly couldn't. You Guan family's intentions have long been known across the Atlantic. Are you still here acting out familial affection? You can't even fool me, let alone Jiang Shushu. A person so cold and ruthless. How could you be deceived by your little tricks? Jiang Shushu, this is the second time. I'll say it again, I have evidence. Jiang Su was fired up, pointing at the jewelry box on the table, and without saying a word, he took out the bracelet inside, looking utterly disdainful. You're asking for help with this broken bracelet. Who do you think you are? As he spoke, he raised his hand to smash the bracelet. Jiang Shushu finally changed her expression, quickly waving her finger towards Jiang Su, and a surge of spiritual power struck his raised hand. Jiang Su felt his arm go numb, as if he couldn't move for a moment, but the next second he saw Jiang Shushu, who had been on a single sofa, suddenly appear in front of him in just 2 steps, snatching the bracelet from his hand. She glared at him. The bracelet that she had worked so hard to retrieve was almost ruined by this foolish boy. Jiang Shushu felt that this foolish boy, Jiang Su, was definitely doing it on purpose. Jiang Su, with a look of terror, realized that just a moment ago, he couldn't move his entire arm. But after Jiang Shushu took the bracelet, he could move it again. He didn't believe this had nothing to do with Jiang Shushu. Upstairs, Jiang Han was equally shocked. Jiang Su might not have seen clearly from below, but from his vantage point upstairs, he had a perfect view of Jiang Shushu's actions. She had crossed the 3 meters between them in just 2 steps, and even with a table in the way, she hadn't swayed at all. Could it be that Jiang Shushu had some skills? Guan Qixin didn't feel as deeply as the Jiang brothers did. He had been paying attention to Jiang Su's movements, and when he saw him about to smash the bracelet, he even hoped he would hurry up and do it. In his view, although it was something left by their grandmother, Jiang Shushu was causing discord with her family over this item, so it would be better if it broke. Moreover, if it shattered in Jiang Su's hands, he could still use the excuse of the other party breaking their grandmother's heirloom to explode. At that time, even if Jiang Shushu didn't want to help, she would have to take responsibility. Furthermore, their Guan family could even use this to hold the Jiang family accountable for a mistake and demand compensation. Well, it's good to have the family replenish them in the next couple of days after canceling the cooperation with the Guan family due to the Jiang family. What a pity. Why didn't it break? Guan Qixin looked at Jiang Su with some regret. Jiang Shushu noticed his expression, her face slightly cold, and said, "If there's nothing else, please leave." Upon hearing this, Guan Qixin turned to look at Jiang Shushu again, his expression full of helplessness. "Shushu, I really consider you family. Do you have to be like this? Ignoring even your brother's request?" Jiang Su felt particularly offended when he referred to himself as brother again and was about to lose his temper, but Jiang Shushu spoke first, her tone light as she asked, "Is the jade token I gave you still with you?" Both Jiang Su and Guan Qixin were taken aback by her sudden question. It took Guan Qixin a moment to recall what jade token she was talking about. It was from 2 years ago when she suddenly started learning jade carving and gifted him a piece she had carved herself. She had said at the time, "Remember to carry it with you." Guan Qixin had nodded enthusiastically, but had carelessly tossed that ordinary jade token aside. He hadn't seen it since. Now, hearing her ask about it, he didn't feel guilty. He just frowned and asked, "Why are you asking about that all of a sudden?" However, Jiang Shushu's gaze fell on his hanging arm, and she smiled slightly, already knowing the answer. It seemed he had lost it. When she gave it to him, She hadn't mentioned that the jade token was specially made as a talisman. The reason he had gotten into an accident was due to the resentment he picked up from Guan Rui. If he had carried the jade token with him at the time, he wouldn't have been injured, even if he encountered a mishap. But now he had broken an arm, which meant that the jade token she had carved for him was long gone. And he still had the audacity to say he truly considered her family. How ridiculous. Guan Xishan seemed to want to explain further, but Jiang Shushu was already too lazy to listen. She interrupted him, saying, "If Guan Rui wants to solve her problems, let her come find me herself. As for you, just stay away from her, and you won't continue to have bad luck." Guan Xishan's face darkened at her words. Jiang Shushu added, "This is my final piece of advice. Whether you take it or not is up to you." After saying that, she didn't bother to wait for him to leave and took the bracelet with her as she went upstairs. Yes, she took the bracelet, considering it a reward for her earlier advice. Guan Xishan didn't expect her to leave just like that and wanted to chase after her. But Jiang Su blocked his way and shouted, "Butler, show him out." The butler almost appeared on cue, looking at Guan Xishan with a perfectly polite smile. He was quite familiar with sending guests away. Guan Xishan was forcibly escorted out of the Jiang family home, and Jiang Su, seeing that the irritating guy had finally left, immediately rushed upstairs. He still had a score to settle with Jiang Shushu. Chapter 43. Jade Token. I have 1-2 Jiang Huai and Jiang Yuqing were not home today. When they returned in the evening and heard that Guan Xishan had come to trouble Shushu, they immediately instructed the butler that no one from the Guan family was to be allowed in from now on. Then they prepared to check on Shushu, fearing that the Guan family would make their daughter, sister, suffer. Just as they were about to go upstairs, they saw Jiang Shushu coming down with a small fox in her arms, closely followed by Jiang Su, who was angrily questioning her about her arm. "What happened to your arm just now? Did you do something to me?" "Jiang Shushu, I advise you to come clean. If it weren't for me today, you would have been bullied to death by the Guan family. You were so brave in front of us. But now you can't even speak up against the Guan family? You're embarrassing our Jiang family." Jiang Yuqing raised his eyebrows at Jiang Su, who was clinging to Jiang Shushu, instinctively frowning, thinking that this kid was causing trouble for Shushu again. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Huai stopped him. Jiang Yuqing paused, noticing that Jiang Huai was simply watching with interest. He hadn't noticed the two downstairs until Jiang Shushu finally stopped. He turned to look and his face flashed with a moment of guilt, but quickly regained his composure. "Uncle Huaige, you're back." "Yes. What are you talking about?" Jiang Yuqing asked in a deep voice. Just as Jiang Shushu was about to speak, Jiang Su hurriedly interjected, "Uncle, we were just talking about the Guan family's adoptive brother coming over today. You don't know. That person kept using my brother's status and the Guan family's upbringing to pressure people, and I drove him away." Jiang Huai raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you're quite impressive." Jiang Su, hearing Huai praise him, puffed up his chest with pride. "Of course. Don't forget where this is. Bullying people on our Jiang family's territory without knowing their own identity." As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Shushu, noticing her calm demeanor, showing no sign of appreciation for his words. He felt a bit dissatisfied. He had gone out of his way to support her today, and she hadn't even said thank you all afternoon, ignoring him like this. How ungrateful. No wonder Shueshi said he shouldn't meddle in other people's business. This person wasn't worth helping. Unable to contain his frustration, Jiang Su decided to change his approach to complain. "Uncle, Huaige, you probably don't know, but Jiang Shushu has a good relationship with that Guan family's adoptive brother. She even personally made him a jade token." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuqing instinctively looked at Jiang Shushu. Jiang Shushu shook her head, succinctly saying, "Not good." Jiang Huai only smiled. "Jade token? You mean a talisman? I have one too." As he spoke, he casually pulled out a red string from around his neck, which had a jade token engraved with runes hanging from it. Jiang Shushu's gaze moved to the jade pendant hanging from his neck, which was quite mismatched with his noble demeanor. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes brightening a bit, but her expression remained unchanged. Jiang Su didn't expect his rare attempt to stir up trouble to fail right on the spot. He stared at the jade token, feeling inexplicably sour, and looked toward Jiang Yuqing. "Uncle, you have one too?" Jiang Yuqing pursed his lips, glancing at the jade token around his son's neck, Then it's Shushu. His voice restrained. I don't have one. Jiang Shushu was somewhat surprised. You do. I gave it to you. Jiang Yuqing was taken aback, a flicker of joy passing through his eyes, but quickly composed himself. I didn't receive it. Yours is with me. Jiang Huai interjected, speaking without missing a beat. Shushu asked me to pass it on, but I haven't given it to you yet. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuqing's expression darkened, and he wanted to reprimand someone, but Jiang Huai said nonchalantly, because at that time, Father made a mistake, so I temporarily withheld that talisman on behalf of Shushu. As for the specifics of what mistake, he didn't say, but Jiang Yuqing could guess. A flicker of guilt passing through his eyes before he quickly returned to normal. He put on a stern face and said, since Shushu asked you to pass it on, you can't withhold it for your own reasons. Hurry up and hand it over. Jiang Huai shrugged. It's in my room. I'll get it for you in a bit. No, go get it now. With the old father showing his authority, Jiang Huai no longer resisted and went upstairs to get the jade token. In a short while, he brought it down. The jade token was still wrapped in a lucky bag and had not been opened. Jiang Yuqing directly opened it in front of Jiang Shushu and saw that inside was indeed the same jade token as Jiang Huai's. A flicker of joy passed through his eyes, but he restrained himself from showing it, just holding it in his hand and feeling it. Did you carve this yourself? The craftsmanship is excellent. I didn't expect Shushu to have such skills. Dad received it. His jade token didn't have a red string. So Jiang Yuqing carefully returned the item to the lucky bag and tucked it into his coat pocket. Jiang Su watched Jiang Yuqing's actions, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Unbeknownst to her, she was either jealous that her uncle liked the things Jiang Shushu gave him so much, or jealous that Jiang Shushu had only given gifts to her family and not to him. On the other side, Guan Qixin returned to the hospital room after being met with disappointment at home, only to see his father and Guan Rui still waiting in the room. Upon seeing him, Father Guan quickly asked, how'd it go? Did she agree? Guan Qixin shook his head. Shushu has really changed. Bai Shuqin immediately cursed. That girl is just an ingrate. I said it long ago. If you ask me, it's better to seek help from the master who gave our Rui her fortune back then. Guan Baocheng, with a frown, also felt a bit unhappy. If I could find him, I would have done so already. Would I need you to say it? But ever since Jiang Shushu's car accident, he had lost contact with that master. He didn't know what had happened to him. Bai Shuqin, taken aback by the rebuttal, didn't dare to argue further with Guan Baocheng. So she changed the subject. That ungrateful girl won't help, so she shouldn't expect to keep the bracelet left by the old lady. What about the bracelet? Guan Qixin's face flashed with embarrassment, and after a long pause, he said, she took it. What? Bai Shuqin couldn't help but bang the table. She doesn't help, but still has the nerve to take the old lady's bracelet. How shameless can this little brat be? Guan Rui, lying in bed, was also furious, secretly cursing her useless brother for letting Jiang Shushu take the bracelet away. Wasn't that giving that brat what she wanted? Guan Rui angrily slammed her hand down, forgetting that she was still on in 4, causing the needle to suddenly jab into her flesh, and her blood began to flow back. She couldn't help but cry out in pain. Hearing her cry, the others rushed to her bedside, both anxious and checking her hand, amidst the chaos. They didn't know if they pressed on the bedboard, and a half-raised hospital bed suddenly collapsed back down, causing Guan Rui to fall back on a bed unexpectedly. This shouldn't have happened, but Guan Rui cried out in pain, and the Guan family rang the bell and called for the doctor. After a round of checks, they said her back was also strained. Bai Shuqin was furious, blaming the hospital's infrastructure issues for worsening her condition, causing a huge commotion. The stimulation made Guan Rui, who originally had a mild concussion, feel a terrible headache, and she turned her head and began to dry heave. Guan Baocheng stood aside, coldly watching the chaotic scene, his expression growing darker, firmly believing that Rui couldn't continue like this. Tomorrow he would have to find a way to let Rui see Shushu in person. Chapter 44. Don't go to high places at the Jiang family. Jiang Shushu was carefully cleaning the bracelet she had finally retrieved from the Guan family when her phone suddenly rang. She looked at the caller ID and saw it was a high school classmate she hadn't contacted in a long time. Jiang Shushu answered the phone and heard a somewhat anxious voice. Shushu, it's me. Are you in Heiress now? I had a car accident, and I'm in a hospital. My family has stopped my card. Can you come see me and help me pay some fees? Please. Jiang Shushu didn't say anything, just listened to the voice on the other end. The other side seemed a bit guilty. We're classmates after all. You wouldn't refuse to help with this, right? Hello. Shushu, are you still listening? I heard you, Jiang Shushu said, but please tell that Mrs. Guan next to you that if she wants to see me, let Guan Rerue come find me in person, instead of using such underhanded methods to trick me into the hospital to see her. After saying that, without hesitation, she hung up the phone. The classmate on the other end was left dumbfounded, and it wasn't just him. Bai Shuqin was also stunned. How did she know I asked you to call her? She questioned the person. Did you hint to her? What kind of strange situation is this? What Bai Shuqin didn't know was that after learning metaphysics, Jiang Shushu's hearing was sharper than that of ordinary people. When she didn't speak just now, she was actually listening to Bai Shuqin's quiet urging on the other end. She could understand that Bai Shuqin borrowed someone else's phone to contact her since she had already blocked the Guan family's contact information. But she couldn't understand why they always felt entitled to command others, even now that they needed something from her. They still had to use such tactics to make her meet Guan Rerue. Not seeing her, let her go to hell. After properly storing the bracelet, Jiang Shushu stood up and went downstairs, preparing to go to her rental place to get some materials to make something. Just as she reached the second floor, she ran into Jiang Su, who was also heading downstairs. Jiang Su had obviously stayed up late playing games last night, with dark circles under his eyes and a somewhat haggard complexion. However, upon seeing Jiang Shushu, he still snorted at her lightly and turned to go downstairs. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shushu suddenly called out to him, "Wait." Jiang Su was surprised to be called and thought she finally intended to thank him. So he turned his head with a bit of pride. What? He had learned various dialect from playing games, but he only dared to use them privately and wouldn't speak like that in front of Jiang Laozu. Jiang Shushu just looked at him and said, "Don't go meet online friends today, especially don't go to high places." Jiang Su, upon hearing this, felt she was being ridiculous and scoffed. "Mind your own business." After saying that, he walked down the stairs. Jiang Shushu watched the boy's back, thinking about the dark energy she had seen floating above his brow earlier, and thought to herself that she had warned him. If the young man wanted to court disaster, there was nothing she could do. Downstairs, Jiang Su was still mumbling about how Jiang Shushu was being inexplicable when Lu Xueshi suddenly walked over. "Xiao Su, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just an annoying person," he said, glancing at Lu Xueshi and asking, "Sister Xueshi, are you going out?" "Yeah, I have a date with an online friend today." Hearing online friend, Jiang Su instinctively thought of what Jiang Shushu had just said and felt it was a bit coincidental. How is it that Jiang Shushu just finished saying that, and Sister Xueshi is going to meet an online friend? Although he didn't believe Jiang Shushu's words, he had a strange instinct and subconsciously said, "There are many scammers online now. Sister Xueshi, as a girl, it's better not to go meet online friends casually." Lu Xueshi laughed upon hearing this. "Xiao Su, you're very cautious, but don't worry, my online friend is very reliable. You know him too. It's that Chun Chun from the game." Jiang Su was taken aback. He remembered Chun Chun as a cute little girl with a voice that seemed to be about his age. Because he liked playing games, Sister Xueshi occasionally played games with him, and they had met Chun Chun while teaming up. "Why did you suddenly think of meeting?" "It's just a holiday, and I have nothing to do, so I made an appointment." Lu Xueshi said, as if thinking of something. "Why don't you come with me?" "Xiaosu? Hiansu? Eh? Huh?" Lu Xueshi smiled sweetly. "You just said it wasn't good for me, a girl, to go meet online friends casually. If you accompany me, I won't be alone, and you know Chun Chun." Jiang Su frowned, wanting to say he wouldn't go, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jiang Shushu already walking downstairs. Hearing their conversation, she shot him a glance that seemed like a reminder or a warning. Jiang Su felt inexplicably irritated, as if he couldn't lose, and immediately changed his mind. "All right, I'll go with you. Then hurry up and change your clothes. I'll wait for you." "Okay," Hiansu responded, turning around and defiantly giving Jiang Shushu a challenging look. Jiang Shushu couldn't be bothered to look at him and walked directly to the entrance. Lu Xueshi seemed to just notice her and softly greeted, "Shushu, are you going out too? If so, wait a moment, I'll have my driver give you a ride." As Jiang Su was about to go upstairs, he paused at the sound of those words, feeling inexplicably that they were somewhat strange, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. He instinctively glanced in the direction of Jiang Shushu, who merely cast a faint glance at Lu Xueshi and said, "No need," and then walked to the entrance to change her shoes. Just before leaving, she took another look at the limited edition sneakers in the shoe cabinet. Lu Xueshi watched her silhouette, her originally gentle gaze slowly turning into a hint of mockery. Before long, Jiangsu hurried downstairs after changing his clothes, looking somewhat lackluster. Seeing that Jiang Shushu had already left, he couldn't help but say to Lu Xueshi, "Sister Xueshi, why don't we skip today? Let's reschedule with her for another day." Lu Xueshi immediately looked puzzled. "We had already agreed on this. How can I go back on my word? And didn't you just say meeting online friends is dangerous?" Lu Xueshi seemed to tease him lightly before reaching out to pull him along. "Come on, just consider it as accompanying me out. Look at you. Stuck at home all day? You must be going stir-crazy." Jiangsu felt helpless and could only let her pull him out. While changing his shoes, he vaguely felt that the shoes he was wearing today felt different from usual, but he quickly pushed that thought aside. He thought to himself that he must have been rattled by Jiang Shushu's two mysterious remarks. How could he believe her words? Well, at most, he just wouldn't go to high places. Chapter 45. Good words hard to persuade a damned ghost. Jiangsu thought that Lu Xueshi's meeting with an online friend would be nothing more than visiting some trendy CAF or shopping in a mall. He never expected that the place they agreed upon was actually an abandoned school. Besides Chun Chun, there were several young boys and girls, all claiming to know each other. One of whom claimed to be young Master Su from a real estate company. "This school has been bought by my dad, and we plan to redevelop it into a large amusement park. This building is going to be specifically used as an escape room venue. It's still in the planning stages, but we can go in and play some real-life games for now," young Master Su said. His real name was Su Nanton, hailing from a prominent family in Haishur. Besides various games, he enjoyed exploring new and fun activities, including real-life games in schools. Since the school was built, there have been constant issues, students jumping off buildings and mental breakdowns. Last year, a pregnant underage girl was even found attempting to commit suicide on the rooftop. The school and parents couldn't take it anymore, forcing the school to shut down, leading to its auction and redevelopment. "I have a friend whose family runs a store, so I've had everything we need prepared. We'll split into 2 teams for the game, all right?" Su Nanton said, his gaze fixed on Lu Xueshi. Among the group, Lu Xueshi's demeanor was outstanding, and her beautiful appearance attracted the attention of several boys, especially Su Nanton, who loved to have fun. It could be said that he organized this game primarily for Lu Xueshi. However, he didn't expect her to bring her younger brother along. Lu Xueshi naturally noticed the gazes around her, but she didn't mind. In fact, she had long been accustomed to the attention directed at her, simply smiling to herself. Her gaze then fell on Jiangsu, who had been looking unwell since they entered, and she asked with concern, "What's wrong, Xiaosu? Don't you like playing games?" At that moment, Jiangsu had no mood to play. He looked around at the towering school buildings, feeling overwhelmed by the height, and suddenly felt a sense of foreboding as Jiang Shushu had suggested. He was starting to have second thoughts. "Why didn't you tell me we were coming to a place like this? I don't want to play." Jiangsu was inherently self-centered, and even when it came to Lu Xueshi, he wouldn't consider her feelings when he was unhappy. Lu Xueshi's face immediately showed a hint of hurt at his seemingly complaining words. "I thought you would enjoy going out to have fun." Before Jiangsu could respond, several boys nearby chimed in. "She's your sister. How can you talk to her like that? If you don't want to play, then don't. Who cares?" Su Nanton was also displeased. His goddess was unhappy, and he couldn't tolerate even a younger brother. Is the little brother afraid of losing and too scared to play? Or should I send you home to drink some milk? The sarcasm in Su Nanton's tone was palpable, and Jiangsu couldn't hold back any longer. He straightened his neck defiantly, afraid of losing. "If we play, I'll make you all kneel and call me dad." At that moment, Jiangsu had completely forgotten what Jiang Shushu had said and was solely focused on making those people kneel. Jiang Shushu returned from her rental apartment close to evening. Just as she was about to step inside, she suddenly felt something was off. She took out the talisman from her pocket and saw that it had instantly turned to ash. The destruction of the talisman indicated that the mother talisman had also been burned. Jiang Shushu thought to herself, as expected, "Good words are hard to persuade a damn ghost." She believed that this mischievous child needed some lessons to grow up, and originally had no intention of intervening. However, the fact that the mother talisman, which had been left on Jiangsu's shoe, had turned to ash clearly indicated that what Jiangsu was involved with was not ordinary, especially the faintly familiar aura of negativity left on the talisman. After some thought, Jiang Shushu turned around and walked back out. Considering that her third uncle and third aunt had treated her decently, she decided to help. While calling Jiang Huai to ask for the phone number of the driver who took Jiang Su and Lu Xueshi out, she quickly made her way to the front door. On the way, she saw a familiar Maybach approaching in the distance, its understated elegance accompanied by a familiar golden glimmer from the window. Without thinking, Jiang Shushu stepped forward to stop the car. Big shot. No, young Master Chu, can I borrow your car? Chu Beiha. Is he being followed by this pair of siblings? Jiang Shushu naturally got into the back seat of Chu Bei's car and asked the driver for Jiang Su's location, instructing him to head straight to the school. Half an hour later, they arrived at the abandoned school. Jiang Shushu thanked Chu Beiha and walked inside, only to see the ominous black aura emanating from the nearby abandoned teaching building. She frowned, realizing that the situation was more complicated than she had imagined. Such dense negative energy meant that there must be a vengeful spirit over 100 years old inside. But why until she felt even a hint of it when she was outside the school? Could it be that this school had a barrier? Without time to ponder, Jiang Shushu quickly headed towards the teaching building. As soon as she stepped inside, she was hit by a wave of sinister energy. The black mist seemed to come alive, swirling from all directions as if trying to invade her body. Jiang Shushu casually drew a cleansing talisman to clear her path, only to hear a familiar and high-pitched scream nearby. Ghost! It was Jiang Su's voice, coming from the 5th floor. Without a second thought, Jiang Shushu hurried upstairs. To reach the 5th floor as quickly as possible, she used a movement talisman, leaping effortlessly up a flight of stairs and soon arriving at the 5th floor. As soon as she entered the corridor on the 5th floor, Jiang Shushu spotted Jiang Su, who was frantically running down the hallway with a gigantic cocoon on his back. Behind him, threads of silk-like energy were swirling and chasing after him, accompanied by an icy aura that chilled to the bone. Jiang Su was desperately trying to move forward, but it felt as if layers of cold were wrapping around his ankles, making every step feel like he was walking on ice. Sensing the creeping threads behind him, Jiang Su instinctively felt that today was going to be a disaster. Even so, he refused to let go of the giant egg on his back. At that moment, he was filled with regret. Regret for everything. Jiang Su really wanted to cry. He wanted to call Jiang Shushu for help, but he didn't even remember her phone number. Suddenly, he felt a flash of silver-white threads sweep past his eyes, and before he could react, those threads quickly wrapped around his neck and ankles. Jiang Su's eyes were filled with terror. The moment the threads embedded in his skin, he felt that he might really die today. Tears finally slipped down his cheeks, and in despair, a familiar female voice suddenly reached his ears. It was clear and sharp, yet at this moment, it sounded like heavenly music. Thunder roars, earth trembles. Above are the 6 deities, below is Ding. I issue the decree of pardon, to strike down thunder, boom. Chapter 46. 7 cocoon eggs accompanied by this fierce shout. Jiang Shushu unleashed a thunder talisman from her hand. In the next second, 3 bolts of fire thunder struck down from the sky, instantly turning the black mist-wrapped silk threads into charred ash. The threads that had been wrapped around Jiang Su's neck and ankles also turned to flying ash. Jiang Su's whole body went limp, and he fell to the ground with the giant egg, turning his head to see Jiang Shushu. His eyes instantly reddening as he cried out, "Sister Jiang Shushu! Sister! Woo! I was wrong, sister!" But Jiang Shushu quickly stepped forward and slapped his head. "Stop howling. Carry your egg and come with me." She had just forced back the silk threads. This place was not safe yet. As for what the cocoon egg on Jiang Su's back was, just looking at how protective he had been, it was clear that it must contain Lu Xueshi. Jiang Su was used to being patted by his dad, so being slapped by her unexpectedly felt a bit affectionate, and he instantly forgot about crying. Nodding and quickly shouldering the giant cocoon egg to get up, Jiang Shushu led him downstairs, and taking advantage of the temporary safety, she casually pulled out a yellow talisman and flicked it. The talisman in her hand instantly became as tough as a knife blade. Jiangsu only saw her pinching the talisman with 2 fingers and casually swiping it, and the cocoon egg he had just placed on the ground instantly split in half. In the next moment, a girl fell out of the egg. Jiangsu hurriedly supported her. Jiang Shushu saw the obviously unfamiliar girl and paused for a moment, asking, "Who is this? Where is Lu Xueshi?" Kun. Sister Xueshi is still upstairs. Jiangsu's tone became stiff for a moment when he mentioned Lu Xueshi, but Jiang Shushu didn't notice. She only furrowed her brows when she heard that the person was still upstairs. Why did you 3 have to meet in such a place? Jiang Shushu was almost speechless at their lack of common sense. Who would choose such a place to meet a normal online friend? Jiangsu's expression stiffened slightly as he looked at Jiang Shushu, showing clear signs of guilt. No, it's not just 3 of us. Jiang Shushu's forehead twitched, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. There are 9 of us. Besides me and Chun Chun, there are 7 more upstairs. Jiang Shushu. In this day and age, do people really have to gather to seek death? But with 7 lives at stake, she couldn't pretend she didn't know. You take her away from here first. I'll go find the others. Jiang Shushu said as she prepared to leave, but Jiangsu suddenly grabbed her. His face showed clear signs of panic, but he wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, his expression resolute. I'll go with you. I know where they are. Jiang Shushu looked at him and didn't refuse, only asking, aren't you afraid of encountering the things we just saw? You came to save me. I'm responsible for you. Jiangsu knew that if it weren't for Jiang Shushu today, he would have been done for. He was a man after all. How could he leave her to escape on her own? The Jiang family wasn't made up of irresponsible people. Besides, with so many people and so many eggs, how could she save everyone by herself? Jiang Shushu thought for a moment and then nodded. In the next second, she took out a jade pendant from her small bag and handed it to him. This is a protective jade pendant. Keep it on you. If things go wrong, just run. Jiangsu's eyes lit up when he saw the familiar jade pendant. He immediately took off the silver chain around his neck, discarded the original pendant, and put the jade pendant on. He then saw Jiang Shushu rummaging through her bag again and finally pulled out a utility knife, wrapping a piece of yellow paper around the handle and handing it to him. This is for self-defense. Jiangsu's mouth twitched when he saw the utility knife. Didn't they say that masters carry various magical tools? Why didn't she even have a peachwood sword? This utility knife felt too perfunctory. However, something was better than nothing. So he accepted it. Jiang Shushu briefly communicated with him about the possible situations they might encounter, confirming that Jiangsu understood. And then she pulled out several yellow talismans from her bag. Jiangsu watched as she flicked her hand, and the talismans instantly formed a circle in the air, quickly falling above Chun Chun and erecting a barrier around her. Jiangsu was completely stunned. Jiang Shushu could actually use magic. He suddenly felt a bit more confident in the small utility knife in his hand. The 2 went back upstairs, but upon reaching the rooftop, they found that the rooftop was already being entangled by threads of silk. Jiang Shushu directly took out a fire talisman and burned the silk, then opened the door to see 7 giant cocoon eggs neatly arranged on the rooftop. Jiang Shushu signaled Jiang Su to hide behind the door while she stepped inside. Jiang Shushu considered herself cautious enough, but just as she stepped onto the rooftop, everything spun around her, and when she came to her senses, she had already fallen into another illusion. The rooftop remained the same, but the scene was a different day. A girl in a school uniform was being pushed down to the ground by several others, and soon someone sat on her, starting to pinch her all over. Your mom sells snacks. She raised you so chubby, this flesh feels good to pinch. You all try it too. Remember to pinch where the clothes cover so that no one notices. I heard that some people turn purple immediately after being pinched. Why not strip her and take a look? The girl struggled desperately, but was still stripped of her top. The few people surrounding her laughed heartily, even taking out their phones to take pictures. The girl hugged her body, crying and begging for mercy. The scene shifted again. The girl stood at the edge of the rooftop, her clothes neat, but she jumped down without hesitation. The same scene repeated with a boy in a school uniform standing in the same position, holding a stack of test papers, his eyes numb, tearing the papers apart repeatedly. Finally, he threw the shredded papers into the air, and along with the flying scraps, he jumped down as well. Jiang Shushu stood in place, watching the young lives that came and went constantly disappearing here. They either suffered bullying, were overwhelmed by academic pressure, or were harassed and faced criticism. Each one of them harbored resentment and injustice towards their surroundings or school. Their grievances wrapped around this teaching building day after day, affecting those who came after. Perhaps some people didn't want to die, but they still chose to end their lives. Even as she watched those scenes through time and space, she seemed to feel the faint resentment attacking her. Jiang Shushu frowned. Just as she was about to use her magic to leave, the scene shifted again. This time, the person who appeared made her stop her hand in motion. In the new scene, there was a girl who looked about 16 or 17, and unlike the previous students, her abdomen was slightly bulging, and she was retreating step by step while protecting her belly. In front of her, Guan Rui was slowly approaching her. Chapter 47. Lin Rui. At the same time, in the hospital, Rui lay in bed, falling once again into a nightmare. As the most beloved little princess of the Guan family, Guan Rui has always gotten whatever she wanted. She knows that the Guan family is not considered a top-tier wealthy family, but that doesn't stop her from being a proud and privileged girl in the eyes of ordinary people. Initially, she noticed Lin Rui simply because they shared the same name. When she accidentally overheard a classmate calling someone else by that name, Guan Rui felt displeased. A poor girl, sharing the same name as her, disgusted her. However, to maintain her image among her classmates, she didn't show her feelings, instead claiming that it was a kind of fate, while subtly hinting that having the same name made it difficult for her to decide whether to call her Lin Rui or not, which troubled her a bit. Qin Hao's family had business dealings with the Guan family, and he had liked her since childhood. As her most loyal admirer, when he heard about Guan Rui's troubles, he naturally rushed to help her. Qin Hao began to openly bully Lin Rui. He would block her path to school, deliberately knock her lunch tray over, and throw her desk and books into the trash. Each time he saw Lin Rui in a sorry state, he would laugh at her without hesitation. Guan Rui only lightly scolded him, asking him not to bully someone, but it was more like a teasing encouragement. Qin Hao became even more proactive in troubling Lin Rui. At first, Guan Rui didn't take this small matter to heart until one day she suddenly noticed that Qin Hao was spending less and less time around her. Even his daily messages of care vanished unexpectedly. Guan Rui didn't like Qin Hao, but that didn't stop her from getting used to his attentive behavior. She wanted to know why, so she took the initiative to pay attention to Qin Hao for the first time. As a result, she caught a glimpse of a scene that shocked her. Qin Hao had Lin Rui pinned against a wall, his body pressed tightly against hers, ignoring her struggles as he forcibly and domineeringly kissed her, whispering, "Lin Rui, I like you. Be good, and I won't bully you." At first, Guan Rui thought that Qin Hao was just playing tricks on Lin Rui, even treating her as a toy for himself, until she gave him a chance to get closer to her, but he remained unmoved. Later, she jokingly asked about Lin Rui. Qin Hao looked at her seriously for once and said, "Rui, I might not be able to like you anymore." Because he had fallen for Lin Rui, not as a substitute, nor as a mere plaything, but genuinely wanting her to be his girlfriend. Guan Rui found it laughable. A bully, who had developed feelings for his victim during the bullying, actually dared to think about dating her. Qin Hao was just scum, a fool. Although Guan Rui didn't like him, she disliked it even more when someone tried to take away what was hers, even if it was just a piece of trash. So she pretended to be happy and congratulated Lin Rui, even taking the initiative to invite her into their small group. She cared for Lin Rui in front of Qin Hao, treating her to meals, which were actually just her leftover food. She styled her hair, but accidentally burned her scalp. She cut her nails, but accidentally cut off a piece of her flesh. Qin Hao, the scum, would even occasionally show concern when she got hurt. At such times, Guan Rui would sincerely apologize to Lin Rui, and Qin Hao naturally wouldn't hold it against her. He was just a fool. He kept saying he liked Lin Rui, yet he had no idea that Lin Rui was being treated differently right under his nose. Guan Rui only wanted to teach this shameless person a small lesson for daring to take her things. But unexpectedly, she discovered that Lin Rui was pregnant. Pregnant with Qin Hao's child. Guan Rui couldn't articulate her feelings upon learning this. It felt like a toy she had used for a long time had unexpectedly been tainted by someone else's smell. She felt that Qin Hao had become dirty. But more than that, she hated the person who had dirted the toy. So, taking advantage of Lin Rurui's fear and helplessness due to her pregnancy, she summoned her to the deserted rooftop of the teaching building. She told her that Qin Hao treated her that way because of her, because she disliked anyone sharing her name. So Qin Hao took the initiative to bully her. Do you really think he likes you? It's just because I ignored him for so long that he wanted a substitute to vent his frustrations on. Rui, I'm sorry, but you were just a substitute. He really didn't need to go this far just to please me. And now it's even led to a life being lost. It was at that moment that Lin Rui finally understood why she had been bullied and entangled by such a scumbag in the name of love. She hated Qin Hao and also hated Guan Rui, perhaps due to her breakdown, or perhaps influenced by the curse of the rooftop of that teaching building. Lin Rui unexpectedly had a miscarriage without any warning. Guan Rui watched her collapse to the ground, blood flowing everywhere beneath her. In a panic, her first reaction was to run. Ignoring Lin Rui's desperate gaze and the hand reaching out to her for help, Guan Rui turned and ran, even instinctively closing the rooftop door behind her. She went home, not telling anyone about Lin Rui. Until the next day, news spread online that a girl suspected of being a minor and pregnant had chosen to end her life on the rooftop of the abandoned teaching building at No. 2 High School. Fortunately, she was discovered in time, and the girl survived, but the child was lost. On a later day, Guan Rui heard that Lin Rui's family had processed her leave of absence. After that, she had no further news about Lin Rui, and even Qin Hao suddenly transferred away. But by then, Guan Rui no longer cared about Qin Hao. A year later, Guan Rui was almost forgetting about Lin Rui's existence. She couldn't understand why Lin Rui had suddenly latched onto her. She died, but what does that have to do with me? It's not like I caused her harm. If she hadn't been so foolish, how could she have gotten involved with Qin Hao and even gotten pregnant with his child? Her miscarriage wasn't my fault. It was her own fate. Why should she cling to me? Once again, she woke up from a nightmare, and in the dream, Lin Rui, transformed into Guan Qishan, screamed at her, Lin Rui, you died. What does it have to do with me? It's not my fault. Why are you torturing me like this? Do you think you can scare me? I'm not afraid of you. You're a shameless girl, getting involved with Qin Hao. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. When my dad finds a powerful master, I'll have him take you away. I want you to be soulless, shameless. As if her words had enraged her, the Lin Rui in front of her suddenly became terrifyingly fierce. This time, Guan Rui did not wake up again because Lin Rui reached out and directly grabbed her by the neck. She wanted her to never wake up again. Chapter 48. Jiangsu, you better give me an explanation. In the dream, Lin Rui shed 2 streams of blood tears, looking terrifying and horrifying. Her eyes filled with hatred for Guan Rui as her hands tightly gripped her neck. In reality, Guan Rui, lying on a hospital bed, suddenly began to convulse violently in her dream, as if her breath was being strangled. The devices in the hospital began to emit sharp alarms, and soon, doctors and nurses rushed into the room for emergency treatment. Amidst the chaos, someone touched Guan Rui on the bed, and the Lin Rui in the dream seemed to be forcefully pushed away. The next second, Guan Rui suddenly opened her eyes in reality, gasping for breath in panic. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the teaching building, Su Dingding watched coldly as Guan Rui abandoned the suddenly bleeding girl and fled, a trace of cold mockery tugging at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be immersed in the despair of the girl, not noticing the silken threads that were quietly approaching her from all directions. Those strands transformed into black gas, trying to invade her body bit by bit. Just then, the previously motionless Jiang Shushu suddenly released a glimmer of golden light from her palm. That glimmer swayed, and the next second, it instantly shattered the illusion before her eyes. Jiang Shushu abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze locking onto a specific spot on the rooftop, and then 3 thunder talismans flew out from her hand. Heavenly thunder thunders. Earthly thunder dully rumbles. Above there are 6 jia, below there are 6 ding. The Taishang has an order to cut down with thunder boom. It was the familiar thunder spell. Jiang Shushu thought that at least the 3 thunder talismans could force the opponent to reveal their true form. Even if she couldn't deal a heavy blow, she had to find a chance to rescue the person first. Unexpectedly, at the moment the thunder talismans were thrown, it seemed another glimmer of golden light flew out along with them. Jiang Shushu didn't have time to retract the golden light and completed the thunder spell just like that. At the moment she shouted the last word, a flash of light appeared in the sky above the rooftop. In the next second, 3 purple thunders struck fiercely at the spot where the thunder talismans were thrown. Jiang Shushu's eyes widened in shock. Purple thunder? However, before she could think further, she saw another silkworm pupa egg suddenly appear at the spot struck by the purple thunder. Unlike the other giant eggs, this silkworm pupa egg was the size of child, entirely blood red, as if soaked in blood. The red silk egg tried to escape the moment it was struck by the purple thunder, but under the intimidation of the 3 purple thunders, it couldn't escape at all. Under the 3 purple thunders, the shell of the red silkworm pupa egg was almost instantly reduced to ashes, along with the skull wrapped inside being burned to a crisp. Jiang Shushu saw something fly out from the charred skull, and her eyes moved quickly as she flew out a yellow talisman, immediately wrapping the object inside it. After the purple thunder, everything was clear. Su was hiding behind the door, dumbfounded. Originally thinking that Jiang Shushu's earlier rescue with thunder was impressive enough, he didn't expect that it wasn't even close to his sister's true power. This was it. Sister, you are my sister. Is that skull the culprit? Are we safe now? Even he felt that the coldness that had been lingering in the air had disappeared after the purple thunder. Jiang Su felt an unprecedented lightness in his body and was excitedly circling around Jiang Shushu. Jiang Shushu also marveled at her own power. This was not just a heavy blow. She had directly turned the real body to ashes. Did you see that? Those 3 purple thunders. Jiang Shushu was still a bit uncertain. Was that really summoned by her thunder talismans? Jiang Su thought she was boasting and immediately cheered. I saw it. Those 3 thick purple thunders. So cool. Jiang Shushu took a deep breath. It really was purple thunder. She hadn't misjudged. Thunder itself had the power to restrain evil spirits, and purple thunder could directly eliminate the existence of evil. This formidable purple thunder had been summoned by her. Jiang Shushu didn't even know she could summon purple thunder. Although her master had said she had excellent aptitude, she had studied the mystical arts for too short a time, and being able to summon ordinary thunder was already impressive. Jiang Shushu always felt that something was off. Before she could think further, her gaze shifted to the 7 giant eggs in front of her. The thunder energy from the purple thunder had swept through, and the silks that had wrapped several people were already breaking. I need to save people first, Jiang Shushu said as she directly pulled out the yellow talisman and swiftly split open 2 of the pupa eggs. Seeing this, Jiang Su hurriedly took out his utility knife and carefully cut open the other pupa eggs. Soon, the 7 people were rescued from the pupa, clearly already in a coma. Sister, what do we do? Should we call the police? Jiang Su had already gotten used to calling her sister smoothly. Jiang Shushu looked at the people and said, first, call an ambulance and get them to the hospital. Although these people had been eroded by Yin energy, it wasn't too serious. Jiang Su obediently took out his phone, but then heard a somewhat deep male voice from behind say, I've already called. The ambulance will be here soon. The 2 turned their heads to see Chu Beihe, who had also come up to the rooftop at some point. He calmly surveyed everything before him, his dark eyes sweeping over the eggshells beneath the unconscious people. His brow slightly furrowed, but he didn't show too much surprise. Chu Beihe hadn't initially planned to get involved, but upon seeing the flash of lightning at the teaching building, he came in. Upon reaching the rooftop, he discovered the girl lying on the ground. Knowing something had gone wrong, he followed the noise upstairs. Jiang Shushu was momentarily stunned by the glaring golden light emanating from Chu Beihe, and the next second, a sudden realization struck her. Suddenly, it seemed she understood something. The glimmer she had thrown out with the thunder talismans earlier was likely that bit of light she had caught from Chu Beihe. Was the 3 purple thunders summoned thanks to the boss's golden light? In an instant, Jiang Shushu's gaze towards Chu Beihe was complex and fervent. It was complex because she realized she hadn't summoned the purple thunder with her own power. It was fervent because the golden light on Chu Beihe had such a use. Jiang Shushu suddenly had a bold idea in her heart. Just as Jiang Shushu was looking at Chu Beihe, he was also looking at her, his dark eyes scrutinizing her without any concealment. He wanted to ask something, but didn't he know how to start? Just as he opened his mouth, a gentle breeze swept across the rooftop, and the next second, the silkworm eggshells beneath the 7 people seemed to instantly turn to dust, dissipating in the breeze. Chu Beihe's brow twitched. Suddenly, he didn't want to ask anymore. After all, this was definitely not something that could be explained scientifically. Before the few of them could continue discussing the situation before them, footsteps quickly approached from downstairs. This time, it was Jiang Huai, followed by a driver. Upon seeing the bodies lying on the rooftop, Jiang Huai's face turned pale for the first time. He looked at Jiang Su, his tone filled with restrained anger. Jiang Su, you better give me an explanation. Chapter 49. Can't you give me the jade tablet? Jiang Shushu had previously contacted Jiang Huai to get the driver's address, so it wasn't too surprising that he came. However, Jiang Su didn't know this and instinctively hid behind Jiang Shushu like a mouse seeing a cat. This time it's really not my fault, he said while tugging at Jiang Shushu's sleeve. Sister, help me explain to Brother Huai. Jiang Shushu raised an eyebrow at Jiang Su's little actions and indeed explained, well, it's not his fault. Jiang Huai thought to himself, if it's not his fault, then whose fault could it be? His gaze suddenly landed on the unconscious Lu Xueshi lying on the ground nearby. So this is the culprit? However, looking at the 7 people lying on the ground, he lost the desire to investigate further. As long as they're okay. Soon, the ambulance arrived, taking the 7 people from the rooftop, along with Chun downstairs to the hospital. Upon hearing that Lu Xueshi was in trouble, Jiang Han and Jiang Cheng quickly came over. After hearing the whole story and seeing Xueshi unconscious while Jiang Su was unharmed, they couldn't help but reprimand him. What is wrong with you? Why didn't you protect Xueshi well when you went out with her? Xueshi usually cares for you so much. If you had any conscience, you wouldn't have let her get hurt. When Grandma comes back, how will you explain it to her? Jiang Su had originally wanted to tell his 2 cousins about the thrilling events of the day, but suddenly being scolded left him so angry that his face turned red. What do you guys know? How do you know I didn't protect her? Why don't you ask her what happened at that time? Jiang Su was just a young person, feeling both angry and wronged for no reason. But in the end, she didn't say much more and just ran off in a huff. Jiang Han and Jiang Cheng thought that Jiang Su had done something wrong, but was too scared to take responsibility, so they ignored her. Jiang Shushu didn't know what happened in the ward. She had just checked a few other rooms and casually removed the lingering negative energy from them. As she walked back, she saw Jiang Su storming out of the ward, puffing up in anger and turning into the safety passage. In the safety stairwell, Jiang Su wiped away his tears angrily. He wasn't so delicate that he couldn't handle being scolded a couple of times. He just felt wronged and sad. Although he impulsively agreed to go into the building to compete, he had been paying attention to the sudden appearance of those silk threads around them. When they all failed to react, he saw someone getting entangled and instinctively grabbed Lu Xueshi to run. Even when those silk threads were about to wrap around Lu Xueshi, he jumped in to block for her. But the moment he saw his feet getting entangled, Lu Xueshi directly broke free from his hand and ran away. Instead, Chun came over to help him, but they both got caught. How did he manage to break free from those threads? He remembered that it felt like his feet were suddenly burned, and then the threads that had been entangling him suddenly snapped. He took the opportunity to grab Chun, who had been wrapped into a cocoon, and ran away. The situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to think. Now that he recalled it, Jiang Su immediately took off his shoes to check. Sure enough, he saw a layer of black ash on his insoles, clearly the mark of something that had been burned. Upon closer inspection, he found a small piece of yellow paper in the corner. Seeing that yellow paper, Jiang Su instinctively thought of the yellow talisman that Jiang Shushu used, and he seemed to understand something. His eyes turned redder. It turned out that he had been saved by Jiang Shushu from the very beginning. She had clearly reminded him, but he didn't listen and insisted on following Lu Xueshi out. Yet she was not angry. Instead, she secretly stuffed a yellow talisman into the sole of his shoe to protect him. Thinking of this, Jiang Su couldn't help but cry harder this time. But it was out of gratitude. Not only was he moved, but he also felt regret. He had treated her so harshly before, even teaming up with Jiang Han to force her to leave home, and she was still willing to help him. He sobbed, and suddenly he heard the sound of a door opening behind him. Jiangsu was startled and instantly stopped crying. When he turned around, he was surprised to see Jiang Shushu. His eyes widened in surprise, but he forgot that he had just been crying. The Jiang family's genes were quite good, and Jiangsu already had a bit of a beautiful boy vibe. Now, with his red eyes and tears clinging to his eyelashes, he appeared somewhat fragile and beautiful. Jiang Shushu frowned slightly, and Jiangsu's face turned red instantly. He felt both embarrassed and shy. "What are you doing here?" As soon as he spoke, he realized that his tone seemed a bit harsh, so he immediately softened his voice. "I didn't mean that you can't come here. I just meant if you want to come here to get some air, I can give you the place." Having seen Jiang Shushu's abilities, Jiangsu was now completely convinced by her. But thinking about his previous attitude towards her and anticipating that she must look down on him, he suddenly found it hard to call her sister as he usually did. "I came to find you," Jiang Shushu said as she suddenly reached out her hand to him. "The jade pendant I lent you for self-defense, it's time to return it to me." Her attitude was so cold, as if they hadn't faced adversity together before. Jiangsu's eyes turned red in an instant, but he instinctively protected the jade pendant around his neck, forgetting his previous grievances and regrets, looking at her eagerly. This jade pendant, wasn't it given to me? Just like the ones given to Huaiga and Uncle." Jiang Shushu shot him a glance. "It's just temporarily borrowed. I never said it was yours." Jiangsu knew she was telling the truth, but he wanted to keep it, not only because wearing the jade pendant could indeed protect him, but also because he wanted her to accept him. Sister, can't you give me this jade pendant?" Afraid she wouldn't agree, he quickly added, "I was wrong before. Sister, I promise I won't go against you in the future. I'll do whatever you ask me to do." Jiang Shushu looked at him. "What do you want?" Jiangsu nodded vigorously. "I want it." Jiang Shushu then extended her hand toward him again and said, like a cold calculator, "The jade pendant costs 200,000, plus this time's reward for Thunder Talismans count for 400,000, a total of 600,000. I accept both bank transfers and Taobao transfers." Given his previous attitude towards her, Jiang Shushu felt that saving him was already taking into account their kinship, so she wouldn't shortchange him on what was due. Jiangsu also admitted that he hadn't performed well before and didn't refuse when he heard the money amount. But he shivered momentarily. "I have all my money in WeChat. Sister, how about we add each other as friends first, and I'll transfer it to you." Jiang Shushu saw through the boy's little thoughts at a glance, but didn't expose him. She took out her phone and directly added him as a friend. Su looked at the friend request that had been approved, and his face clearly lit up. Not want to waste time, he quickly transferred 600,000 over. Jiang Shushu unceremoniously clicked to accept it. Upon seeing the amount deposited, her eyes curved slightly. She was pleased with the incoming funds and couldn't help but feel that the Jiang family was indeed wealthy. Even the children were so rich. 600,000, and it was gone in the blink of an eye. TSK. The two returned to the ward, and Lu Xueshi had already woken up. When she saw Jiangsu, there was a moment of awkwardness, but she quickly returned to normal and smiled as she reached out to him. Her eyes full of concern. "Xiao Su, I just woke up and didn't see you. I was so worried about you. Are you okay?" Chapter 50. The deceased Lin Rurue Jiang Su heard her words and saw the worry on her face, but he turned his head and ignored her. Jiang Cheng, standing nearby, immediately frowned. "Jiang Su, Xueshi is worried about you. What kind of attitude is this? What do you care about my attitude?" At this moment, Jiangsu had already reverted to his previous state, directly retorting Jiang Cheng, but he still had no intention of acknowledging Lu Xueshi. He had always regarded her as a sister, but what happened in the teaching building had indeed left a knot in his heart. Even though he knew that was a normal reaction for an ordinary person facing danger, he didn't like being abandoned, especially by someone he trusted. Lu Xueshi looked at Jiangsu's attitude, her eyes flickering slightly as she lowered her gaze, and said, "Xiao Su, today's incident is all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on dragging you along, you wouldn't have encountered this. I want to say sorry to you, sister." Lu Xueshi spoke sincerely, but with her slightly pale face at the moment, it made Jiang Cheng, who was next to her, unable to help but feel heartbroken. "Xueshi, what are you apologizing to him for? You're the one who got into trouble. That brat should be the one apologizing to you." "Brother Jiang Cheng, don't say that about Xiao Su. Ultimately, The responsibility lies with me. Xiao Su was strong enough to protect me. Stop defending him. If he really protected you well, why were you the one who ended up in the hospital? Jiang Han chimed in. Xueshi, you're just too willing to take the blame. He's not a child. You can't always indulge him. Even if today was his incident, it's still because he didn't protect himself well. Seeing the two of them starting to blame him again, Jiang Su almost wanted to spit blood. He originally didn't want to question Lu Xueshi in front of so many people, but he couldn't hold back anymore. All you know is to blame me. Why don't you ask her what she did? I've said it from the beginning that I didn't want to meet some damn online friend. No bullshit. She wanted to take me with her. And now something happened and you blame me. Why don't you ask her? When she was in danger, I was right in front of her. But what did she do? She turned around, let go of me, and ran off by herself. Jiang Su thought that after saying this, he would get support from his two brothers. But unexpectedly, Jiang Han and Jiang Cheng looked at him with faces full of condemnation. How could Xueshi do such a thing? Jiang Su, don't talk nonsense here. Sister Xueshi took you out with good intentions. How could you blame her instead? Lu Xueshi suddenly covered her face and started to cry. Brother Jiang Han, Brother Jiang Cheng, don't say anything. Xiao Su is right. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken him out, putting him in such danger without protecting him properly. The two Jiang brothers immediately began to comfort her, while scolding Jiang Su at the same time. Jiang Su was so angry he could hardly contain himself. He clearly explained, so why didn't they listen? And Lu Xueshi's words were so ambiguous. She neither admitted nor denied, clearly saying it was her fault, but it still sounded like he was the one being unreasonable. At that moment, he suddenly understood how Jiang Shushu felt when they targeted her back then. Looking at Jiang Han and Jiang Cheng, he felt they were just two big fools. Just as he was holding back his anger, he heard Jiang Shushu, as if she hadn't heard the conversation, speak up. Since you're awake, I'll head back first. Saying that, she glanced at Jiang Su and asked, are you coming? Jiang Su was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted and nodded. Let us go. Sister, I'm going with you. He rolled his eyes fiercely at Lu Xueshi and the others in the ward, turned around, and suddenly changed his expression, smiling as he followed Jiang Shushu, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Rather than wasting breath with fools, it was better to go home and rest with his sister. Leaving the three in the ward, especially Jiang Han and Jiang Cheng, exchanging glances. They had finished scolding him yet? How did he just leave? Lu Xueshi lowered her head slightly, her eyes filled with coldness and annoyance. The abandoned teaching building had another incident. Although no one was killed, it caught the police's attention. The online discussions about the abandoned teaching building flared up again, and even past incidents were dug up. In the hospital, Guan Ruirui, who had barely escaped with her life, saw the reports online and was so scared that she dropped the cup in her hand. This time, she couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted for a master. She would seek out Guan Shushu if necessary. As long as she had a way to save her, she didn't need to wait for her to come see her. She could go see her. As long as she could deal with that Lin Ruirui, I can't take it anymore. That Lin Ruirui is coming to find me as a ghost. She wants to kill me. On the other side, Guan Ruirui, who was thinking of Jiang Shushu, appeared in front of an old residential building. The old building showed signs of wear everywhere, with walls and doors plastered with small ads. Noises of commotion could be heard coming from inside the building. The old building had no elevator, and Jiang Shushu climbed up to the 6th floor along the stairs, following the aura in her hand. She stood in front of her room on that floor. She knocked on the door. After knocking for a while, footsteps finally came from inside. When the door opened, a gaunt middle-aged woman stood there, looking worn out and somewhat confused as she looked at Jiang Shushu. Girl, who are you looking for? Jiang Shushu looked at the middle-aged woman and softly replied, I'm looking for Lin Ruirui. The middle-aged woman's expression shifted, and she attempted to close the door. She's dead. Jiang Shushu quickly grabbed the door, and despite her casual grip, her strength prevented the woman from moving the door at all. I know she's inside. Jiang Shushu paused for a moment. I'm here to help her. The middle-aged woman's face trembled as she looked at Jiang Shushu, her eyes showing clear signs of bloodshot. When she spoke again, her voice trembled with restraint. Who are you? Did the Qin family send you? Jiang Shushu shook her head. My surname is Jiang. You can call me Shushu. The middle-aged woman looked at her, her eyes flashing with struggle and pain, but finally, she slowly opened the door. Guoming, the cramped little room had no sofa in the living room, just a bed. The middle-aged woman didn't offer her a seat and took her directly to the only bedroom in the house. She first knocked on the door, then without waiting for a response, opened it straight away. Jiang Shushu followed through the open door and finally saw the situation inside. The tidily arranged small room had a bed, and on the bed sat a girl with long hair draped down, her gaze blank like a puppet. It was indeed Lin Ruirue, the one Guan Ruirue said was already dead. Jiang Shushu had guessed correctly. Chapter 51. Save My Child. Lin Ruirue was not dead. After Guan Ruirue left her in a hurry, she was rescued by someone. Although the child was gone, at least her life was saved. Lin's mother only realized what her daughter had suffered at school when she was sent to the hospital. Lin Ruirue's father had passed away early, and Lin's mother had raised her alone. How could she accept that her daughter had been bullied like this? She angrily went to the school to seek an explanation. But the school was vague, implying that Lin Ruirue had tarnished the school's reputation. Lin's mother was just a working-class individual, and Lin Ruirue's tuition was barely maintained by the compensation left by her father. She initially hoped her daughter could attend a good school, but unexpectedly encountered such events. The school refused to take responsibility, and she had no power or influence. In desperation, Lin's mother was persuaded by a self-media influencer to post the matter online, trying to use the power of the internet to seek justice for her daughter. However, she didn't expect that this action would plunge her and her daughter into another abyss. Lin Ruirue became pregnant out of wedlock, but secretly went to the abandoned teaching building to attempt suicide. Initially, this garnered sympathy from netizens, but soon the comments began to take a turn. Unmarried and pregnant, afraid of her family finding out, runs to the teaching building to commit suicide. Today's students don't study well, only know how to mess around. There are risks with early love, be cautious with reproduction. Who is the boy? If it led to suicide, he must have abandoned her, right? Today's little girls are unbelievable, making a big deal out of small matters. Girls who don't respect themselves deserve to be abandoned. Those with love brain only deserve to dig wild vegetables. Miscarriage is deserved. I heard some students are working part-time outside. Is this Lin Ruirue also doing that? Upstairs, the truth is revealed. No way, this is too disgusting. I don't know how the parents teach, still want to rely on traffic to gain sympathy. The whole family is disgusting. Initially, just a few people led the charge, but within a few hours, the comment section was filled with discussions about Lin Ruirue getting pregnant from part-time work. Later commenters saw the remarks and, influenced by them, began a new round of insults and disgust. The online comments spiraled out of control. Lin's mother wanted to argue, but no one listened to her. Even her colleagues began to point fingers. Some even dug up Lin Ruirue's contact information and privately messaged her to ask for prices. Lin Ruirue had barely returned from the brink of death, only to open her eyes and see a flood of insults and humiliation directed at her. A mere 17-year-old child could hardly bear such relentless malice. And finally, one night, she broke down. They said she was crazy, but wasn't he really that? She did not make a fuss, nor did she speak. Besides cooperating with basic sitting, lying down, and feeding, she no longer responded to anyone, quietly staying there every day, like a puppet. Lin's mother felt that she had harmed her daughter, so she simply arranged for her daughter to take a leave of absence from school. In order to cure her daughter's illness, she spent all the family savings, but it was always in vain. Due to taking care of her daughter, Lin's mother had problems at work and was forced to resign. Later, one day, Qin Hao came to the door, and only then did she realize that he was the culprit who had harmed her daughter. Even those previous comments were bought by the Qin family to help Qin Hao escape public opinion. And Qin Hao, knowing what his family had done, pretended to offer compensation only after the fact. Lin's mother hated Qin Hao to the core, wishing she could kill him on the spot. She couldn't, because if she went to prison, no one would be able to take care of Ruirue, whether it was called weakness or incompetence. Lin's mother ultimately chose to move away, completely distancing herself from Qin Hao and the Qin family. But every time, the Qin family could always find them. After Qin Hao visited, the Qin family would threaten them at the door. Lin's mother could only move again with her daughter, to let Ruirue live peacefully. I even publicly declared that she had died. Lin's mother looked at Jiang Shushu, her eyes devoid of any sparkle. The internet had long forgotten that there was such a person as Rue, and I didn't want anyone to know she was still alive and disturb her. I don't know how you found out Rue was still alive. If your so-called help is using the internet, I don't need it, really don't need it. The hardships of life, the despair and confusion about the future, had already made her unable to squeeze out a single tear, but just by listening to her voice, one could feel her inner pain and regret. Jiang Shushu rarely reached out and took Lin's mother's hand. Don't worry. The help I'm talking about is to help her regain her senses. Lin's mother shook her head. It's useless. So many hospitals said it couldn't be cured. I've gotten used to it. Just treat it as if my daughter got Alzheimer's disease early. She can always take care of herself. Seeing that Jiang Shushu didn't believe her, she stopped talking and casually threw out a yellow talisman. Lin's mother saw the talisman floating in the air without wind, directly hovering above her daughter's head. What surprised her even more was that her daughter, who usually had no reaction to the outside world, slowly raised her head as if attracted to the talisman. Lin's mother's pupils trembled slightly, unable to believe what she saw. Jiang Shushu simply said, "The reason she is unaware is that one of her souls has been trapped on the rooftop of an abandoned teaching building. I accidentally discovered that soul, which is why I followed the breath here." As she spoke, she took out a lantern made of yellow talismans from her backpack. The lantern was hollow and seemingly empty. It faintly emitted a glow. She said, "If you trust me, I will try to bring this soul back into her body." Lin's mother looked at the talisman hovering above her daughter's head and then at the paper lantern in Jiang Shushu's hand. At this moment, she had no reason not to believe, and her eyes turned red as she nodded vigorously. "I trust you. Little master, please save Rue, save my child." With her trust granted, Jiang Shushu nodded. She took out a small cinnabar brush from her backpack, approached the bed, and quickly drew a soul-retrieving talisman on Lin Rue's forehead. The next second, Jiang Shushu placed the small paper lantern into Lin's palm, chanting, "Heaven's way is clear, Earth's way is peaceful, the path is empty and still. The three souls gather. I grant the decree, the soul returns." As she uttered the last two words, the yellow talisman that was originally hovering above quickly enveloped the paper lantern. At the same time, it seemed that a red line connected the lantern wrapped in the yellow talisman to Lin Rue's forehead. Lin's mother saw that the glow inside the lantern was slowly moving along the red line toward Lin Rue's forehead. Guessing that the glow was the lost soul of her daughter, Lin's mother suddenly held her breath, afraid that her breathing would scare her daughter's soul away. Just as the glow was about to merge into her daughter's forehead, suddenly, Lin's mother heard a sharp cry resembling that of a baby, causing her ears to ache. The next second, she saw the glow that was about to enter her daughter's forehead being abruptly pulled back to the paper lantern wrapped in yellow paper, as if by some force. Chapter 52. Your unborn child. Lin's mother couldn't help but cry out, her eyes showing panic. Jiang Shushu remained unfazed, and three yellow talismans quickly flew out, wrapping the paper lantern tightly, finally stopping the tugging glow in midair. Jiang Shushu had just enough time to catch her breath when she saw the yellow talismans wrapping the paper lantern starting to turn to black ash one by one. Her brow furrowed suddenly, and three more yellow talismans flew out to wrap it. At the same time, she used two fingers to seemingly pinch the glow in the air, quickly sending it along the red line into Lin Rue's forehead. Just as the glow completely merged into Lin Rue's forehead, the red line that originally connected the paper lantern disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the paper lantern wrapped in 6 yellow talismans began to shake violently. Lin's mother was terrified, not even caring to check on her daughter. Jiang Shushu saw that the retrieval was coming to an end and did not hesitate to raise her hand, directly sending a spiritual light into the paper lantern. Her voice low as she commanded, "Calm down." The paper lantern shook as if it had been slapped, pausing for a moment, but still unwillingly shaking violently. Trying to get closer to Lin Rue, Jiang Shushu simply took out a bundle of red string, which flew out and directly tied the paper lantern into a yarn ball. After that, she placed a yellow talisman on it, finally calming it down and stuffing it back into her backpack. Lin's mother was left speechless. Little master, could this also be her daughter's soul? Jiang Shushu was just about to speak when suddenly, a hoarse low groan came from the bedside. "Mom?" Hearing this voice, Lin's mother stiffened, no longer caring about the yarn ball, and quickly turned to look at Lin Rue. The moment she clearly met her daughter's gaze, Lin's mother, whose heart had long been numb over the past year, trembled violently at that moment. Her eyes instantly turned red. Hui. Lin's mother's voice choked as she rushed to the bedside, tears streaming down her face. Rue, look at me, you can talk now, Rue, my daughter. Lin's mother hugged Lin Rue tightly, unable to hold back her cries. Lin Rue felt as if she was in a dream, her face showing confusion and helplessness. She did not understand why it seemed like she had only taken a nap, but her mother appeared to have aged 10 years. Jiang Xiu, seeing the mother and daughter reunited, did not interrupt and quietly left the room, closing the door behind them. Inside the room, the sounds of the mother's crying and Lin Rue's hoarse, soothing voice came intermittently. After a long while, Lin's mother finally opened the door. She wiped her tears, and even though she still looked old and haggard, she seemed to come alive in an instant, her eyes sparkling. She approached Jiang Xiu again, expressing her gratitude. Jiang Xiu accompanied her back to the room. Inside, Rue had obviously just cried, looking at Jiang Xiu with a very complex gaze. She recognized her. You are Guan Rue's sister, Guan Xiu. Was it Guan Rue who sent you here? Lin Rue had not spoken for a long time, her voice still a bit hoarse, and her gaze toward Jiang Xiu held some wariness and fear. Although Jiang Xiu and Guan Rue attended the same high school, they were in different classes, but Lin Rue had heard Guan Rue mention her sister in private. Jiang Xiu was busy that year, learning mysticism from her master, completely unaware of school matters, and even less so of Lin Rue's existence. At that moment, seeing her gaze, she thought, I am now surnamed Jiang, and I have nothing to do with her anymore. Lin's mother was puzzled and explained to Lin Rue what had just happened. Upon realizing that it was Jiang Xiu who saved her, Lin Rue felt a bit dazed and confused. She couldn't understand how Guan Rue's sister would know these things. However, this did not stop her from thanking her. I don't know what exactly has happened to me. Lin Rue had no idea what had transpired over the past year, only feeling as if she had been in a long dream where she saw many desperate students jumping off a rooftop one by one. She looked at those eyes, feeling as if she was wrapped in a shroud of despair, unable to struggle. Your soul being bound led to your mental state being completely absent over the past year. I initially thought that the one who bound your soul was the owner of the skull in the abandoned teaching building, but just now when I guided your soul, I discovered that it was actually that, Jiang Xiu said, taking out the paper lantern that had been tangled into a ball from her backpack. Upon seeing that tangle, Lin's mother recalled how that object had been shaking violently just moments ago and couldn't help but shield Lin Rue. Little master, what exactly is inside this? Jiang Xiu narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Lin Rue, and said, what is contained inside is the vengeful spirit of your unborn child. Both Lin and Lin Rue were taken aback, their eyes filled with astonishment. The vengeful spirit of that child? I suspect that when you had the miscarriage in the abandoned teaching building, the soul of the child was bound on the rooftop. That place had already accumulated a lot of resentment due to the continuous suicides of students, and combined with the immense resentment of the unborn child itself, it naturally became a powerful, vengeful infant. What Jiang Xiu did not say was that the abandoned teaching building had been set up with a formation to gather resentment. And those silks were vengeful threads that emerged from the skull at the core of that formation. Over the years, the continuous suicides of students were likely influenced by the resentment within the teaching building, which amplified the despair and resentment in the students' hearts. And when they died, their original resentment became nourishment for the skull. It was just that for some reason, the vengeful infant that should have been devoured as nourishment was instead kept inside the red silkworm cocoon by the skull, not only failing to absorb it, but even protecting it. Later, Lin Rue's resentment quickly accumulated due to online insults and humiliation. The infant sensed its mother's resentment and longed for her companionship. Thus, it directly took away one of Lin Rue's souls following that resentment. On one hand, it wanted to accompany itself, and on the other hand, it wanted to turn Lin Rue into a vengeful spirit like itself. However, Lin Rue was still a living person, So the infant spirit could only follow the resentment deep within Lin Rui to seek out her enemy, which was Guan Rui. This is why when Jiang Shushu first saw what was behind Guan Rui, it was merely a gray shadow of gathered resentment, rather than pure evil. Jiang Shushu had previously tried to disperse a part of it, but found that the entity would recoalesce after a while. If it weren't for the protective talisman left on Jiang Su being burned, she might have sensed the similar aura on Guan Rui and traced it back to its source. Perhaps she could only wait for the black energy on Guan Rui's back to solidify into a physical form before dispersing it. But by then, Lin Rui might have completely become a dead person. This time, it was also a serendipitous coincidence that she managed to save one of her souls just in time. Jiang Shushu said, her gaze returning to the paper lantern wrapped in the thread in her hand, a hint of coldness in her almond-shaped eyes. As if sensing the emotions in Jiang Shushu's eyes, Lin Rui's heart trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but ask in a hoarse voice, Master Su, what will happen to this child? Chapter 53. I heard you wanted to see me? Jiang Shushu looked at Lin Rui, her gaze calm, but her voice devoid of warmth. A vengeful spirit full of resentment and intent to harm must be eliminated. Upon hearing the last two words, Lin Rui seemed to stiffen suddenly, and Lin's mother quickly embraced her. Rui, this child has no connection with you, and what's more, it almost harmed you. I know it's cruel to say this, but to me, you are the most important one. A mother understands a mother's feelings best. However, for her, a child she had never even met could not compare to the one she had painstakingly raised. Lin Rui felt the slight trembling of her mother's embrace and simply closed her eyes. If she were to say how deep her feelings for this child were, it wasn't actually that deep. This child was a mistake from the very beginning. Even without the incident at the teaching building, she might have found a way to terminate it. Perhaps that child's resentment stemmed from this. It hated itself so much, yet it was so attached to her. That's why it would go to any lengths to want to stay by her side. During the time she was engulfed in chaos, she indeed felt a small thing tightly cuddling against her. Lin Rui couldn't describe what kind of feeling that was, but she still couldn't bear to see it being destroyed. Master Su, is there really no other way? There was a hint of pleading in her eyes, despite being of similar age to Jiang Shushu. Her brows and eyes no longer held any of the vibrancy and brilliance that belonged to her age. Jiang Shushu pressed her lips together. She was a talisman master and was not good at exorcising resentments, especially since the little one not only bore its own resentment and the resentment of past suicidal students, but also the ominous, vengeful energy belonging to that skull. She wasn't sure if she could eliminate it. After a moment of thought, Jiang Shushu simply turned and walked out, taking out her phone to make a call. It's me. I have a vengeful infant here and want you to help exorcise it. Its situation is a bit special. How much? 100. Didn't you say 80 before? That's too expensive. Give me a discount. I'll have it delivered to you this afternoon. Jiang Shushu hung up the phone and returned to the room, seeing the two women looking at her eagerly. She said, I found someone to try to exorcise it. If they can eliminate the resentment on it, it might be able to smoothly enter reincarnation. Upon hearing this, both Lin's mother and Lin Rui's eyes brightened, followed by an outpouring of gratitude. Lin's mother then asked about the payment. Although she had no prior experience with this, she knew that such capable masters would not charge cheaply. Jiang Shushu looked at Lin's mother, who was clearly malnourished, and the cramped little room she was standing in, and said, the fee is 300 for the exorcism, plus 80 for the commission, so you just need to give me 380. Lin's mother was somewhat surprised, but quickly breathed a sigh of relief and took out her phone to transfer the money to her. After receiving the payment, Jiang Shushu left a protective talisman for Lin Rui before leaving the residential building. She found a secluded spot downstairs to wait, and soon a young man dressed in black pants and a black hat approached her, wearing a black mask, his eyes curved as if smiling. Hello, Lingshi Express. May I ask what item is to be delivered? Jiang Shushu took out the paper lantern bound with red string from her backpack. Perhaps because they had left the residential building, the infant spirit struggled violently, trying to return to its mother's side. The young man in the black hat was not surprised to see the wriggling little thing. Instead, he calmly took out a box from his bag. Jiang Shushu recognized it as one of the 12 items auctioned by Yi Zhan, which could temporarily seal evil spirits. Jiang Shushu placed the paper lantern inside the box, paid the fee in front of him, and the young man in the black hat quickly left with the box. Jiang Shushu sent a message to the previous number, indicating the approximate delivery time of the express service, and also transferred 800,000 over. She had just received 600,000 from Jiangsu, and now she was also covering an additional 200,000, which made Jiang Shushu feel a bit pained. But she quickly regained her composure. It's okay. This order might be a loss, but it can be compensated with another one. Although it was a stroke of luck, she did solve someone's problem. Now, she needs to collect some interest. At the hospital, Rue was lying in bed. In just 2 days, she had visibly lost weight, with dark circles under her eyes, yellowish skin, and a lethargic spirit. Because of the near-death experience she had the previous night, Guan Rue hadn't slept much in the past 2 days. No matter how tired or sleepy she felt, she still forced herself to stay awake, even watching those around her with a vigilant and fearful gaze, as if someone across from her might suddenly pounce on her. After finishing her 3rd cup of coffee for the day by Shuqin, with her head wrapped in a bandage from an unexplained accident on the stairs, was still worried about her daughter. After getting treated at the hospital, she immediately came to the ward to watch over her. With concern in her eyes, she said, Rue, you've had nearly 20 cups of coffee in the past 2 days. You can't keep this up. Guan Rue ignored her, finishing the coffee in her cup, then turned to Bai Shuqin and eagerly asked, Mom, did Dad find that master who can save me? If not, you can ask Jiang Shushu. Didn't she say she could save me? Don't worry, Dad is already looking. We don't have to beg that little brat Shushu. Be good. Your dad and I will definitely save you. Upon hearing this, Guan Rue immediately threw her cup to the ground in a fit of rage, shattering it into pieces, and shouted in an obviously anxious voice, How are you going to save me? I almost died. Lin Ruiri has come to haunt me. You have no idea how terrifying she is. Why don't you take me to find Jiang Shushu? I want to see Jiang Shushu. Even if she can't deal with that evil spirit, at least she can help attract its attention. Maybe the evil spirit will see Jiang Shushu and not want to harm her, but instead target Jiang Shushu. Wasn't it always like this? As long as Jiang Shushu was around, the ailments that had been plaguing her would gradually shift. She would regain her health, and Jiang Shushu would suffer in her place. Just thinking of Lin Ruiri's terror made Guan Rue unwilling to wait any longer. She pulled at the 4 drip, insisting, I want to see Jiang Shushu. Take me to see her now. She took my bracelet. She can't just ignore me. Seeing this, Bai Shuqin hurriedly stepped forward to calm her. In the midst of the chaos, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and Jiang Shushu stood outside, her eyes slightly raised, a smile on her face. I heard you wanted to see me? I'm here. Chapter 54. Guan Rue's confession. The moment Guan Rue saw Jiang Shushu, she was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes lit up. This was the first time she was so happy to see Jiang Shushu. Jiang Shushu. Guan Rue excitedly tried to get up, but forgot she had a broken leg and a sprained waist. Any movement caused her face to contort in pain. Bai Shuqin looked at Jiang Shushu with a clear expression of wariness. They had gone through so much trouble to come here, yet Jiang Shushu had ignored them. Why would she suddenly come here with good intentions? What are you here for? Bai Shuqin asked. Jiang Shushu merely glanced at her and replied, Didn't you invite me? Just then, Guan's father and Guan Qishan returned from outside. Compared to the last time Jiang Shushu saw them, both had new injuries of varying degrees. They seemed to be consistently unlucky. Jiang Shushu's gaze swept over the lingering dark energy around them, vaguely understanding something, but she said nothing further. She entered the room and succinctly stated, I have 2 things to discuss today. First, I can resolve the evil energy attached to Guan Rue, but I agree to this only once. In the future, whatever she attracts will have nothing to do with me. Before Jiang Shushu could finish, Guan Rue hurriedly responded, Just save me this once. As long as you're willing to help me, I'll consider you my sister. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shushu's expression darkened, and she wanted to turn and leave. Who needs to be your sister? If you want me to save you, don't use such disgusting terms to address me. I have nothing to do with your Guan family anymore. Jiang Shushu's attitude was as unyielding as it had been at the banquet, showing no mercy. Guan Baoqing's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, but quickly returned to normal. We ask you, just help Rue this time. Jiang Xiushu, however, did not act immediately. Second, I want you to write a transfer agreement for the bracelet, signed and sealed. Guan Qixin frowned at this. Xiushu, since the bracelet has been given to you, we won't want it back. Why do you have to say such things? Jiang Xiushu merely glanced at him, her tone frosty. That's not necessarily the case. After a pause, she added more bluntly, I don't trust you. Guan Baoqing's expression grew even darker as he said, I agree. Jiang Xiushu then insisted that Guan Baoqing write the transfer agreement and sign it on the spot. For the sake of Guan Rue, Guan Baoqing dared not give up this opportunity with Jiang Xiushu and could only comply. After receiving the transfer agreement, Jiang Xiushu said, also, I charge 5 million for this service. Pay first, then I'll act. During the process, Guan Rue must be mine. Bai Shuqin had been holding back, but upon hearing this, she couldn't help but rush over, cursing, 5 million? Are you trying to rob us? You little brat. I see you just want to create a pretext to get back the 5 million we transferred to you. Isn't it just a way to extort money? I tell you, no way. She gestured to Guan Baoqing. You can't trust this girl. Hurry up and kick her out. Guan Baoqing's expression was also somewhat grim, but he didn't respond immediately. Jiang Xiushu didn't say much either. She casually pulled out a yellow talisman from her bag and shot it directly towards Guan Rue. The talisman moved without wind, flying around Guan Rue's body in a circle before hovering directly in front of her head. This sudden action made the Guan family, who had originally been distrustful of her, fall silent. What surprised Guan Rue even more was that, as the talisman circled around her, she could clearly feel the faintly cold energy within her body diminish, replaced by a bit of warmth. The pallor on Guan Rue's previously haggard face suddenly brightened. Without hesitation, she said, I'll transfer 5 million to you. You immediately help me get rid of that evil spirit Lin Rui. When Jiang Xiushu heard her mention Lin Rui, she gritted her teeth, clearly annoyed, as it was evident that she thought Lin Rui had become a ghost haunting her. With a cold gaze, she said, her resentment is deep. I cannot eliminate her, but I can eliminate her obsession and ensure she won't bother you anymore. Guan Rue only wanted Lin Rui to disappear completely. When she heard Jiang Xiushu say she couldn't eliminate her, she frowned. But before she could hesitate, Jiang Xiushu pretended to leave. Guan Rue immediately dared not delay any longer and insisted, you must guarantee she won't come after me again. I'm tired of seeing that terrifying face every time I open my eyes. Jiang Xiushu knew that once the resentment was removed, it couldn't influence Guan Rue anymore, and she wouldn't be able to see Lin Rui's ghost again. So, she nodded, but you have to listen to me. 15 minutes later, Guan Rui looked at the small paper lantern made of yellow talismans hovering in front of her, somewhat astonished and uncertain as she glanced at Jiang Xiushu beside her. Do I really have to do this? Sincerely reflect on what you have done to the paper lantern and repent. Only if she feels your remorse will she stop bothering you. Guan Rui's face showed obvious hesitation. You wouldn't secretly record me or videotape me, would you? Jiang Xiushu just glanced at her and casually tossed her phone onto the sofa beside her. Seeing the phone's unlocked screen, Guan Rui felt secretly relieved and turned to look at the other 3 members of the Guan family standing nearby. After a moment of hesitation, she pleaded, Mom, Dad, Brother, can you all step out for a moment? Bai Shuqin, hearing this, looked puzzled. Rue, how can we let you stay alone in a room with this girl, Jiang Xiushu? Don't worry, Mama is here with you. Guan Qixin also said, Rue, don't be afraid. Your brother will watch over you. Guan Rui's expression suddenly became strange and awkward. Jiang Xiushu couldn't help but laugh. It was obvious that she didn't want them to hear about the bad things she had done. Did she really need to say it out loud for them to discover the ugly heart beneath her exterior? Her tone sounded sincere, but her voice was full of mockery. Guan Rui's face turned pale. Jiang Xiushu, don't go too far. Jiang Xiushu looked at her, the smile on her lips fading, her eyes filled with indifference. I've already told you how to do it. Whether you want to do it is up to you, but I only give you 1 minute. If it exceeds that, I won't deal with this matter anymore. She spoke without any courtesy. Guan Ruirui had no doubt that she meant what she said. But to admit in front of her family what she had done to Lin Ruirui, she couldn't do it. Just as Guan Ruirui was about to cry from anxiety, Guan Baochang finally spoke up, saying, "You all come out with me first." After saying that, he walked out on his own. Bai Shuqin and Guan Qishan, seeing this, were curious but ultimately followed Guan Baochang out of the hospital room. It was only when the room was left with just Guan Ruirui and Jiang Shushu that Guan Ruirui finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to the little paper lantern still floating in midair, and after a moment, a sad expression appeared on her face as she softly whimpered, "Lin Ruirui, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong." Chapter 55. It was too easy for her. I shouldn't have hinted at Qin how to trouble you just because you and I had a falling out. At first, I just wanted to see you make a fool of yourself, but I didn't expect Qin how to suddenly tell me he liked you. He used to chase after me, but suddenly he likes you. I just couldn't accept it. I didn't really mean to do anything when I asked you to go to the party. I just knew you were pregnant and wanted to scare you. I really didn't expect you to suddenly have miscarriage. I didn't cause her death. Woo woo woo. Guan Ruirui initially tried to beautify her actions, but as she spoke, the cold feeling around her inexplicably returned. However, after she revealed her true intentions, that cold feeling gradually weakened. She thought that no one else would hear her words, so she treated it as a way to appease the evil spirit Lin Ruirui and confidently expressed her every thought and dark intention. Jiang Shushu stood by, listening expressionlessly. Although she had seen some of the scenes where Guan Ruirui spoke with Lin Ruirui in the illusion and felt their emotions through the resentful infant and Lin Ruirui's soul fragment, she could not know the truth behind those emotions. Hearing Guan Ruirui's confession, Jiang Shushu was not surprised. After all, targeting an innocent girl with a name was something Guan Ruirui could do. Seeing that Guan Ruirui had finally said all she could say, Jiang Shushu raised her hand, and the little paper lantern flew directly back into her palm, which she then stored in a small bottle. Guan Ruirui watched her actions, her eyes still filled with resentment. "So you can guarantee that Lin Ruirui's ghost won't come after me again, right?" Jiang Shushu glanced at her, responding perfunctorily, "Yes, I guarantee it." After all, Lin Ruirui wasn't dead. Even if this incident hadn't happened today, her ghost wouldn't come after her. "You have to ensure that I won't be so unlucky anymore." During the previous car accident, she hadn't thought much of it, but first, her legs were broken in the accident, and then her bed broke for no reason, causing her to injure her back. Not to mention that during this period, she also experienced neck cramps and choked while drinking water or eating. Even Guan Ruirui, who was confused, knew she had invited bad luck. It was definitely Lin Ruirui's ghost that caused this. Jiang Shushu said, "I can't guarantee that because your bad luck now comes from the disasters in your fate, which has nothing to do with Lin Ruirui. If you must say there is a connection, it's just that the resentful spirit attached to her makes you more susceptible to disasters." Guan Ruirui's face suddenly changed when she heard Jiang Shushu mention her fate, and she immediately said, "Even if it's a fate issue, you have to solve it for me. Don't forget that you owe me money." Although that 5 million was not transferred by her, it did not stop Guan Ruirui from being righteous. The Guan family outside heard the commotion and re-entered the room. Guan Rui immediately cried out, saying Jiang Shushu took the money but refused to do the work. Bai Shuqin was the first to object. "You took 5 million, and you just resolved one evil ghost? No way. You also have to help solve the fate issue on Ruirui. Didn't you say that before? Do you want to take the bracelet and not acknowledge it?" Guan Baocheng also had a serious face, as if Jiang Shushu would not be allowed to leave if she said she wouldn't handle it. Jiang Shushu merely sneered at this. "You Guan family planned for 18 years to achieve success, and now you think you can solve it all at once with 50,000 plus a bracelet? How do you think that is possible? Don't say I can't do it. Even if I could, why should I help her? She is your sister," Guan Qishan said solemnly, trying to educate her with sisterly affection. Jiang Shushu genuinely felt that the Guan family was foolish, especially Guan Qishan. "I'll say it one last time. I no longer have any ties with the Guan family, so don't disgust me with that sisterly talk." Saying this, she looked at Guan Baocheng. "What I initially said was to resolve her major tribulation at 18. Your daughter bullied others and ruined a girl's life, causing her to suffer this disaster today. Now that her life is no longer in danger, just letting her lie here is already too lenient. I have already resolved Lin Ruerue's matter. If you want to resolve her fate issues, you can find someone else. As Jiang Shushu was about to leave, she paused after taking a step, as if recalling something, and looked at the 4 members of the Guan family in the room, reminding them Guan Ruerue's fate is now starting to backlash due to the failed transformation, and everyone close to her will be affected. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the other 3 people in the room, including Guan Baocheng, who suddenly changed color. Before they could speak, Jiang Shushu continued, "Since you spent 5 million, I can offer you a free suggestion. Do you remember the jade talisman I gave you before?" It was amusing to think that when she first started learning metaphysics, she hadn't given up on the Guan family. So after she had just learned to carve protective jade talismans, she had given one to everyone except Guan Qixin. As far as she knew, Guan Rurei and Bai Shuqin had long since thrown that thing away. However, precisely because they had thrown away, she felt the need to remind them. That jade talisman I carved by hand can ward off disasters and bad luck. If you don't want to continue falling and injuring your heads every day, just wear that. Previously, she had given them things just because she wanted to. Now that she couldn't take them back, at least she would get some form of compensation. The 5 million includes a reward for those 4 jade tokens. Jiang Su said it lightly. But Guan Qixin's expression suddenly changed. He finally understood why Jiang Shushu kept mentioning the jade tokens. He didn't expect them to have protective effects. Looking at his still injured arm, Guan Qixin felt extremely regretful at that moment. If he had known to search for it properly when she first asked that day, he wouldn't have continued to be unlucky these past few days. At this moment, the Guan family had no doubt about Jiang Shushu's claim that Guan Rurue's misfortunes affected those around her. Both Guan Baocheng and Guan Qixin decided to look for that item once they got back. However, Bai Shuqin and Guan Rurue had strange and frustrated expressions. Bai Shuqin was so angry that she stomped her foot. "That dead girl must know I threw away her broken stone a long time ago." Guan Rurue also bit her lip, but, considering her image, only whispered, I don't know where I put it. Shushu gave me too many gifts. I'm afraid I won't be able to find it. Dad, what should I do?" Guan Rui looked pitiful. She didn't want to continue living a life full of unfortunate accidents. Guan Baocheng's expression was serious, while Bai Shuqin comforted her. "It's okay. Your dad's jade token is still here. We can use theirs." She said it as if it were a matter of course, but the expressions of Guan Baocheng and Guan Qixin darkened in an instant. Their jade tokens were used by them. What about themselves? At that moment, Guan Qixin realized more clearly than ever how biased his mother was. "Jiang Shushu. That's the effect I wanted. Are you asking about the jade token my sister gave me?" The Jiang family. Jiang Huai had gone to the police station to help record a statement, along with handling the follow-up issues related to the 8 people who had fainted in the teaching building. He returned home slightly later than Jiang Su. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Jiang Su running over energetically. "Brother Huai, how did it go?" Jiang Huai gave him a cool glance, of course. It was suppressed. Otherwise, if you all fainted collectively while playing in the abandoned teaching building, it would have caused a scene online. Jiang Su gave him a thumbs up. "As expected of my brother. It's really hot outside, and I feel it's warm inside too. The air conditioning isn't cool enough." While complaining, Jiang Su was pulling at his shirt collar. Jiang Huai almost immediately noticed the jade token hanging around the boy's neck. His peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, a smile flickering in his gaze. "That shirt looks good. Did you just buy it?" Jiang Su blinked, not caring what he was asking, and replied in a showy and exaggerated tone. "What? Are you asking about the jade token around my neck?" "Yes, it's from Sister Shushu, just like yours and Uncle's." Yao Lin walked over from the living room, and, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes subtly. Just earlier, when Jiang had come home, he had put on a show in front of her. She asked him why he was back so soon, why he didn't stay at the hospital for a detailed checkup. Jiang Su said, "Aunt, are you asking what this jade token does?" "My sister said it's a protective jade token. Wearing it cures all ailments. So there's no need for any checkup." She couldn't understand. This Jiang Su, who had just been acting all weird around Jiang Shushu. How could he come back looking like a different person after just one outing? He was calling her sister now. Could it be that he was possessed? Possessed by Jiang Shushu. Jiang Huai noticed Jiang Su's intentionally showy demeanor and played along, leaning in closer to take a look, nodding. Indeed, it looks just like mine, but the silver chain that comes with it is just average. Jiangsu immediately became excited. Brother Huai, don't you have that red string? Give me one too. I want to change it. Jiang Huai smiled meaningfully. Aren't you annoyed by the red string? Jiangsu's little face turned serious. What do you mean annoyed? The red string has a long history and perfectly embodies thousands of years of our Eastern tradition. It's low-key and subtly beautiful. If we're talking about what goes best with jade, it has to be the red string. Jiang Huai's smile deepened, and after a moment, he patted his shoulder. Not bad, now that your brain's back. Your judgment is normal again. I'll have someone bring it to you later. Saying that, he lifted his leg to go upstairs. Jiangsu stood there for a long time before realizing, nearly exploding with anger, what brother? How dare he say, I have no brains? When Jiang Shushu returned to the Jiang family from the hospital, she saw Jiangsu sitting on the stairs in the foyer, holding her little beauty and eagerly petting its tail. The person who had previously complained about her beauty now looked like a devoted fox slave. Upon seeing her, Jiangsu felt a moment of embarrassment but quickly returned to normal, directly picking up the beauty and coming towards her. Sister, you're back. Oh, I thought it looked lonely in your room, so I let out to play. Jiang Shushu felt a bit unaccustomed to the current Jiangsu, replied with an O, raised her hand to take back her little beauty, but saw Jiangsu dodge and gesture towards the side hall. Sister, someone is looking for you. Jiang Shushu paused, not expecting anyone other than the Guan family to come looking for her, but still gave up on taking back Hu Ping, nodded, and walked towards the side hall. When Jiang Shushu entered, she could hear her second aunt Yao Lin talking to someone, and when she saw who was in the side hall, she felt an unexpected sense of anticipation. The person who came was Li Qingzi. Earlier that morning, Li Qingzi had just received her driver's license and drove around the vicinity of Haida alone. Thanks to Haida's renowned scenery, it was open for tourists to visit every summer. When Li Qingzi arrived, the area was as bustling as usual. Seeing that the street ahead was nearly blocked, she chose to turn back without hesitation. However, just as she turned the car around and passed an intersection, she unexpectedly hit someone on the ground. Realizing what happened, Li Qingzi quickly turned off the engine and got out of the car, only to see a refined-looking young man. He was dressed in a crisp shirt and black pants, giving off a vibe of a campus heartthrob at first glance. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Are you okay? The young man smiled slightly at her. I'm fine. Just my stuff got damaged. Li Qingzi then noticed the bag he was holding. It had fallen to the ground, and the plaster work inside was broken. How much is this? I'll pay you for it. Li Qingzi almost instinctively took out her phone. The young man watched her actions, his gaze flickering, but shook his head. It's not worth much. I made it myself, originally meant for a summer art exhibition competition. Upon hearing that it was for an exhibition, Li Qingzi's expression clearly froze. This was not something easy to compensate for. Seeing her reaction, the young man smiled helplessly. I guess I'm not destined for this competition anyway. It's fine. It's not your fault. You don't need to pay me. However, Li Qingzi was not someone who would just leave after breaking someone else's things. This must have some value. You can give me a price. Li Qingzi thought that even compensating according to the exhibition's prize would be fine. But the young man still shook his head and suddenly suggested, if you really want to compensate me, you could be my hand model. Your hands are very beautiful, and my work for this competition is a hand model plaster. Li Qingzi seemed to have anticipated this request, but didn't react in time. The young man had already taken out his phone. Can I add you on WeChat? The man's attitude was polite, even gentlemanly. Without much thought, Li Qingzi subconsciously reached for her phone. However, just as she was about to take out her phone to accept the friend's invitation from the other party, a sudden thought struck her mind. What the eldest daughter of the Jiang family had said to her at the banquet. You've had some bad luck with relationships lately. Be careful of those who make you feel indebted. Li Qingzi had initially brushed it off. Yet, inexplicably, the moment she laid eyes on the man in front of her, she suddenly connected it with Jiang Shushu's words. Bad luck in relationships, feeling indebted. Didn't that match perfectly? Li Qingzi was never a superstitious person, but she was definitely someone who listened to advice and was cautious. So she withdrew her hand that was reaching for her phone and instead pulled out a business card from her card holder, handing it to the other party. Her demeanor became distant and aloof. This is my personal assistant. If you have any requests, you can contact her directly. She will find you the best model. and I will cover the costs. Having said that, without giving the other party a chance to respond, Li Qingzi turned and got in her car, leaving without looking back. The boy. Chapter 57. The charm to attract bad luck in relationships. Li Qingzi was not someone who liked to be muddled. After returning, she immediately had someone look into the timing and theme of the nearby art exhibition competition. Since High University had an art department, and there were many such competitions, but each had different themes. After clarifying, she realized that the man had intentionally tried to deceive her. The competition theme had nothing to do with hand modeling. However, if she agreed to be a hand model, it would inevitably involve some physical contact, such as having plaster applied to her hands face to face. For a young girl like her, in such a specific situation, it was easy to fall in love. Li Qingzi sneered, recalling Jiang Shushu's reminder to be cautious of schemers, and had someone look into the man's identity and recent contacts. Soon, she reached a conclusion. It was indeed a trap set by a schemer. Her stepsister was the schemer. After sending Jiang and away, Li Qingzi looked at Jiang Shushu in front of her, her expression showing no signs of nervousness or awkwardness. She simply recounted what had happened that morning, and Jiang Shushu stared at her with piercing eyes. You can come with me next time. Jiang Shushu said nothing, but reached in her backpack and took out a yellow charm. This is a charm to ward off schemers. If someone tries to scheme against you again, this charm will directly backfire on them. Upon hearing this, Li Qingzi did not immediately take it. Next time? What about this time? Didn't you avoid being tricked? Li Qingzi squinted her eyes. I didn't get tricked, but I don't like being schemed against. Saying this, she squeezed over to Jiang Shushu's side, sitting closely next to her, very familiar. Besides the charm to ward off schemers, do you have a charm that attracts bad luck in relationships? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shushu immediately understood her intention. This was a tit-for-tat situation. However, she liked this character of hers. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Shushu took out a clean piece of yellow paper from her backpack, dipped a small brush in red cinnabar, and knelt on the carpet with her back straight. Then she picked up the brush, and as she moved it, she quickly drew a charm. It was Li Qingzi's first time watching someone draw a charm, and she felt that Jiang Shushu's aura changed as she held the brush, giving her an ethereal feeling. To say that she had some doubts when she came here today. But just that moment, she had completely believed that this eldest daughter of the Jiang family truly had skills. Receiving the charm paper, Li Qingzi felt a bit emotional. I was just casually asking, but I didn't expect you to really have such a charm in your mystical practices. Not really, Jiang Shushu replied honestly. Watching Li Qingzi's somewhat surprised expression and smiling as she explained, the mystical practices don't have charms specifically for attracting bad luck in relationships. But there are charms that attract relationships. Jiang Shushu pointed to the last stroke on the charm paper in Li Qingzi's hand. That stroke was extra, and the extra relationships turn into bad luck. Saying it attracts bad luck in relationships is also a form of charm. Many charms are derived from the spells passed down by our ancestors, and more often than not, they lead to the same outcome. For instance, many people online seek charms for weight loss, koi charms, and study charms, and she could draw those too. For example, a weight loss charm is a calming charm that reduces worldly desires, including the desire to eat. A koi charm can be a charm for gathering luck. But gathering luck itself is about bringing a person's own fortune forward, not something that appears out of nowhere. Jiang Shushu generally doesn't draw such charms. As for the study charm, it combines the calming charm and the focusing charm to ensure that one can concentrate while studying, making studying much more effective. Li Qingzi understood, not expecting it could be like this. She happily accepted both the charm to ward off schemers and the one attracting bad luck in relationships, ready to thank her, when she suddenly saw a payment QR code being handed in front of her. Jiang Shushu was quite businesslike. The charm to ward off schemers is 3,000, and the charm for relationships is 5,000, totaling 8,000. Li Qingzi didn't think it was expensive and promptly took out her phone to scan the code. Once Jiang Shushu finished collecting the payment, before she could take back her phone, Jiang Shushu quickly tapped a couple of times on her phone screen, directly opening her QR code, scanning it, and adding her as a friend in one go. From now on, we are sisters. Adding as a friend makes it easier to contact each other. Seeing Jiang Shushu still wanting to say something, Li Qingzi quickly added, you can also transfer money remotely. Jiang Shushu immediately stopped speaking, smiling as she approved the friend request. Just then, a message popped up in the chat box. It was Jiang Suo. Jiang Suo has initiated a transfer of 3,000 yuan to you. Please accept the payment. Before Jiang Shushu could react, she heard from above, at the second-floor staircase, a boy excitedly waving his phone at her. Sister, I want that charm to ward off schemers too. Leave one for me. Jiang Shushu. Li Qingzi. Jiang Suo. Who told you to eavesdrop on our conversation from upstairs? Get down here. Li Qingzi and Jiang Suo clearly were not strangers. She had already placed her hands on her hips, addressing Jiang Suo upstairs. Jiang Suo, as always, was defiant. You want me to come down, so I will? Why should I listen to you? Jiang Shushu looked up. Come down and take the charm. Jiang Suo immediately changed his attitude. Okay, sister. The rapid change in attitude made Li Qingzi unable to suppress a click of her tongue. She silently turned to look at Jiang Shushu, clearly curious about how she managed to tame Jiang Suo, who was notoriously reckless in the Jiang family, in such a short time. It should be noted that at the banquet that day, although Jiang Suo did not deliberately oppose her, his attitude towards this cousin was not very good. How did you do it? Jiang Shushu knew she was referring to Jiang Suo and did not hide it. He had a fight with Lu Xueshi. Although Jiang Suo acted like he wanted to sever ties with Lu Xueshi, Jiang Shushu didn't think he could easily escape her control. Hearing Lu Xueshi's name, Li Qingzi's expression changed subtly. Speaking of Lu Xueshi, there's something interesting you probably don't know. Jiang Shushu glanced at her. Li Qingzi's lips curled into a half-smile. Lu Xueshi's name originally had the character for 11 for Morning Light, but before coming to the Jiang family, I heard that the Jiang family of this generation has names related to water. So it was changed to 11 from stream water. Jiang Shushu raised her eyebrows. Hearing Li Qingzi emphasize before coming to the Jiang family, it seemed she was aiming to become a member of the Jiang family. Did you know each other before? Li Qingzi Bota. We happen to be in the same class in elementary school. Jiang Shushu did not ask further because Jiang Suo had already rushed in, pushing open the door to the side hall. Sister, I'm here, Jiang Suo said as he leaned closer to Jiang Shushu. Li Qingzi looked at Jiang Suo's eager face and found it quite unimpressive. Jiang Suo, do you understand manners? I'm discussing something with Shushu, and you dared to eavesdrop from upstairs. Jiang Suo was completely unyielding to Li Qingzi. This is my home. I'm in my own house. How can that be called eavesdropping? Mingming, you're speaking too loudly, and I can't be bothered to listen to your stepsister's nonsense. Hiansu, I think you need to be put in your place. Li Qingzi smiled with a fake expression, and Jiang Su felt a tingle at the back of his neck. But he still held his head high and said, Do you dare? Do you believe that my sister can take care of you with just a lift of her hand? Jiang Shushu, who had been caught in Li Qingzi's gaze, twisted her wrist slowly and mumbled, Too many charms, my wrist hurts, implying she couldn't lift it. Chapter 58. Jiang Yuqing transferred you 10,000,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Qingzi immediately smiled brightly. However, Jiang Su's expression fell, and he stomped his feet. My sister. We are on the same side. When he saw Li Qingzi already getting up to come over, Jiang Su hurriedly turned around and ran away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to shout at Jiang Shushu, sister. Don't forget my anti-bad luck charm. I'll come to get it later. Li Qingzi was just trying to scare him, and she was just about to grab her bag to leave. I've already thanked you for this charm. If it works, I'll introduce you to some business. As she spoke, she deliberately winked at Jiang Shushu, showing no disdain for Jiang Shushu charging for her lessons in metaphysics. Jiang Shushu smiled slightly at her and gave her a rare tip. The peach blossom charm needs to be kept on you to be effective, preferably in something you carry with you every day. For example, a phone case. Li Qingzi suddenly understood, winked at her, turned around, and walked away confidently in high heels, her posture proud and flamboyant, like a proud peacock. Later, Jiang Shushu learned that this seemingly confident and flamboyant young lady from the Li family was actually the only child of the Li family. However, due to her biological mother's unexpected death, her father remarried less than 6 months later. The new wife not only brought a younger stepsister, but absurdly, this stepsister was also the biological daughter of her father's new wife. Her biological father became her stepfather, and everything Li Qingzi originally had was gradually taken away. Everyone thought she would grow up to be a timid, little pitiful thing, but unexpectedly, after being sent to her grandmother's house in the county for a year, Li Qingzi returned high profile, moving between various families, using public opinion to gain the initiative for herself. From then on, anyone who dared to make her feel uncomfortable, she would directly turn her family upside down, not afraid of losing face at all. One of the most notorious incidents was when she went to the police station to report her biological father for domestic violence against his daughter, while live streaming it online and tagging uncles and cousins to come and watch. In the end, her father, Li Shigao, lost face and had to compromise, treating her well from then on, not daring to neglect her, and forbidding her stepmother and stepsister from provoking her. It could be said that Li Qingzi enjoyed all the privileges of being a young lady in the Li family, except for paternal love. But Jiang Xiushu thought that Li Qingzi didn't need that. In such a terrible family environment, she did her best and lived up to the best version of herself that she could become. That night, Jiang Su showed off the jade pendant he got from Jiang Xiushu in front of Jiang Yuqing and his mother. It was like a certified medal, leaving the elders of the Jiang family speechless. No one knew who had been so picky about Jiang Xiushu before. Now, not only did he call her sister directly, but he also got a token. Jiang Yutong and his wife felt gratified, but also a bit sour. They didn't even have a jade pendant carved by their niece. They didn't think much of it when she only gave it to her biological father and brother, but now that she gave it to that little brat Jiang Su, they felt like they were being treated differently. So, under the watchful eyes of Jiang Yutong and his wife, Jiang Xiushu quietly handed out 2 protective jade pendants. At that moment, Jiang Han returned from the hospital and happened to catch Jiang Xiushu giving out the jade pendants. He didn't think much of them, saying, "I generally don't wear jade. After all, when it comes to carving skills, it has to be like Master Ru. Since you have this hobby, you should compare yourself with real masters," Jiang Han said, reluctantly extending his hand to her. In front of his uncle, he wouldn't deliberately offend her. If she insisted on giving it, he'd treat it as a little toy to casually toss aside. Jiang Xiushu looked at him oddly and shrugged. "There aren't many jade pendants left. They're all gone." Jiang Han, Jiang Xiushu. "After all, I'm just an amateur. I don't specialize in this." Jiang Han, Jiang Xiushu. "This is definitely intentional." Just as well, he didn't care. Jiang Han angrily left, and Jiang Xiushu ignored him. She had planned to give one to everyone in the family. She wouldn't be foolish enough to do the same thing twice. Moreover, the ones she just gave away were indeed the last 2. Jiang Xiushu thought about going to find some new materials to prepare a few more, and just as she went upstairs, she heard her phone ding with a notification of a transfer. Opening it, she was stunned. Jiang Yu has transferred you 10,000 yuan. Jiang Xiushu turned around and saw Jiang Yuqing had also come upstairs at some point, looking at her with a hint of hidden heartache in his eyes. "Uncle Song told me." "Jiang Xiushu, what did Song Yongming say to you?" "He said you treated the Song family's young lady without charging any fees because I had already paid a reward of 10 million. Jiang Yuqing said with some helplessness. "Xiushu, you're a sensible child, but that 10 million was meant to pay back the Guan family, and also for your pocket money." Jiang Yuqing had indeed planned to compensate the Song family, but didn't expect Xiushu to be a step ahead of him. Not only curing Song Yuli, but also proactively maintaining the Jiang family's face. "You maintain the relationship with the Song family for us. But our family can't lose out." Jiang Yuqing said, "This 10 million is your payment from us to the Song family. Keep it, and if it's not enough, come to me for more." Jiang Xiushu. Since distancing herself from Guan Rui, this money suddenly became a bit easy to earn. Although she thought representing the Jiang family to waive the Song family's fees was nothing, she would take the money that came to her door. "Thank you, Dad." Jiang Xiushu smiled slightly, hiding her cold demeanor, looking obedient and sensible. Jiang Yuqing looked at her and felt an impulse to pat her head. He had seen Jiang Huai do that. His hand, hanging by his side, moved slightly hesitantly, cautiously lifting, but before he could raise his hand, Jiang Xiushu had already turned and returned to her room. The hand that had just been raised fell limply back down. Jiang Yuqing's face was expressionless as he silently turned and returned to his study. On the other side, at the hospital, in the ward, Lu Xueshi lay on the hospital bed, her slightly pale face sunken into the white pillow, making her look fragile and helpless. Jiang Chung stood beside her, watching for a long time, his eyes filled with pity and heartache. After a while, he couldn't help but reach out, wanting to gently touch the girl's white, jade-like skin. His fingers trembled, but just as he was about to touch her, the person on the bed suddenly fluttered her eyelashes and woke up. Jiang Chung quickly withdrew his hand and instead tucked the blanket around her. Lu Xueshi looked at him, her eyes filled with confusion. Jiangge, what time is it? Why are you still here? I'm worried about you being in the hospital alone. Jiang Chung said gently. I'm here to keep you company. Thank you, Jiangge. Lu Xueshi said with joy, her eyes slightly downcast. Jiangge, I want to drink water. Jiang Chung immediately nodded and turned to get her some water. But at that moment, as he turned, the girl on the bed, who had been gently smiling, suddenly had a cold look in her eyes. Chapter 59. Lu Xueshi's system. Lu Xueshi felt a bit irritated and averted her gaze. The next second, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. The host. Jiangsu's favorability has currently dropped to near the passing line. In order to ensure the borrowing of fortune, please help the host quickly raise Jiangsu's favorability. Understood. Lu Xueshi was somewhat impatient. If you hadn't said that reducing his yang energy would make it easier to extract fortune, I wouldn't have taken Jiangsu there. You clearly said before that ghost wouldn't harm me. So what was with those threads? If it weren't for those threads coming at her, she wouldn't have been scared and instinctively dropped Jiangsu to run away. How could Jiangsu be mad at her for that? Originally, she didn't take it seriously when Jiangsu left angrily today. Unexpectedly, just after Jiangsu left, the system suddenly sent her a warning. Jiangsu's favorability abruptly plummeted, and there's been no sign of recovery since. She had spent a full 3 years to raise Jiangsu's favorability above 85 points, and now it had suddenly dropped by 20 points, leaving Lu Xueshi feeling extremely frustrated. The system does not make mistakes. The system can ensure that the host will not be harmed by yin energy, but the threads are driven by resentment and do not fall under the category of ghosts. The system spoke in a formulaic tone, which made Lu Xueshi even more irritable. This system was something she accidentally obtained after moving into the Jiang family. With the system, she easily gained beauty, a good figure, and even a clever mind. Coupled with the fortune extracted later, her life could be said to be smooth sailing. Therefore, she always trusted and relied on the system. Who would have thought that this time it would lead her to a big fall? Everything is decided by you. Fortunately, Jiangsu is easy to coax. Don't worry, once I get out of the hospital and go home, I will quickly get his favorability back. Although Lu Xueshi stumbled, she wasn't too worried. Jiangsu had a bad temper, but it was the kind that flared up quickly and calmed down just as fast. Over the years, Lu Xueshi had figured out the temperaments of the Jiang family brothers. Thinking of this, she picked up her phone again and sent Jiangsu a message. Little Su, are you asleep? You didn't come to see me today. Are you still mad at your sister? I've been sleeping poorly in hospital these past 2 days. Just thinking about that day makes me feel sad and regretful. I've never encountered something like this before, and I still feel scared. I really threw you away that day because I wanted to find someone to save you. I know you might not believe what I say now, but I'm sincere. Little Su, I'm going to be discharged tomorrow and go home. Will you come to pick me up? After sending the long message, Lu Xueshi took the warm water Jiang Chung handed over and waited for the system to report a rise in favorability. However, she waited for 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. After finishing 2 cups of water, there was still no reply from Jiangsu, and even favorability displayed by the system remained unchanged. Lu Xueshi's expression turned a bit unpleasant. She didn't believe Jiangsu hadn't seen her message. Jiangsu was a gaming addict, usually never letting go of his phone. But why wasn't he replying to her? Why was the favorability still unchanged? Could it be that he was really mad at her? Given the situation that day, anyone would have made the same choice. Even if he was angry, 2 days had passed, and now that she was actively reaching out, he should have calmed down by now. Lu Xueshi felt Jiangsu was being unreasonable. Perhaps her expression was a bit off. Jiang Chung couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Chung looked straight at her, his eyes filled with concern and pity for her. Lu Xueshi pursed her lips, pretending to show a lonely smile. "It's nothing, Just that I've been messaging little Sue these past 2 days, and he hasn't replied. She then turned slightly worried. I'm also worried that he might have been scared that day and isn't feeling well. He should stay in the hospital for observation like I am. Hearing her say that Jiang Su wasn't replying to her messages, Jiang Qing's expression also turned a bit unpleasant, feeling that Jiang Su was really inconsiderate. Thinking back to how he saw Jiang Su lively and bouncing around Jiang Shushu when he went home to shower and rest today, he felt even more that Lu Xueshi was being treated unfairly. How could Lu Xueshi be in the hospital and still be thinking of him? Jiang Cheng decided that he had to teach that brat Jiang Su a good lesson tomorrow. With this thought in mind, he didn't reveal the truth to avoid making Lu Xueshi sad and just comforted her. Don't worry, he might be playing games again and hasn't seen your message. As he spoke, he gently held Lu Xueshi's hand that was resting on the blanket, his voice soft. I saw little Sue at home today. He is fine, so don't think too much about it. You'll be home tomorrow. Lu Xueshi felt the large hand resting on the back of her hand and felt somewhat uncomfortable, but she still smiled gently. Thanks to Brother Jiang Cheng for keeping me company. Otherwise, I would definitely be overthinking things alone. She didn't withdraw her hand, and Jiang Cheng seemed to have forgotten that he was still holding her hand, continuing to comfort her. Lu Xueshi absent-mindedly responded, but in her mind, the system's voice rang again. Host, Jiang Cheng's favorability is currently 92 points. It is recommended that the host take advantage of this opportunity to accelerate the strategy. The higher the favorability of the target, the more fortune the host can extract from them. Hearing the system's encouragement, Lu Xueshi felt a bit impatient again. Understood. Of course, she knew that the higher the favorability, the more fortune could be extracted. She thought about how to quickly raise Jiang Cheng's favorability. After all, Jiang Cheng liked her, and as long as she was willing to give him a little response, she could guarantee that his favorability would rise to 99 points in no time. But she didn't want to do that. Using her body to exchange for favorability was something only a lowly woman would do. Lu Xueshi believed that even without having to flirt with the other party, she could still firmly grasp the situation, so why go to such lengths? Although Jiang Cheng was considered excellent in the second-generation circle, he still fell short compared to Jiang Huai. Moreover, there was still Chu Beihe. Thinking of Chu Beihe's appearance and his status in the circle, Lu Xueshi couldn't help but feel a rush of heat in her heart. Only a man like that was worth her genuine feelings, especially since Beihe was a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Such a person would certainly have high demands for their partner. Lu Xueshi, even for him, would not casually flirt with others. That would only lower her own value. She was lost in thought when the system's indifferent voice interrupted her. Host, allow me to remind you, you have been pursuing Chu Beihe for 3 years, and his favorability is still at 38 points. Among those 30 points, 30 were given by the system as the initial score. This meant that the actual score was only 8 points, which was a kind of score that could be earned just by helping an old lady cross the street. Lu Xueshi, if you don't speak, no one will think you're malfunctioning. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family's villa by the river, in a dimly lit room, a slightly pale-faced young man was fixated on the address just sent by his private investigator. A hint of stubbornness shone in his gloomy eyes, and he muttered in a hoarse voice, Rue, Rue, I've found you again. Chapter 60 now, immediately get out. The next day, Lu Xueshi was discharged from the hospital, and Yao Lin specially brought Jiang Ying and Jiang Han to pick her up. Jiang Su didn't come. Not only did he not come to pick her up, but he didn't even reply to her messages. To avoid waiting at home for Lu Xueshi to return, Jiang Su directly clung to Jiang Shushu. Can't you take me with you when you go out? I will follow you and definitely won't cause you any trouble. No, Jiang Shushu refused mercilessly. Jiang Su was almost ready to puff out his neck. Why? I called you sister. You don't even call me that. Jiang Su felt aggrieved, but didn't give up. After all, I could be considered your big client. Shouldn't you take your big client out for a stroll? He had spent nearly 700,000. Compared to her previous earning of 30,000, how long would it take to earn 70,000? Jiang Su felt that in comparison, he should count as a big client. Jiang Shushu glanced at him, silently took out her phone, and showed him the transfer records from Song Yongming. Song Yongming transferred you 3,000,000 yuan. She flipped to another one, showing him the transfer record from Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Yuqing transferred you 10,000,000 yuan. At this moment, silence was more powerful than words. Jiangsu asked, "What are these? Is this industry so profitable?" "No. How could his uncle's transfer count? A father transferring money to his daughter could only be pocket money." Jiang Shushu flipped back to the previous 1,000 yuan transfer record, explaining, "The earlier ones are pocket money, and the 10 million is a reward." Jiangsu felt a bit jealous. He originally thought this cousin was poor and didn't even have 500,000 pocket money. Turns out he was the fool. His dad had never transferred him 10 million. In the end, Jiangsu stated that to heal his wounded soul, Jiang Shushu must take him out today. Jiang Shushu didn't expect that having a younger brother would be so bothersome. If she had known earlier, she would have. But Jiang Shushu still took Jiangsu out. The driver drove directly to the residential building where Lin Rui lived. The moment Jiangsu got out and saw the old residential building, his expression changed. "Why did you bring me to this kind of dilapidated building?" He thought this was a rundown neighborhood preparing for demolition. After all, the environment here was even worse than the neighborhood Jiang Shushu had rented before. Jiangsu had never been to such a shabby place in his life. Once they entered the building, he was even more shocked. This building actually had no elevator? How could there be buildings without elevators in Heiress? Jiang Shushu couldn't help but look at him expressionlessly and ordered, "You now, immediately go back." Jiangsu immediately covered his mouth. "I won't say anything, okay?" By the time they climbed to the top floor and saw Lin Rui's one-bedroom apartment, Jiangsu's understanding of poverty was once again refreshed. Just as he was about to speak, he caught Jiang Shushu's cold glare and immediately shut up. The Lin family had no guests at all. There was only one chair in the living room. However, Jiangsu's upbringing since childhood didn't allow him to sit on the host's bed without permission, so he pulled over a plastic stool and sat down obediently. He was tall, with long legs perched on the stool, looking very uncomfortable. Jiang Shushu saw him enter and, although surprised, didn't show any disdain, unconsciously glancing at him a couple more times. This kid still had hope. Lin's mother, however, immediately noticed Jiangsu was not ordinary. After all, his outfit looked very expensive, a bit awkwardly standing in place. She worriedly asked, "Little master, you came here today specifically. Is there something about Rui? Her health is. I just have something to give her," Jiang Shushu said, leaving Jiangsu outside while she went into the room to talk to Lin Rui. Lin Rui had been lying in bed for over a year. Even though she was better now, her health was still slowly recovering. At this moment, she watched Jiang Shushu take out a familiar little paper lantern from her backpack. As the paper lantern rose in her palm, Lin Rui felt a bit nervous, fearing it was something bad regarding the child. But then she heard a familiar voice suddenly coming from the lantern. "Lin Rui, yes, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." Lin Rui instinctively shivered, her hands tightening around the quilt. Lin's mother initially didn't know whose voice it was, but upon hearing the latter part, her eyes instantly turned red, filled with anger. "Is this the person who caused Rui to become like this? Ruining my family's Rui for a lifetime? Does she think a light apology will make us forgive her?" Lin Rui's lips lost all color, yet she still tightly bit down, clearly unwilling to accept the other's apology. Moreover, with Guan Rui's character, she didn't think she would sincerely apologize to her. Seeing this, Jiang Shushu explained Guan Rui's previous situation and how she misunderstood that Lin Rui's ghost was seeking vengeance. At the same time, she explained, "I had her record this. Firstly, you deserve an apology, and secondly, with this recording, you can completely clear your name from last year's online insults and let everyone know the truth." When she mentioned the internet, Lin Rui's face turned pale, as she recalled the overwhelming insults and doubts from a year ago. But she had finally escaped from those curses. If Guan Rui's recording was posted online, perhaps she could gain clarity and understanding, but everything from a year ago would surely be dug up again, and there would still be people doubting and humiliating her. Lin's mother clearly also thought of the past. She was more worried that if the same situation happened again, Rui might collapse again and lose her soul to something. Both mother and daughter displayed resistance. Jiang Shushu didn't expect this. After all, they had finally gained this peace. This was also why Jiang Shushu gave her the choice. You can choose to live quietly from now on, or you can choose to use it to defend your reputation. I'm just giving you the second option. Without the recording, Lin Ruerue would have to live with those doubts and humiliations, but the internet has no memory. She could still start anew. This was her only path. But the recording was a second path. She could choose not to take it, but she should have the right to choose. Jiang Shushu wouldn't make choices for her out of self-righteousness. She wasn't the person involved, nor was she qualified to choose for her. Placing the paper lantern in Lin Ruerue's palm, Jiang Shushu didn't persuade her further. Lin Ruerue looked at the paper lantern in her palm, still biting her lips, clearly troubled. Outside the room, Jiang Su couldn't hear the commotion inside and was a bit bored, glancing around the small 10-square-meter space, which was crammed with various items. Just as he was secretly clicking his tongue, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Jiang Su instinctively looked towards the direction of the bedroom, noticing it was quiet inside, seemingly hearing a sound. He wanted to call out, but the knocking from outside came again, a bit urgent. Jiang Su simply walked to the door and opened it wide. "Here we go, stop knocking." When the door opened, he saw a boy around 18 or 19 standing outside, with dark circles under his eyes, exuding a gloomy aura. Upon seeing him, the boy's eyes turned red, as if he wanted to eat someone. Gritting his teeth, he said slowly, "Who are you?" Jiang Su, feeling his temper rise, lifted his chin and retorted, "Who are you?" The boy stared at him intently, his voice hoarse and cold as he spat out two words, "Qin Hao." Chapter 61. "Qin Hao, you make me sick." Jiang Su instinctively wanted to ask who Qin Hao was, but the next second, the boy had already stepped forward, trying to barge in. "I'm here to find Ruerue." Jiang Su was caught off guard, and the boy squeezed into the room. Inside, Jiang Shushu and the others heard the commotion. And when they opened the door and saw Qin Hao, Lin's mother's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Lin Ruerue, whose complexion was already not good, turned pale in an instant, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. As Qin Hao entered the room, he saw Lin Ruerue sitting on the bed, staring at him with wide eyes. The gloomy look in her eyes seemed to light up in an instant, and her tone was filled with surprise. "Ruerue, I knew you weren't dead," he said, striding towards her. Lin's mother, not daring to let him get close, instinctively stepped in front of Lin Ruerue to protect her daughter, who had finally returned to normal. Jiang Su also guessed the identity of the boy in front of him and tried to block him. Just then, a figure faster than Qin Hao dashed to the bedroom door, raised a hand, and forcefully pushed Qin Hao back. "Get back. One more step, and I swear I'll break your legs." The boy, though still young, had a fierce look in his eyes. At 14, he was already tall and looked somewhat reliable. Qin Hao was suddenly pushed back, and his face immediately revealed a fierce expression. He glared at Jiang Su and asked again, "Who are you?" "This is between me and her." "Who am I?" "I'm the righteous bystander." Jiang Su shot back without thinking. Seeing that Qin Hao was still trying to rush in, he raised his hand again and pushed him hard. "Did the owner of this house invite you in? Besides, my sister hasn't spoken yet. If my sister hasn't let you through, you better stand there quietly." Jiang Su completely positioned himself as his sister's bodyguard, as if to say that everyone else should kneel until his sister spoke. Qin Hao was determined to see Lin Ruerue and had no intention of listening to his nonsense. Angered by being pushed back repeatedly, he swung his fist toward Jiang Su's face without hesitation. Although Jiang Su was younger, he had been trained at home and instinctively raised his hand to block. However, his reaction was a beat too slow. Just as he thought he was about to be hit, Jiang Su suddenly waved his hand lightly behind him. Qin Hao's fist froze in midair. Both Qin Hao and Jiang Su were stunned, but Jiang Su reacted faster due to his similar experience. Taking advantage of the 2 seconds of confusion, he quickly shifted from defense to offense, twisting Qin Hao's arm behind his back and forcing him down. The movement was smooth, and Jiang Su was almost impressed by himself. He suddenly turned his head, looking excitedly at Jiang Su, his eyes sparkling as if asking, "Am I cool? Just tell me I'm cool." Although he had already guessed that Jiang Su had helped him from behind, it didn't stop Jiang Su from feeling proud. Qin Hao was pressed down on one knee, his face growing increasingly red with rage, resembling an angry little lion. He struggled to break free from Jiang Su's hold, but felt inexplicably weak in his arms and legs. Unable to resist. Looking up, he met Lin Rue's gaze through the bedroom door and couldn't help but call out, Rui, it's me, Qin Hao. Are you really going to treat me like this? Lin Rui was gripping the bedsheet tightly, her eyes fixed on Qin Hao, her entire being tense. But she didn't speak. Qin Hao continued, Rui, I just wanted to see you. I've been worried about you for over a year. I wanted to find you. But my family has been watching me, and they won't let me see you. Rui, you know I'm yours. I've always been thinking about you. Qin Hao was pouring out his heart, unaware that each of his words sounded like the whispers of a devil to Lin Rui. Her body trembled uncontrollably, memories of being bullied and threatened by him replaying in her mind. Finally, she couldn't hold back and shouted, Shut up! You shut up! Lin Rui's eyes were red, staring fiercely at Qin Hao, her voice trembling and resolute. I don't want to see you at all. Every word you say makes me feel disgusted. Qin Hao, you're a scumbag. Why can't you just let me go? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Since waking up yesterday, Lin Rui had been tense. Just like her mother, both of them tried to forget what happened a year ago, even beginning to fantasize about new life. But Qin Hao's arrival made her realize she couldn't forget it all. She shouted hoarsely, as if trying to vent the pain and despair of the past 2 years. Jiang Su didn't say a word, and Jiang Su, who was holding Qin Hao down, also kept silent, only applying more force to restrain him. However, Qin Hao seemed oblivious, staring intensely at Lin Rui, unable to believe her reaction. In his view, after their long separation, she should understand that he had been fighting against his family for her, and having survived, she should have come to realize her feelings for him. But why did she say he disgusted her? Lin Rui, how dare you say you never liked me? Qin Hao gritted his teeth, still unable to believe her words. Yes, he had bullied her at first, but he had apologized. Yes, he had forced her, but that was out of impulse. Later, when he realized he liked her, he genuinely made her his girlfriend. Although there were indeed threats involved, it was because he liked her. He always believed that as long as she became his girlfriend and spent time with him, she would fall in love with him just like he had with her. Even if she often showed resistance, he firmly believed she liked him. I never liked you. You've always forced me. You threatened my mother's job. You threatened my studies. How could I possibly like you? I don't like you at all. It's you who won't let me go. Lin Rui's voice was filled with despair. She didn't understand what she had done wrong or why she had to endure such treatment. He had cornered her in the girls' bathroom, sprayed her with a hose, laughed at her with others, humiliated her, dumped his leftover food in her bowl, ripped her books apart, and even pressed her into the mud to make her memorize lessons. Heaven knows that when he confessed his feelings for her, she felt so sick she almost wanted to vomit. How could he think that after all the terrible things he had done to her, she could ever like him? How could anyone like someone who had hurt them so deeply? Chapter 62. Failed to relieve resentment. Qin Hao listened to Lin Rui's every word, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. He had always thought she liked him. Although she denied it, weren't girls like that? The protagonists in those school idol dramas were always like that. Qin Hao had always taken it for granted that their love was a school idol drama. But in Lin Rui's eyes, it was just a desperate case of school bullying. The so-called school idol drama was nothing but a glorification of crime. Only those truly experiencing bullying knew how despairing that experience was. Lin Rui looked at Qin Hao, who appeared deeply affected and found it utterly ridiculous. She lowered her head, and in that moment, her heart finally made a decision. I will sue you. Lin Rui gritted her teeth, her voice hoarse yet firm. What you did to me in the past, forcing yourself on me against my will, I will sue you. Qin Hao, whether it's you or Guan Rui, I will make you pay for your actions. This time, she would not let herself be harmed again. Beside them, Lin's mother was already in tears, turning around to hug her daughter tightly. Rui, Mom supports you. No matter what you want to do, Mom will be with you. She wanted to sue those who had hurt her daughter. They all should be punished by law. Jiang Su didn't know Lin Rui at all, and he didn't even know why Jiang Su had come today. But that didn't stop him from being a bystander. The shocking revelations he gathered from their conversation completely shook his worldview. Even when he was being unreasonable before, he never imagined someone could be so shameless. In a fit of anger, he kicked the scumbag's leg hard and turned to Lin Rui, saying, I support you too. Sue him. If you don't have enough money, I'll help you out. If I don't have enough, I have my sister and brother. Don't be afraid. Let's take him down. This was the first time Jiang Su felt passionate about something, And even though the other party was just a stranger, he decided to take charge of the matter. Lin Rue, with red eyes, turned to Jiang Su, who had been silent, and said firmly, "Master Su, I want to sue them." Jiang Su met Lin Rue's determined gaze and knew she had made her choice. A faint smile appeared on her lips, and in a soft voice, she said, "Just go ahead and sue. No one can hurt you easily anymore, because this time I will protect you." That day, Jiang Su directly called his father to get the contact information of the Jiang High Group's legal team. They collected evidence, filed a lawsuit, and even dug up various comments from a year ago when Lin Rue was attacked online, tracing back to the instigators behind the original persecution. Meanwhile, Guan Rue's confession was posted online, accompanied by a lawyer's letter. The case of the female student who had committed suicide after being pregnant and unmarried was brought back to light, creating another wave on the internet. Qin Hao and Guan Rue faced waves of online judgment after the truth was revealed, but those details are not the focus now. On this side, Jiang Su is gearing up to seek justice for Lin Rue. However, a small incident occurred on Jiang Su's side. Standing at the gate of the Jiang family's villa, Jiang Su looked at the familiar figure in black hat and pants, expressionless as she received a familiar box from him. "You say the resentment can't be eliminated?" The man in the black hat nodded, saying, "That's the feedback we received. The item has been safely returned. Welcome to use Ling Shi flash delivery again." After speaking, the man in the black hat quickly left. The butler specifically chased after him, calling out a couple of times, but couldn't he stop him? "Why did he leave?" "I just needed a flash delivery." The butler mumbled and then looked at Jiang Su, asking, "But miss, which delivery service is this? I don't think I've heard of it before." At this moment, Jiang Su was still staring at the box in her hands. With no mood to explain, she just vaguely nodded, "It's right that you haven't heard of it." After saying that, she turned and went back to her room. After placing the box down, Jiang Su immediately called the service to angrily scold them while demanding a refund. She had spent 800,000 to eliminate the resentment, and they ended up sending her back the exact same thing. Jiang Su felt a rare sense of dilemma. After all, if the resentment on the spirit couldn't be eliminated, she could only directly obliterate it. But she had promised Lin Rue and Lin's mother that she would do her best to eliminate the resentment and avoid using the last resort. But now, was there any way to eliminate the strange resentment on the spirit? Jiang Su pondered and began to rummage through various talismans she carried with her, trying to find a solution. Perhaps she was too focused, as she didn't notice when Hu Piao came over. The little fox nimbly jumped onto the table, its fluffy paws scratching at the box. Jiang Su reacted too late and saw Hu Piao push the box to the edge of the table. She widened her eyes and quietly shouted, "Hu Piao." However, Hu Piao had already pushed the box off the table. With a thud, the box fell onto the carpeted floor. "Hu Piao, do you think you're a cat? Pushing things like that?" Jiang Su wanted to teach the little creature a lesson, but she quickly picked up the box from the floor. Fortunately, the box had been specially sealed and wasn't easily damaged. Just as she thought this, a crack suddenly appeared on the box. The crack rapidly spread, and in the next moment, a surge of resentment burst out from it. Even though Jiang Su reacted quickly, the resentment nearly hit her. She instinctively threw the box away while tossing out a yellow talisman, just as she was about to seal the resentment. She didn't expect that at the moment of collision with the yellow talisman, it would explode. Boom! The sound of the explosion startled everyone in the villa. Jiang Su, however, didn't have time to think much as she saw the box explode, and the resentful spirit wrapped in resentment shot out of the room. Flying straight outside, Jiang Su's expression changed, and she quickly grabbed her bag and chased after it. The resentment was incredibly fast, dodging Jiang Su's flying talismans multiple times, running wildly through the neighborhood. And then, as if it had found a target, it charged straight in a certain direction. When she saw the familiar figure in the direction the spirit was heading, Jiang Su's expression changed drastically, and she rushed towards that way. "Chubeha, get out of the way." The person called turned his head at the sound, and when he saw a mass of black energy rushing towards him, he instinctively raised his hand. He directly grabbed the mass of black energy in his palm. Chapter 63. Can you see this? Jiang Su stood frozen in place. Her instinct to tell him to dodge was not because she thought the little resentful spirit could harm Chu Beihe. After all, with the golden light surrounding Chu Beihe that repelled evil spirits, it was no different from a moth to a flame for ordinary spirits. She was more worried that the little resentful spirit would be crushed to pieces. But the reality was that the little resentful spirit was not destroyed, but was directly caught by Chu Beihe. Caught. Jiang Su instinctively looked at Chu Beihe, who was frowning, his eyes cold and sharp, staring at the struggling mass of black energy in his palm. Jiang Su, you can see that thing? Jiang Su couldn't help but speak, her brow also furrowed. Chu Beihe turned his head to look at her, his expression strange, his dark eyes clearly questioning what that thing was. He felt no tangible touch in his palm. It felt more like holding a mass of struggling gas. Seeing the black gas continuously struggling, about to escape his grip, Chu Beihe instinctively tightened his hold. Jiang Su was just about to take over when she saw his movement and instinctively shouted to stop him. Don't. However, it was already too late. Jiang Su watched as the golden light surrounding the boss instantly engulfed the resentful spirit in his palm with his forceful grip. And a single thought crossed her mind. The little resentful spirit seemed to have met its fate of disappearing without a trace. However, in the next moment, just as the golden light engulfed the resentful spirit, the black resentment that had wrapped around it disappeared as if it had been dispelled by the golden light. What remained in Chu Beihe's palm was a plump, white mass resembling a ginseng doll. The little plump mass was held in Chu Beihe's hand, its tiny limbs flailing and struggling. Even Jiang Su clearly had never witnessed such a scene before. Her almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, revealing rare surprise and confusion. Was this the little resentful spirit? After the mass of black gas dissipated, Chu Beihe also saw the ginseng doll in his hand, and even his usually calm and indifferent black eyes trembled slightly. He couldn't understand what he had caught. Subconsciously, he looked at Jiang Su, wanted to seek an answer from her. Seeing her staring blankly at the thing in his hand, he tightened his brows and couldn't help but remind her, Jiang Su. Prompted by his slightly restrained cold voice, Jiang Su suddenly reacted, stepping forward without hesitation to directly pull out a yellow talisman and trap the small object in Chu Beihe's hand. The small thing, seeing that it was about to escape, Jiang Su moved quickly, using the talisman to wrap it up in no time. Then, she casually grabbed a red string and tied the little ginseng doll up like a zongzi, lifting in her hand. Even at this moment, Chu Beihe did not show any obvious signs of disbelief or suspicion on his face. Only a slight twitch at the corner of his eye revealed his emotions. In an instant, he returned to normal, coldly opening his mouth. Is this your pet? Last time it was a little fox. And this time it's this strange thing that doesn't seem to exist in reality, plus the silkworm silk that disappeared last time. Chu Beihe had begun to believe that Jiang Su, the young lady who had just returned to the Jiang family, indeed possessed some strange abilities. Jiang Su did not expect him to ask this, and after a twitch at the corner of her mouth, she calmly replied, No, I don't raise little ghosts. This is a vengeful spirit I caught earlier on the rooftop of the abandoned teaching building. She said she had accidentally let it escape just now. Chu Beihe looked at the zongzi-like bundle in her hand that was still shaking continuously, his deep black eyes revealing a hint of speechlessness. Jiang Su thought that since he could see it, she had no intention of hiding it any longer. Moreover, she had been wanting to find an opportunity to test him regarding the 3 purple lightning strikes earlier. Now she had a rare chance. If you don't mind, shall we talk inside? Jiang Su suggested, lifting the bundle in her hand and gesturing toward the Chu family's villa behind him. Chu Beihe's expression was cold. Under normal circumstances, he would not invite anyone into his territory. However, he was indeed curious, so he silently turned and walked inside. Jiang Su followed closely behind with the bundle in hand. This was not Jiang Su's first visit to the Chu family, but the previous 2 times had been hurried, and she hadn't had the chance to properly observe the villa's interior. Unlike the Jiang family, the overall decoration of the Chu family was relatively simple, with a touch of understated Chinese luxury. The whole place appeared very solemn and grand, but it gave her a vague feeling of emptiness. It wasn't until she followed him up to the study on the second floor that Jiang Shu suddenly realized where this feeling of emptiness came from. The Chu family's villa was too empty. Although she could sense a significant presence, she had hardly seen a single person from the moment she entered until she went upstairs. Given Chu Beihe's strange obsessive-compulsive tendencies, it wasn't hard to deduce that he probably didn't like seeing people wandering around in his space. The servants in this house were likely specially trained not to appear in places where the master could see them. This was not too strange. Jiang Shu knew that some families had similar rules. However, aside from the servants, she was even more puzzled that, whether last time or this time, she seemed to have not seen any other members of the Chu family. Were they not here, or had they all moved away? Jiang Shu was lost in thought as she followed Chu Beihe into the study, not in a hurry to speak. Jiang Shu first hung the bundle on the doorknob of the study before turning to enter, walking toward the sofa. Chu Beihe watched her actions in silence, then followed her to sit on the sofa. "You can speak now." His deep voice was devoid of any emotion, as if what he had just caught was not a vengeful spirit. Jiang Shu was also straightforward, succinctly explaining her profession and what had happened that day at the abandoned teaching building. This naturally included Lin Rurue and the baby that Lin Rurue had accidentally lost. Chu Beihe listened silently, his expression not changing much. Families like his had a higher acceptance of the supernatural, and, given his background, he vaguely guessed some things. However, today was the first time he had truly seen one. Not just seen, but also caught it. "Have you never seen this before?" Jiang Shu asked. But she knew in her heart that with someone like him, who had such a radiant physique, it was normal not to see any ghostly entities within 10 meters. Ghosts would directly avoid him. As expected, Chu Beihe shook his head, indicating that he had never seen it. Jiang Shu's eyes flickered, and she suddenly reached out, rummaging around him, then opened her palm to reveal 2 golden lights she had taken from around him. She held her hand out and asked, "Can you see this?" Chu Beihe frowned slightly. This was not the first time he had seen Jiang Shu perform such an action in front of him. However, last time, she had been relatively subtle. This time, she was quite bold. His dark eyes narrowed as he asked, "What do you have in your hand?" Jiang Shu knew from his voice that he couldn't see it. However, that was also normal. Since she had been involved with the supernatural, she had seen many people from various sections. Those people could at most see ghostly entities, but they couldn't see as many colors as she could. Since the topic had already been broached, Jiang Shu had no intention of hiding it. With a serious expression, Jiang Shu looked at him and said, "I have golden light in my hand." After a pause, she added, "It's what I took from you." "Chu Beihe, you have a lot of golden light on you." Jiang Shu said, "So every time I see you, it's a bit blinding." Chu Beihe, he vaguely understood why she had been blinking so hard every time she saw him. "What is golden light?" "Generally, golden light only appears on those with great merit. However, I asked around, and aside from occasionally participating in charity auctions, you haven't done anything particularly outstanding. This golden light is likely the result of the merits you accumulated in your past life." Jiang Shu explained, "Golden light protects the body, preventing evils from intruding. You were probably an extraordinary philanthropist in your past life. You can also understand it as a form of blessing." The reason she said probably was that Jiang Shu couldn't see through his appearance. In fact, just seeing his face through the golden light was already quite taxing on her eyes. What Jiang Shu didn't notice was that when she mentioned blessings, a trace of barely perceptible sarcasm flashed in Chu Beihe's eyes. That trace of sarcasm was hidden within the golden light, disappearing in an instant. When he looked back at Jiang Shu, his eyes were once again calm and indifferent. "This golden light is useful to you." He stated it as a fact, his tone clearly confident. Chu Beihe, after all, was the youngest head of the Chu family, and his mind was clearer than ordinary people. Based on his previous brief encounters with Jiang Shu, he didn't believe she was the type to enjoy enthusiastically explaining things to others. Yet, not only did she explain, but she also went into detail, coupled with the fact that she had previously rummaged around him once. It was evident that she had some ulterior motive regarding the golden light on her body. Jiang Shu did not expect him to see through her intentions before she even spoke, but that did not hinder her from admitting it frankly. "I am indeed a bit interested in you." Jiang Shushu said earnestly, pausing for a moment, then meeting his deep, dark eyes, her expression slightly embarrassed as she added, I am very interested in your golden light. She was almost certain that the reason she could summon the purple lightning last time was entirely due to his golden light's enhancement. Furthermore, seeing just now how his golden light could dispel the vengeful energy that even professionals couldn't eliminate, it was clear that this golden light served more than just a simple purpose of dispelling evil spirits. She spoke plainly, but Chu Beihe did not dislike such straightforwardness. He looked at her, seemingly waiting for her to continue. However, Jiang Shushu remained silent for a long time. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze was drawn to an object on the antique shelf behind Chu Beihe. Chu Beihe, not hearing her follow-up, frowned and was about to remind her when he saw Jiang Shushu suddenly stand up and walk around him towards the antique shelf. The shelf was filled with collectibles, but Jiang Shushu's eyes were fixed on a withered branch under a glass dome in the corner. It was a black thunderstruck peach wood branch. It was exactly the one belonging to her master. At that moment, Jiang Shushu forgot all about the golden light. Pointing at the peachwood branch with her bright eyes, intense and serious, asking him where it came from. Seeing her serious expression, Chu Beihe raised his eyebrows slightly. He had to admit that among the items in his room, that peach branch was indeed unique. It was placed here by a friend of his. Chu Beihe spoke calmly, but it made Jiang Shushu's eyes tremble as she pressed on, asking what kind of friend, whether male or female, how old they were, and what their name was. Did they have a photo? She bombarded him with 4 questions. It was clear she had forgotten that their relationship was merely one of casual acquaintances. Chu Beihe, however, did not feel offended by her eagerness. After a moment of silence, he replied, female, similar in age to Ji. She didn't mention her name. Chu Beihe added that she had temporarily left the item with him, only saying that someone would come to take it away. What he didn't say was that when that person gave him the item, they had casually chosen a spot on the shelf. It was now the position under the glass dome where an ancient dagger had originally been placed. That person took his dagger and then put the seemingly broken wood branch there. As a perfectionist, Chu Beihe could not stand having such an object in his study, especially since it took up space on his antique shelf. However, he couldn't take it down. Despite it being under the glass dome, no matter how he tried to move it, the dome remained completely still. Eventually, he had to leave the branch there, and slowly he became accustomed to it. Chu Beihe wanted to tell Jiang Shushu that the item couldn't be removed. But before he could speak, Jiang Shushu had already reached out. To his surprise, the glass dome that had been immovable for him was gently lifted by Jiang Shushu. Then he saw her take the peach branch down, effortlessly and decisively, holding it in her palm. Seeing the scene, Chu Beihe understood immediately. The person who said someone would come to take it away was undoubtedly Jiang Shushu in front of him. However, how could she have known that Jiang Shushu would see this item in his study? What was it? Chu Beihe actually knew what it was. He had searched for it online. Thunderstruck peach wood. Though it was rare, it had no real collectible value. It seemed that people in the metaphysical community liked it very much. He then heard Jiang Shushu say, "This is my master's 1,000-year thunderstruck wood. She had it with her when she went missing. She also said it was something she wanted to leave for me." When Jiang Shushu looked at Chu Beihe again, her eyes were filled with confusion and scrutiny. What was the relationship between her master and Chu Beihe? Why did she entrust this thunderstruck wood to him for safekeeping? And why did she want her to take it? Could her master also see the golden light on Chu Beihe? Was her disappearance related to him? Jiang Shushu's mind raced, and suddenly she seemed to think of something, her gaze becoming subtly different as she asked him, "Besides this thunderstruck wood, did she leave you anything else?" Chu Beihe shook his head, no. Jiang Shushu let out a sigh of relief, only to hear him continue. "But before she left, she drew something in my palm that I still can't wash away." As a perfectionist, this thing had tormented him for a long time. Jiang Shushu's brow twitched, and she quickly stepped forward, disregarding everything, and directly grabbed his right hand to look. In the broad palm of the man, there was a distinct red peach wood mark. Jiang Shushu's mouth twitched. She silently clenched her left hand because in her palm, there was an identical peach wood mark. Her master had said that if she ever saw someone with a mark identical to the one in her palm, she should not doubt it. That person was the fiancé her master had chosen for her. Chapter 65. A 1. Shut up. Perhaps Jiang Shushu's expression while looking at that mark was too strange, causing Chu Beihe to lock his gaze on her with a hint of sharpness. Was this mark? Jiang Shushu steadied her mind, returning to normal, and met Chu Beihe's gaze without feeling guilty, explaining, "This is a protective mark for safety." Jiang Shushu said this without her heart racing and completely refrained from mentioning the fiancé matter. Chu Beihe just looked at her, his dark eyes seeming to fracture light, flickering. "Oh," he responded softly, the tone slightly rising at the end, deep and pleasant like a cello, yet seemingly meaningful. Jiang Shushu was afraid he would pursue the question, so she turned to ask how Chu Beihe knew her master. Chu Beihe simply replied, "When I met her, she was a guest lecturer at the Heiress Taoist Academy." Seeing Jiang Shushu's gaze flicker, as if she was about to ask something, he continued without waiting for her to speak, "As for why I befriended her, that involves my private matters, and I cannot disclose it." Jiang Shushu pressed her lips together, feeling her questions were blocked. However, it wasn't all for nothing. She mentally noted the name, Heiress Taoist Academy. She felt a bit perplexed. Her master had never mentioned she was a lecturer at the Taoist Academy. But in any case, this was a clue. Upon careful consideration, today's findings were quite substantial. She had found the thunderstruck wood left by her master, learned about her master's whereabouts, and even gained a fiancé. Jiang Shushu couldn't help but glance at Chu Beihe again. The man before her was still enveloped in golden light, his handsome features appearing almost sanctified under its glow, just as the internet often described divine beauty. Yet beneath this holy light, his eyes exuded a cold indifference, giving an impression of being hard to approach. But since her master could entrust the important thunderstruck wood to Chu Beihe and place the peachwood mark on him, it indicated that Chu Beihe was not simple. She even had a premonition that as long as she stayed close to him, she would surely find her master. As for the fiancé matter, Jiang Shushu decided to keep it to herself for now. Everything would wait until she found her master. Jiang Shushu Tenget Jubei picked up the rice dumpling and took the thunderstruck peach wood as she left the Chu family villa. Chu Beihe stood on the second floor, watching her walk away, his dark eyes calm as he raised his hand, glancing at the mark in his palm. Recalling Jiang Shushu's explanation, his expression revealing no joy or anger, only a slight curve at the corner of his lips that carried a hint of mockery. A protective mark? Clearly a lie. Jiang Shushu was unaware that her lie had already been seen through by the formidable Chu Beihe. With one hand carrying the rice dumpling and the other holding the thunderstruck wood, she hurried back to the Jiang family villa. Inside the villa, everyone had already been startled by the earlier explosion, but when they entered Jiang Shushu's room and found no one, they were worried. Just then, Jiang Shushu hurriedly returned from outside, still wearing the slippers she used at home. "Shushu, where have you been? We heard a huge commotion in your room earlier, and everyone was worried sick. Why did you run outside?" The second lady, Yao Lin, stepped forward with an anxious and concerned tone, her gaze scanning over her, then landing on the item in her hand, her expression inexplicable. Did she even pick up a stick? Jiang Shushu heard her mention the stick, but didn't get angry. To an outsider, it looked just like ordinary wood. She casually explained, "I was just doing an air cannon experiment in my room and accidentally failed." The third lady, Xuaning Yu, happened to be home today and couldn't help but step forward, concerned. "Why are you still doing experiments in your room? That's too dangerous. You weren't hurt, were you?" Jiang Shushu shook her head, paused, and added, "I'll be more careful next time." Ning Yu smiled at her, but beside them, Jiang Han spoke up with dissatisfaction. "You're doing experiments at home? Don't you know how dangerous that is? What if something explodes? You're not the only one living in this house." Since that incident last time, Jiang Han had been much more restrained, but seizing on a mistake from Jiang Shushu, and with Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Huai not home, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Hearing this, Jiang Shushu turned her head, but before she could speak, Jiang Su jumped out ahead of her. "Isn't it fine? It's just a small matter. My sister knows her limits. How could it possibly explode?" Jiang Su's defense was clear, making Jiang Han's face darken even more. Ever since that day, this brat seemed like a different person, following Jiang Shushu around all day. He didn't even go to pick up She when she was discharged from the hospital. Yesterday, when Shueshi talked to him, he was indifferent, and he wondered if someone had drugged him. Thinking of Shueshi's sad expression at that time, Jiang Han's face darkened further. You say it's fine, but can you guarantee that? He then turned directly to Jiang Shushu. Since you've returned to the Jiang family, you can't just think about your own happiness without considering others. His words nearly implied that she was selfish and uncultured. Jiang Su stepped forward to argue with him again. But unexpectedly, Jiang Shushu raised her hand, blocking him with the charred dry branch. She looked at Jiang Han and said, "You're right. There are so many people living in this house, and I can't just let someone else be quiet just because I find them too noisy." Her tone was calm, lacking any confrontational feeling, yet it made Jiang Han's face darken. "Who are you calling noisy?" Jiang Su, unafraid of provoking him, cheerfully chimed in, "Hey, whoever fits that description can just admit it." Jiang Han's expression grew even uglier as he stepped forward, looking like he was about to take action. Yao Lin quickly intervened. "All right, we're all family. Why speak so harshly? Jiang Han, you two stop talking." Xuanning Yu also pulled her son back. "Don't fan the flames. After all, with two elders standing nearby, Jiang Han couldn't really do anything." He scoffed and turned to leave, but unexpectedly, Jiang Shushu called out to him. "If I can prove that it won't affect anyone in this villa, do you dare to make a bet with me?" Jiang Han halted his steps, turning to look at Jiang Shushu, his expression filled with disdain. "How will you prove that?" Jiang Shushu replied, "As long as you dare to accept. I have a way to prove it." Jiang Han laughed coldly. "All right, what do you want to bet on?" Jiang Shushu's clear, bright eyes lightly swept over Jiang Han, a slight smile forming. "If I win, I don't want to hear your voice for a week." Jiang Su couldn't help but laugh, while Jiang Han's face turned even darker. He felt that Jiang Shushu was indirectly calling him noisy and telling him to shut up. "Fine, I'll bet with you. But whether it affects anyone is up to me to decide. If you lose, you can't do anything in this house that I don't allow." Jiang Han thought that by saying this, Jiang Shushu would surely be afraid, since how he defined effect would essentially make him the judge. Although the villa had good sound insulation, it wasn't completely silent just because the door was closed. As long as she moved, he could always find something to hold against her. Jiang Suksu lazily replied, "Fine." Jiang Han asked again, "How do you plan to prove it?" Jiang Shushu finally looked up at him, her voice light. "You'll find out tonight." After saying this, she didn't linger and took the Zongzi and Peachwood upstairs. Jiang Han watched her back, and when she mentioned tonight, he inexplicably felt a shiver run down his spine. Tonight, what could happen? Chapter 66. Silent note: this bet between the two, aside from Jiang Su, didn't seem to concern anyone else. Even Jiang Han himself completely forgot about it when he turned around. That evening, Jiang Han returned to his room to take a shower. The master bedroom of the Jiang family was equipped with a separate bathroom, and Jiang Han also had his own. Upon entering the bathroom and turning on the shower, Jiang Han was washing his hair when suddenly, the water above stopped. With a head full of foam, his eyes couldn't even open. He instinctively reached out to press the switch on the shower head, but found it unresponsive. His expression darkened as he grabbed a towel, hastily wiping his eyes, and walked to the bathroom door, poking his head out to shout, "Butler! Uncle Ming! Why is there no water in my room?" His voice was loud, but there was no response from outside. Jiang Han thought the door was closed and couldn't be heard, so he raised his voice, "Uncle Ming! Aunt Jiang! The water is off in my room. Hurry and send someone to check." Jiang Han felt he was shouting loud enough. Usually, even if someone was downstairs, they would hear him, but now it was eerily quiet. Not only did he think no one outside heard him, but he also felt the silence in the room was frightening. He could even hear the occasional cicada chirping at night. Strangely, he thought of what Jiang Shushu said about tonight. Then he remembered how she liked to mess around with those mysterious things. Jiang Han swallowed hard, feeling the hairs on his arms stand on end. He couldn't care much anymore. Wrapping the towel around himself, and with a head full of foam, he quickly dashed out of the bathroom, shouting, "Mom! Uncle Ming!" His voice even carried a hint of fear. While calling out, he opened the door and rushed outside. At the moment he opened the door, Jiang Han seemed to hear a sound from the outside world, and at the same time, his terrified shout caught the attention of others in the villa. Jiang Su, who was closest to him, was the first to open the door and step out. "What's wrong? What happened?" He turned to look, and his eyes widened in shock. "Oh my God!" Jiang Yucheng, who was being called Dad, happened to be coming upstairs with Yao Lin and Uncle Ming. Upon seeing Jiang Han with his head full of foam and wrapped in a towel, they all widened their eyes. Yao Lin instinctively covered her younger daughter Jiang Ying's eyes, telling her to go downstairs. Jiang Min also heard the commotion and came out of his room, and upon seeing Jiang Han's appearance, he immediately frowned. "What is this? Hurry and go back inside." Jiang Han was nearly in tears. "Did you want to stay out here?" It was just that his room was a mess. "Dad, Mom, my room." He wanted to say it was messy, but remembering that his dad was somewhat averse to that, he could only force a smile and say, "The water just stopped suddenly." Uncle Ming, as the butler, naturally took charge of this matter. Hearing this, he hurriedly stepped forward. "How could this happen?" he said as he walked inside, thinking it was unlikely. Not to mention that the villa area had never experienced a water outage. The water supply system in the villa was the most advanced intelligent system. Even if a pipe burst, it would automatically issue a warning and shut off the water valve. As Uncle Ming thought this, he entered the bathroom and reached out to turn on the shower. Instantly, the water sprayed out, accompanied by a wave of steam that nearly soaked him. There's water. The temperature was quite normal. Uncle Ming was momentarily stunned, but I felt that young Master Jiang Han couldn't possibly lie, so I tried twice more, turning the shower on and off, with both the bathroom and room doors open. Outside, everyone could clearly hear Uncle Ming testing the shower's running water, and they all turned to look at Jiang Han. Jiang Han was momentarily stunned. "I just had it on, but there was no water." "All right, hurry up and go in and wash that foam off your head." Jiang Yuman thought his son was not composed enough, getting loud over trivial matters. Yaolin also advised, "Go wash up and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold." Although it was summer now, standing with a wet head could still lead to catching a cold. Jiang Han felt a bit uneasy, recalling how he had called out earlier without anyone responding. He dared not go wash up by himself. "I'll go wash in Jiang Su's room." Saying this, he didn't take care if Jiang Su agreed or not, and directly went into the bathroom in the adjacent room. Jiang Su didn't have time to stop him and could only stomp his foot outside. Jiang Yuman shook his head and turned back to his room with Yao Lin. Here, Jiang Han thought about what had just happened and didn't dare to take his time washing up. He quickly rinsed himself off and changed clothes before leaving the room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw two people sitting in Jiang Su's room. One was Jiang Su, and the other was Jiang Shushu. Jiang Han was startled at first, then reacted and glared at Jiang Shushu. "Was it you who did that just now?" He clearly said the water stopped suddenly. "How come Uncle Ming went in and it was fine? And why didn't anyone respond to my calls?" I don't think that was a coincidence. Remembering Jiang Shushu's earlier mention of a bet, he immediately concluded that it was her doing. He just didn't know what means she had used. Jiang Su, sitting beside him, was clearly curious about what had happened. Jiang Shushu looked at Jiang Han's flustered expression, remaining calm and not denying it. She casually pulled out a yellow talisman, a soundproof talisman, and stuck on the door. No matter how loud it was inside, no sound would be heard outside. You just experienced its effect. This was modified based on the barrier talisman's technique, only soundproofing while everything else remained normal. Although Jiang Han claimed it was Jiang Shushu's trickery, he thought she had used some special technology. He never imagined she had directly produced a talisman. His eyes widened in surprise, not knowing what to say. Jiang Su, beside him, was equally wide-eyed, full of curiosity. "There's such a talisman? Sis, I want one too. Sell me one. With this talisman, I won't have to worry about being caught by my parents while gaming." He didn't even need to wear headphones anymore. Jiang Shushu was not polite about Jiang Su's eagerness and turned to him. 2,000 each. Jiang Su nodded without thinking, pulled out his phone, and transferred the money to her. Jiang Han watched in disbelief. "You really can do magic?" Jiang Han felt as if his worldview was being shattered. Jiang Shushu glanced at Jiang Han, too lazy to explain, simply saying, "I won the bet." Jiang Han twitched his mouth. He had wanted to let her lose on purpose, but he had personally experienced the earlier incident, and it had even caused the family to come over. He couldn't deny it. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Jiang Shushu with a grim expression. "No, even if you used a talisman, what about the water in my room?" Jiang Han imagined that Jiang Shushu had sent a little ghost over to turn off his water while he was in the middle of washing. Otherwise, how could it have happened just then? Thinking that there might have been a little ghost watching him while he showered made Jiang Han's hair stand on end, and he looked at Jiang Shushu as if she were a monster. Jiang Shushu looked at him but provided another answer. The home's water control system can monitor the water usage in each room in real time. Jiang Han. Now, little ghost. Jiang Shushu seemed to sigh and explained. I was just watching your water usage and estimated the time to turn off the water valve in your room. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's mouth twitched violently. Just that? Chapter 67, if I had known, I would have said a month right away. Jiang Han felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. Jiang Su, having completed the transfer and successfully obtained the soundproof talisman he wanted, suddenly remembered Jiang Han's earlier expression and the bet between them. And it seemed he had figured something out. Han Go, so you were halfway through washing and the water stopped, and when you called for help, no one heard you, so you ran out? Before he could finish, Jiang Han had already covered Jiang Su's mouth. Shut up. Jiang Shushu looked at Jiang Han leisurely and repeated, I won the bet. Jiang Han's face was filled with frustration. Although he was unwilling, he had indeed lost. Jiang Shushu didn't waste time with him, stood up, and said, for the next week, don't let me hear your voice. After a pause, she emphasized, I think the Jiang family's fourth young master should still have some credibility, right? If not, it's okay. I can make you have it. Jiang Han looked sullen but still replied irritably, don't worry, I keep my word. Jiang Shushu was immediately satisfied, nodded, and left Jiang Su's room. As she was leaving, they heard her mumble softly, if I had known, I should have said a month. Jiang Han. Jiang Su couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Han shot him a dark look. Jiang Su, what is wrong with you? You're just helping this outsider. Jiang Su immediately puffed out his chest. What outsider? She is my cousin, and also your cousin. If you keep saying such things, be careful, or I'll tell uncle. Jiang Han was almost laughing from Jiang Su's foolishness. Only kids tell on others. Besides, who was it that kept jumping out to target this cousin? Had he forgotten what he had done? Hangge, you saw it yourself. My sister is truly capable. Don't go against her in the future. Otherwise, if she really gets angry one day, dealing with you will be just a matter of lifting a hand. Jiang Su rarely gave such earnest advice. Jiang Han inexplicably thought of those practitioners who summoned little ghosts to deal with people, feeling uneasy, but he refused to show any weakness. She dares. I'll tell uncle on her. Jiang Su, who just said that only kids tell on others. Jiang Han didn't want to talk to Jiang Su anymore, turned around, and went back to his own room. Upstairs, Jiang Shushu returned to her room and saw the little baby spirit, looking like a small ginseng doll, flailing its short legs and floating around. The little baby spirit had lost its resentment, appearing like a chubby little person. While floating, its little legs were still kicking, looking very cute. It floated to the window several times, only to be bounced back by the barrier Jiang Shushu had set up in her room. Although it had lost its resentment, the little baby spirit still instinctively wanted to find its mother. The little fox, perhaps finding it amusing, waved its chubby tail and chased after the little baby spirit. When it saw the spirit being bounced back, it even tried to grab it with its mouth, scaring the little baby spirit into quickly floating up high. At this moment, seeing Jiang Shushu come back, it floated onto her shoulder, as if tired, panting. Although they hadn't been in contact for long, it clearly knew that this human would not harm it. Moreover, as long as it lay on her shoulder, that little fox wouldn't dare to grab it. Jiang Shushu looked at the little chubby radish on her shoulder, and her brows softened slightly. But she still educated it. Don't run around. If you behave, I'll take you back to see your mother. The little chubby radish seemed to understand her words and tried to hug her with its little short arms. Jiang Shushu ignored it, walked to the table, and carefully studied the ancient lightning-struck talisman from her master. The thunderwood is charred black, and the branches struck and burned by the lightning fire are covered with deep, winding grooves. Jiang Shushu had previously asked her master why her thunderstruck wood was not made into a magical tool. Her master had said at the time that this piece of thunderstruck wood was originally sought for her, but it couldn't be given to her yet. Once she freed herself from the constraints of the Guan family's fate, it would be made into a magical tool according to her desires. The Guan family had raised her for 18 years, using her fate to shield Guan Rue from disasters, and the entanglements with her fate were not easily severed. Therefore, she could only gradually cut off her ties with the Guan family, taking on the burden of the car accident disaster for Guan Ruirui as a form of repayment. Paying back the Guan family for 18 years of upbringing was settling a debt. Publicly ending her relationship with the Guan family was to sever emotional ties. Now that the debts of gratitude and obligation were settled, she had also obtained the thunderwood her master had prepared for her, as he had said. Jiang Shushu thought for a moment and took out a red brush to draw the desired shape on the wooden branch. Crafting a magical tool was not a simple task. The inscriptions on the tool had to follow the patterns of the thunder markings, requiring the engraving of runes, polishing, and consecration, all of which consumed spiritual energy and could not be accomplished overnight. Jiang Shushu looked at her modest surroundings again, thought for a moment, and decided to move her belongings from the rental apartment back to the Jiang family's villa. There were plenty of rooms in the villa, and besides, her current room was originally a suite set up for a nanny to care for the child, with a bed placed outside. Although she had moved out later, it was basically used for storing toys. Jiang Shushu hadn't planned on staying long, but since she had returned and decided to live there, she needed to make some additions. However, there was no rush for that. After tidying up her things, Jiang Shushu placed an online order for some items and then went to bed with Xiaopiao and Xiaoping. The next day, even though it was still a holiday, the Jiang family did not allow the children to sleep in. As Jiang Shushu went downstairs, she saw Jiang Han sitting beside Lu Xueshi, talking to her. When he caught sight of her out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly seemed to think of something and abruptly fell silent. Jiang Cheng, beside him, felt puzzled and followed his gaze up the stairs to see Jiang Shushu. He did not show obvious disgust, merely nodding coldly before shifting his gaze away. However, Lu Xueshi walked over and smiled. Shushu, I heard that it was you who brought people to the teaching building to rescue me that day. I haven't had the chance to thank you properly. Since you're home today, how about I cook for you at noon as a token of appreciation? What do you want to eat? Jiang Shushu raised her eyebrows slightly, glanced at Lu Xueshi and her two bodyguards, and replied, no need. Hearing this, Lu Xueshi's expression dimmed, but she persisted, don't be polite with me. I've learned to cook. Although I'm not a master, it's still edible. Just tell me what you want to eat. I said no need. Jiang Shushu interrupted her, her expression still indifferent. Lu Xueshi's voice became slightly hoarse, and before she could speak again, Jiang Cheng and Jiang Han both wore serious expressions. Jiang Cheng was especially displeased, saying, Jiang Shushu, Xueshi specifically offered to cook for you to show her gratitude. What kind of attitude is this? Jiang Han also wanted to speak up to criticize, but suddenly noticed Jiang Shushu's melancholic gaze sweeping over him. The next moment, the words he was about to say were swallowed back, his lips tightly sealed. Jiang Cheng had been waiting for Jiang Han to join him in condemning this impolite cousin. But after a long wait, he saw Jiang Han holding back his expression, pursing his lips and saying nothing. But he couldn't afford to ask more questions right now. He turned to continue educating Jiang Shushu. Just then, she suddenly turned her head and asked him unexpectedly, how about you make a bet with me? Jiang Cheng was taken aback. Jiang Han, on the other hand, darkened his face and, without waiting for Jiang Cheng to respond, grabbed him. Looking at him, every feature of his face was written with the words, do not agree. Jiang Shushu was not someone to be trifled with. However, Jiang Shushu was asking seriously. She had anticipated that Lu Xueshi would not remain quiet earlier. Sure enough, she should have waited for Jiang Cheng to make a bet with him yesterday. Jiang Cheng had stayed in his room yesterday, but Lu Xueshi knew the backstory, and seeing Jiang Han's expression made it clear that he had lost. But she didn't understand. When exactly did Jiang Han lose? Thoughts whirled in her mind, but it didn't stop her from speaking out. Jiang Cheng, don't talk to Shushu like that. If Uncle sees it, he'll be angry with you. Lu Xueshi, while saying this, looked at Jiang Shushu. Shushu, if you don't want my cooking, it's fine. It was just a suggestion, and I don't want to force you. Or if you have something specific in mind, just tell me. I really want to thank you. Jiang Shushu glanced at her and said, then just transfer the money. When Jiang Shushu said this, not only Lu Xueshi but also Jiang Han and Jiang Cheng were stunned. Jiang Shushu, however, was unconcerned, taking out her phone and opening the transfer QR code. 300,000. Jiang Han instinctively wanted to say she was robbing them, but when he met Jiang Shushu's gaze, he hurriedly covered his mouth. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, was unrestrained, frowning in discontent, Jiang Shu, are you that short of money? Are you even trying to scam money from your family? Jiang Shu looked at him, her gaze calm. Didn't she say she wanted to thank me? There's no need for those formalities. If you want to thank me, just transfer the money. 300,000 is not an unreasonable price. A thunder talisman costs 100,000, and that was her own drawing. It should be noted that on the spiritual marketplace, a mid-level thunder talisman was priced at 800,000. Jiang Shu felt that her asking price was already very cheap. Lu Xueshi looked at Jiang Shu's serious request for money, her eyes flashing for a moment before she quickly smiled. Shu is right. I really shouldn't just say it. 300,000, right? I'll transfer it to you right away. As she said this, she reached for her phone beside her. Jiang Cheng, however, pressed down on her phone. Xueshi, don't move. If you're short on money, I'll pay for it. While saying that, he was about to take out his phone, but realized he hadn't brought it. Not wanting Jiang Shu to think he was making excuses, Jiang Cheng directly looked at Jiang Han. I didn't bring my phone. Jiang Han, you help me transfer it to her. Yang Han. Seeing that he didn't move, Jiang Cheng frowned again. What are you waiting for? Are you really afraid of her? Jiang Han glared at him. Am I afraid of her? What kind of joke is that? He immediately took out his phone and directly transferred 500,000 to Jiang Shu. The extra 200,000 was his reward for her. Jiang Cheng, who had keen eyes, instantly showed a face of approval, then looked at Jiang Shu with a provocative gaze. I'm giving you an extra 200,000. Keep it as pocket money. Don't always look for money from others. Upon hearing this, Lu Xueshi slightly lowered her gaze, her bangs just covering the smile in her eyes. Jiang Shu looked at the 500,000 that had been transferred to her phone, then looked at Jiang Cheng and Jiang Han's expressions as if they were dispensing charity, and suddenly asked Jiang Han, has anyone ever told you not to casually transfer money to a mystic? Jiang Han was taken aback, while Jiang Cheng looked at Jiang Shu with a puzzled expression. Seeing Jiang Shu's clear almond eyes staring at Jiang Han, she slowly said, the extra 200,000 will be considered as your divination fee stored with me in advance. I'll try to let you use it ahead of time. Jiang Shu's voice was neither hurried nor slow, and her tone was serious. Jiang Cheng was still bewildered, while Jiang Han felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Jiang Cheng didn't know, but he had personally experienced it last night and knew that Shu indeed had some capabilities. Hearing Jiang Shu's words, let you use it ahead of time, didn't that mean she was hinting that he would encounter some mystical event soon? What did that have to do with him? He was just helping to transfer money. Jiang Han regretted it. Why did he have to transfer that extra 200,000? Jiang Cheng had just realized the meaning behind Jiang Su's words, and his expression immediately darkened, thinking that Jiang Su was deliberately trying to scare them. Jiang Su, stop using your mysterious tricks to frighten people at home. No one buys this. Although Jiang Han felt a chill in his heart, he refused to show any signs of fear in front of Jiang Su, so he forced himself to nod along with Jiang Cheng's words. Do as you please. Jiang Su glanced at him and couldn't be bothered to continue entangling with these two Jiangs. She turned and went to the dining room to have breakfast. When she had eaten most of her meal, Jiang Su, squinting his eyes, came down the stairs with a thud and went straight to the dining room without looking at the few people in the living room. When he saw Jiang Su, his brain, which was still in a sleepy state, instantly woke up. Excitedly, he leaned over to Jiang Su and talked about how great the silent talisman she gave him last night was. He had been playing games with the sound on until 3 in the morning. His dad, Mom, and even Uncle Ming didn't hear a thing and didn't come to urge him to sleep. Jiang Su looked at his dark circles and silently decided to impose more restrictions when selling talismans to minors in the future, as this minor was clearly the type to get himself into trouble. She didn't offer him any advice and finished her porridge. Jiang Su didn't feel neglected and asked her, Sister, do you have any plans today? Are you going out? Jiang Su thought it felt great to go out with Jiang Su to uphold justice, and he wanted to tag along. Not going out today. Jiang Su shattered his fantasy. I'm staying home to receive a package. Hian Su, do you really need to be home for something like receiving a package? What are Uncle Ming, Aunt Zhang, and the security guard here for? Before Jiang Su could think too much, Uncle Ming came over. saying that there was a package outside the villa that required a signature for delivery and asked if they should let them in. Jiang Su nodded to Uncle Ming. "It's my package. Let them in." Jiang Su was somewhat curious about what Jiang Su had bought that needed her to sign for in person. The people in the living room, including Lu Xueshi, didn't show it, but were equally curious, silently waiting for the delivery. Soon, the villa's front door was opened, and everyone saw 3 guys in black hats standing outside. Jiang Su remembered that the delivery person who came yesterday to deliver to Jiang Su looked similar. However, he hadn't seen this type of uniform before. Which courier company is this? Look at their all-black outfits, black pants, black masks. They don't look like delivery guys. They more resemble members of some mysterious organization. Jiang Su stepped forward, pulled out her phone, and seemed to verify their identities. Then the 3 guys effortlessly carried the large boxes, each as tall as a person, and followed Jiang Su upstairs. Jiang Su almost immediately followed. Just as the 3 men were carrying the boxes into Jiang Su's room, Jiang Su was about to enter when Jiang Su came over and directly closed the door in front of him. Jiang Su was in disbelief. Is it really necessary to be this mysterious just to deliver a package? Why can't I see it? Am I not her dear cousin? Chapter 69. You don't meet our company's client standards. No matter how curious Jiang Su was, Jiang Su simply did not open the door. Jiang Su stood outside, trying to listen for any sounds from inside, but he heard nothing. About half an hour later, just as Jiang Su was nearly falling asleep, he suddenly felt a refreshing breeze sweep over him, making him feel instantly invigorated. At the same time, everyone in the villa felt a refreshing breeze pass through, and they all felt clear-headed. Uncle Ming downstairs was puzzled. Where did this wind come from? It was summer, and the villa had the central air conditioning on almost all day to ensure that no one inside felt the slightest bit hot. Since the air conditioning was on, where could this wind be coming from? It felt quite comfortable. Meanwhile, there was finally some noise coming from Jiang Su's room. The 3 black hat guys walked out carrying empty cardboard boxes and respectfully bid farewell to Jiang Su. Jiang Su couldn't help but feel that these 3 black hat guys seemed to look at Su with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Jiang Su couldn't wait to rush into the room, only to find that aside from Jiang Su and a toolbox on the table, there didn't seem to be any new furniture added to the room. "Sister, where are the 3 large boxes of things you bought? How come there's only this toolbox left?" Although Jiang Su's toolbox looked decent, similar to a small suitcase, the boxes that the 3 delivery guys carried were clearly much larger. Jiang Su just glanced at the ground beneath him, but didn't explain. What Jiang Su didn't notice was that the floor beneath him had been entirely replaced. If there were any practitioners of the mystical arts present, they would find that Jiang Su was standing on a gathering array made of spiritual stones. Such gathering arrays are generally used to gather spiritual energy for cultivation. As a talisman master, Jiang Su needed more spiritual energy assistance when drawing or engraving talismans. The gathering array was designed to better accumulate the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth in that room. When the spiritual energy accumulated, it not only benefited Jiang Su's room, but also cleansed the entire villa to some extent. The refreshing breeze felt by everyone in the villa earlier was the result of Jiang Su activating the array. Since Jiang Su didn't explain, Jiang Su had no way of knowing. He just felt reluctant to leave his sister's room. How to put it? He felt that the air conditioning in his sister's room was quite different. It didn't give off a chilly feeling, but was just right. Just standing there made him feel clear-headed and very comfortable. Downstairs, Jiang Cheng and the others also noticed the commotion upstairs. When they saw the 3 black hat guys coming down in an orderly manner, Jiang Cheng seemed to think of something, stood up, and walked directly to them. "Which company are you from?" Not only Jiang Su, but Jiang Cheng also noticed that Su seemed to really like this delivery company. However, looking at them, they didn't even have a company logo on them. At first glance, they didn't even look like delivery people. Jiang Cheng was a bit worried that Jiang Su had gotten involved with some strange cult. It didn't matter to him, but he couldn't let it tarnish the Jiang family's reputation. While thinking this, he maintained a friendly demeanor. "I was just planning to find a courier company for my new business. Could you give me a business card? Maybe we can cooperate in the future." Jiang Cheng wasn't lying. He had graduated from university this year and was preparing to start his own business. So he indeed needed a logistics company to collaborate with. But he wouldn't look down on any ordinary small company. After all, he was from the Jiang family, and even if he started his own business, he needed top-tier resources in all aspects. Jiang Cheng thought that after saying this, the three delivery workers would immediately feel nervous and happily offer their company as business cards. After all, this was the Jiang family. Being able to cooperate with the Jiang family would definitely be a windfall. However, unexpectedly, the three delivery workers merely stared blankly at him. One of them, with only his eyes visible above the black mask, scanned him from head to toe, then seemed to smile. "Sorry, you don't meet our company's client standards. A complete muggle. We don't serve." Jiang Cheng was stunned, and Jiang Han and Lu Xueshi, who were listening nearby, were also taken aback. What does that mean? They had only heard of clients choosing courier companies, but never of courier companies choosing clients. Moreover, what kind of company only did large logistics to the extent of picking clients? Besides, since Jiang Su could use it, why couldn't he? Jiang Cheng felt that this delivery worker was looking down on him. However, the man in the black hat showed no intention of explaining further, simply turning around and walking towards the door. Jiang Cheng felt as if he had been slapped in the face and didn't lower himself to keep the person, a no-name courier, around. Even asking about it was giving them face. Who really cared? Feeling dissatisfied, he also directed some anger towards Jiang Shushu, who used this no-name courier. On the other side, in the hospital room, Guan Ruere listened to the audio recording online, along with the overwhelming insults and criticisms in the comments. Due to the involvement of the Jiang family's legal team, Lin Rue's lawsuit against Qin Hao and Guan Rue and others for bullying had stirred up a lot of talk online. Guan Rue looked at the footage of Lin Rue recounting her bullying experience, her originally delicate face now pale as snow. Her mouth trembled, and unable to hold back her anger, she slammed the item in her hand onto the ground. Perhaps the action was too forceful, causing pain in her waist injury, and tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. "Rue, what's wrong?" Bai Shuqin looked at her daughter in distress. Guan Rue was crying from anger. Even forgetting her usual facade, her voice sharp, "It's Jiang Shushu who harmed me. She actually recorded me secretly. She clearly said the recording wouldn't be heard. And Lin Rue, that bitch isn't dead at all. They teamed up to trick me. She's not dead." Guan Rue was terrified when she suddenly saw Lin Rue online. She thought she was seeing a ghost, but soon she understood. It wasn't a ghost. She had been played. And it was Jiang Shushu and Lin Rue who had teamed up to fool her. They must have deliberately set her up to say those things. At that moment, Guan Rue wished she could leave the hospital immediately and slap Jiang Shushu hard in front of her. How dare she treat her this way? "Rue, don't be afraid. Mama's already contacted a lawyer. That Lin Rue is not dead, and there's nothing to be afraid of." Bai Shuqin only learned about her daughter's involvement in bullying after seeing the news online. Although she was reluctant to believe that her obedient and kind daughter would do something like bullying, the recording was indeed her voice, and it was something she had admitted to. Bai Shuqin was surprised, but didn't take it too seriously. Kids will be kids. It's common to have little conflicts at school. That Lin Rue didn't value herself, getting pregnant before she was even of age. And yet she came to blame their Rue. This drama was just for money. Money is nothing. Your dad has plenty. And besides, there's the Qin family. With the financial and political power of their two families, how could a Lin Rue dare to fight against them? Bai Shuqin was confident, but Guan Rue felt no relief at all. Even if they could use money to settle with Lin Rue, her reputation was ruined this time. The recording Jiang Shushu posted online, in an attempt to rid herself of Lin Rue's spirit, even revealed her dark thoughts, including that she felt a lowly person didn't deserve to use the same words as her, and that Lin Rue had seduced Qin Hao, who had once only cared for her, making her feel humiliated. That morning, she had seen a lot of discussions about her in the second-generation groups. "I didn't expect Guan Rue to look so delicate, but her mind is so domineering. Women are truly scary. Guan Rue is just a green tea bitch. I've said it before. Seeing her act so well, who would have thought she was so venomous? Just because her name sounds similar to someone else's, she can't let them live?" She-S treating herself like an ancient princess, and She-S offended by her name? How ridiculous. You all are being too rude. Isn't she in this group? So what if she is? My family isn't afraid of her. This is meant for her to hear. This reminds me. Why should we share a group with her? Then, there was a group message notification. She had been kicked out of that group, although not all groups had kicked her out. And some second-generation members who got along with Qin how thought it was a big deal. It was enough to make Guan Ruwei feel a wave of despair. Jiang Xiu. Oh, Bai Shuqin saw Guan Ruwei losing it again, feeling her head throb. She hadn't slept well in days and had twisted her ankle while going down the stairs that morning. Subconsciously, she looked at the jade pendant around Guan Ruwei's neck. That was the jade pendant Guan Qixin had dug out from the corner of a drawer, worried that Guan Ruwei's disaster-prone physique would worsen her injury. Bai Shuqin had persuaded Guan Qixin to give the pendant to his sister. As for the other piece, Guan Baocheng kept it for himself. After all, he was the head of the family, and Bai Shuqin couldn't argue with him. She thought it wasn't a big deal. But just like that little bitch, Jiang Xiu said, these past 2 days without the jade pendant, she and her son had been constantly in trouble. Even though she felt sorry for her daughter, it was still an overwhelming feeling. Ruwei, stop shouting. Mom has a headache. She reassured her, your dad will definitely not let the person who harmed you go. That Lin Ruwei, once this matter is settled, our family will definitely make her and her family pay the price. Hearing this, Guan Ruwei stopped shouting, but suddenly fixed her gaze on Bai Shuqin, her eyes red. And Jiang Xiu. Bai Shuqin certainly knew about Jiang Xiu. But Jiang Xiu was now a member of the Jiang family. The Jiang family behind her, with all their capabilities, was not something they could easily deal with. Guan Ruwei saw through Bai Shuqin's concerns at a glance. She understood that Jiang Xiu was relying on the Jiang family to treat her so recklessly. She also knew that the Guan family's financial power and influence in Heiress could not compare to the Jiang family. However, she couldn't just swallow this anger. I want to sue her for fraud. Guan Ruwei suddenly seemed to grab onto a lifeline, her eyes brightening instantly. Jiang Xiu took 5 million from our family. First, she and Lin Ruwei teamed up to set me up, cheating 5 million and Grandma's bracelet from our family. I can definitely sue her for fraud. Bai Shuqin was initially excited to hear this, but soon her face showed more concern. Just a transfer record might make it difficult to sue her. Not to mention that the Jianghai Group's legal team was no pushover. Although Bai Shuqin was impulsive, she still had some rationality left. Guan Ruwei, however, didn't care. All she wanted was for Jiang Xiu to have bad luck immediately. I don't care. I want to sue her. Our family raised her for 18 years, and she treats me like this. Why does she have the right to do this to me? Mom, help me sue her. I have to sue her. Guan Ruwei's emotions flared up again, and Bai Shuqin saw that she needed to calm her down. Okay. Mom will help you sue her, dear. Just don't get too worked up. It's not good for your health. Hearing what she wanted to hear, Guan Ruwei immediately grabbed Bai Shuqin's hand, tears streaming down her face, looking pitiful. Mom, why won't she just let me go? Why won't they let me go? I'm so miserable. I'm really in so much pain. If before, her outburst had only forced Bai Shuqin to reluctantly relent. Now showing such a fragile and pitiful demeanor made Bai Shuqin throw away her remaining rationality. At that moment, she felt both heartbroken and indignant. Ruwei, don't cry. That little white-eyed wolf. Mom will definitely not let her go. She dares to bully my daughter, and no matter what, I won't let her off easily. After Bai Shuqin said this, she let go of Guan Ruwei, turned around, and angrily left the hospital room. Guan Ruwei watched her leave with red eyes, and only then did a faint smug smile slowly appear on her face. In the Guan family, Guan Qixin was at home checking the feng shui with a master. Ever since Jiang Xiu left the hospital that day, Guan Qixin felt something was off at home, perhaps due to her words. First of all, he started having nightmares. In his dreams, he woke up to see a woman lying by his bed. At first, the woman was on the other side of the big bed. But when he was startled awake, he suddenly saw that the woman was lying beside him. This happened for several nights in a row. What scared him even more was that every time he woke up from the dream, the woman lying on his bed came closer to him. The fear in Guan Qixin's heart was indescribable. He really didn't want to wake up one day to find that woman pressed against him. Just thinking about that scene made him shiver. He even tried sleeping in a hotel outside, but that woman, or rather, the ghost in his dreams, seemed to have targeted him. Every night, he still dreamed of her getting closer to him. He wondered if this was what Jiang Shushu had said before about being too close to the disaster fate of Rirue. He also thought about taking back the jade talisman that protected Rirue, but was scolded by Bai Shuqin. With no other choice, he had to find another master to come to the house to take a look, as long as they could deal with the female ghost. At least he wouldn't have to be trapped in fear every day. Master, how is it? Because of Guan Ruirue's fate, Guan Qixin had great trust in these metaphysical matters. The master before him was someone he had paid a high price to invite from outside. The master first walked around the villa, then circled around his room, finally nodding, "There's indeed something unclean in your room. With such a protective jade talisman, why do we need a master?" The master spoke sternly, causing Guan Qixin's heart to tighten. "So it is a ghost. Master, do you have a way to deal with it?" Without waiting for the other party to speak, Guan Qixin continued, "Don't worry if you are willing to help. I will definitely make sure the compensation will not let the master suffer." The middle-aged master in a Taoist robe smiled slightly upon hearing this. "Then I'll do my best to give it a try." After saying that, he set up a formation, raised an altar, and cast spells vigorously. Guan Qixin had seen real masters before. When he saw Jiang Shushu's skills in the hospital, he felt she had real abilities too. But after the recording exposure incident, he naturally couldn't go to her again. At this moment, watching the master draw talismans, he felt delighted as the talisman paper flew towards the center of the bed, thinking that the female ghost would soon be dealt with. However, the next second, he felt the temperature in the room drop sharply, and the talisman paper ignited in midair. Before he could ask, the master's face changed, and he hurriedly threw out 2 more talismans. But those talismans quickly burned to ashes in the air as well. The master, who had initially seemed ethereal, suddenly turned grim and even scolded Guan Qixin. "There is more than one curse in this villa. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known it would be this troublesome, I wouldn't have provoked it." Now, he had just angered the malevolent spirit occupying this villa. "Quick, let's go," the master said, pulling Guan Qixin to escape. Although Guan Qixin felt confused, he understood that the master was unreliable now. The two rushed towards the door. But just as they were about to get close, the door suddenly slammed shut with a bang. At the same time, Guan Qixin felt as if something firmly grasped his feet, rendering him unable to move. Out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to see a familiar figure appear by the bed again. At that moment, the figure slowly turned towards him, seeming to approach. Guan Qixin felt his heart leap to his throat, breathing rapidly. As the female ghost drew nearer, her pale hand slowly reached for his neck. Guan Qixin's eyes widened in shock, feeling as if he would die here today. Just then, someone knocked on the door from outside. Following that, Guan Baoqing's voice came through. "Qixin, are you in the room?" Guan Qixin felt a surge of joy and instinctively wanted to call for help. But the next second, he felt a cold hand suddenly reach from behind his head and cover his mouth. A chilling sensation surged from his feet, making him freeze in place. Unable to utter a word, Guan Qixin had never felt such fear before, his eyes bloodshot, but his features still remarkably clear. He sensed a cold presence pressing against him from behind. He trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, wanting to cry for help but unable to speak. At that critical moment, the master beside him suddenly sliced his fingertip, raising his arm, and droplets of blood instantly splattered out, with 2 drops landing right on Guan Qixin's face. Guan Qixin seemed to hear a scream in his ear. The cold hand that had been covering his mouth retracted in an instant, and seizing that critical moment, Guan Qixin shouted towards the door, "Dad, help me." As soon as the words were out, the door was pushed open by Guan Baoqing, who was about to leave without a response. The moment Guan Baoqing stepped into the room, Guan Qixin could clearly feel the previously cold temperature in the room gradually warming up. Looking again, the master beside him was sitting on the floor, holding his finger and muttering, "This is too much. This is too fierce. I'm going to lose a fortune on this one. How long will it take to recover the energy lost from this blood?" Feeling the atmosphere in the room, he discovered that the malevolent spirit that had been causing chaos seemed to have vanished without a trace. However, the master did not feel relieved. He He didn't believe that the spirit had been scared away by his blood. He looked at Guan Baocheng, and his gaze landed on the jade talisman hanging around his neck, his eyes widening slowly. Then came a look of indignation. President Guan, I thought you sincerely invited me over, but how come you didn't tell me the truth? After barely escaping death, Guan Qixin felt his face darken upon hearing the master's words. Master, what do you mean by that? The master immediately pointed at the jade talisman around Guan Baocheng's neck. Since you know a master capable of making such protective talismans, why did you still come to me? Even without me, this protective jade talisman can ensure you are not disturbed by evil spirits. Guan Qixin and Guan Baocheng were both taken aback upon hearing the master's words, and then their gazes unconsciously turned to the jade talisman around Guan Baocheng's neck. It was the same jade talisman that Jiang Shushu had given to the Guan family before. Although they weren't entirely sure of Jiang Shushu's words, they had found the jade talisman and kept it with them after returning home, and indeed, they had encountered far fewer misfortunes. However, there were only 2 talismans, and Guan Baocheng couldn't always accompany Guan Qixin, which was why he had spent a large sum to hire this master. Unexpectedly, the master's expertise seemed to be inferior to the jade talisman made by Jiang Shushu. Was that girl really that powerful? Master, do you mean that if I wear the jade talisman, that female ghost won't be able to come after me like before? Guan Qixin's expression was somewhat grim. He really did not want to go through that kind of experience again. The aura on the jade pendant indeed flared up like a master losing his temper, feeling that he'd been played by this family. But now that he thought about it, how could such a protective talisman be in everyone's hands? His tone just now had been too harsh. However, as a practitioner of the Xianmen, he wasn't in the habit of apologizing to others. He only slightly softened his tone, saying, the evil spirit occupying this villa is not an ordinary ghost. I have some ability, but dealing with such an evil spirit alone is indeed beyond my capability. If you want a permanent solution, you should ask the master who sold you this jade pendant for help. The master spoke truthfully, seeing the expressions on the faces of the Guan family father and son, which resembled that of someone suffering from constipation. How were they supposed to tell each other that this jade pendant was not bought? If it weren't for the recent events, Guan Baocheng's jade pendant would probably be hidden away in some corner gathering dust. Guan Baocheng knew that his son had been plagued by nightmares recently and did not oppose him inviting a master to their home to perform rituals. But could they only go back to Jiang Shushu? Guan Qixin did not speak. He was also considering the same issue. But after the last incident, he wasn't sure if Jiang Shushu would still be willing to help him. Moreover, Rui probably wouldn't want to seek Shushu's help again either. If they couldn't find another reliable master to help, he would be left with only one option, to get the protective jade pendant back from Rui first. Chapter 72. The Guan family's disunity. Guan Qixin was genuinely at his wit's end. If previously he had only suffered some mental torment in his dreams, this time he had indeed had a close encounter with the entity. Just thinking about the cold, stiff sensation of the hand covering his mouth made him feel chills all over, and that feeling lingered for a long time. With this in mind, Guan Qixin finally made up his mind. In the hospital, in the ward, Guan Rui looked at Guan Qixin in disbelief. Brother, you want to take this jade pendant away? Guan Qixin's originally handsome face now showed obvious signs of weariness, but facing Guan Rui's hurt expression, he tried to soften his tone. Rui, something happened at home. I just need to take the jade pendant back temporarily. Once this is over, I will return it to you. Guan Rui frowned, still silent, but Bai Shuqin immediately spoke up. Qixin, don't you know how unlucky Rui is right now? She relies on this jade pendant for protection. If you take it away now, aren't you putting your sister's life at risk? Guan Qixin replied, Mom, how could I not care for Rui? But I really have troubles right now, you know that. Bai Shuqin, however, did not understand. Haven't you already invited a master to come to the house to exorcise the ghost? If one doesn't work, just invite another. There must be someone with real skills. But your sister can't afford to suffer any more accidents in her current state. Qixin, just take care of your sister. Hearing Bai Shuqin's words, Guan Rui looked at Guan Qixin with a pitiful expression. Brother, don't you care about me anymore? Guan Qixin felt somewhat irritated. If it were something else, he would have let it go. After all, his sister was someone he had doted on since childhood. But this was a matter of his own life. I'm not taking it away permanently. I'm just borrowing it for a couple of days. Once I find a master in a few days, I'll return it to her." Frustrated, Guan Qixin lost his usual patience in his tone. Guan Rue immediately lowered her head, appearing wronged and sad. Bai Shuqin was even more heartbroken. Guan Baocheng was the backbone of the family. They relied on him both at home and in business, so his jade pendant couldn't be taken away. But both children were equally dear to her. Bai Shuqin was not indifferent to her son, but right now, her daughter's situation was more serious. Not to mention her son's condition was not good either. She hadn't been feeling great these past few days herself. If possible, she would also want a jade pendant for protection. It wasn't that she didn't want one. "Qixin, why don't you think of another way? Stay at the Taoist temple for a couple of days and ask for a peace talisman. If that doesn't work, go back to Jiang Shushu and ask her for 2 more jade pendants." Bai Shuqin thought that she could also ask for one for herself, forgetting that she had previously promised Guan Rue to help her report Jiang Shushu for fraud. Guan Rue, hearing this, immediately protested, "Mom, Jiang Shushu has harmed me so badly. There are even people online cursing me everywhere. How can you still think of going to find her? Don't you remember you promised to help me report her?" Guan Qixin had originally thought that if it really came down to it, he would have to swallow his pride and go back to her. But hearing Guan Rue say this, he frowned. "You still want to report her? Hui. Don't you know the situation at home right now? The family might still need to ask her for help to solve the problem. If you report her now, aren't you forcing her to be completely opposed to us?" Guan Qixin's tone was somewhat harsh, and Bai Shuqin immediately became dissatisfied. "You can speak your mind, but why are you being fierce with your sister? She doesn't want this either. Isn't it that little vixen Jiang Shushu who harmed her first?" Guan Qixin sneered. "She doesn't want to be merciful? Isn't it because our family was plotting to swap her fate first? If our family had been willing to take good care of her instead of plotting against her, with her current abilities, I don't believe she wouldn't be able to help Rue in our family." Bai Shuqin, hearing this, had an expression full of disbelief. "Are you blaming me now? That little vixen knew we wanted to swap fates with her and still kept quiet until today to cause trouble. She's just scheming. Do you really think she would sincerely want to help us?" Guan Rue, hearing this, looked pitiful again. "Mom, stop talking. It's all my fault. I harmed the family. Woo." Bai Shuqin, seeing this, hurriedly turned around to comfort her. Guan Qixin was already irritated. He had already been haunted by a female ghost and had no mood to continue comforting his sister. He turned around impatiently and left without looking back. Seeing his attitude, Guan Rue immediately cried even harder. Not to mention how the Guan family was divided over the 2 jade pendants. Jiang Shushu had just rearranged her room when she remembered the little infant spirit still floating around. After thinking for a while, she decided to take it to see Lin Rue one last time. However, just as the car drove out of Silver River No. 1, it was suddenly stopped by someone. Looking up, it was Pei Yuancheng, whom she had previously scolded. Pei Yuancheng had been in a car accident after breaking up with Guan Rue and had been in the hospital for a few days. Although he was out now, he still had his arm in a sling. At that moment, standing in front of the car, he looked somewhat pitiful. "Shushu, I have something to say to you." The driver, hearing the call, instinctively turned to ask behind him, "Miss, we don't need to bother with this, just drive past." Jiang Shushu felt that there was nothing to say to Pei Yuancheng and certainly would not get out of the car to listen to his nonsense. The driver, seeing the young lady's attitude, understood and coldly signaled the nearby villa security to remove him, preparing to restart the vehicle. Pei Yuancheng tried to break free from the security guard, but the security at Silver River No. 1 was not something a weakling like him could escape from. Seeing the car about to leave, he immediately disregarded his pride as the young master of the Pei family and shouted, "Shushu, I've already broken up with Guan Rue. What more do you want me to do? Shushu, I don't believe you have no feelings for me at all. If you really didn't like me, why were you chasing after me every day back then? Jiang Shushu, you were the one who provoked me first. Now you just want to throw me aside without saying a word. Or have you become the young lady of the Jiang family and look down on everyone now?" His voice was not small, and the low-key Maybach, which was about to exit the park, slightly paused. Inside the car, the driver subtly gestured Mr. Chu. "It seems like the Jiang family's car is ahead." In the back seat, Chu Beha slightly raised his eyes, his dark pupils indifferent and calm, his gaze landing ahead, observing the scene where Pei Chong was entangled. Thinking of that little girl from the Jiang family, Chu Beha's expression remained unchanged. But he opened his mouth and instructed the security to handle it. The driver was somewhat surprised that his boss would care about such trivial matters and was about to raise his hand to signal the security booth. However, before he could speak, he saw the Jiang family's car suddenly stop ahead. Immediately after, the driver raised his hand to wave at Pei Yuancheng. The security instantly let go of Pei Yuancheng, who then quickly ran to the back seat of the car. He first bent down and said something to the person in the back seat, and then a satisfied smile appeared on the boy's face as he squeezed into the back seat. The car drove away. The Chu family's driver was stunned and cautiously turned to look at his boss. Chu Beha had obviously witnessed the scene just now, his deep eyes dark and inscrutable, but finally transformed into a hint of mockery at the bottom of his gaze, and in an instant, he returned to indifference, coldly instructing, "Let's go." Chapter 73. The Good Grandson of Grandmother on the Other Side. After successfully getting into the back seat of the Jiang family's car, Pei Yuancheng looked at Jiang Shushu sitting beside him, the heat and deep affection in his eyes almost materializing. Jiang Shushu was scrolling through her phone, not raising her head, just coldly speaking, "If you keep looking at me with such disgusting eyes, you might as well not have them." Pei Yuancheng thought that she had finally had enough of Qiao and let him in the car. As a result, she still had this attitude. Could it be that she really never liked him? Thinking of this possibility, Pei Yuancheng quickly denied it in his heart. Impossible. If she didn't like him, why did she chase after him back then, and why was she willing to let him in the car? Pei Yuancheng still felt that she was angry about his engagement with Guan Ruirui. Thinking of this, he softened his tone again. Shushu. Jiang Shushu, hearing his tone, finally couldn't help but turn her head. "Don't you want to know why I followed you every day back then? I'll take you to see the truth now." She really had no mood to continue entangling with this scumbag. Pei Yuancheng was surprised that she actually wanted to take him to see something, but he didn't believe it at all. What truth could there be when a woman chases after a man, apart from liking him? Pei Yuancheng thought she still refused to face her true feelings. Jiang Shushu saw his obviously disbelieving but pretending to cooperate expression and was too lazy to say more, silently allowing the driver to drive the car forward. As the car continued to approach the destination, Pei Yuancheng's expression became somewhat strange. Finally, when the car stopped in front of Villa, he looked at Jiang Shushu, his eyes filled with a smile that seemed to hide something. "Shushu, you specifically let me in the car just to take me home?" "That's right," Jiang Shushu replied. The driver was indeed heading to the Pei family's address. When Pei Yuancheng saw this destination, his eyes lit up with a self-satisfied smile, and there was a confidence in his demeanor, as if he had everything under control. Jiang Shushu didn't waste words with him and directly got out of the car and walked inside. The Pei family's housekeeper saw the young master behind her and opened the door willingly. Jiang Shushu walked in without any politeness, showing no restraint as if she had been there many times. Pei Yuancheng followed her with a tolerant expression, exuding an ease as if he had returned to his own territory. However, gradually he felt that something was off, because after Jiang Shushu entered, she directly went upstairs, heading straight for the last room in the second corridor. But she had never been to his house before. Just as Jiang Shushu's hand was about to touch the doorknob, Pei Yuancheng could no longer hold back and spoke up, "Shushu, you can't go into this room." Jiang Shushu placed her hand on the doorknob and turned to ask him, "Why not? Is it because this is your late grandmother's room?" Pei Yuancheng's pupils trembled suddenly, and before he could think about why she knew, Jiang Shushu had already pressed the doorknob and opened the room. A musty smell rushed out, because it had been long without cleaning. Even with the doors and windows tightly closed, the room was covered in dust. Pei Yuancheng's expression suddenly turned a bit unpleasant. His grandmother had passed away for more than 2 years, and the family rarely mentioned her. He hadn't paid attention to this room for a long time. But for him, his grandmother was an extremely important person in this family. Jiang Shushu's behavior was somewhat offensive. Pei Yuancheng felt uncomfortable in his heart, but didn't blame her. He just softened his tone. "Shushu, since you know this is my grandmother's room, don't go in. I can take you to my room." Jiang Shushu rolled her eyes at him. Don't you want to know why I followed you back then? The answer is in this room. As she spoke, she walked straight into the room. In the beginning, it was your grandmother's spirit that found me and asked me to watch over you. Pei Yuanqing never expected to hear such an answer. It was absurd and made him want to laugh. My grandmother's spirit, Xiu. Even if you want to deny your feelings for me, you don't have to use such a lie to cover it up. His words came to a halt in his throat when he saw Jiang Xiu suddenly pull out a yellow talisman from her bag and throw it out. The yellow talisman flew into the air and stood upright in midair. Then, he saw Jiang Xiu seemingly murmuring a spell. Tying Yuming, swiftly reveal the shadow spirit. Raise your head to see, bow your head to listen. I grant the command, appear before me. As her voice fell, Pei Yuanqing saw the yellow talisman floating in midair suddenly ignite without fire, green flames dancing in the dark room, and in an instant, they quickly extinguished. At the moment the flames went out, Pei Yuanqing felt a change in the temperature of the room. The next second, he saw Jiang Xiu suddenly turn around, as if throwing something gray at his eyes. Pei Yuanqing covered his eyes. Jiang Xiu, what kind of trick are you playing? Rubbing his eyes, he finally managed to open them again, but the moment he saw the scene in front of him, his pupils widened in shock. In what was originally an empty room, a familiar short and plump figure slowly appeared. It was none other than his deceased grandmother. The slightly plump old lady appeared with a look of confusion on her face. Soon, she looked around, recognized the room she was in, and couldn't help but exclaim in annoyance, "Oh, why am I back here again?" Turning her head, she saw Jiang Xiu standing in front of her and her grandson at the door. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, my good grandson, and the Jiang family's girl? Jiang family's girl? Did you call me here? Why did you suddenly look for me? Could it be that my grandson is entangled with something again?" Although the old lady was in a spiritual state, she was clearly still quite spirited. When she said the last sentence, her expression even carried a bit of indignation. Pei Yuanqing at the door was completely frozen. What on earth was going on? Also, what did it mean to be entangled with something? Jiang Xiu didn't waste any words and pointed directly at Pei Yuanqing at the door, saying to the old lady, "Your grandson has been pestering me because of what happened before. Now I've brought him here, hoping you can clarify the reasons for what happened back then." The old lady was first taken aback, then looked towards Pei Yuanqing again, this time directly meeting his gaze. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on her wrinkled, loving face. "My dear grandson, you can see me." Pei Yuanqing felt a chill run down his spine. His heart skipped a beat, but upon meeting that familiar loving gaze, he instinctively showed a hint of dependence and called out softly, "Grandma." The old lady was once again moved to hear her grandson call her, and she floated towards him. Although Pei Yuanqing found it a bit strange how his grandma floated, he couldn't resist his longing for her and instinctively opened his arms. "Want to hug this beloved relative one more time." He saw the old lady floating towards him with emotion, but suddenly turned her face away just as she was about to get close. A gust of wind slapped directly onto his face, accompanied by a stern voice. "What are you doing, you little rascal? The Guanjia girl said you're pestering her. What's going on?" Pei Yuanqing was clearly stunned when that gust of wind hit his face. It wasn't that the wind hurt so much, in fact. It was just a bit chilly and didn't feel particularly painful. He was just shocked by his grandma's sudden change in attitude. "Wow, what? Su. She likes me? She followed me every day before?" Pei Yuanqing realized for the first time how clumsy his mouth was. Jiang Xiu couldn't be bothered to look at him. Her delicate face was filled with frost. The old lady looked at her grandson's attitude and recalled Jiang Xiu's earlier words, and immediately understood, feeling a bit exasperated. "That girl from the Guanjia family was following you because of me. She was helping me look after you because of my relationship with her grandmother. She doesn't like you at all." The old lady spoke plainly, and Pei Yuanqing was once again stunned. "Look after me? You asked her to?" Even if Pei Yuanqing wanted to deny it, he couldn't doubt his grandma's words. After all, it couldn't be that Jiang Xiu deliberately brought his grandma into act just to deny her feelings for him, right? His heart sank instantly. "Grandma, what on earth is going on? Why?" He didn't understand why his grandma, who should have passed away, hadn't reincarnated, but instead found someone to look after him. Moreover, judging by Jiang Xiu's abilities, it was clear she understood the ways of the supernatural. What reason could there be for someone like her to look after him? seeing her grandson looking so defeated. The old lady couldn't bear to be too harsh on him and could only explain what had happened before. It turned out that after the old lady died, she had been unable to leave because she was worried about her family. Her soul stayed in the room, and she would occasionally watch over her son and grandson at night. Even if they didn't know she existed, she was willing to watch them for a few more glances. This continued until half a year ago when she discovered that her grandson had unknowingly been afflicted by a dark energy. And it wasn't just any dark energy. It seemed like he had been cursed by someone. Although the old lady was a ghost, she was just a newly dead one, and having stayed at home, she had no real power. Watching her grandson being tormented by this dark energy made her anxious, yet she didn't know what to do. So she could only follow him to and from school every day. It was during this time that she unexpectedly encountered Jiang Shushu. At first, Jiang Shushu thought the dark energy on Pei Yuancheng came from the old lady and kindly advised him a few times. After all, many cases exist where a loved one lingers near their family, causing them to become affected by dark energy. However, she didn't expect that after speaking up a couple of times, the old lady would latch onto her. The old lady claimed she was from the Guanjia family and even mentioned her relationship with the late old lady of the Guanjia family, ultimately convincing Jiang Shushu to help her grandson resolve the dark energy. Fortunately, Jiang Shushu understood these matters, and the old lady could only seek her assistance. At that time, you didn't know what you were provoking. That dark energy was a mark placed on you. When the time comes, it would cause you to die unexpectedly, and the entity would take the opportunity to invade your body. Pei Yuanqing never imagined that such a sinister matter was involved, and that he had been completely unaware at the time. No, that wasn't right. During that time, he indeed felt off. He often had trouble sleeping and felt inexplicably cold. But at that time, he didn't take it seriously. Thinking back, it seemed he had been entangled by something evil, and Pei Yuancheng felt a chill run down his spine. What is that thing? Is it still around? The old lady looked at her grandson with a loving gaze, filled with understanding. With the Guanjia girl around, it was naturally dealt with. Otherwise, Grandma wouldn't be able to wait in line for reincarnation. Jiang Shushu, seeing the conversation reaching this point, could tell Pei Yuancheng had already begun to believe and continued. What you encountered wasn't just any ghost, but an evil god. These kinds of evil gods usually reside in sculptures or small statues for worship. They generally don't directly harm human lives, but seek offerings. However, unlike the offerings to benevolent gods, the demands of evil gods are much stricter. At first, they might only ask for small offerings like chickens or ducks, but gradually, they will demand living offerings to consume their blood and flesh. As the household desires more, the evil god's demands will also increase until they start killing people. Unfortunately, the evil god Pei Yuancheng had provoked was one that had already caused several deaths before. I guess that the evil god you encountered was abandoned by its previous household because it had claimed too many lives, leaving it to roam outside. The evil god, having already shown its ferocity, was further enraged by being abandoned. Jiang Shushu said, her gaze lingering on Pei Yuancheng. Coincidentally, it ran into you, and you might have even left some of your blood behind. Pei Yuancheng's face turned pale at this point, clearly realizing something, his voice trembling. I went mountain climbing with my classmates before, and I accidentally fell on a stone sculpture and hurt my palm. Thinking back to the possibility that what he fell on could have been an evil god, even knowing the matter was resolved, Pei Yuancheng still couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Jiang Shushu nodded. That evil god had already become aggressive and marked you as its offering, which is why it left a mark on you. I was also waiting for it to reveal itself for a while, but your grandma was afraid of scaring you, so she didn't let me tell you the truth. At this point, Jiang Shushu couldn't help but glance at the old lady beside her, because the old lady had earnestly requested that she not reveal any clues. Even though she knew there were some rumors circulating at school, Jiang Shushu didn't pay much attention. She never expected that she would be lured into this situation because of it. If she had known earlier, Jiang Shushu definitely wouldn't have listened to the old lady's request and would have let him truly feel the evil god's enthusiasm for him. The old lady looked at Jiang Shushu with a slightly embarrassed and flattering smile. She then scolded her grandson. You young people are just too full of yourselves, always thinking others secretly have a crush on you. Hurry up and apologize to Master Guan. She is the one who saved your life. Pei Yuansheng listened to his grandma's words and felt as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Wasn't he just being overly sentimental? During that time, facing the comments of those around him, he even felt good about himself, acting high and mighty even in front of Jiang Shushu. Now, looking at Jiang Shushu again, Pei Yuansheng only wished he could turn back time and return to the past to slap that self-righteous version of himself. Su. However, before he could apologize, Jiang Shushu had already decisively lifted her leg and prepared to leave. No need to apologize, just don't appear in front of me again. Saying this, she turned and left without any hesitation. Pei Yuansheng looked at her indifferent back and truly believed this time. It turned out she really had never liked him. But why did he feel so empty inside? It felt like loss, yet also like regret. Chapter 75. Uncle Police saved me after leaving the Pei family. Jiang Shushu went back to Lin Rurui's house with a little ginseng doll. As soon as she reached the upper floor, she saw two thugs blocking the door of the Lin family, shouting and knocking. You two little girls, do you think hiding at home means nothing will happen? Who gave you the guts to sue in court? You'd better withdraw the lawsuit quickly, or I'll make sure you have a hard time every day, judging by their words. These must be sent by the Qin family. Although Guanrui was involved in bullying, considering she was under 18 at the time, even if sentenced, wouldn't be severe, and might even just be probation. However, Qin Hao was involved in the rape of a minor, and with the online uproar being so large, the court would definitely take it seriously. The Qin family initially worried that Lin Rurui would blame Qin Hao for her miscarriage, so they tried to smear her online first. No one expected that after being foolish for a year, she could actually recover, and the first thing she did after recovering was to sue him. The Qin family was now gritting their teeth in anger, hearing that they were online cursing Lin Rurui as cold-hearted, claiming that their son had always remembered her during the year she was incapacitated, only to receive such retaliation in return. The Qin family attempted to sway public opinion again, but unfortunately, with the Zhang family's lawyer team as backing and Zhang Huai also stepping in to help, netizens were not swayed by the Qin family's narrative, but instead criticized them for trying to beautify crime. Harming under the guise of love is still harm. Some even expressed that being liked by this family was truly a stroke of bad luck. Jiang Shushu had been following all this online, so she was not particularly surprised at this moment. The two thugs continued to curse at the door for a while, when they suddenly turned and saw a girl as beautiful as a fairy standing behind them. Their eyes brightened at first, then narrowed with malicious intent. Sister, do you know this family? Jiang Shushu's gaze swept over them, her eyes cold and indifferent. I know. The smiles of the two deepened. They had seen Lin Ruirui, and the little girl was indeed pure and lovely. No wonder she could stir the beastly nature of the Qin family's young master. Their employer had previously instructed that if the little girl was not cooperative, they should let her experience other men's pleasures, thinking that after she had tasted it, she might not have the strength to make a fuss. The two thugs came over with this intention, and now seeing Jiang Shushu, their wicked thoughts became even stronger. If this fairy-like girl also knew this family, that would be even better. They could lock her up and have some fun. They could only blame themselves for poor choices and friends. After all, it was her friend who had provoked the Qin family. One of them thought this and smiled as he approached Jiang Shushu. The other one stood in place and mockingly said to the house, "If you don't open the door, don't blame us for playing with your friend first." The tone was filled with malicious teasing, and just listening made one feel sick. Inside, Lin Rurui had already heard the commotion outside. Leaning against her mother, she was gripping her phone tightly, waiting for the police to arrive. However, she seemed to vaguely hear Shushu's voice. Seeing Jiang Shushu's appearance, Lin Rurui's expression changed. Without thinking too much, she grabbed a stick beside her and opened the door. Beside her, Lin's mother also grabbed a kitchen knife and rushed out. As the door opened, Lin Rurui raised the stick, ready to fight the thugs outside. She had been weak once. This time, she would not be weak again. Lin's mother shared the same thought, raising the kitchen knife with a fierce expression. Before they could speak, they were stunned by the scene outside. Jiang Shushu stood there unharmed, while the two thugs lay on the ground, their faces filled with pain and fear, as if something heavy was pressing them down, making them unable to move. "Shushu, Master Shushu, are you okay? Although Jiang Shushu looked fine, Lin Ruei couldn't help but ask. Jiang Shushu merely glanced at the weapons in the hands of the two thugs, her eyes narrowing slightly but hinting at a smile. I'm fine. She glanced at the two on the ground and added, Don't worry, the police should be here soon. As her words fell, indeed, two police officers came up from downstairs. They paused at the stairway, looking surprised. Who reported the intimidation and harm? Jiang Shushu pointed at the two thugs lying on the ground. They did. Uncle Police, save me, save me. Although the two thugs were lying on ground, they were awake, their faces filled with panic as they shouted. This woman has witchcraft. She has us pinned here. Help. Sure enough, regardless of age or profession, seeing the police made them shout uncle. The two young police officers looked at each other with disdain. Given your age, it's more appropriate for me to call you uncle. But they still stepped forward, stopped shouting, get up first, and come with us to the station to give a statement. The two thugs were about to cry, no, we can't get up. This woman doesn't know what kind of witchcraft she's using. We really can't get up. The young police officers instinctively looked at Jiang Shushu, seeing her innocent and pure appearance. Then looking at the two loathsome thugs, they immediately hardened their expressions. Stop talking nonsense, get up quickly. As they spoke, they each grabbed one of the thugs on the ground. Just as one of the officers' hands touched the arms of the two thugs, Jiang Shushu subtly raised her hand and pointed. The weight that seemed to be pressing on the two thugs suddenly lightened, and they were easily pulled up by the young police officers. Before the two thugs even realized what was happening, the police officer snorted coldly. So you were lying. See, they can get up. Without saying much more, they directly dragged the two away. As the complainants and parties involved, Lin Ruei and Jiang Shushu naturally went to the police station as well. Aside from convicting the two thugs, they also aimed to indirectly uncover the person behind the scenes, ensuring the safety of the Lin mother and daughter. Jiang Shushu believed she could handle everything on her own and would inform the Jiang family's lawyer afterward, hoping to involve the Qin family to prevent further trouble. However, just as they followed the police downstairs to the station, the driver directly called Jiang Huai. Inside the Jianghai group, Jiang Yuqing, as the company president, was discussing the progress of upcoming projects with several R&D department heads. Jiang Huai, as one of the heads of the R&D department, was reporting work. Suddenly, his phone on the desk rang. All the eyes in the conference room instinctively turned to the phone. Jiang Yuqing frowned even more. He hated it when meetings were interrupted, and even basic operations like silencing phones during meetings were disregarded. Even if it was his son, Jiang Yuqing would scold him. However, under the low pressure of Jiang Yuqing's stern face, Jiang Huai calmly picked up the phone. Not only did he not hang up, but directly answered it in front of everyone. Jiang Yuqing's face darkened even more, and Jiang Yutong beside him was already prepared to extinguish the fire in time. Then, Jiang Huai's originally calm and smiling expression suddenly turned cold upon hearing the report from the other end of the line, and even his beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. Chapter 76. Blame the Jiang family for bullying the weak. Jiang Huai quickly hung up the phone and turned to Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Zong, I need to take care of something first. Let Director Chun take over the report today. After saying that, he threw the laser pointer in his hand to someone sitting nearby and made as if to leave the conference room. Jiang Yuqing's face instantly darkened, and he coldly ordered, Stop! Who allowed you to leave during the meeting? Without waiting for Jiang Yuqing to reprimand him, Jiang Huai casually replied, Su Su was brought into the police station. I'm going to pick her up. That one sentence left Jiang Yuqing's next words stuck in his throat. In the next moment, he stood up from his chair, coldly announcing, Today's meeting is adjourned. He then strode towards the exit. I'll go with you. The people in the conference room instinctively looked towards Jiang Yuqing. They saw the company's vice president had also half risen from his seat due to Jiang Huai's words. At this moment, meeting everyone's gaze, he merely cleared his throat and calmly stood up, then let us adjourn the meeting for now. On Su Su's side, she was finishing up the record and waiting for Lin Ruei and her mother when she suddenly heard the sound of cars outside the police station. Everyone turned instinctively to look, only to see several luxury cars parked at the entrance. The doors opened, and several men in suits with serious expressions got out, with the two leading men exuding particularly strong authority. The group walked aggressively into the police station. The police chief was startled by the commotion and jumped when he saw who it was. Jiang Zong, why did you suddenly come here? Is something wrong? The leaders were none other than Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Huai, followed by the legal team from the headquarters. Given the situation, it was clear that the president of Jiang Hai Group had come personally, indicating that it must be a significant case. The police chief quickly mentally reviewed any major cases that might involve the Jiang family, but found himself at a loss. As Jiang Yuqing was about to speak, he heard Jiang Su-Su's surprised voice from inside, "Dad, brother?" Even Jiang Su-Su was a bit stunned at this moment. However, as soon as Jiang Yuqing saw Jiang Su-Su, his eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly walked towards her, with Jiang Huai following closely behind. "Are you okay? Did anyone bully you?" The two spoke in unison, their eyes filled with undeniable concern. Jiang Su-Su's heart softened, and she obediently shook her head. "I'm fine." "What exactly happened? How did you end up in the police station?" Jiang Yuqing couldn't help but ask. The police chief, noticing the concern from the two men, understood that this young girl must be a member of the Jiang family. He immediately gave a signal to a nearby officer to inquire about the situation. Jiang Su-Su simply said, "I ran into two thugs. I came here to cooperate with the testimony." Thugs. The eyes of Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Huai instantly narrowed into dangerous slits. What kind of thugs dared to provoke their Su-Su? The police chief also wore a serious expression. "These thugs. I didn't expect such things to happen in my jurisdiction. Miss Jiang, don't worry. We will definitely take serious action against those two thugs." Hearing that there might still be retaliation, Jiang Yuqing's expression darkened again. What exactly happened? At that moment, a junior officer was bringing over the case file, and the police chief immediately signaled for him to explain. The officer quickly summarized the situation. It was mainly about Lin Ruwei suing the Qin family's young master, and the Qin family hiring thugs to threaten her to withdraw the lawsuit. Unexpectedly, Jiang Su-Su happened to run into them and got involved. Upon hearing that this involved the recent online uproar regarding juvenile bullying, the police chief's expression turned grim. After all, the victim, Lin Ruwei, was in his jurisdiction, and he had instructed the duty officers to pay more attention to this case. He never expected that the other party would still dare to send someone to threaten them. The Qin family? Compared to the police chief's focus, Jiang Yuqing was more concerned about the fact that the Qin family had indirectly threatened his daughter. Jiang Huai knew even more about the matters involving the Qin family and Ruwei, as Jiang Su and Jiang Su-Su had found their legal team through him. He originally thought that with the Jiang family's legal team as a deterrent, the Qin family would at least be cautious. But he didn't expect them to be so reckless, even hiring thugs to intend harm. If that was the case, they could be blamed for bullying the weak. The Qin family probably never imagined that the thugs they hired would not only fail to threaten anyone, but also attract another formidable opponent. As for how Jiang Yuqing would deal with the Qin family afterwards, Su-Su had already sent Lin Ruwei home. She had come today to let the little spirit baby meet Lin Ruwei for the last time. Upon seeing the little ginseng doll, which was only the size of her palm, Lin Ruwei was stunned. But as she realized it was her child that had just formed, her eyes instantly turned red. The little spirit baby couldn't speak, but it could sense the blood connection. The moment it was released by Jiang Su-Su, it waddled over to Lin Ruwei, its little head rubbing against her cheek. Without the cover of resentment, the joy on the child's face was visibly apparent. Lin Ruwei carefully tried to hold the little spirit baby, feeling its attachment to her, and tears began to uncontrollably fall. Lin Ruwei had once hated the existence of this child, even feeling relieved when it was gone, but that was all rooted in her hatred for Qin Hao. Deep down, she always felt indebted to the child. "Hangzhu, Su-Su, thank you for bringing it to see me." Jiang Su-Su looked at her and said, "It was originally an unformed soul, but it became a vengeful spirit due to the resentment in the teaching building. Now that the resentment has dissipated, its obsession with you still exists. Sending it to reincarnation may still be difficult." This was a realization Jiang Su-Su had after seeing its ginseng doll form. Ordinary spirit babies were at least in a formed state, while this one was only palm-sized, given its obsession with its mother. Forcibly sending it to reincarnation would likely provoke its resistance. Although Lin Ruwei had complicated feelings about the child, she couldn't bear the thought of it not being able to reincarnate. So what should we do? Jiang Su replied, if you're willing. You can keep it beside you in the form of a nurturing ghost. As long as you provide enough offerings and guidance, it can stay with you and may bless you with a smooth future. Upon hearing Jiang Su's words, Lin Rui was momentarily taken aback. The little spirit baby seemed to understand, happily spinning around before joyfully sticking close to Lin Rui. Seeing that Lin Rui was just silent, Jiang Su bit her lip and continued, there's a second option, which is to forcibly sever the blood bond between you two. As long as it lets go of its attachment to you, it can smoothly enter reincarnation. It was still two choices. It all depended on which one Lin Rui wanted to choose. Chapter 77. Family shopping day. Lin Rui lowered her gaze slightly as she looked at the little ginseng doll fluttering in front of her. After a long silence, she finally gritted her teeth and spoke in a trembling voice. I choose the second one. After saying this, Lin Rui seemed to lose strength, her body swaying slightly as she looked at the confused little spirit baby, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. I'm sorry, I do not want you. But she's only 18. She still has a long life ahead of her. If she raises this little ghost, she won't be able to forget the harm that Qin Hao caused her. She wants to start over. She wants to live a life without Qin Hao. Baby, I'm sorry. Mommy can't keep you. I'm sorry, sob. By the end, Lin Rui was already crying. The little infant spirit had started to float in midair at some point, looking confused and helpless as it gazed at its mother, its small figure exuding bewilderment. Until Lin Rui choked out her final words, I don't want you anymore. You can go. Upon hearing this, the little spirit seemed to shudder suddenly. And Jiang Shu slightly lowered her gaze, her eyes lingering on the invisible thin line between the little spirit and Lin Rui. With Lin Rui's words, that thin line seemed to snap abruptly in the middle. The thin line broke, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Shu raised her hand. A ray of spiritual light flew from her palm, wrapping the little spirit within. This time, the little spirit did not resist. I've taken it away, Jiang Shu softly said, not comforting Lin Rui any further, and turned to leave. When she got downstairs, Jiang Shu was surprised to see Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Huai still waiting in the car. You guys are still here? She was indeed a bit surprised. After all, both Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Huai had their own things to do, and it was rare for them to take the time to come to the police station today. She didn't expect they hadn't left yet. Jiang Yuqing pressed his lips, seemingly unsure what to say, but Jiang Huai was more talkative. Since we're all out, we don't need to rush back. Jiang Huai sat in the front seat, made space for Jiang Shu, and once she was settled, asked her, is everything taken care of? Jiang Shu nodded. Jiang Yuqing had seen her capabilities firsthand and knew what she was busy with every day, but Jiang Yuqing didn't know. If he hadn't unexpectedly heard that she had gone to the police station today, he wouldn't have even known that she and Jiang Su had participated in that online bullying incident involving minors. However, seeing her relationship with Jiang Su improve, he still felt gratified. He thought to himself that his daughter should be loved by everyone. Although he thought this in his heart, Jiang Yuqing's expression remained steady. Jiang Huai then asked, is there anything else coming up? Jiang Shu thought for a moment. Aside from the little spirit's issue, she basically had nothing else. As for sending the little spirit away, there was no rush, so she shook her head. That's great. Dad said that after you return to the Jiang family. We haven't gone out together yet. Since we have nothing to do today, how about we go shopping and have some fun? Jiang Huai said with a smile, his tone warm and elegant. Jiang Yuqing glanced at his son, thinking how he dared to say he had nothing to do. Not to mention that his department's project was time-sensitive. Jiang Yuqing originally had 3 meetings today, all of which he had just canceled for this. Just because he said that Shu hadn't been properly accompanied after returning home. Jiang Yuqing thought about it and found it reasonable. So he also had his assistant cancel a business dinner for the evening. Clearing his throat, Jiang Yuqing looked at Jiang Shu, his face rarely showing a hint of warmth. Yes, Dad is free today. Do you have anything you want to do? Although Jiang Shu didn't know where the sudden enthusiasm from these two was coming from. She had never really gone out with her dad and brother before. For a moment, she didn't know what would be fun to do with them. Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Jiang Huai softened his heart and simply instructed the driver to start the car. I see that Shushu doesn't seem to like the dresses Aunt Air prepared. So let's go to the mall first, and you can pick out some clothes yourself. Jiang Yuqing nodded at this suggestion, thinking it was good. Going to the mall was a good excuse to spend money on his daughter. Although he had transferred money to her before, he always felt that Shushu hadn't spent much. Seeing that both of them were excited, Jiang Shushu didn't oppose it. The three of them went directly to the largest mall in Heiress, with Jiang Huai leading them to the women's fashion section. Jiang Yuqing had never tried picking out clothes for his daughter, standing at the entrance like a gatekeeper, while Jiang Huai was much more enthusiastic, not feeling awkward at all. He would pick out whatever he thought was suitable and have the sales assistants help with the matching. Jiang Shushu wasn't good at shopping and was forced to try on over 20 outfits. She had good looks and was tall, so she didn't have any trouble finding clothes. Jiang Huai thought every outfit looked good. At first, Jiang Yuqing stood there like an invisible ATM, but later, seeing Jiang Huai excitedly dressing Shushu up, he couldn't help but join in. This color really suits your fair skin. This one is wrong. I want this one. This one shows off your temperament. It's suitable. By the end, he also started picking clothes in the store, not caring about the price, just asking the sales assistant to wrap them up. The responsible sales assistant behind them was practically beaming with joy. Seeing this, Jiang Shushu also changed and subconsciously turned her gaze toward the mall's exterior, just in time to see two girls walking by with cups of milk tea, laughing. Previously, she had been following Faux to learn talisman techniques, basically having no time for herself, let alone going out shopping and drinking milk tea with good friends. Her almond eyes followed the two girls, but quickly returned. Jiang Huai was sharp. He immediately took out his phone and placed an order. Soon, 3 cups of milk tea were delivered. Jiang Shushu had had milk tea before, but seeing it still made her smile. She held the cup and took small sips. Jiang Yuqing had truly never had milk tea before. Holding it in his hand, he felt a bit disdainful, but seeing Shushu sipping on it with her eyebrows arched in delight, his heart softened inexplicably, and he began to drink as well. Leaving their address, they continued to the next store. The 3 strikingly good-looking individuals, clearly of distinguished status, each held a cup of milk tea as they walked down the street. That incongruous scene inevitably attracted many gazes, and some even secretly took photos. Jiang Shushu was quite sensitive to other stares and quickly realized the issue. She looked at the high-end suits Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Huai were wearing and frowned slightly. You guys clearly aren't dressed for shopping. So, Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Huai were led into a men's clothing store, and when they came out, the high-end suits were gone, replaced by casual outfits. Jiang Huai, needless to say, was already strikingly good-looking, and even in casual wear, he didn't lose his charm. Jiang Yuqing, although older than the two, was well-maintained, and after changing into casual clothes, he actually softened his imposing aura, making him look like a charming, handsome uncle at first glance. Even the business mogul who usually only appeared on financial news or celebrity wealth lists, despite always dressing formally, could be coaxed into dressing younger just by Shushu's words. Even if people glanced at them a few more times on the street, he didn't feel awkward. Instead, he was reminded of many years ago when Shushu was born, and he had envisioned shopping and spring outings with his wife and 2 children. Now that vision had become 3/4 fulfilled, yet he wondered when he could reunite with the remaining quarter. Thinking of his wife, a hint of melancholy and loneliness flickered in Jiang Yuqing's eyes, but he still didn't show any emotion on his face. For the entire afternoon, the 3 of them shopped and played, eventually making their way to the mall's gaming area, seemingly determined to make up for Jiang Shushu's childhood regrets. Jiang Shushu expressed, "I'm a bit tired. This is more exhausting than drawing 20 talismans." However, she felt a subtle sense of relief and enjoyment, until after they had dinner, admired the night view, and were preparing to head home. Jiang Yuqing suddenly stopped in front of a photo studio. After Su returned home, it seemed that we hadn't taken any photos yet. Jiang Yuqing's voice was a bit soft, and compared to his usual restraint, it seemed to carry a hint of emotion. Huai smiled at the words, looking at Jiang Su, and the two exchanged glances, naturally not refusing. After spending the day together, Jiang Su seemed to have a different experience with her identity as a member of the Jiang family. Taking photos required an appointment, but that was not a problem for Jiang Huai. He directly found a private studio photographer and the three of them took a set of family photos. In the moments captured, Su could vaguely see the thin thread that originally connected her to the Jiang family becoming solid. She knew what that represented, but she no longer resisted. After the photo shoot, Jiang Huai had the photographer work overtime to edit the pictures. So that evening, while Jiang Su was bored on the living room sofa, scrolling through his friend circle, he unexpectedly came across two posts. One was from Uncle Jiang Yuqing, this business giant, who only occasionally shared industry news, rarely posted personal updates, but he posted a photo of the three of them. There were no words, but it spoke volumes. The other post was from Jiang Huai. His content was much more lively than Jiang Yuqing's. In addition to the formal family photo, he also shared a grid of pictures from their day out shopping and drinking milk tea. Accompanying the pictures was the text. Dad insisted on taking me and my sister shopping. Although Jiang Su didn't post on her friend's circle, she obediently liked both posts in order. Jiang Su's eyes lit up at a glance, and he jumped up from the sofa. My dad. My sister went shopping and didn't take me. Suddenly shouting startled his father, who had just come home from working overtime, and he instinctively asked, which sister? Jiang Su, still indignant, replied, which sister do I have? My cousin, Sita Su. While saying this, he quickly screenshot the posts and sent them to the family group. Besides a few younger members, the rest of the Jiang family didn't usually engage much on social media, so they wouldn't be paying close attention. When they opened Jiang Su's screenshots, the Jiang family members fell silent for a moment. Not to mention the younger members. Even the two brothers Jiang Yutong and Jiang Yumin looked at each other speechlessly. Their usually serious older brother actually accompanied the kids shopping. Shopping was one thing, but he was even drinking milk tea. A man who rarely drank coffee and was known for being old-fashioned was actually drinking milk tea, dressed like a young man. Both Jiang brothers felt they might not really know their older brother. Not only did they not understand, but the younger members of the Jiang family looked equally incredulous. However, compared to their uncle's sudden approachability, Jiang Han keenly noticed something else and pointed at Jiang Su, asking, you saw Su liked it, you added her as a friend. Lu Xuexi's gaze was fixed on the family of three in the photo, and hearing this, her eyes turned toward Jiang Su with a hint of reproach. Jiang Su met her gaze and felt inexplicably annoyed, not wanting to talk to her. So he turned to Jiang Han. I already added her as a friend. She's my sister. Can I add her? Only then did Jiang Han remember that Jiang Su had transferred money to buy charms for her earlier, looking at him as if he had betrayed them. But there was also a hint of dissatisfaction. Why did Su only add Jiang Su and not them, her brothers? Did she look down on them? Jiang Su's mother, Xuan Yu, ignored the children's bickering and smiled, thinking it was rare for her brother to be in such a good mood. It was nice to see their family interacting like this. She and Jiang Yutong were busy and rarely accompanied Jiang Su and Jiang Cheng to go shopping. Seeing Jiang Su staring at his phone with envy, she suddenly felt a bit guilty towards him. Meanwhile, Yao Lin didn't speak but kept her beautiful eyes fixed on the family of three in the photo. Her long hair slightly falling, just enough to obscure the coldness in her eyes. In one photo, the reactions of each Jiang family member were different, but none of this concerned Jiang Su. Since it wasn't too late to go home, Jiang Su, remembering the little infant spirit in her backpack, decided to send it for reincarnation tonight. Buddhism emphasizes salvation, while Taoism is not good at this. So Jiang Su usually asks for an official to come and pick it up, taking the little infant spirit to the flower room downstairs. Jiang Su calculated the timing and took out a talisman. First, she swept the talisman over the little spirit, recognizing the little one's yin energy. Then pinched the yellow talisman with her fingertips, chanting Taoist incantations, and casually flicked it into the air. However, before the talisman could catch fire, the little spirit, who had been floating obediently, suddenly perked up, disregarding Jiang Su, and with its little legs kicked, it zoomed off in a certain direction. Jiang Su, what is this familiar operation? She had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Jiang Su chased after the little spirit out of the Jiang family villa, just in time to see a Maybach with a golden glow passing by not far away. Inside the car, Chu Beihe was casually scrolling through his phone and happened to come across Jiang Huai's post that could be considered flaunting. For some reason, he opened it, unconsciously swiping through. but his dark eyes suddenly focused on a certain spot in the photo. His handsome brows moved slightly as he was about to take a closer look when he sensed something approaching him quickly. Beihe's heart tightened, and he instinctively looked in the direction of the sensation. In midair, a little ginseng doll was flying towards him, right through the half-open car window. With a soft thud, it landed directly in his palm. Chu Beihe, Chapter 79, the little guy landed in his hand. Chu Beihe's hand, holding the phone, trembled slightly. His dark eyes lowered as he looked at the little ginseng doll in his palm. The little ginseng doll didn't mind his cold demeanor at all. Its little green bean-like eyes staring at him, and its little face vaguely wore a flattering smile. Then, while smiling, it rolled over in his palm. A vein popped on Chu Beihe's forehead. He finally confirmed that this was indeed the same one he had seen a couple of days ago. So, Chu Beihe expressionlessly raised his head, just in time to see someone running over from not far away and stopping the car. He knew it. Holding the little thing in his hand, Chu Beihe got out of the car. Jiang Su almost immediately followed the dazzling golden light over. Upon closer inspection, wow, her little infant spirit was rolling around in his hand. Jiang Su was a bit surprised. This little guy had bumped into the big boss once or twice, seemingly not worried at all about being eliminated by the golden light surrounding him. Not only was it unbothered, but it even seemed to enjoy it. What the heck? Miss Jiang, aren't you going to take your family's thing back? Seeing that she had been staring for a while, without any intention of reaching out to take it back, Chu Beihe suppressed his discomfort and reminded her, emphasizing her family's. Only then did Jiang Su realize, quickly reaching out and snatching the little guy back from his palm. Perhaps her movement was too swift. Jiang Su's hand inadvertently brushed against his palm. Chu Beihe felt a slight itch in his palm, but before he could feel uncomfortable, that sensation was gone in an instant. Jiang Su didn't even realize it, grabbing the little guy who was still flailing its short legs, and took out a red string to prepare to tie it up. Watching her actions, Chu Beihe suddenly thought of something he had seen in Jiang Huai's photo earlier. His phoenix eyes instinctively followed her movements to look at her palm. Unfortunately, due to the poor lighting by the roadside and Jiang Shu's quick movements, Chu Beihe had not yet had the chance to see clearly before she had already put the small thing back together. I'm sorry. I was just about to send it away, but suddenly it ran off. Logically speaking, a spirit that has let go of its obsessions would only be concerned about reincarnation. The little radish head was clearly attracted to the golden light on the big shot. Looking at the nearly blinding golden light in front of her, Jiang Shu felt more and more that this thing was unusual. I want to secretly grab a handful. Just as Jiang Shu was thinking this and had not yet made a move, she suddenly heard Chu Beihe speak, curious for once. Send it away? Jiang Shu could only restrain her actions and explain, the resentment on it has been eliminated by you. Without resentment, it can be guided into reincarnation by the Yin officials. Although Chu Beihe had already accepted the existence of Yin spirits, hearing her speak about it so casually still felt somewhat subtle. Unable to help but ask, how is it guided? Jiang Shu opened her mouth to speak, but then pointed behind him. Chu Beihe turned his head and saw a young man in black clothes and pants standing not far away, wearing a black hat and mask, who seemed to be standing under the streetlight, yet lacked much presence. The drivers standing a short distance away also seemed to have noticed the sudden addition of this person, his heart skipping a beat. The security of Silver River No. 1 was considered top-notch in the entire Sea City, and someone dressed so sneakily should not have been able to enter. But seeing Miss Jiang's expression, it seemed she knew the other party. The young man in the black hat walked up to Shu and formally said, Yin Affairs Express Delivery. Do you have a Yin spirit that needs to be guided to the underworld? Chu Beihe instinctively glanced at Jiang Shu. Are the Yin officials now this modernized? Jiang Shu was also a bit surprised, since when did the Yin Affairs open a guidance service? I didn't know about this. The young man in the black hat replied, This is a new cooperation project between the boss and the underworld. Today is the first trial run. Jiang Shu immediately understood. Although she was curious about how the boss behind the Yin Affairs had such connections, she did not ask further. She handed over the small baby spirit in her hand. The young man in the black hat took out a mini scale, placed the small baby spirit on it, and the scale showed 9 grams. The young man in the black hat seemed to furrow his brows, This spirit's weight is not enough. Saying this, he picked up the small baby spirit to take a look, then coldly said, "This is an unformed half-soul. The underworld cannot accept it at the moment." Jiang Shushu was not surprised by this. She obviously already knew. It was indeed an unformed baby spirit, born from resentment. But since its resentment had been cleared, if placed in the underworld for a few years, it would become formed. You can take it back, and in a few years, it will be just right to queue up. The young man in the black hat unceremoniously refused. No, the underworld is currently overloaded. There are regulations in the cooperation agreement between the boss and the underworld that non-guided subjects cannot be arbitrarily admitted to the underworld. As he spoke, he placed the small baby spirit back into Jiang Shushu's palm. "Sorry, this delivery has failed." After saying this, he turned to leave. Jiang Shushu was momentarily stunned. "Wait, can't you be flexible? I can pay more." The young man in the black hat looked unmoved. "Sorry." After saying this, he turned and walked away without hesitation. Jiang Shushu watched as the figure quickly disappeared into the darkness, feeling somewhat stifled. Previously, the Yin officials had not been this hard to negotiate with. Generally, even if the Yin spirit had defects, a little ghost money would smooth things over. What is this now? She looked down at the small baby spirit in her hand, which had an innocent expression, and her mouth twitched. Chu Beihe watched her silently. Although he found it fantastical, he understood this so-called express delivery. After all, the company had regulations which could not be casually changed. From this point, it seemed that the boss was someone who understood corporate management. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Shushu with a look of deep frustration. And it seemed like he was seeing such an expression on the face of this young lady from the Jiang family for the first time. He raised an eyebrow in secret, wondering what to do since this baby spirit couldn't be guided. Jiang Shushu pursed her lips, feeling somewhat depressed. If it can't be guided, then I can only keep this little radish head. Once it has matured, I can send it over. Although it wasn't particularly difficult, Jiang Shushu did not have a fondness for raising little ghosts. Since she started in this field, although she had seen many people raise little ghosts, she always felt that this practice was not orthodox, let alone that she herself was from the talisman school. Even though she thought this, since the Yin officials were unwilling to accept it, she had no other choice at the moment. Feeling a bit gloomy, she put the small baby spirit back in her pocket, rejecting the little guy's intention to still cling to the big shot's golden light. Chu Beihe watched her actions, his dark eyes deepening, and as she turned around, he suddenly called out to her, "You mentioned before, what is the mark in my palm?" Jiang Shushu was taken aback when he suddenly asked about that mark, paused for a moment, and then explained seriously, "It's a life mark, what's wrong?" "It's nothing." Chu Beihe's voice was cold, seemingly indifferent. Seeing that he had no particular reaction, Jiang Shushu did not say more, quickening her pace back to the Jiang family villa. Chu Beihe watched her quickly leaving figure, his gaze dark and inscrutable, then turned into a cold smile. Another deception. Chapter 80. The Fated Mrs. Chu? The night was as dark as ink. Chu Beihe stood in front of the bathroom mirror. The man in the mirror had slightly wet hair, with a few droplets of water falling from his hair, landing perfectly on his fair and firm chest. His muscular lines were smooth, solid, but not exaggerated, and there was not an ounce of excess flesh on him, only a towel wrapped around his waist covering his half-long legs. He looked at himself in the mirror, his handsome features carved like a sculpture, showing little emotion. After a while, he slowly turned around. As he turned, one could vaguely see in the misty steam that a golden birthmark, resembling a dragon, almost covered his entire back. The young lady from the Jiang family had mentioned that he had golden light. He thought that the so-called golden light might be related to this birthmark on him. His dark eyes concealed a faint cold glint as he walked out of the bathroom, changed into his pajamas, and smoothed out the collar without a wrinkle before returning to the room. On the desk in the room lay a document. It was the information he had asked someone to investigate regarding the peach wooden mark in his palm. Knowing that this thing was related to the metaphysical world made it easier for Chu Beihe to investigate. The document contained a printed page from an ancient text. The accompanying illustration was an old hand-drawn mark, similar to the one on him, with only a simple annotation below. Peachwood mark, made with peach flower pulp as ink, indicates the person destined for this life. The annotation was somewhat playful, and one might think it was intentionally written to deceive people in a pirated book. If it were before, Chu Beihe would have only laughed off such an explanation. However, after unexpectedly seeing Jiang Shushu's left palm with a mark identical to his, Chu Beihe felt that this might not be a joke. That person had left that peach branch here and had made such a mark in his palm. She wanted him to know. Jiang Shushu might very well be his future Mrs. Chu. Thinking of that little girl who was only 18 years old, Chu Beihe couldn't help but frown. This was really no laughing matter. But strangely, he was somewhat concerned, especially since that girl clearly knew yet deliberately deceived him, saying it was a protective mark. She was looking down on him. Considering this possibility, Chu Beihe felt a cold smile creeping onto his face. Although he had no interest in any destined person, he disliked being looked down upon. In an instant, Chu Beihe quickly concealed his expression. Thinking of Jiangsu's serious yet deceptive demeanor, he suddenly became expressionless and placed the documents in his hand into the desk drawer. Since she didn't want to acknowledge him, he wouldn't take the initiative to acknowledge her either. He wanted to see how this so-called destiny would unfold under their mutual avoidance. With this thought in mind, the next day, someone showed up again in front of his villa, staring at him with a gloomy face. Is something wrong? Chu Beihe raised an eyebrow at her. Even knowing the truth about that peachwood mark, he had no intention of treating her any differently. However, Jiangsu was looking at him, or rather, the golden light around him, with a serious expression. There is something. Susu had been forced to accept the fact that a small spirit had fallen into her hands yesterday, and today she planned to draw a few gathering charms for it to nurture. Just as she was about to start, she felt that the expensive spirit gathering array in her room was losing energy. Yes, the energy was indeed gathering, but it had run away, and the direction it ran towards was none other than the Golden Light Boss here. Jiangsu witnessed the energy she had gathered all being absorbed by this person, but because she had seen it with her own eyes, she knew he wasn't intentionally absorbing it. Whether it was the initial little fox, the small spirit, or the energy she had gathered, they all seemed to be subconsciously attracted to him, and the Golden Light person himself was clearly unaware of it. Although Jiangsu felt it was somewhat troublesome to explain, she meticulously explained it to him. Chu Beihe raised an eyebrow slightly. If he didn't know she truly understood these mystical arts, he would have thought she was deliberately making excuses to get closer to him. So, what do you want to discuss with me? He hadn't felt any of his so-called spirit energy. Even if it had been absorbed by him, he wouldn't return it. Jiangsu looked at him and after a long while asked sincerely, "Do you have plans to move?" After all, she had never encountered such a situation before. Jiangsu felt it was still a matter of distance. Chu Beihe's handsome face, enveloped in golden light, darkened slightly. He looked at her with a blank expression and dropped two words, "No." Jiangsu wasn't surprised by his answer. After all, asking someone to move just because her drawing energy was absorbed was unreasonable. So, there was only the second option left. Jiangsu thought about this and took out her phone to add him as a friend. "I'll confirm your location in advance before drawing the charms next time." Jiangsu had just moved back to the Jiang family, so she certainly couldn't move out, and Chu Beihe wouldn't move either. They just needed to find a way to avoid each other. After all, it was only during this recent period, once she started school, she probably wouldn't have much time to see him, let alone be influenced by him. Chu Beihe watched her seriously open the WeChat QR code towards him. His dark eyes fell on her face, flickering. He wanted to tell her that he usually didn't add people casually, but remembering the peachwood mark in his palm, he inexplicably didn't speak and pulled out his phone to add her. Jiangsu felt a thrill at having added the current head of the Chu family as a friend. She politely thanked him after adding him and quickly left with the small spirit that had come closer to Chu Beihe. Beihe watched her retreating figure and then glanced at the new contact in his phone, his thin lips pressed together, with not much emotional change in his dark eyes. Meanwhile, Jiangsu added him as a friend, watched Chu Beihe leave in his car, and was about to go upstairs to continue drawing charms when she was called in the living room. "Susu, the city ambassador needs to shoot a set of promotional photos. Do you have time recently?" It was Jiang Yutong speaking. Originally, this matter wasn't his responsibility, but since he was in charge of it, he brought it up when he saw her. Jiangsu didn't immediately react when she heard about the ambassador. It took her a while to remember that Guan Rure and Bai Shuqin had directly kicked her out for this position. In fact, she didn't even know how this position was selected. However, since Guan Rero wanted it, she wouldn't let it go. Since it was just for representing Heiress, Jiang Su didn't mind and nodded. I have time in the next few days. Jiang Yutong smiled amicably. That third uncle will have the assistant notify you of the specific shooting time. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Chung suddenly interjected, "This ambassador. I remember it should be representatives of several famous universities, right? The list submitted by the schools is basically confirmed as priority candidates for those key universities." Jiang Chung knew this because Lu Xueshi was one of the ambassadors. He didn't expect that Jiang Su was also one of them. Thinking of this, he looked at Jiang Su with a scrutinizing gaze. Which school's priority candidate did you get? Chapter 81. The college entrance examination results are about to be released. Jiang Su had previously been in the same school as Guan Rero, although it was also a prestigious school. It was not the same as Lu Xueshi and Jiang Han's school, so Jiang Chung didn't find it strange that he didn't know. Before Jiang Su could respond, Jiang Chung seemed to boast, emphasizing Xueshi got the priority candidate from Haida. Lu Xueshi listened with a smile, seeming to feel a bit embarrassed but didn't interrupt. This was Jiang Su's first time encountering the selection criteria for this so-called ambassador, and she turned to look at Jiang Chung, saying, "I don't have a priority candidate." Her straightforwardness stunned Jiang Chung. "You don't have a priority candidate? Then how are you selected?" As he spoke, his gaze instinctively turned to Jiang Yutong. After all, the final list was given to Jiang Hai Group. So Jiang Chung wouldn't rule out the possibility of his third uncle manipulating it behind the scenes. Jiang Yutong understood his son's gaze and smiled. "Don't look at me like that. When the list was submitted, Su hadn't returned to our family yet," implying he didn't use any backdoor connections. Jiang Chung then turned to look at Jiang Su. Compared to Jiang Su, he clearly knew a bit more about the inside story. The city's image representative was originally meant to be the top students of this year's academic excellence. Hearing her say she didn't have a priority candidate, he asked her, "You have good grades at school?" "Not bad," Jiang Su replied casually. Jiang Han couldn't help but speak up. "Not bad is a bit vague, right?" As soon as he spoke, he remembered that the agreed-upon time hadn't come yet and immediately fell silent, but his gaze was still fixed on her. Jiang Chung, knowing their relationship, naturally understood what he was asking and asked her, "What is your class ranking?" Jiang Su frowned slightly. She felt this person was asking endlessly. They clearly weren't familiar. "Do I have to tell you?" Jiang Su retorted bluntly, leaving Jiang Chung slightly taken aback. However, before he could respond, Jiang Su had already turned and headed upstairs. Jiang Ching's face turned slightly ugly, feeling that his cousin was indeed rude, not at all comparable to Xueshi. Lu Xueshi watched Jiang Su's reaction, hiding the smile in her eyes, and only said, "Jiang Chung, you're asking too detailed, like an interrogation." Su must be unhappy. Before Jiang Chung could respond, Jiang Han, who had been watching Jiang Su go upstairs, couldn't help but voice. She was impatient after just those two questions. Her temper is really too bad. Jiang Han huffed, then confidently concluded, her grades must not be that great. After all, although everyone is not in the same school, they have probably heard of the names of several top aristocratic universities in Heiress. After all, in college mock exams or competitions, top students often interact with each other. However, he was sure he had never heard of the name Guan Su. Not only Jiang Han was sure, but Lu Xueshi was also certain. But when she thought that Jiang Xiu, the newly recognized eldest lady of the Jiang family, might not be that outstanding, Lu Xueshi felt much more at ease and smiled as she asked Jiang Han, "I remember the college entrance examination results come out tomorrow. Your results are stable, and you will definitely have a good ranking." She had already received a guarantee for admission and did not need to take the college entrance examination. But this did not hinder having another excellent student at home to compare with Jiang Xiu. Speaking of results, Jiang Han also felt somewhat confident. "Don't worry, I'll go to Haida with you." His words already indicated a high level of certainty. After all, not everyone can get a guaranteed admission spot. Those like Jiang Han, who are confident they can get in, naturally do not need such a spot. Hearing this, Lu Xueshi smiled even more sincerely. "Then I'll make a cake for you to celebrate tomorrow." Jiang Han was delighted to hear this, but said, "You just got out of the hospital, so don't make it. It's easy to tire yourself out. Lu Xiueshi replied, I'm not tired. Meanwhile, Jiangsu, who was listening to their back and forth, rolled his eyes and simply got up to go upstairs. Watching Jiangsu's back as he went upstairs, Lu Xiueshi frowned slightly. Feeling angry at the favorability rating belonging to Jiangsu in the system that was still hovering around the passing line. Clearly, she had made gestures several times after returning home, yet Jiangsu had always been unresponsive. Was he really not planning to acknowledge her as his sister? Thinking of this made Lu Xiueshi's expression somewhat unsightly. Jiang Cheng, who had been paying attention to her mood, noticed she was unhappy and asked with concern. Lu Xiueshi casually said, I'm just a bit regretful for choosing guaranteed admission directly. It's the only college entrance examination in my life, and I should have taken it myself. As she spoke, she changed the subject and looked at Jiang Han. Jiang Han's results are better than mine. I heard that for the top scorers in the college entrance examination, several admissions offices will come to invite them directly, and it will probably be hot tomorrow. Jiang Han curled the corners of his mouth, looking indifferent yet confident. Although people like them could also choose to study abroad, most still recognize the college entrance examination as a dividing line, just like the Guan family. Because of the incident yesterday where the Qin family bribed and threatened, which in turn implicated Jiang Xiuxiu, Jiang Yuqing had his assistant intervene yesterday. The business on the Qin family side was immediately affected, and they could not afford to pay attention to the online public opinion for the time being. Without the Qin family's suppression of public opinion, the online condemnation of Guan Ruwei and Qin Hao became even more rampant. Guan Ruwei was so angry that she directly turned off her phone. It was at this time that the attention was somewhat diverted online due to the upcoming announcement of examination results. Bai Shuqin saw this and suddenly seemed to think of a good idea. With all the recent commotion, she nearly forgot that the college entrance examination results would be released tomorrow. At this moment, Guan Ruwei had no mood to care about this. Not to mention the online matters. Because of the jade pendant incident, Guan Qixin had quarreled with the family, and he hadn't come to see her for the past 2 days. I'm in this situation. How can I care about the college entrance examination results? Guan Ruwei felt extremely wronged. That's not what I mean. Bai Shuqin said, think about it. Tomorrow the college entrance examination results will be announced, and the internet will definitely be filled with news about various examination results. Who will still have the heart to continue paying attention to your situation? As long as your result come out tomorrow, if you are successfully admitted to Jingda or Huada, it will prove that you are an outstanding student. Good students have a special halo in the eyes of ordinary people, and those people online will definitely stop scolding you. Bai Shuqin spoke with conviction, and Guan Ruwei was first taken aback, then somewhat uncertain. Really? Of course. Bai Shuqin said, now everyone is more tolerant towards high-level talents. I just need to try to restore your image in the eyes of the public. After explaining the relationship, Guan Ruwei instantly felt a glimmer of hope. After all, her results, although not top-notch, would definitely not be a problem for entering a key university. Thinking of this, Guan Ruwei suddenly felt a bit of anticipation for the college entrance examination results to be announced tomorrow. She even turned on her phone. After all, if she were admitted to a key university, the admissions office would surely call to notify her, and she couldn't miss it. Chapter 82. Congratulations to Guan for becoming the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Bai Shuqin was not wrong about one thing. The announcement of the college entrance examination results is a significant event nationwide. On the day of the announcement, many people online were already live-streaming their score checks or waiting to show off their scores. Guan Ruwei had even dressed herself up early, as her mother said that once the scores were out and the school was confirmed, they would post a photo online to boost her favorability. Guan Baoqing also came to the hospital early to wait for the time to check the scores. Guan Ruwei noticed that Guan Qixin hadn't come and couldn't help but pout. My brother hasn't come to see me in 2 days. Is he still angry at my mom? Thinking of the way Guan Qixin had yelled at her in the hospital, she felt wronged. Clearly, she was the one who was pitiful, yet her brother was completely unsympathetic and even wanted to take away her protective jade pendant. Guan Ruwei decided that when her brother came to apologize, she would make him wait before deciding whether to forgive him. While thinking this, she heard Guan Baoqing say, your brother is at Qingfeng Temple. There are some family issues, and he has temporarily been staying there for the past 2 days. Guan Rui was a bit surprised, but still obediently said, I've heard that Qing Feng Temple is quite effective, so my brother's problems will definitely be resolved well. Dad, don't worry too much. Hearing his daughter's considerate words, Guan Baoqing nodded with a smile. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Guan Baoqing thought it was a call from the company, frowning slightly. However, when he looked at it, it was a call from the nanny. After answering the phone and hearing the news on the other end, Guan Baoqing's face suddenly showed an excited expression. Guan Rui and Bai Shuqin looked at each other with curiosity. Guan Baoqing was usually calm and gentle, and he rarely showed such excitement at home. The last time he showed such an expression was when he received news about cooperation from Jianghai Group. Thinking of Jianghai Group and Jiang Shushu, Guan Rui and Bai Shuqin felt unlucky. As Guan Baoqing hung up the phone, Bai Shuqin quickly asked softly, Darling, is there something good happening? Guan Baoqing's smile was unreserved, and when he turned to look at Guan Rui, his eyes were full of pride. It's good news. Annan said that the admissions teachers from Jingda and Haida personally came to deliver the admission notice. They are at home now. Guan Rui and Bai Shuqin were first stunned to hear the news, followed by a wave of excitement. Jingda, Haida. Moreover, it was the admissions teachers personally coming to notify the acceptance. This kind of treatment is generally reserved for the top scorers in the college entrance examination. Thinking of this, Bai Shuqin was so excited that her face turned red, and she looked at Guan Rui with burning eyes. Guan Rui was also very excited, but at the same time, a question flashed through her mind. Did she really do well on the exam that day? Although her school's grades had always been in the top 20, she had never made it to the top 3. Could it be that she performed extraordinarily? But such thoughts quickly vanished and were soon replaced by overwhelming joy. With the identity of the top scorer in the college entrance examination backing her up, those people online would definitely no longer continue to criticize her. It was originally not a big deal, but a bunch of people online made a fuss about it. It's so annoying. Now, those people will soon be able to shut their mouths. Honey, the admissions officers have arrived. Shouldn't we hurry back? But what about Rui? She's the main character today. Unfortunately, she's still in a hospital. We can't just let them come to the hospital, can we? We do need to go back, but Rui can't be discharged right now. Guan Baoqing said, looking worriedly at his daughter's leg. Guan Rui, feeling anxious, said, Dad, I want to go back. The teachers are here to see me. I can't just not show up. She wanted to take a photo with the admissions officers. Guan Rui was convinced that as long as she showed up in a wheelchair, looking pitiful with the honor of being the top scorer in the college entrance exam, those people online would have to shut up. They might even sympathize with her. She had to go back. Guan Baoqing clearly thought of this too. The recent online uproar had affected both their family and the Qin family. Originally, the Jiang family's company had already lost a lot of orders after the banquet, and now they were further affected by their daughter's bullying incident. The company was in bad shape, and he was overwhelmed. Their family urgently needed a way to restore their reputation. I'll go find the doctor. Rui's fracture has been stabilized. It shouldn't be a problem for her to sit in a wheelchair for an hour or two. Although Rui was still suffering from bad luck due to her fate, she still had that jade pendant with her. Otherwise, Guan Baoqing wouldn't dare to take her out. Without hesitation, Guan Baoqing quickly had several nurses come in to assist Guan Rui into a wheelchair and explained everything carefully. The three of them soon rushed back to the villa. However, Guan Baoqing underestimated the bad luck they brought upon themselves. Not only did they get close to Guan Rui, but her fate also brought misfortune and disaster. Moreover, the Guan family was currently heavy with negative energy, and both Guan Baoqing and his wife had been affected, even with the jade pendant suppressing it. Their car still encountered 2 significant accidents on the way back to the villa. First, a car malfunctioned and crashed into them, and then a road sign suddenly fell over. Guan Rui was so scared that she was stunned. She instinctively tightened her grip on the jade pendant around her neck. Guan Baoqing did the same, gripping the jade pendant around his neck. Bai Shuqin, who didn't have a jade pendant, was on the verge of tears, holding onto their hands on either side. The three of them struggled to return to the villa, and as they got out of the car, Bai Shuqin fell flat on her face. Guan Rui's wheelchair inexplicably lost a wheel, but fortunately, the driver nearby managed to support her in time, preventing her from falling out. When they finally stood in front of the villa, they were somewhat disheveled. But at least they were home. The Guan family tidied their clothes, and Guan Rue was carried into the house by 2 security guards in her wheelchair. This scene stunned the 2 admissions officers waiting in the living room. Is this the student Guan? What happened to her? Guan Baocheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, barely maintaining his composure as a businessman. She had a car accident recently and was recovering in a hospital. When I heard you were coming, she insisted on coming in person. The admissions officers from Beijing University were surprised to hear this. This is unexpected. Given Guan's current condition, she should be resting in the hospital. We could have come over instead. At this point, Guan Rue had adjusted her state, appearing sincere and fragile on the surface. The college entrance examination admission is a significant event in life and a testament to my efforts over the past 3 years. I hope to receive the admission notice personally. The admissions officers from both Beijing University and Heiress University were moved, feeling that this student was resilient. They became more serious. And let's keep it brief. Guan, congratulations on achieving a total score of 738 in this college entrance examination, becoming the top scorer in this year's examination in Heiress. We at Beijing University sincerely invite you to join us. The admissions officer from Heiress University quickly chimed in as a key university in Heiress. We also sincerely invite Guan Rue to join us. The 3 members of the Guan family were already filled with excitement upon hearing the words of the Beijing University admissions officer, and Guan Rue was even ready to accept the invitation. Suddenly, she heard the words from the Heiress University officer. The smiles on their faces almost froze in unison, and their eyes gradually widened. Who did he just say? Chapter 83. Where's the top scorer? Guan Baocheng's face instantly darkened. Bai Shuqin looked incredulous, while Guan Rue in the middle first appeared dazed and then desperately asked, Teacher, who did you just say? The admissions officer looked at the 3 of them, somewhat confused, but the Heiress University officer politely repeated, Guan Shuxiu, isn't that you? Upon hearing that name again, Guan Rue's facial muscles twitched slightly, and her originally gentle and harmless expression now looked somewhat twisted. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, gritting her teeth and grabbing the admission notice that the Beijing University officer was holding. She opened it and saw that it was handwritten with the name Guan Shuxiu. Bai Shuqin couldn't believe it either and couldn't help but scream. How could it be Guan Shuxiu? Are you mistaken? But Guan Rue was fixated on the name on the admission notice, her eyes turning red as she gripped the notice tightly, almost tearing it apart. The admissions officer on the side began to realize something. Were they perhaps looking for the wrong person? The Beijing University admissions officer couldn't help but step forward, pulling the admission notice from Guan Rue's hands, fearing that this student would ruin the notice they had specially prepared for the top scorer. Well, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination is indeed Guan Shuxiu, and her score is just 1 point shy of the national top scorer. We specially came to find Guan Shuxiu. The Heiress University officer couldn't help but explain and then confirmed. Isn't this the home of Guan Shuxiu? We came directly to the address provided by the school, and since we met with the Beijing University admissions officer, it shows that this address is correct. But the family's reaction was clearly too much. Just then, the nanny received a call from the security guard and walked over cautiously, saying, Mr. Guan, the admissions officer from Huada outside the community is here looking for Sister Shuxiu. The nanny specifically mentioned the name this time, obviously realizing that she had unconsciously referred to her as the eldest young lady in the previous call. But the eldest young lady has already been kicked out. The admissions officers from Beijing University and Heiress University exchanged glances at this moment. Great, another one. But the Guan family felt no joy at all, even feeling a bit frantic. Another one, and they're looking for Guan Shuxiu. They had said that their Rue was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. At this moment, Guan Rue felt nothing but humiliation and anger. And all this humiliation was brought about by Guan Shuxiu. Why? Why was she already so miserable? And Guan Shuxiu still wouldn't let her go. Guan Baocheng still had a bit of rationality left, although he wanted to explode with anger. He endured and replied with a stiff and ugly expression. She has already moved away. The 2 admissions officers exchanged glances again and then asked, Then do you know where Guan Shuxiu has moved to? How would we know? That ungrateful wolf has nothing to do with our family anymore. Can't you people find out for yourselves? Bai Shuqin's voice was too sharp, making the faces of the two admissions office teachers look somewhat unpleasant. After being responsible for admissions for so many years, which family didn't T greet them with joy? This was the first time they encountered such a family. Seeing that this family would not tell them anything, they immediately proposed to take their leave. While the exam scores had not been officially announced yet, he needed to find Guan Shushu first. A few teachers hurriedly left with their things, leaving the Guan family standing there with gloomy expressions. The admissions office teachers from Jing University and Hai University left the Guan family villa still looking somewhat displeased. But what followed was a sense of dread. In all their years of admissions, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. They couldn't find the student at the address left by the family, and the student's phone was unreachable. What to do now? Just as they were feeling frustrated walking out, they saw two admissions teachers from Hua University rushing over. They were all old acquaintances. When the Hua University admissions teachers saw the Jing University and Hai University teachers coming out of the Guan family, their expressions changed. They knew they were late today because they had encountered two unexpected mishaps on the way. The Jing University teacher was also being quite inconsiderate. They were all from Jing City, yet they didn't give them a heads up. The Hua University admissions teacher hurried a few steps, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, glaring at the Jing University admissions teacher with an anxious and fearful expression. Have you all finished talking? Which one did Guan Shushu agree to? Without waiting for a response from either side, he stamped his foot angrily. You all are really too inconsiderate. How can there still be time? Don't you understand fair competition? When they left, the principal had specifically instructed them to make sure to recruit this Guan student to Hua University. Now she was gone. It's over. The Hua University teacher looked deeply troubled, while the Jing University admissions teacher couldn't help but roll his eyes. All right, we didn't even meet her. We were just about to rush over. You guys are really something? The Hua University teacher was still about to stamp his foot and scold them when he suddenly paused. What do you mean? You didn't see her? Guan Shushu isn't home? The Hai University admissions teacher explained, saying that Guan Shushu had moved away, but her family refused to say where she had moved to. The Hua University teacher frowned. What is going on here? You're not trying to trick me, are you? The Jing University teachers nearby couldn't help but roll their eyes. Just as they were talking, someone suddenly patted them on the shoulder. A few teachers. If you're looking for Shushu, I know where she is. The admissions teachers turned in unison and saw a middle-aged man who looked like a security guard standing beside them. Seeing them looking over, he immediately spoke in a mysterious tone. I'm a security guard responsible for this area. The Guan Shushu you're looking for isn't actually from his family. She was kicked out a few days ago. The teachers were incredulous to hear that their top student had been kicked out. Are the Guan family out of their minds? They raised a top student only to kick her out? Do you know where she is now? I don't know the exact address, but I heard that the child found her biological parents. Do you know the Jiang Hai group in our city? It's that Jiang family. You can ask on their official Weibo account. The teachers were baffled. What's going on? We have to ask for an address on Weibo? I've never seen an admissions process so difficult. Both Jing University and Hua University were somewhat speechless. Unexpectedly, the Hai University admissions teacher suddenly slapped his thigh. Jiang Hai group? I know them well. They've even donated a teaching building to our school. He waved his hand grandly to the others. I know where the Jiang family is. Follow me. Chapter 84. Admissions at the High City Taoist Academy, the Jiang family. Jiang Su had noticed that things at home were unusually lively early in the morning. Today was the day the college entrance exam results were being announced, and her aunt Jiang Yusin had brought her twin sons back to the Jiang family early in the morning. Additionally, other family members, including Jiang Yuqing and Old Master Jiang, were waiting at home. Old Master Jiang placed great importance on family values and emphasized a sense of ritual for every major family event. Therefore, everyone had gathered here today for the upcoming exam results. Several children from a Jiang family were participating in this year's college entrance exams. Besides Jiang Yusin's twin sons who were planning to study abroad, Lu Shueshi had received an early admission, and the other older son, Jiang Han, along with Jiang Shushu, also participated in this year's exams. Moreover, Jiang Han had consistently performed excellently and was a strong candidate for the top scorer. The Jiang family hoped to witness such a moment together. How is the situation with Zhuo studying abroad? Jiang Zai asked. having watched the two grandsons grow up and paying just as much attention to them as to his own children. Jiang Yusin was replying to work-related matters on her phone when she heard this and put her phone away, responding to the old man, "It's almost settled. Yao Tian bought a house near the school for him, and I've asked a friend in the industry to look after him after he goes abroad." Although Jiang Xinxin was the only girl in the fourth branch, she had not developed a spoiled temperament. On the contrary, she was somewhat competitive, strong-willed, and had her own ideas and her actions. While she appeared to be a strong woman in public, she was not domineering at home and respected her children's opinions. Otherwise, the twins Wu and Ti have one going abroad to study finance while the other stayed in the country to study directing. Old Master Jiang was also quite reassured about this daughter and expressed concern about the older twin and Xiao. Seeing this, Yao Lin smiled and said, "The little aunt always has her own opinions, but the two children have been together since they were young. Wouldn't it be a bit uncomfortable to suddenly separate? They've grown up and have their own paths to take. It's impossible for them to stay together like when they were little." Jiang Yusin spoke lightly, not being very close to her sister-in-law, who seemed to be content with being a wealthy housewife. Yao Lin was not angry at being interrupted, as today her son Jiang Han was the main character. "The little aunt is right. I also plan to let the little one go abroad. Jiang Han has always studied well. He even spent some time as an exchange student abroad, but he doesn't want to go abroad, so I let him be. After all, there are many good universities in the country. It's just about choosing the right one." Although her tone was gentle, the sense of boasting in her words was not concealed. Xuanning Yu saw that her sister-in-law didn't want to engage and could only play the peacemaker. Smiling as she continued, "With Jiang Han's grades, he can indeed choose any school he wants." She then looked at Jiang Han. "Have you chosen a school, Jiang Han?" Jiang Han nodded. "I'm on a high university, just like Xueshi." After saying this, he remembered the bet with Jiang Xiushu and couldn't help but glance at her, quickly closing his mouth. However, Xuanning Yu didn't know about the bet between the two kids and only asked, "Why not choose Jing University? High University is quite good, and it's closer to home." Xueshi replied with a smile, then looked at Jiang Xiushu. "Are you planning to choose Jing University or High University? Why not come with us to High University? It would be good to have someone to look after you." Just as Lu Xueshi finished speaking, before Jiang Xiushu could respond, Jiang Cheng interjected, "The results aren't out yet. It's not like she can just choose whichever she wants." Since Jiang Yuqing was present, Jiang Qing's words didn't come off too sarcastic, but even if they were straightforward, they still made Jiang Yuqing feel somewhat displeased. However, he ultimately didn't reprimand his juniors in front of so many people. Jiang Su, on the other hand, was unafraid. He boldly retorted against Jiang Cheng. "You said it yourself. The results aren't out yet. How do you know my sister can't choose whichever she wants?" Jiang Cheng was recently trying to drive that brat Jiang Su to death. Just as he was about to say something, Uncle Ming walked in from outside, looking slightly old. "Sir, the school's admissions teachers have arrived." Hearing that the admissions teachers were coming, the Jiang family instantly perked up, and Jiang Han straightened his body instinctively. In High City, it's a privilege only top scholars get when several universities send their admissions teachers personally. The others also showed expressions of joy, looking at Jiang Han, as if to say this child truly lived up to everyone's expectations. "Are they here to see Xiao Han?" Yao Lin's voice was a bit excited. Uncle Ming glanced at Jiang Xiushu, seemingly awkward. "I should say, they are here to find Miss Xiushu." The Jiang family was stunned. Jiang Han's expression froze even more. Everyone instinctively looked at Jiang Xiushu, who had a calm expression, clearly not surprised. "Xiushu, your grades are that good?" Yao Lin suppressed her unwillingness and forced a statement. Jiang Xiushu remained indifferent. "It's okay." Jiang Huai raised an eyebrow and looked at Uncle Ming's obviously complicated expression, asking, "Which school's admissions teacher is this?" Everyone instinctively turned to Uncle Ming. "Yeah, why does Uncle Ming have that expression if the admissions teacher is here?" Uncle Ming seemed hesitant to speak, but soon the person who entered told them the answer. The visitor, dressed in a Taoist robe with a hair bun on top, exuded a bit of a celestial aura, but it still couldn't hide the fact that he was a Taoist. Jiang Ying couldn't help but speak up first, whispering, "Mom, this uncle is dressed so strangely." Yao Lin immediately pulled her daughter closer. "Don't say that." Though she was stopping her, she was smiling on the surface. Jiang Han, on the other hand, had gone from initial shock to relaxation with a hint of gloating. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with mockery. They all knew that Jiang Shushu could not possibly perform better than Jiang Han. This so-called admissions teacher looked rather out of place. It was probably some unremarkable university. Sure enough, the Taoist first bowed slowly to the Jiang family, then fixed his gaze directly on Jiang Shushu. You must be Guan Xiaoyu. I am the admissions teacher from the High City Taoist Academy. I am here today to invite Guan Xiaoyu to study at our Taoist Academy. The Jiang family felt incredibly complicated, although they all knew Shushu liked to dabble in some metaphysical things. Even old Jiang had accepted his granddaughter's hobby. However, seeing a Taoist come to recruit students still made them feel a mix of laughter and tears. What kind of Taoist academy? They had never even heard of it. Can such an academy be a legitimate university? Jiang Yuman, who had always been skeptical of such things, couldn't help but frown. Shushu, your second uncle knows you like these things, but you can't go to this academy. Even if your grades are poor, you can't go to a school that sounds like it doesn't even have university qualifications. If the children of the Jiang family go to some Taoist academy, we would lose face. He firmly opposed it. Chapter 85. Why is there another one questioning? Jiang Yuqing frowned slightly. His own father hasn't spoken yet. What does it mean for you to directly make the decision? Although he also didn't want Shushu to go to any Taoist academy. After the incident of Shushu giving up her room last time, he had learned to ask for his daughter's opinion first. Yuman, Shushu wants to go to whatever school she chooses. She has her own ideas. You, as her second uncle, shouldn't refuse for her. Jiang Yuman, hearing him speak, was unperturbed, turning to say, eldest brother, I'm doing this for her good. This academy's name, I've never even heard of it. Are you not afraid she will go astray if she attends such a school? Do you plan on having her become a nun? Saying this so bluntly in front of the admissions teacher was indeed impolite. But Jiang Yuman didn't care about that. He felt that since his elder brother acknowledged this daughter, he had changed, fearing he would also make a mistake. Cough, being a Taoist is not the same as becoming a nun. That is a matter of Buddhism. The Taoist admissions teacher explained with a smile. Jiang Yuman shot him a glance. To him, they were the same. It was fine if his niece was a bit mystical at home, but he absolutely would not allow her to embarrass the family outside. As a music producer, he couldn't afford such a disgrace. Jiang Huai paid no attention to the second uncle's attitude and turned to Jiang Shushu. Shushu, have you looked into this school? Unlike the other family members, he had personally witnessed Jiang Shushu's abilities and did not oppose her applying to a specialized academy in this area. But the prerequisite was that the school had to be reliable and not some scam. After all, there were many schools these days that sold themselves under false pretenses. Jiang Shushu had been silent since earlier, and only when she heard Jiang Huai's words did she slightly turn her head. I know about it, but I'm not familiar. The head of Qingfeng Temple had previously mentioned to her the Taoist Academy in Beijing the most. She was indeed not familiar with the academies in High City. However, that didn't stop her from feeling a bit tempted. She remembered that the big boss Chu had previously said that his master claimed to be a lecturer at the High City Taoist Academy. Later, she also searched online for information about this academy. However, there was very little information available. Our High City Taoist Academy is one of the only 3 Taoist academies in the country that has been nationally certified as having university qualifications. So you can rest assured about that. The admissions teacher still wore a friendly face and did not seem displeased by the doubts. However, the Jiang family was even more suspicious. A Taoist academy with university qualifications? Why do they find it so hard to believe? Although Jiang Yusin did not oppose his niece having her aspirations, he still advised, Shushu, going to college is not just for the diploma. It's more about accumulating experience and connections for entering society. I suggest you choose wisely. The twin brothers beside him looked at their cousin with curiosity. Unlike the Jiang family brothers, Zhua and Xiang had only met Jiang Shushu once during her last visit to the Jiang family. But they had also heard from Jiang Han and Jiang Cheng about this sister, who had recently caused a fuss about running away from home. The 2 brothers did not view their sister as poorly as Jiang Han did. On the contrary, they thought she was pretty and surely wasn't as bad as Jiang Han claimed. But was she really interested in becoming a Taoist? Sister, if you go to the Taoist Academy, won't you come out as a Taoist nun? The twin brother Zhua couldn't help but chuckle and ask. The Jiang family imagined Jiang Shushu becoming a Taoist nun, and their expressions became even stranger. Jiang Shushu was always quite tolerant towards those who meant her no harm. Hearing this, she shook her head. That's not it. Everyone might have some misunderstandings about our Taoist academy. How about this? I can introduce our school to Guan Xiaoyu. The admissions teacher said as he walked over and took out a few booklets of ancient texts from his bag. Jiang Yuman frowned at the sight, just about to refuse. We heard the guard calling out again. After Uncle Ming returned, his expression was obviously joyful. Sir, the admissions teachers from Beijing University, Huada, and Haida have all arrived. Upon hearing this, the complicated feelings they had about the Taoist Academy's admissions teacher were instantly replaced by joy at this news. Everyone momentarily lost interest in whether Jiang Shushu wanted to attend the Taoist Academy and laughed while waiting for the arrival of the several admissions teachers. Jiang Han also secretly glanced at Jiang Shushu beside him. Although he didn't speak, the meaning in his eyes was clear. He and she were fundamentally different. She could only be accepted by a Taoist academy that sounded unreliable, but his choice was a top university in the country. The Jiang family was all excitedly waiting for the arrival of the admissions teachers, while the Taoist Academy's admissions teacher looked threatened and eagerly spread out brochures, carefully introducing the merits of their school to Jiang Shushu. At this moment, several admissions teachers from Jing University finally arrived. As soon as they entered, they were met with the eager gazes of the entire Jiang family, especially from Yaolin. The teachers were initially astonished by the Jiang family's wealth and the unity of the large family, but they quickly recalled the purpose of their visit, as it was already time for the college entrance exam results to be announced. Their eyes swept past the group of boys in the room and then focused on the only two girls in the living room. Which one of you is Guan Shushu? This time, they had learned from experience and introduced themselves first, making sure not to repeat the same mistake. Yao Lin was already preparing to stand up to welcome the teachers when she suddenly heard this question. Her entire expression froze. Jiang Han's facial muscles twitched in disbelief as he turned to look at Jiang Shushu again. The rest of the Jiang family was equally bewildered. Why were they here looking for Jiang Shushu again? And this time, they weren't from some mediocre university. It was old Master Jiang who remained composed, signaling Uncle Ming to invite the guests to sit down while introducing Jiang Shushu to them. The admissions teachers had actually already determined who Guan Shushu was upon arrival because she had several brochures spread out in front of her. There was also a strangely dressed person in a Taoist robe beside her who was introducing something. Was there someone else who got there first? The admissions teachers instantly entered battle mode. Jiang Yuqing, realizing that these people were indeed here for Shushu, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his usually calm face. Shushu is my daughter. Did you come because my daughter's college entrance exam results are out? The teacher from Hai University recognized Jiang Yuqing as the only one who had barely interacted with the Jiang family. He was the first to speak, smiling and congratulating him. Yes, Shushu scored a total of 738 points in this college entrance exam, making her the top student in Hai City. We are here to sincerely invite Shushu to study at our Hai University. The teachers from Huada and Jing University quickly chimed in. We at Jing University also sincerely invite Guan Shushu to join us. We at Huada also sincerely invite Guan Shushu to join us. Each admissions teacher's gaze was eager, while the rest of the Jiang family was left in shock, especially Jiang Han, who couldn't believe the score of 738. Jiang Cheng directly exclaimed, "Impossible! Did you make a mistake? How could Jiang Shushu be the top student? She doesn't look like it at all." The admissions teachers frowned at the skepticism. Just as they were about to sternly reiterate their statements, Jiang Su suddenly spoke up, his tone serious and determined, with a hint of excitement. It's true. The commotion attracted everyone's attention, and all eyes instinctively turned to him. He was holding a notebook with his eyes shining. It dawned on everyone that the results had been released. Jiang Han rushed over, wanted to ask how he knew Jiang Shushu's student number, but when he saw the content displayed on the page, the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. The top student in the province would have their name and score directly published on the platform. There was no need for student number. At that moment, the page displayed the news about Hai City, stating that Guan Shushu had achieved a score of 738. Becoming the top student in the arts and sciences for the college entrance exam. This announcement was second, just 1 point shy of the national top students announcement. Jiang Han felt his heart sink. He didn't even have the mood to check his own score. Regardless, he wasn't the top student. When Jiang Han looked at Jiang Shushu, he saw her face remain calm, seemingly indifferent to her college entrance exam score or the title of provincial top student. Jiang Han's clenched fist at his side tightened. He didn't believe that she truly didn't care. She was just putting on a nonchalant facade. In an instant, Jiang Han's expression returned to his usual indifferent demeanor, pretending that he didn't care about the outcome. Suddenly, a hand reached out next to him, gently patting his hand with a soft touch, offering comfort. Jiang Han looked up to meet Lu Xuexi's encouraging gaze, which he found didn't comfort him at all. Rather, it made him feel embarrassed, as if someone had seen his awkwardness. Reminder: Jiang Han's favorability decreased by 1 point, current favorability, 87 points. Lu Xuexi thought to herself, what did she do? She was just comforting him. Shouldn't that increase her favorability? Why did it decrease instead? Lu Xuexi felt a bit awkward, but also realized Jiang Han had a peculiar personality, and she had faced numerous setbacks while trying to win him over. She didn't expect that she still didn't know him well enough. Thinking of this, Lu Xuexi quickly withdrew her hand, pretending she hadn't done anything. Since he didn't like being comforted, then so be it. Jiang Han looked at the suddenly withdrawn hand and felt relieved. It seemed she was distancing herself from him. Just because he didn't become the top student? Reminder: Jiang Han's favorability decreased by 1 point, current favorability, 86 points. Lu Xuexi couldn't help but widen her eyes. To suddenly lose 2 points made her feel like she could go crazy. What was going on? Nothing she did seemed right. But given the occasion today, Lu Xuexi dared not show any of her feelings and could only maintain a proper and sincere smile of congratulations. While Jiang Han didn't want to check his own score, and Xiao had no such reservations. After being astonished by Jiang Shushu's impressive performance, he eagerly squeezed over and reported his student number to Jiang Su to check his score. Jiang Su entered it as instructed, and Xiao scored 687 points, which was a decent score nationwide, but unfortunately, it still fell short compared to Jiang Shushu's score. However, Xiao felt no disappointment and smiled confidently, thinking it was still good. Jiang Yuqing, hearing that his son had done well, also showed a rare smile of approval. She didn't like comparing her child to others. It would only undermine their confidence. On the other hand, Yao Lin, seeing that Xiao's results were out, hurriedly checked Jiang Han's score. Although Jiang Han had already given up on checking his score after missing the top student title, when his score came out, he still instinctively glanced over. He had to see how many points he scored. If it was just a point or two less than Jiang Shushu. With that thought, he saw the page display his college entrance exam score, a total of 703. It was clear that the difference was not just a point or two. Jiang Han's expression darkened again. Meanwhile, while the atmosphere was lively, the teachers from Huada and Jing University had already introduced themselves to Jiang Shushu, each showing a strong determination to recruit her. The Taoist Academy's admissions teacher, seeing that so many competitors had suddenly appeared, did not back down. Guan Xiaoyu, every field has its specialty. I heard you haven't systematically studied the content of our Taoist teachings before, so this is a great opportunity. Our academy is excellent in both qualifications and faculty. The master of Qingfeng Temple is also our honorary lecturer, and the tuition is cheap, only 500 a year. The other admissions teachers had initially not taken the middle-aged man in the Taoist robe seriously, but upon hearing this, they couldn't help but interrupt with laughter. Kyoto University teacher, Gua, as long as you come to Kyoto University, tuition and accommodation will be fully waived, and the school will also provide you with a scholarship. This is a special treatment we offer for you. Ocean University teacher, Gua, you are from Haishur, and Ocean University is where you truly belong. As long as you come, not only will we waive your tuition and accommodation and provide scholarships, but the school will also offer you opportunities for free exchanges with prestigious overseas universities for outstanding students like you. Huada University teacher, waiving tuition is just the basic requirement. Huada will apply for a separate dormitory for you and promises that any special achievements during your studies will be rewarded with bonuses in the millions. The Jiang family nearby was stunned. Although they were not short on money, this kind of proactive offer was indeed rare. The last time they saw such a thing was during Jiang Huai's college entrance examination. Jiang Yuqing appeared calm on the surface, but the faint smile in his eyes revealed his current joy and pride. No wonder she is his daughter. She is so outstanding that all the schools are fighting to recruit her. Old Master Jiang also had a gentle smile on his face. Seeing that several schools had thrown out their offers, he slowly spoke up. The representatives from these are all top universities in our country. Today, it's a great fortune that you can come personally to invite her. However, which university she ultimately chooses depends on the child herself. He felt that whether it was Huada, Kyoto, or Ocean University, any of them would be fine. As for that Taoist Academy, he subconsciously chose to forget about it. Jiang Huai also spoke up, addressing the undecided Jiang Xiushu. Xiushu, choose whichever you want, don't worry. Although he said the same thing. What differentiated him from Old Master Jiang was that even if Xiushu ultimately chose that Taoist Academy, he would still support her. Seeing the attention of everyone around her, Jiang Xiushu finally returned to her senses from her contemplation. She already had a plan in her heart regarding which school to attend. Her almond-shaped eyes shifted from the teachers of the 4 schools and finally landed on the old man in a Taoist robe. From her eyes, one could see a faint blue light surrounding him. That blue represented the spiritual energy within him, indicating that he was not an ordinary school teacher. Retracting her gaze from him, Jiang Xiushu looked at the admission officers from the other 3 universities and said, "Thank you, teachers, for coming in person. I have decided to attend the Taoist Academy in Heiress." Her words were like a thunderclap. The 3 top university admission officers were dumbfounded, and even the Jiang family members around them had expressions of disbelief. This child, could she be foolish? Chapter 87. The 6 essentials for admission to the Taoist Academy. The 3 admission officers looked at Jiang Xiushu's serious demeanor with a sense of deep regret. Gua, choosing a university is crucial for your future. You need to be cautious. The Huada teacher looked at her with a sense of disappointment. Why would you choose such a quirky school over our excellent universities? Choosing Ocean University would be better than that. The Kyoto University teacher, knowing that his school had a partnership with the Kyoto Taoist Academy, didn't he share the same prejudice as the others? On the contrary, he vaguely understood what the 3 Taoist Academy representatives were. It was not a place just anyone could enter. Gua, are you particularly interested in Taoism? Actually, Kyoto University also offers a separate elective for religious studies, the Huada teacher added, unwilling to back down. The Ocean University teachers were also discontent, urging her, "Xiushu, you need to think this through carefully. You can't make a rash decision about the Taoist Academy. It has no future. Or don't rush to decide today. The teachers will surely give you time to consider." A crowd of people began to persuade her, and even Jiang Han clenched his fists, wanting to intervene. This Jiang Xiushu, having the title of the province's top scorer, chose such a mediocre school. It's simply a slap in the face to all the students who lost to her, especially to me. Facing everyone as persuasion, Jiang Xiushu remained unmoved, her gaze clear and determined, simply stating, "I've already made my choice." Saying this, her almond-shaped eyes looked at Old Master Jiang and Jiang Yuqing, the 2 heads of the Jiang family, and she earnestly said, "I hope you can respect my decision." After a pause, she added, "It's fine if you don't respect it. I won't change my mind anyway." Old Master Jiang's mouth twitched, clearly picking up on the implied meaning in his granddaughter's words. Although Jiang Yuqing felt that his daughter's choice of school was impulsive since she had made her choice, he would not force her to change. "Since you've made your choice, then let's go with what you think." As a father, Yuqing's words were almost a final decision. The 3 teachers nearby looked disappointed. The Taoist Academy's teacher, however, smiled with satisfaction and took out a delicate wooden box, handing it to Jiang Xiushu. "Young friend, the Heiress Taoist Academy welcomes you. This is a welcome gift from the Academy, which includes an admission invitation letter with your name." The 3 university admission officers looked on with complex expressions. They never expected the Taoist Academy's teacher to be so cunning that they even brought an admission gift. Did they assume that Guo would ultimately choose their school? That was impossible. A normal person would not give up on their 3 prestigious universities to go to a Taoist Academy. The teachers expressed their confusion, unable to understand where they lost. But no matter how they struggled to comprehend, the reality was already set. Although they couldn't recruit any students when leaving, Old Master Jiang still gave each one a red envelope as a token of thanks for their visit. Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Shushu personally escorted several admission officers out. Before leaving, Jiang Shushu called out to the Taoist Academy's teacher Yin. "Teacher, may I ask if there's an instructor in the academy named Wenren Chichi?" Teacher Yin, in a good mood, smiled and replied, "I haven't heard of that. It's a special name. If there were, I would definitely remember it." "Why? Is this someone you know?" "She is my master." Jiang Shushu did not hide it from him. Teacher Yin was not surprised. Many students have mentors before entering the academy, which was not unusual there. "I will ask around for you. If there is such a person, the academy will surely be able to find them." "Thank you, teacher." Jiang Shushu sent him off and saw that Jiang Yuqing was still waiting for her, so she walked back with him. Jiang Yuqing still had concerns. "Shushu, have you really considered this? Are you sure you want to follow this path in the future?" He was not like Jiang Yumin, who thought it was embarrassing for his daughter to become a nun. He was just worried that she would be questioned and slandered in this line of work. However, Jiang Shushu did not understand Jiang Yuqing's concerns. "I'm already on this path. Ever since she started learning the mystical arts from her master. Even more so, since she was schemed against by the Guo family to change her fate, her destiny was already intertwined with the mystical path. No matter which university she chose, she would ultimately follow the direction her master had pointed her towards. Of course, the premise was to first find her master. The Heiress Taoist Academy was her only lead at the moment. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yuqing's gaze met his daughter's clear almond eyes, and after a moment, he chose not to say anything more. Ever since she helped resolve the matter with the Song family's young lady, he realized that this daughter was not an ordinary person. She had her own opinions and even possessed a strength that was not inferior to anyone in the Jiang family. When it comes to it, what he cares about more is that the path Su Su has chosen is a field where he cannot intervene or provide help. After all, he is just an ordinary wealthy man. After thinking for a moment, Yu Chung felt that the only support and help he could give his daughter was financial. With that thought, Jiang Yucheng immediately took out his phone and transferred 888 yuan. Well, since his daughter ranked first in the province, a reward was a must. Upon seeing the transaction notification on his phone, Jiang Su Su thought, "Dad's habit of transferring money when he doesn't agree is great." The two returned to the house side by side, only to find the Jiang family still discussing the college entrance examination results of several children. Jiang Su Su couldn't care less about their unheeded advice, but the other two could still be managed. Jiang Su wasn't interested in these topics and was focused on a delicate wooden box engraved with the words Taoist Academy. Seeing Jiang Su Su return, he hurriedly waved at her. "Sister, come quick, open it and see what the Taoist Academy gave you as an admission gift." At this mention, the others in the living room also became somewhat interested. Even Zhang Han's gaze subtly shifted towards the box, seemingly waiting to see her open it. Jiang Su Su felt a bit shy, stepped forward, and opened the ancient-looking wooden box. As the box opened, a faint scent of agarwood wafted out. Everyone leaned in to look, and within the small wooden box were 6 neatly arranged items: a bagua plate, a small peachwood sword, a peace talisman, a vermilion brush, a plaque engraved with the Academy's pass, and aside from these, the only item that seemed normal was the admission invitation written on golden paper. Jiang Su Su raised her eyebrows slightly while the rest of the Jiang family remained silent. After a long while, it was Jiang Huai who spoke first. As expected of the Taoist Academy, the admission gifts are very characteristic of the Academy. Others responded with, "Hee hee." Chapter 8. You were deceived by your boyfriend a few days after the college entrance examination results were announced. Many people posted their admission letters and the welcome gifts prepared by various schools for students online. Bei Binjiang's fish, Huada's big gift package, just asking if you envy it. The accompanying picture showed a gift box with Huada's logo, containing a custom-made pen and notebook, in addition to a campus card and a set of 4 copper pens, each gift being unique. Gao Bishi, the official, said not to flaunt exam certifications or admission letters, so let's just lightly flaunt the welcome gifts. The picture showed a custom cloth bag from Nanda, containing a cup, a set of postcards, a keychain, and a campus card. I control my fate. Your welcome gifts are weak. The picture showed a pile of welcome gifts from Shida, including Shida admission letter, new student guide, academic guide, student financial aid policy introduction, New Student Safety Guide, Shida School Rules in 100 Articles, New Student Electronic Account User Guide. The previous comments were filled with envy, but upon reaching Shida, it was filled with laughter. Lost flower blooming. Shida is killing me, sending 100 booklets to new students. Good dong, you don't understand. Serious universities send various booklets. I'm not serious. I just want to go to an unserious university. Ha. Shida Senior. This year's welcome gifts have 2 more booklets than our year. So envious. My heart is like stone. Just saw the mascot dolls from the neighboring Jingda. Then looked at Shida's. What is this? Amidst this laughter, one comment with an accompanying picture caught the attention of most people. A symbol of cloud piercing. Heiress Taoist Academy welcome gift box. The picture was exactly the 6-piece set that Jiang Su had opened. Subsequently, another wave of secondary comments appeared, inquiring about what kind of bizarre university the Taoist Academy was, as it was the first time they had seen a school send a bagua plate and talismans. Isn't this outright superstition? Nyo. Can someone enlighten me about Heiress Taoist Academy? Jingda's cutie. I don't know about Heiress Taoist Academy, but I've heard of Jingda Taoist Academy. Supposedly it's a closed teaching institution and no idle people are allowed in. I heard a night of peach blossoms bloom. This type of school should be similar to a Buddhist academy, right? Whatever. I'm a bit curious. What kind of people would enter such a school? News about Heiress Taoist Academy did not create much of stir online, mainly because this school was essentially in a state of no such school found on the internet. Some even said that the so-called Taoist Academy admission gift set was just a staged gimmick. Such doubts persisted until the official account of Heiress suddenly released a poster about the city's image ambassador, pushing netizens' curiosity to another level. The city's image ambassador initiative was led by the government and sponsored by Jianghai Group as a city image exhibition. 8 outstanding student representatives selected from 7 universities in Heiress represented the 8 districts of Heiress. This included Jiang Su and Lu Xueshi. It's unclear if the Heiress government did this intentionally, but in the released poster, each person's photo was accompanied by their exam results and the prestigious school they ultimately chose to attend. Jiang Su, being the top scorer in Heiress college entrance examination, successfully secured a position due to her exquisite appearance and impressive results. The moment everyone saw the poster, they were almost immediately captivated by Jiang Su in the center, especially the eye-catching title of Heiress college entrance examination top scorer below, when everyone eagerly wanted to see which school this beautiful academic achiever chose. It was prominently marked below as Heiress Taoist Academy. The first reaction from netizens was a bit confused. The second reaction was even more bewildered. What kind of school is Heiress Taoist Academy? Why would their top scorer choose it over prestigious institutions like Jingda and Huada? They just couldn't understand. Not only did netizens not understand, but the guests invited to attend Jiang family's teacher appreciation banquet were also puzzled. To celebrate Jiang Su becoming the top scorer in Heiress college entrance examination, as well as the other Jiang children being admitted to prestigious universities, the family specifically held a teacher appreciation banquet, directly inviting celebrities from various fields to join, making it as lively as a grand banquet. The timing coincided with the night the Heiress government released the poster. Xueshi, what's going on with your friend Jiang Su? With such good results, why did she choose such a school? A lady from Lu Xueshi's circle couldn't help but seek gossip as soon as she entered. Obviously, the poster released by Heiress officials during the day had piqued everyone's curiosity to the highest point. Lu Xueshi, as one of the representatives for the banquet tonight, was originally dissatisfied because Jiang Su had stolen her limelight, but now her friend came asking about Jiang Su, which made her mood drop a bit. Well, she has an interest in metaphysics and feng shui. Her family has advised her, but she doesn't want to accept it, so I just let her be. Although Lu Xueshi was impatient in her heart, she still managed to maintain a warm and generous demeanor, though her tone carried a hint of helplessness. Those nearby couldn't help but be curious upon hearing this. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. How could she be interested in such things? It was one thing to have an interest, but to even choose a Taoist academy as her school, wasn't that embarrassing for the family? Swexy detected the disdain in the other person's tone, smiled faintly, but did not engage in the ridicule. She simply said, "Don't say that. I've heard this school is quite good. They guarantee job placements at the Taoist temple after graduation. As soon as she said this, several people around couldn't help but laugh out loud. Directly working at the Taoist temple after graduation? That's too funny. One bold person even took the opportunity to approach Jiang Shushu under the pretext of congratulating her, directly asking, "Miss Jiang, I heard that the college you chose guarantees job placements at the Taoist temple after graduation. Are you really planning to become a Taoist priestess right after you graduate?" Her voice was not intentionally suppressed, and everyone around heard it clearly. Jiang Shushu, who had been numbly accepting the attention from the parents, perked up a bit. Moving her ears, she turned to look at the person, her almond eyes meeting the other's gaze. Jiang Shushu tilted her head and asked, "And you are?" "In Jiabao. We met at your homecoming banquet last time," although she wanted to mock Jiang Shushu in front of everyone. In Jiabao still maintained the posture expected of a wealthy young lady. Jiang Shushu looked at In Jiabao and nodded slowly. "Not necessarily, but if you need, I can tell your fortune." In Jiabao had originally disliked how the elders around her praised Jiang Shushu, especially in recent days when her parents kept comparing her to Jiang Shushu. That's why she deliberately wanted to mock Jiang Shushu in front of the elders. But to her surprise, Jiang Shushu engaged with her, making her laugh. "Ha! You can already tell fortunes before you even graduate? Then why don't you tell me?" Jiang Shushu looked at her, smiled slightly, and said, "You've been deceived by your boyfriend." Jiang Shushu's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it flowed like a clear spring, melodious and unexpectedly caught everyone off guard. In Jiabao's parents, who were nearby, were initially worried about their daughter's words causing trouble, and rushed over to pull her away. But as they got closer, they heard Jiang Shushu's remark. Seeing In Jiabao's obvious stunned expression, Yin's mother couldn't help but question Jiabao. "When did you get a boyfriend?" "Mom didn't know." "No wonder. Your college entrance exam results were so poor. It turns out you were distracted by a boyfriend." Jiabao was first stunned by Jiang Shushu's words, but when she suddenly heard her mother's voice, she immediately retorted, "Mom, I'm already 18. It's normal to have a boyfriend." This remark could be considered a tacit admission. The Jiang family members, who heard the commotion, slightly turned their heads, but unlike before, they didn't rush to cover up Jiang Shushu's nonsense. Instead, they seemed somewhat intrigued. In Jiabao, seeing that Jiang Shushu's words had caused her to be reprimanded by her mother, felt a bit unhappy, especially recalling Jiang Shushu's earlier comment about being deceived by her boyfriend. "How do you know I have a boyfriend? Have you seen him?" In Jiabao was certain that Jiang Shushu must have no idea where she had seen her with her boyfriend to say such things. However, Jiang Shushu looked at In Jiabao with a relaxed expression and said, "I thought you would be curious about what he has done to you." In Jiabao, seeing that she was still talking about her boyfriend deceiving her, didn't care about her parents trying to stop her, and glared at Jiang Shushu. "You're talking nonsense. How can my boyfriend deceive me? We're doing great together." In Jiabao thought that Jiang Shushu was merely saying that her boyfriend was unfaithful, which would make her doubt her boyfriend. Doubts could easily lead to conflicts and arguments, affecting her relationship with him. Thinking this way, she felt that Jiang Shushu was quite insidious. Jiang Shushu, unfazed by the other's hostile glare, continued, "Your fate indicates that you have bad luck with relationships, and there are ominous signs regarding your finances, which means you are about to face financial troubles, and that has something to do with your boyfriend." She paused and asked, "Your boyfriend borrowed money from you recently, right?" In Jiabao had prepared a lot of retorts for Jiang Shushu, waiting for the right moment to counter her nonsense. But when she suddenly heard this, she was taken aback. Her boyfriend had indeed borrowed money from her. The young girl, not fully understanding how to conceal her emotions, was surrounded by influential guests, all of whom noticed that In Jiabao was clearly affected by Jiang Shushu's words, which piqued their interest. In Jiabao's parents also noticed their daughter's unusual behavior and quickly asked, "Jiabao, could it be that what Shushu said is true? Did your boyfriend really borrow money from you?" In Jiabao, being pressed by her mother, felt momentarily flustered, but still insisted he needed funding for his business. That was an investment, not a loan. Upon hearing this, Yin's mother was nearly angered. She had thought it was just a small amount of a few $100,000, but now that it was mentioned as an investment for starting a business, she suddenly had a bad premonition. "How much did you lend him?" At that moment, she quickly calculated how much money her daughter could access. Yin Jiabao, under her mother's sharp gaze and the various subtle glances from around, felt somewhat embarrassed, her ears turning slightly red. When she spoke, her voice was noticeably weaker than before. But Yin's mother would not believe her. How much is not much? Yin's father, sensing that things were not going well and not wanting to let others see their family's embarrassment, pressed his wife's arm and then looked at Yin Jiabao with a stern face, signaling her to come with him. He then turned to Jiang Shushu and the surrounding guests, apologetically smiling. Jiabao is not well behaved. Please don't hold it against her. I'll take her to talk. After saying that, he took Yin Jiabao and Yin's mother away. Since they all moved in the same social circle, there were naturally people who would chase after others without shame. But deep down, they were still somewhat curious about the Jiang family's recently found daughter. Last time they heard her talk about fate, several who believed in metaphysics expressed their curiosity. They later inquired and found out that the matter with the Song family was also resolved by this young lady from the Jiang family. It was said that the silly child from the Song family almost got tricked into borrowing her life. But Jiang's daughter not only helped her avoid disaster, but even helped the Song family's child improve. However, everyone was skeptical about the latter, as some families familiar with the Song family had seen the little girl recently and thought she still looked foolish. But seeing her today, it didn't seem completely absurd. Jiang Su had been keeping an eye on this situation since Yin Jiabao started causing trouble, waiting for his sister to slap Yin Jiabao in the face. What kind of person would dare to mock his sister's school? Now seeing that the commotion was forcibly interrupted as people were taken away, he was unwilling to let it go and secretly followed after them. Before long, Jiang Su returned with a look of barely contained excitement. Soon, several younger guests learned that Yin Jiabao had lent her entire childhood fortune of 30 million to her boyfriend. While this sum sounded alarming, it was merely a drop in the bucket for the big shots present. What they found more surprising was that it was indeed predicted by the young lady from the Jiang family. In an instant, everyone looked at Jiang Shushu with eager eyes. Jiang Yuqing thought, what kind of thank you banquet is this? Why are these people looking at my daughter with such eyes? But despite their interest, all the guests present were respectable individuals and naturally could not directly ask a child to tell their fortunes. It would not be good if something unfavorable was said. He had his concerns, but the younger guests were not so restrained. One of them, who was friendly with Jiang Su, approached with a smile and asked Sister Jiang, do you really understand fortune-telling? Is that school you mentioned really teaching this? Is that Taoist Academy for real? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shushu turned her head. But before she could speak, a familiar voice came from beside her. Haven't you been following the news online? That Taoist Academy is not as simple as you think. It was Li Qingzi, who had her own share of gossip from the Li family. Just half a year after Li Qingzi's mother passed away, her father remarried, bringing a younger sister into the house. With a stepmother came a stepfather, but fortunately, Li Qingzi was clear-headed and managed her mother's inheritance without any expectation of paternal love or family ties. The younger crowd in their circle found her both cool and refreshingly clear-headed. Almost no one didn't know Li Qingzi. Hearing her speak now, Jiang Su and several young people quickly took out their phones. What is being said online? Has that Taoist Academy been exposed? They knew that at the time. Netizens were anxiously asking about the Taoist Academy, but no one was providing answers, which frustrated them. In such a setting, it was generally frowned upon to look at one's phone, but Jiang Su and the other young people, being youthful, had little restraint. As they pulled out their phones and searched, their eyes widened in shock. Netizens had dug deep into the initial post about the Taoist Academy's enrollment kit. And while they hadn't found much at first, by checking mutual friends, they indeed discovered a suspected student from Heiress Taoist Academy, and through that student's connections, they uncovered a few more classmates. By piecing together their scattered tidbits of information, they finally concluded that this mysterious and peculiar Taoist Academy was quite a unique entity. First, the name of this school, which sounded steeped in feudal superstition, was not some random institution, but a nationally recognized Taoist Academy with first-tier qualifications. Second, as previously mentioned by enrollment staff, the school's tuition was extremely low, with almost no cost for accommodation and textbooks, and students were even given a monthly supply of talisman paper and cinnabar. Third, this was one of only 3 schools nationwide that did not accept self-enrollment. Students could only enter through an invitation from the academy, and the annual intake did not exceed 30 students. Fourth, according to various Mountain Summit photos and captions shared by one of the school's alumni, the academy was located in the mountains and might even occupy an entire mountain. Fifth, the school was not under the jurisdiction of the Education Bureau, focusing directly on the teachings of metaphysics and feng shui, with classes on drawing talismans and feng shui calculations. As Jiang Su and the others read through the netizens' summaries, they were stunned. What kind of cultivation school is this? Looking at the comments online, they saw the discussions exploding. Is this the legendary cultivation school? My sword spirit is already itching. I just want to ask, can I still apply if I retake the exam? Hey, look at point 3. They don't accept self-enrollment. Only those who are invited can enroll. Isn't this the school that only the chosen ones can attend? This world really has metaphysics. This is exactly the dream school I've been looking for. Can I cling to the top scorer thigh and go to school with them? I'll pay my own way. Hey, don't leave me out. Do they need any leg ornaments? I'm overweight and can eat. I was wondering what kind of person would want to attend such a school, but now I see. It's not that they don't want to, it's that I'm not worthy. Perhaps Jiang Su and the others' reactions were too intense, causing the younger guests among the other attendees to sneak a look at their phones. One by one, they widened their eyes, and soon various looks of envy and complexity were directed toward Jiang Shushu. They weren't necessarily envious of the school's environment or its attractive costs, but the fact that it was a place that ordinary people couldn't enter, only for the chosen few, struck a chord with them. After all, in their circle, everything had to be exceptional. Otherwise, there wouldn't be those exorbitantly priced clubs that required millions in membership fees to enter. Were those clubs really that different? No. It was simply because ordinary people couldn't get in. Moreover, while many now claimed not to believe in feng shui and metaphysics, they often hoped that such things were real. Furthermore, the big shots present were even more convinced of the existence of such metaphysics, naturally looking up to those with true skills. And now, Jiang Shushu was clearly someone who was being looked up to. Old Master Jiang never expected that one day his family's child would be regarded highly by others for such reasons. Not because she was a Jiang family child, but because of her own abilities. Old Master Jiang's expression was quite subtle. Seeing the guests at the banquet focusing their attention on Jiang Shushu, Lu Xueshi, and Jiang Han, along with Xiao, almost became mere backgrounds. Lu Xueshi's hand, resting on her knee, clenched secretly. She didn't understand how the Taoist Academy, which everyone had previously dismissed, suddenly became so precious. The gazes of these people began to change as well. Was it just feng shui and metaphysics? What was so remarkable about it? No one envied her for being directly accepted, and Jiang Han and Xiao, both admitted to top universities based on their own merits, were also overlooked. One might think that Jiang Shushu was the only star of today's thank you banquet. What they didn't know was that the initial disdain came from the belief that it was just a school for feudal superstitions. But when people began to confirm that this school was not only legitimate, but might even be state-certified and genuinely involved in the realm of metaphysics and feng shui, naturally, they began to see it differently. After all, no one could be sure they wouldn't need such skills in the future, and no one could refuse to befriend someone who might grow into a true master. Lu Xueshi suppressed her frustration and pretended to be relaxed as she looked over at Jiang Han, saying, earlier, we thought Shushu's choice of that Taoist academy was a bit frivolous, but now it seems that academy might be better than the schools we chose. Jiang Han had been feeling upset ever since he was overshadowed by Jiang Shushu, and even though he was one of the protagonists at today's thank you banquet, he felt it was a punishment. After all, he was a legitimate Jiang family member, someone everyone had high hopes for. To lose in exams to someone who dabbled in fortune-telling was humiliating. Not only did she sell talismans, but she also chose such a school, practically trampling on the faces of those whose goals were top domestic universities. So even now, even if that Taoist academy might not be the kind of school they thought it was, Jiang Han couldn't truly regard it as remarkable. A school promoting metaphysics and superstitions could never compare to prestigious universities in the country. The current excitement was merely a gimmick. The higher she was praised, the harder she would fall. You just had to wait for the day she would crash down. However, on the surface, there was still a demeanor of speaking up for Jiang Shushu. Since it was a nationally certified religious academy, it must be different from ordinary schools. Moreover, Shushu indeed had real skills. When Lu Shueshi mentioned the incident at Uncle Song's house, she stopped midway, and the people nearby, having only heard half of it, were curious and pressed for details. Lu Shueshi then took the opportunity to briefly explain how Jiang Shushu had claimed to have cured Miss Song at Song Yongming's home. The bystanders were immediately astonished, wondering if she really had such abilities. No wonder she was chosen by that Taoist academy. Before Lu Shueshi could speak again, Jiang Han scoffed, saying that just because she claimed to have cured her doesn't necessarily mean it was true. Then, those who knew the inside story gathered around. One person said, "My mom visited the Song family before, and I heard that Song Yuli is still the same as before. She hasn't been cured. So what does that mean? They said she was cured, but can you argue with them?" They were clearly referring to Jiang Shushu. Over here, Lu Shueshi and the others were already quite a distance from Jiang Shushu, and since Jiang Shushu had keen hearing, she naturally overheard the mocking remarks from that side. However, she couldn't be bothered to respond. After all, whether someone was cured or not wasn't up to them to decide, but rather the Song family. Perhaps it was said that people come and go. The Song couple soon approached Jiang Shushu with gifts, but this time, they also brought along Song Yuli. It should be noted that ever since Song Yuli fell from her horse and suffered a head injury that left her dazed, the Song couple had generally not brought her to such occasions. It was evidently the first time they had brought her out like this. Everyone instinctively recalled that someone had previously mentioned Jiang Shushu had cured the young lady of the Song family's foolishness, and naturally, their gazes were drawn to her. They saw that Song Yuli was still wearing her favorite fluffy princess dress, and, at 16, she still looked like a little princess. Her brows and eyes filled with curiosity and innocence. It was not the naive romanticism of a 16-year-old, but rather a childlike bewilderment. This seemed no different from before. Still foolish. Among the guests, those who had just felt that Jiang Shushu had real skills because of Yin Jiabao's earlier incident felt somewhat disappointed. It turned out to be an exaggeration. After all, she hadn't even enrolled in school. How could one expect her to have extraordinary abilities? While thinking this, they saw Song Yongming and his wife walking directly to Jiang Shushu, their attitude as warm as in the past. "Shushu, congratulations on becoming our city's college entrance examination champion. This is a gift prepared especially for you by Uncle and Annie." When the gift was opened, it revealed a silver diamond-studded women's watch. A discerning eye could tell at a glance that this was a newly released model worth $8 million, and it was a limited edition only available to high-level members. The Song family was indeed generous. In addition to Jiang Shushu's gift, Song Yongming also prepared gifts for the other three. There were watches as well, but neither their value nor their series could compare to Jiang Shushu's. However, as elders, they considered this to be an acceptable gift. Well, if there hadn't been Jiang Shushu's watch for comparison, Lu Shueshi and Enshio both smiled and thanked them, while Jiang Han, though not showing it, was clearly unhappy. After all, who would be pleased with such differential treatment? Logically speaking, such differential treatment in such situations was quite rude. After all, even though Jiang Shushu was the college entrance examination champion, the protagonists of today's event were the four children. Mrs. Song was quite candid, directly explaining, "Please don't mind. The gift we prepared for Shushu is different. It's mainly to thank her for previously curing my daughter's illness." In front of all the guests, Mrs. Song naturally couldn't say that her daughter had been left with a lack of intelligence due to someone else's actions, so she used the term cured instead. "Shushu has put in a lot of effort for our little Yuli, but this child refused to accept any rewards. So we took the opportunity of today's occasion to express our gratitude." Her few words explained the reason behind giving Jiang Shushu the limited watch, leaving no room for criticism. Even the Jiang family wouldn't feel aggrieved about the differential treatment of the children at this moment. After all, this matter was indeed due to Jiang Shushu maintaining the relationship between the two families. Jiang Shushu had previously waived the fee for performing magic for the Song family, so they had no complaints against the Jiang family. However, this matter was not known to Jiang Yuqing or the Jiang family beforehand. It was only when Song Yongming called Jiang Yuqing to mention it that he realized Jiang Shushu had used the 10 million pocket money and compensation given to her by Jiang Yuqing as a reward for her efforts, effectively preserving the relationship between the two families. Thus, after the fact, Jiang Yuqing transferred another 10 million to compensate Jiang Shushu and specifically explain this matter within the family. Only then did everyone learn that the Song family was willing to continue their relationship with the Jiang family after discovering that it was Jiang family's sister-in-law who caused their daughter's 8 years of foolishness. All thanks to Shushu. Even Jiang Han, who usually looked down on Jiang Shushu, couldn't find anything to say against this. The Jiang family indeed had a clear sense of right and wrong. With Mrs. Song clarifying this in front of everyone, Jiang Han's earlier discomfort dissipated immediately. The reason Mrs. Song specifically mentioned this was for another purpose. The Song couple arrived late today, but seeing the discussions online regarding the promotional posters for the Taoist Academy, they guessed that someone would bring up Jiang Shushu giving up on attending Jing University and Huada to study at the academy. What they needed to do was to prove to everyone that Jiang Shushu's choice of such an academy was justified because she truly had abilities. To further convince everyone of Jiang Shushu's capabilities, Mrs. Song suddenly smiled and said, "On this lively day, my little Yuli also wants to congratulate her sister. Yuli, come here." Called by her nickname, little Yuli obediently stepped forward, her bright black eyes full of affection for Jiang Shushu. "Sister, I prepared a piece of music for you. Can I play it for you?" Her voice was crisp and sweet, even though it still carried a childishness that didn't match her age. There was no trace of the foolishness from before. Besides, she said she would play a piece. A fool could play the piano? The answer must be no. The surrounding guests were somewhat incredulous, their gazes toward the little girl carrying a hint of scrutiny. But no matter how they looked at it, the little girl in front of them still had an innocence and naivety that didn't match her age. So, was she truly better now? The guests present harbored such doubts until old Master Jiang had someone bring in a piano. Song Yuli, under the gaze of everyone, sat properly at the piano, and her aura changed accordingly. She raised her hands, and delightful and lively piano melodies leaped from her fingertips. Children from noble families are educated in languages and piano skills from a young age. Although Song Yuli's psychological age was still only 8, playing a smooth piano piece was not a problem. As the piano melodies resonated throughout the banquet hall, everyone suddenly realized that this little girl from the Song family was indeed no longer the foolish and oblivious child she used to be. Although her brows and eyes still carried a semblance of childlike innocence, she was no longer foolish. When the song came to an end, the little girl politely lifted her dress and thanked all the guests before happily approaching Jiang Shushu, her lively demeanor resembling that of a little butterfly. "Sister, did I play well?" Jiang Shushu was relatively tolerant towards children, and upon hearing this, she nodded in approval. "Not bad. You only missed 2 notes." But for a little girl who just recovered, being able to recall what she learned 8 years ago is already quite impressive. She didn't have obsessive-compulsive tendencies and didn't fuss over these details. Observing their interaction, the guests around seemed to awaken from a dream, finally realizing that the earlier claim about Jiang Shushu curing Song Yuli was indeed true. In an instant, the guests around looked at Jiang Shushu with a bit more eagerness. It seemed that the Jiang family was going to produce an extraordinary talent. Lu Xueshi didn't expect that before she could make a fuss over Song Yuli. The Song family was already eagerly correcting Jiang Shushu's name. She didn't understand what was going on with the Song couple. It was just about curing Song Yuli. Yet they were so eager to cling to an 18-year-old girl, not afraid of being the laughingstock. But no matter what, those who used to speak in a sarcastic tone about this matter were now too afraid to utter a word. Jiang Shushu noticed that someone was helping her deal with the situation, but she felt that the occasion was a bit dull. Just when she was thinking about obsessive-compulsive disorder, her phone in her handbag vibrated. She opened it to find that it was indeed Chu Beihe. Although they had added each other as friends last time, they had only exchanged 2 sentences since then. "Jiang Shushu. Chu Xiao. What time are you coming tonight?" "Jing Guangdelao. On a business trip back tomorrow." "Jiang Shushu. All right, I can draw a pass." Jiang Shushu was curious about why the big shot would take the initiative to contact her. When she opened the message, it was surprisingly a photo of a chubby little fox being held by a hand, its grape-like eyes eagerly looking at someone radiating golden light. Accompanying it was the big shot's brief message: "Come and take it away. Jiang Shushu. My little fox has escaped to steal someone." Without hesitation, Jiang Shushu excused herself to go to the restroom and directly headed towards the Chu family's villa. However, just as she stepped out of the hall, an unexpected voice called out, "Shushu." Jiang Shushu turned around to see Pei Yuancheng standing not far away, holding a bag, elegantly dressed like a noble gentleman. Clearly also here for today's teacher appreciation banquet. If he was attending the banquet, he could just go in directly, although she had spoken to him. Jiang Shushu saw no reason to prevent anyone from attending the Jiang family's banquet. Besides, she wasn't the only main character today. Jiang Shushu said this and raised her leg to continue walking outside, but then she heard hurried footsteps approaching her from behind. Turning around, she saw Pei Yuancheng chasing after her, explaining, "I specifically came to find you." Jiang Shushu raised her eyebrows at him and remained silent. This time, Pei Yuancheng didn't use that "just admit you like me" look. Instead, his expression was a bit more normal. Seeing Jiang Shushu looking at him, he felt slightly awkward and said, "Thank you for letting me see my grandmother, but I'm misunderstood." Jiang Shushu nodded at him, implying that he should just understand. However, just when Jiang Shushu thought she had finally shaken off the troublemaker Pei Yuancheng, he continued, "I know you never liked me, but I might really have fallen for you. Don't worry, I've completely broken up with Guan Rirue. This time, I'm wholeheartedly pursuing you." Jiang Shushu, it's a problem. She overestimated Pei Yuancheng's intelligence. This guy probably can't understand human language. I thought after clarifying things, you would keep your distance or at least treat me as a stranger. But now you're here saying these nauseating words. It seems you're determined not to let me go. Jiang Shushu looked at Pei Yuancheng with a cold expression, her tone carrying a hint of indifference. Pei Yuancheng frowned slightly, thinking that her description was too severe. He only liked her and wanted to pursue her. How had it come to him not letting go? Setting aside everything else, did he even have the right to pursue a girl normally? Pei Yuancheng felt that she had misunderstood him. "Shushu, I'm not trying to entangle you, but you can't even give me the chance to pursue you, can you?" His tone carried a sense of helplessness as he lowered his stance. But Jiang Shushu had clearly exhausted all her patience for him. "I don't like repeating myself." As she spoke, Jiang Shushu suddenly pulled out a mini talisman from her handbag, which was different from her usual yellow talismans. This one was gray. She held the tiny talisman delicately between her two slender fingers, its rounded tip showing a hint of pink, looking unexpectedly beautiful at first glance. For some reason, Pei Yuancheng felt a bit anxious. Jiang Shushu glanced at him with her almond-shaped eyes, her voice neither cold nor warm. "Since you've made up your mind, even if I refuse you, you probably won't listen. In that case, why not experience it with your own body?" In an instant, she raised her arm, and the tiny talisman flew towards Pei Yuancheng's face. Pei Yuancheng was startled. He had seen her summon his grandmother's spirit with a wave of her hand, and instinctively raised his hand to shield his head. But just as the tiny talisman was about to reach him, it suddenly vanished into thin air. Pei Yuancheng was stunned, not reacting in time, and by the time he looked around, Jiang Shushu had already slipped past him and exited the Jiang family's main door. Pei Yuancheng instinctively checked himself and looked around to confirm that everything was normal before he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Shushu had just been trying to scare him. He knew she wouldn't actually do anything to him. Pei Yuancheng chuckled, a smile of helplessness and affection on his face. Just a short distance outside the door, Jiang Shushu felt a chill run down her spine, causing goosebumps to rise. And just as she was feeling puzzled, she saw a burst of golden light nearby. Turning around, she saw Chu Beihe standing beside her, with a well-behaved, chubby fox sitting at his feet. The two of them, one person and one fox, were just looking at her. Jiang Shushu blinked, and her first reaction was that the big shot must have seen everything just now. Chapter 93. Just let him meet the ancestors. For some reason, Jiang Shushu felt a bit guilty at this moment. It wasn't because of the marriage contract set by their master, which was her master's choice for a fiancé, but she didn't acknowledge it, and Chu Beihe didn't know the true meaning of the mark, treating it as if it didn't exist. Her guilt stemmed more from her earlier actions towards Pei Yuanqing. Generally speaking, she wouldn't use metaphysical methods on ordinary people. The last time she used a true word talisman on Bai Shuqin was the first time. Pei Yuanqing was the second. There was no other way. She preferred to silence others with reality rather than reasoning. Fortunately, it seemed that Chu Bea hadn't seen what happened just now. He simply raised his hand and pointed at the little fox sitting neatly at his feet, saying, "Your fox has been returned to you." Jiang Shushu felt a bit embarrassed. After all, it wasn't the first time her fox had run off to the Chu family. Not only did the little fox like to get close to him, but the little infant spirit also enjoyed approaching him. Even the spiritual energy in her spirit-gathering formation was rushing over here. For this, she had to occasionally confirm the whereabouts of the other party to stagger their timing. Jiang Shushu didn't like to trouble others, but she indeed caused quite a bit of trouble for Boss Chu. "I was just about to go pick it up," Jiang Shushu said, pausing for a moment. "I'll keep them in check and not let them disturb you." On the surface, Chu Beiha's expression didn't reveal much. He lightly responded with an mm. Jiang Shushu seemed to think of something and added, "I have a month and a half until school starts, so I won't have to confirm timing with you anymore." Upon hearing this, Chu Beiha seemed to twitch his brow slightly. After a moment, he took a box from his pocket and handed it to her. "I won't have time to attend John's thank you banquet today, so consider this your admission gift." He hadn't planned to return this early. He had already sent gifts for several of the Jiang family's children ahead of time. However, he thought about the fated connection he had with her. Although he didn't want to admit it, that mark was clearly in the palm of his hand, and Chu Beiha felt he should still show some thoughtfulness, especially on such an important day when she was entering university. Jiang Shushu was a bit surprised that Boss Chu would actually give her an admission gift, but she politely accepted it. When she opened it, she found a small, exquisite brooch in the shape of a nine-tailed fox. The delicate design easily reminded one of the nine-tailed fox, with each tail's tip inlaid with diamonds, beautifully crafted and unique. Jiang Shushu's gaze instinctively followed the brooch to the little fox at Chu Beiha's feet. Unfortunately, her little one was just an ordinary pet fox, not a nine-tailed one. "Thank you, young Master Chu. It's very beautiful." Jiang Shushu carefully placed the box in her handbag and asked him, "The thank you banquet has just started. Do you want to go in together?" Chu Beiha had initially intended to give her an admission gift, and since he saw people outside, he was too lazy to go in again. He didn't speak, but his attitude was clear. Jiang Shushu then bent down to pick up the beautiful little fox from Chu Beiha's feet, preparing to say goodbye. But just as she straightened up, she heard Chu Beiha suddenly ask her, "What did you do to young Master Pei just now?" His voice was pleasant. Although cold, it didn't carry a hint of dislike. However, it was also rare to hear any emotion in his tone. Jiang Shushu merely pressed her lips together in silence. He had seen everything. Since he had seen her bullying an ordinary person, Jiang Shushu didn't hide it and directly replied, "Nothing much, just let him meet his ancestors." Chu Beiha raised an eyebrow. "Meet his ancestors?" Jiang Shushu smiled slightly and nodded, "Yes, his real ancestors." When she visited the Pei family's villa last time, she had learned that there were one or two ancestors lingering there. She had placed an yin symbol on Pei Yuansheng, and tonight, she could just have a chat with the Pei family's ancestors, saving him the trouble of constantly being picky about this and that. This was still because she was considering the late Pei family matriarch. Otherwise, with a single wave of her yin energy, Pei Yuansheng would have directly seen a ghost, and he would probably frighten himself into a heart attack on his way home tonight. Chu Beiha rarely saw her with a slightly mischievous smile, feeling that the person in front of him seemed to come alive a little more. After all, she was only 18 years old, clearly still a child, yet she always pretended to be indifferent to all emotions. Ultimately, it was because the Jiang family had mistreated her. Thinking of this, Chu Beiha found himself unusually patient with his fiancée. With his thin lips pressed together, he said, "I won't be at the villa often in the next few days. You could draw according to your own schedule." He paused before adding, "No need to stay up late to draw." Jiang Shushu immediately knew he was referring to what he had said a couple of days ago about pulling an all-nighter to draw symbols for his business trip. She had thought that the boss was too busy to remember her words, yet he surprisingly recalled what she had said. A subtle feeling flickered in her heart, but vanished in an instant. Nodding, she felt the need to explain, "I'm used to drawing symbols overnight, especially when it involves jade plate carving. I often spend 4 to 5 hours at a time." During the day, various things tend to bother me. It's much quieter at night. Her intention was to let him know that she usually worked overnight and wasn't doing it just to catch him during his business trip. However, when Shubeha heard this, he frowned slightly, his dark eyes scanning her under-eye area, seemingly to confirm whether she had dark circles. He didn't like dark circles. He wanted to say that staying up late was bad for her health. But considering that even though they were engaged, they were still in a mutually unacknowledged state, he felt he had no standing to lecture her. Pressing his thin lips, he swallowed the words he had intended to say and merely nodded indifferently before turning to leave. Jiang Shushu usually couldn't read his expressions, but from the way he turned and walked away, she inexplicably felt that the boss seemed a bit displeased. Her eyes showed a hint of confusion. Did she say something wrong? Unable to figure it out, Jiang Shushu chose not to dwell on it. Holding the beautiful little fox in her arms, she returned to the Jiang family villa, thinking that she might as well set up a formation at home. Enclosing the whole villa would not only prevent the spiritual energy from escaping, but also block the little fox and the little radish from time to time breaking out and disturbing the boss. However, this thought quickly dissipated when she saw the size of the Jiang family's villa. She didn't have an endless supply of spiritual power. If she really set up such a formation, she would probably be exhausted every day. Jiang Shushu brushed aside this thought along with the matter of Pei Yuansheng. Pei Yuansheng also forgot about what had happened earlier when he left the Jiang family, until the car returned to the Pei family villa. Rubbing his somewhat tired brow, he walked into the house and was greeted by an elderly man in a Tang suit enthusiastically approaching him. "Oh, my grandson is back." Pei Yuansheng's brow furrowed at the sight, his previous expression stiffening like stone. Chapter 94. Her bad luck with romance is at its peak despite having had one experience with seeing a ghost. Facing a person who should be dead still caused Pei Yuansheng's blood to momentarily freeze. Yet, the elderly man in the Tang suit seemed oblivious, happily floating beside his grandson. "I heard your mom bragging to her friends today. No wonder you're my grandson. You got into Beijing University all on your own. That's the way to go. You can't listen to your dad talking about going abroad. Our country's top universities are just as good as those foreign schools." Pei Yuansheng's brow twitched, feeling that this elderly man was somewhat different from the strict grandfather he remembered. Before he could process it, he noticed two elderly ladies floating over. If he remembered correctly, one of them seemed to be his great-grandmother. He saw his great-grandmother directly pull the elderly man in the Tang suit aside. "What are you blocking the child at the door for? Don't you feel your own heavy energy? At your age, you should be hurrying to reincarnate. Not long ago, and Ji came over, and you hid, afraid to meet her. Once she reincarnates, you'll never see her again." The great-grandmother looked only slightly older than the elderly man in the Tang suit, but the latter instinctively bowed. "Mom, you died before I did. Why aren't you in a hurry to go down? To keep this family together? Who told you to insist on coming to Heiress to develop after listening to those old men in Jing City? Now you can't go back, can you? Oh my, how long has it been that you're still nagging? Besides, our family is doing quite well in Heiress, and the grandson has also achieved success." The two elderly folk were chatting when suddenly another lady nearby spoke up, "Sister-in-law, why do I feel like Xiaocheng seems a bit strange? Why is he just standing still at the entrance?" This old lady, without a doubt, is the great-aunt of their branch. Although Pei Yuansheng didn't remember her, he knew of her existence. This great-aunt lost her husband early on and later lived with her elder brother and sister-in-law. However, when the Pei family branched out to Heiress, the great-aunt had long passed away. Pei Yuansheng didn't expect that great-grandma and this great-aunt had actually followed him here. Perhaps his reaction was too stiff, as the great-aunt suddenly squinted her eyes and leaned closer to him. "Why do I feel like Xiaocheng can see us?" This remark instantly made the two arguing elderly folks turn their heads to stare at Pei Yuansheng simultaneously. Pei Yuansheng's expression froze, but it was just this expression, along with the sudden connection he made with the few people, that immediately made the three elderly folks in front of him curious. "Oh my, Xiaocheng really can see us. Really, just like last time with Ji. Grandson, I am your grandpa. Can you see grandpa?" Pei Yuansheng. At this moment, he realized how he suddenly encountered several ancestors. It could only be the doing of Jiang Shushu. Pei Yuansheng genuinely didn't expect Jiang Shushu to be so impolite. He had clearly made up his mind to sincerely pursue her. If she didn't appreciate it, that was fine. But she actually let him see ghosts, even if those ghosts were his own ancestors. Not to mention, Pei Yuansheng experienced the most tormenting night of his life. Meanwhile, when Jiang Shushu returned to the banquet, she was again pulled aside by Li Qingzi for a private chat. The talisman you sold me last time worked. Li Qingzi said this with a hint of excitement. Jiang Shushu asked which one. Last time she sold Li Qingzi 2 talismans. One for protection against malicious people and the other to attract bad romance. Both had worked. Li Qingzi whispered, the one who tried to scam me. After I sent someone to deal with him, he pretended to run into me again, but when he was following me, he accidentally stepped on a broken manhole cover and fell into the well. Li Qingzi couldn't help but laugh as she recounted this. You wouldn't believe how smelly he was when he was pulled out. Jiang Shushu wasn't too surprised by the effectiveness of her talismans, and as for sympathy, she felt none. After all, for the protection talisman to work, it first required the other party to harbor ill intentions. Li Qingzi clearly understood this, so she felt no sympathy for the other party's misfortune and still called 119 to have him rescued. After sending him to the hospital, I specifically followed up, and sure enough, that person called my sister from the hospital, saying it was a work injury and asking her to pay for medical expenses and mental damages. Although Li Qingyuan didn't actually go to the hospital to send money, she still recorded the video of that person calling her. These would all be used later to deal with Li Yuan. She didn't elaborate on this to Jiang Shushu, but brought up the bad romance talisman again. Previously, she had put some effort into placing the talisman on Li Qingyuan, and afterward, she had someone keep an eye on it. Sure enough, within a couple of days, Li Qingyuan received a pursuit from a rich second-generation guy in their circle. Li Qingzi knew that person. He was a notorious playboy in their circle, changing girlfriends more often than clothes. Yet somehow he got entangled with Li Qingyuan and had been pestering her for several days. Li Qingzi only regretted that Li Qingyuan was still protective of her reputation and clearly rejected that rich second-generation guy. I noticed that person hasn't shown up these past couple of days. He should have given up. Although she didn't get to see her dear stepsister caught up in bad romance. Seeing the embarrassing state of being pestered for several days made Li Qingzi feel that the 5,000 yuan spent was worth it. Listening to Li Qingzi talk about her stepsister's bad romance, Jiang Shushu didn't think it was wrong for her to be in such a spectator state. After all, everything is relative. If Li Qingyuan hadn't initially wanted to see Li Qingzi's jokes, Li Qingzi wouldn't have been in this position. However, Jiang Shushu's gaze swept over the guests and suddenly landed on a young girl not far away who was talking with Lu Shueshi. Is it your stepsister? Jiang Shushu raised her chin and asked Li Qingzi. After all, in such an occasion, if Li Qingzi could come, Li Qingyuan would naturally follow. Yet in the past, Li Qingyuan often stayed by her parents' side, being their good little girl. Li Qingzi saw Jiang Shushu recognize her unfortunate sister at a glance and immediately looked impressed. Yes. How did you know? Did you read her face? Li Qingzi was genuinely interested in feng shui and metaphysics now. Jiang Shushu calmly replied, no. I guess that when I saw her following you in. Li Qingzi said, haha, I see. However, Jiang Shushu suddenly raised an eyebrow, her tone firm. But for what I observe, her bad romance aura is quite strong. It doesn't seem like she's given up as you said. Li Qingzi, does that mean her bad romance has a second act? Chapter 95. Li Qingyuan's bad romance. Li Qingzi instantly became interested and pulled Jiang Shushu to ask more details. While asking, she took out her phone to check the latest movements of that rich second-generation guy. Since he started pursuing Li Qingyuan, Li Qingzi had directly followed his account. Now, when she looked, she saw that the rich second generation had just posted a photo from a bar, where he was hugging a girl in a very intimate manner. Such photos were not uncommon among second-generation rich kids. But she remembered that during the few days he pursued Li Qingyuan, he had indeed restrained himself quite a bit. Even the things he posted were quite proper. Now, since he was flaunting an intimate photo with a girl, it looked like he had given up. Li Qingzi was perplexed. Jiang Shushu followed her gaze to the photo on her phone. Upon seeing the man in the photo, she was taken aback. This man was not her bad romance. Li Qingzi was surprised to hear this, unable to believe she had misjudged. Isn't it? But he was indeed chasing Li Qingyuan like crazy a few days ago. Jiang Shushu pursed her lips and suddenly asked, do you have this person's date of birth? Upon hearing this, Li Qingzi quickly pulled up the rich second-generation's information, which included his birthday. She recalled that metaphysics calculations required the date of birth and asked uncertainly, "Is this okay?" Jiang Shushu nodded, glanced at the birthday, and easily deduced the rich second-generation's date of birth. Although she couldn't pinpoint the exact hour, it was sufficient. After simply calculating based on the rich second-generation's birth date, Jiang Shushu then said, "This person is indeed not your sister's bad romance target, but he has some entanglement with her actual target. In other words, the two might know each other and could even have a conflicting relationship." Li Qingzi's family was not exactly clean, and her thoughts were naturally not as innocent as those of an ordinary young lady. Upon hearing Jiang Shushu's words, she instinctively thought of a scenario where two men were vying for one woman. Moreover, it was very likely that the rich second generation had a grudge against Li Qingyuan's bad romance and had developed an intention to pry into their relationship because he saw Li Qingyuan with that bad romance. But it didn't work out. Such things were not uncommon in their circle. Li Qingzi didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She only felt it was somewhat advantageous for Li Qingyuan. "You just said her peach blossom is in full bloom. Does that mean she has already started dating that rotten flower?" Jiang Shushu nodded. Li Qingzi hadn't reached the point of dealing with Li Qingyuan's rotten peach blossom, yet it had quickly developed right under her nose. She immediately took out her phone and started typing, ready to cast a wide net to find that rotten peach blossom. Jiang Shushu fully understood Li Qingzi's enthusiastic attitude. After all, if there was something lively happening regarding Heiress, she would also rush over to see it first. Li Qingyuan, unaware that her half-sister was concerned about her romantic interest, saw that it was almost time and casually made an excuse to leave early. After leaving Zhang's house, she didn't go straight home, but took a detour to a downtown apartment, pressing the doorbell and tidying her hair. It wasn't long before the door was opened by a fair and handsome young man in his 20s. His looks were charming yet gentle, very much like an idol. In fact, he was indeed in the entertainment industry. He debuted this year through a trainee variety show. Although he wasn't particularly popular, he had accumulated quite a few female fans. Li Qingyuan had followed that variety show back then, but at that time, she wasn't focused on him. She remembered that during the recording, she had even sought connections with Li's father to take her girlfriends backstage for photos. Shui Yining was one of those who happened to take a photo with her at that time. Because of this connection, when Li Qingyuan unexpectedly met him in real life, they quickly hit it off. After all, for girls, fate is something indescribably wonderful. What made Li Qingyuan fall for Shui Yining quickly was his attitude toward her. He was clearly an idol in the rising phase of his career, but didn't hide his affection for her at all. Thinking back to the ambiguous atmosphere when they had just re-encountered, Li Qingyuan felt her heart racing. Shui Yining looked a bit surprised when he saw Li Qingyuan, and there was even a fleeting look of panic in his eyes, but he quickly composed himself. Yuan, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you had a banquet tonight?" Li Qingyuan just said, "I missed you, so I came to see you." While saying this, she pouted playfully. "What? You don't welcome me? Then I'll leave." As she pretended to walk away, she was immediately pulled back by him. His warm palm firmly grasped her delicate wrist, and Li Qingyuan felt a surge of warmth rise from the point of contact, causing her ears to flush instantly. Yuan, you know that's not what I meant." Shui Yining's voice seemed to carry an innate magnetism, and when he deliberately lowered it, it sounded even more gentle. Paired with his handsome face, Li Qingyuan immediately lost her anger. She lifted her leg to walk inside, but unexpectedly, the usually gentle and indulgent Shui Yining blocked the door, looking hesitant for a moment. Li Qingyuan had developed a heightened sensitivity to everything about Shui Yining. "You don't want me to go in? Are you hiding someone in your room?" Her voice lost its earlier sweetness and instead carried a hint of annoyance. Before Shui Yining could respond, she boldly pushed her way inside. Yuan. The small apartment was almost entirely visible at a glance. There was no one inside, only freshly baked cookies laid out on the counter. Shui Yining chuckled helplessly, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "I originally planned to bring you the cookies I made tomorrow, but I was afraid you'd think it's too girly for a guy to bake. I was just hesitating." Shui Yining's eyes flickered slightly, his fair face showing a bit of awkwardness and frustration. Coupled with his surprised expression when he first saw Li Qingyuan, she immediately understood everything. In an instant, All resentment and dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by the realization that this guy had made cookies for her. In the past, she would have thought that a man baking cookies was unmanly. But people often have different standards for those they like. At that moment, she no longer felt there was anything wrong with him baking cookies. Instead, she felt touched by his gesture. Li Qingyuan's attitude softened almost instantly. "I don't think so at all," she said, pulling his hand and holding it tightly. "I like eating cookies made by you." Upon hearing this, Xue Yining's eyes sparkled, and his gaze towards Li Qingyuan became even more affectionate. "The cookies just came out of the oven and need to cool down. How about we go for a walk?" Li Qingyuan was about to ask why they needed to go out when he continued. "The whole room smells of cookies. It will be bad if the scent sticks to you." When Li Qingyuan heard this, thinking of how her fragrance might mix with the cookie aroma, she immediately stopped opposing him. The two quickly put on masks and went out. However, at the moment they stepped out, Xue Yining's gaze swept toward the master bedroom, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Inside the apartment's master bedroom, a girl was bound tightly, with tape covering her mouth, looking desperately toward the door. As soon as she heard the sound of the door closing, she couldn't help but let tears fall. Chapter 96. Inspiration Program. The city released a missing person notice for a young woman, urging the public to pay close attention and report any relevant information to the police. The living room TV was broadcasting local news. Old Master Jiang, being from an older generation, was still more accustomed to understanding current events through TV news. As for the various requirements for the TV, those were not concerns for the old master. Jiang Xuxu returned from her morning run and poured herself a large cup of warm water, then slowly and firmly finished the entire cup without spilling a drop. Old Master Jiang looked at his recently found granddaughter with a gentle expression. Honestly, he was very satisfied. Not only was this granddaughter exceptional in her studies, but her daily habits were also quite disciplined. Since returning home, Jiang Xuxu had consistently woken up at 6 o'clock every day, practiced a set of Bajuanjin, jogged for half an hour, and drank at least 8 cups of water daily. Such a disciplined routine and eating habits, even he had only developed slowly after retiring. Yet for this young girl, they seemed completely normal. If there was anything unfavorable to mention, it might be her peculiar hobbies. But in fact, this hobby might not just be a hobby. Thinking about what he had heard from Jiang Huai regarding her talents, and how these talents might bring something different to the Jiang family in the future, Old Master Jiang looked at Jiang Xuxu with a more intriguing gaze. "Grandpa." Xuxu met Old Master Jiang's gaze and addressed him politely. She wasn't particularly close to this old man of the Jiang family, but she wasn't distant either. Old Master Jiang seemed to have a gentle attitude towards her. But since she returned to the Jiang family, many things had happened, and he had always maintained a silent, observing stance, neither participating nor taking sides, rather than ensuring fairness. To Jiang Xuxu, it felt like the old man was quietly observing her, whether she was qualified to be a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Xuxu didn't feel much about this. As an outsider, she knew she was different from everyone in this family and wouldn't feel wrong by being scrutinized. Likewise, she wouldn't deliberately try to please anyone to fit into this family. Old Master Jiang noticed her distance and simply smiled gently. "I see you practicing Bajuanjin every morning. It's great. Your brothers have been a bit lazy at home during their break. How about I have them practice with you every day?" Jiang Xuxu was puzzled about where the old man got his enthusiasm, considering the targeting from Jiang Han and Jiang Cheng towards her. She neither agreed nor disagreed with the proposal. If they were willing, she would go along. However, she wouldn't make a special effort to teach them, as she had no time to worry about that. The old man didn't think her attitude was inappropriate and smiled, saying that he would make them willing. Jiang Xuxu raised an eyebrow secretly. Suddenly, she remembered the last time she saw Jiang Huai training the 3 brothers. Was this meant to be a disguised continuation of the training? Although she was interested, the thought of seeing the 3 of them being pressured to train was somewhat exciting. As she was thinking about this, her smartwatch rang, and she told the old man that she would step aside to take the call. On the other end was a polite male voice. "Hello, is this Miss Jiang Xuxu? I am Zhou He, a producer from Lemon Platform." "Yes, it is. We are currently planning a variety show called Inspiration, and Miss Jiang, both your appearance and your academic background match the artistic temperament we are looking for. We sincerely invite you to be a guest on our show. Would you be interested?" Jiang Shushu instinctively wanted to refuse, as she had no interest in recording variety shows. However, thinking of a certain master who was still missing, she suddenly asked, "Will your show be available on all platforms?" The person on the other end was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "This variety show will be exclusively broadcast on our Lemon platform. But as a key project for the company, there will definitely be full network promotion in the later stages. If Miss Jiang is interested, we can arrange a time to discuss the details in person." Zhou He, as a top producer in the company, was always sensitive to people's intentions. Generally speaking, as long as the other party had something to gain, he was not afraid of not being able to attract them. No need. Jiang Shushu refused the invitation to meet very decisively. Zhou He was taken aback for a moment, then felt frustrated and wanted to continue persuading her. Just then, Jiang Shushu's voice came through again. "I accept the invitation." Zhou He, who had already been considering how to put forth conditions, was momentarily stunned by her straightforward acceptance. "Huh? You accept?" "Yes." The quick agreement on the other end caught Zhou He off guard. Don't you need to discuss it with your family?" To be honest, the reason he approached Jiang Shushu was entirely due to her being the eldest daughter of the Jiang family and the recent buzz online about her being the top scorer in the college entrance examination, yet choosing to attend a Taoist academy. Although this girl was currently a hot topic online, he also knew that she was the eldest daughter of one of the 4 major families in Heiress. Although the second master of the Jiang family was in the entertainment industry, he wasn't sure if such a large family would be willing to let their child step into the spotlight. He thought it was always necessary to ask for the opinion of the family. Who would have thought that the person on the other end would directly agree? Hearing the producer's question, Jiang Shushu simply countered, "Why?" Zhou He was a bit flustered. Did this even need to be asked? Of course. It's because the Jiang family might not agree. But he heard Jiang Shushu's voice, calm yet certain. "I am already an adult and can make my own decisions." Zhou He, "Well, let's arrange a time. There are still some details we need to finalize." Jiang Shushu felt it was a waste of time to meet, but she still agreed and confirmed the time and place with him. When Jiang Su came downstairs, he happened to hear her confirming the time and place on the balcony, and his previously dazed mind suddenly became alert. "Sister, are you going out? Can I go with you?" Jiang Shushu didn't dislike her suddenly clingy younger brother, but she also didn't particularly like it. "I have an appointment." Jiang Su was persistent. "Who are you meeting? Can I come along?" Jiang Shushu replied, "A producer from variety show." After saying that, she didn't give Jiang Su a chance to continue pestering her and turned to go back upstairs. Jiang Su stood there for a long time before finally reacting to what she said. "A variety show? Sister, you go to record a variety show?" Chapter 97. The gold medal agent when Jiang Su's voice was unreserved, and he shouted the news so that everyone in the house would know. Jiang Huai was somewhat surprised to hear that Shushu wanted to participate in a variety show. Although the time wasn't too long, he had observed that this younger sister was clearly not one to enjoy being in the limelight. Even her usual dabbling in metaphysics and feng shui was only because she felt it necessary to intervene after seeing something. Otherwise, with troublesome siblings like Jiang Han and Jiang Cheng, she would probably have to deal with them every minute. But no matter the reason, since Jiang Shushu wanted to participate in the variety show, Jiang Huai naturally supported her. Not only did he support her, but he even insisted on accompanying her to meet the so-called producer. You don't have an agent, and some requirements for participating in the show and certain contract clauses need someone to help you go through them carefully. He didn't think anyone would dare to set their sights on members of the Jiang family, but one could never be too careful, especially since this was a rare occasion where Shushu showed interest in something outside of metaphysics. Although their second uncle had his own entertainment company, Jiang Huai had never liked his attitude towards Shushu and had no intention of letting her affiliate with his uncle's company. After thinking for a moment, he simply made a phone call. Soon, Jiang Huai returned, smiling at Jiang Shushu. "I borrowed a gold medal agent. This afternoon, they will accompany me to meet that producer. If my sister wants to debut, she can't just accept any variety show. She needs professionals to oversee it." Borrowed? Jiang Shushu felt the word was somewhat familiar. Jiang Huai, however, smiled without saying anything. Sure enough, in the afternoon, she met the professional that her brother had borrowed for her. When Wan, the gold medal agent from Chushi's Xingchen Entertainment Company, was known for managing award-winning actors and top-tier celebrities. She was a very capable yet gentle, strong woman. Upon seeing Jiang Shushu for the first time, she smiled warmly, completely devoid of the aura typical of a strong woman in the industry. I've heard a lot of comments about Miss Jiang online recently. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to meet today. That said, given Wenwan's level, she naturally wouldn't specifically consider signing a social media influencer, as the turnover rate for internet celebrities was too fast. However, it was undeniable that this girl, named Jiang Shushu, had the potential to become famous in various aspects. With a strong background, excellent qualities, and an impeccable appearance. Combined with the heated discussions surrounding her metaphysical interests, she was an artist who could generate buzz without much effort in packaging. She knew that several entertainment companies were inquiring about her contact information to sign her. Unfortunately, she had the Jiang family behind her, and the personal information of the Jiang family's eldest daughter was very well protected. Even the identity of being the eldest daughter of the Jiang family was little known online, except among the wealthy circles. She was only made aware of this through a personal instruction from the assistant of the Chusher family headquarters. What she hadn't expected was that the Chusher family would agree to such a thing. As the last time a young master from the Chusher family wanted to use Xingchen to support his debut, he was directly rejected. With this in mind, Wenwan was very courteous towards Jiang Shushu. Just as the few of them had exchanged a few words, Zhou He finally arrived. Zhou He still held high expectations for inviting Shushu to participate in the variety show, as her topic popularity was sufficient, coupled with the backing of the Jiang family. Of course, not many people in the circle know about the Jiang family matters. He only learned about this identity from Jiang Yuman not long ago, and he quickly obtained the contact information of the other party. When Zhou and he entered the room, they instinctively wore smiles on their faces. However, upon seeing the other two sitting in the private room, their smiles first froze, but soon returned to normal. Although they were smiling on the outside, their hearts couldn't help but tighten. They had long known that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family was not an easy person to deal with, but they never expected that she would directly bring out a top agent from Xingchen. If the person had already signed with Xingchen, the treatment they originally planned for inviting Jiang Shushu would have to be raised again. While thinking about this, they enthusiastically greeted the three. "Sorry for being late, Miss Jiang. Agent 1, and this is Jiang Huai, Shushu's brother." Jiang Huai graciously shook hands with the other party. Zhou and he were secretly shocked. Jiang Huai was the eldest grandson of the Jiang family and the future heir of Jianghai Group. They didn't expect him to come in person, but this proved how much importance the Jiang family placed on this young lady. In other words, as long as they could please this main person, the program team's funding in the later stages would be guaranteed. Of course, this was just a form of indirect assurance. The program team still had money. Zhou and he first exchanged pleasantries and compliments before getting straight to the point.